Chapter 341, Crystal Rock Snake. In the animation, Zai and his group should have found the crystal rock snake here. Judging from the performance of the animation, the crystal rock snake is transparent, and hiding in the water is the most perfect camouflage color. If the crystal rock snake is in the water, it cannot be seen with the naked eye, but he has a way to find the crystal rock snake, unless there is a crystal rock snake in this deep pool. If there is no crystal rock snake, his method will be useless. Plop. Yu Hai's method is not to let the mosquito frog and others go down to search, that is too dangerous. If they rashly break into the territory of the crystal rock snake, once the crystal rock snake loses its temper, they will all be in trouble. His method is to throw stones into the pool. As the stones fall into the pool, a plop sound is heard in this silent cave. Yu Hai's flashlight shines on the ripples stirred up by the pool water, and the light source continues to move outward with the water waves. Until the water waves hit a wall of air, ripples rebound again, and Yu Hai's flashlight beam is also fixed there. Good fellow, there really is one. Yu Hai secretly thought that he was lucky. He shone the flashlight near the water surface, but did not find the figure of the crystal rock snake. However, the rebound phenomenon of the water waves clearly hit something transparent. Yu Hai, who did not believe in evil, picked up another stone and threw it in the direction of the flashlight, and directly hit a transparent object. Hearing the sound of the stone hitting, instead of the sound of falling into the water, he finally confirmed that there was indeed something hidden there, not an air wall. Good fellow, playing dead, right? Yu Hai felt interesting. The guy was clearly there, but he just didn't move, pretending to be a dead thing, and it was transparent. Mosquito frog, giant claw crab, shoot mud at the place where the flashlight shines. Yobo, puff puff puff, the mosquito frog immediately spit out mud and shot at the air where the flashlight shined. The mud did not fall into the pool, but hit an air wall. Then, the giant crab also spit out mud, and the two elves continued to spit out mud, gradually smearing the transparent outline of the crystal rock snake. Roar, roar! Crystal rock snake wanted to see what this human wanted to do. Many humans ignored it before, and this human was really strange. However, when the two mosquito frogs spit mud on it, it was completely enraged. Even if it didn't want to show up, it couldn't. No, retreat quickly. Yu Hai saw that the transparent guy finally moved, and roared, causing the cave to shake. He immediately turned around and ran, and asked the elves to run with him. As soon as they ran into the cave, there was no movement behind them, and the crystal rock snake did not chase them. Fuck, this elf is so Buddhist. It made such a big noise, but it was just to scare them. Yu Hai took 3 elves and looked back carefully, and found that there was only some muddy water in the pool, and there was no trace of the crystal rock snake. Frog, crab, you stay here to irritate Onyx and lure it out of the cave. Scyther and I will wait for you outside. Remember, if you can't beat it, run away. Lure it out and we will attack it together. There is no other way. An angry Onyx is not something that Frog and Crab can handle. If Onyx chases out, he can't run away from it if he stays here. It's better to wait for Frog and Crab outside. The purpose of his coming in was just to confirm whether there was a crystal onyx here. Now that he confirmed that there was a crystal onyx, things would be easy. Of course, he wanted to irritate this big guy and subdue it. It didn't matter if he didn't see it before, but he definitely couldn't leave it to others after he saw it. Afterwards, Yu Hai and Scyther left the cave first and waited quietly in the forest outside, waiting for Frog and Crab to lure Onyx out. Yobo yobo, Frog watched Yu Hai leave and turned to learn. Following Yu Hai's action just now, he threw stones into the water to see where the waves would bounce back. In fact, the mosquito frog has moisture perception, but moisture perception can only perceive moving objects. It can also perceive the immobile crystal onyx, just like the echolocation of Zubat. But that kind of perception is meaningless. It can't judge whether the dead object is a crystal onyx, and moisture perception can't help it find the motionless crystal onyx. This time, the stones thrown in did not see the phenomenon of water waves rebounding, indicating that the crystal onyx is not on the water surface, and may have sunk to the bottom of the lake. Yobo Yobo, the mosquito frog looked at the giant claw crab and asked the giant claw crab what to do. Now that Yuhai is not here, how can they lead the crystal onyx out? Coo cough coo cough. This question is a bit too difficult for the giant claw crab. The giant claw crab is an honest child, how can there be so many tricks? Coo K. Yobo, the mosquito frog saw that the giant crab didn't know either, so it could only think of a way by itself. It looked around and suddenly saw the muddy water. It had a good idea and told the giant crab. Yobo, mud, stones, make the water dirty, make its home dirty. Coo K, okay, the giant crab nodded and began to dig sand with its claws, digging all of it into the pool, polluting the clear water with sand. The mosquito frog spit mud from its mouth, making the water more turbid, and picked up stones and threw them into the pool. They threw all the stones they could find into the pool. Then, roar, roar, roar. The crystal rock snake was angered by the two mosquito frogs again, and its head and upper body emerged from the pool, roaring at the two mosquito frogs, asking them if they were done. The result was, Yobo, puff puff. The frog fired 3 mud shots directly, all of which were spit on the face of crystal rock snake, further angering it. Roar, roar, crystal rock snake was completely angry. These two little guys not only disturbed its sleep, but also spit mud at it. It immediately swam its huge body out of the water, opened its crystal mouth, and bit the two frogs. Yobo, Yobo, run, run, the frog saw the rock snake biting, and hurriedly called the giant claw crab to run away. As a result, the frog and the giant claw crab just escaped from the cave, and they found that the crystal rock snake did not chase them at all. Yuhai felt the shaking of the earth outside, but the earth was still shaking just now. How could it calm down in an instant? This rock snake is too homely, just wanting to stay in his crystal cave and not come out. Yuhai asked the two mosquito frogs to continue to enter the cave, continue to anger crystal onyx, and lure crystal onyx out. Since crystal onyx was so Buddhist, he might as well be more Buddhist. If he could lure it out, he would subdue it. If he couldn't, forget it. It was impossible for him to fight crystal onyx in the crystal cave. It was crystal onyx's home court. Even if the 3 mosquito frogs were tied together, they might not be able to beat crystal onyx. Yobo, the mosquito frogs could only enter the cave again, but the mosquito frogs asked the giant crab to rest outside. They were ready to fight a protracted war and take turns. In this way, the giant crab and the mosquito frog went back and forth several times, but crystal onyx was not lured out. Once, Yuhai saw crystal onyx, its head shining in the sun, and crystal onyx shrank back again. In the eyes of crystal onyx, it felt that these two flies were too annoying. It was annoyed by the noise. Finally, after more than 10 times, it could not stand the harassment of the 2 mosquito frogs and completely exploded. It rushed out of the cave directly, wanting to bite the 2 mosquito frogs to death. However, what crystal onyx waited for was the siege of 3 elves. Even the cave was blocked by mosquito frogs, just to prevent crystal onyx from escaping. Giant claw crab, mud shot to reduce the speed of onyx, mosquito frog uses frozen fist to guard the cave, scyther moves at high speed and slashes. Roar, crystal onyx felt a little bad. It seemed to have fallen into a trap. The cave it came out of was blocked again. It immediately wanted to dig a hole to escape. How could Yuhai let crystal onyx get what it wanted? Now that it has come out, don't think about going back. Giant claw, clamp onyx's tail, don't let it run away. Coo K, giant claw stopped using mud shooting, raised its big and small claws to clamp crystal onyx's tail, and its 4 legs dug deep into the soil, leaving a trail, tightly holding crystal onyx who wanted to escape. Mosquito frog, use the freezing fist, hit the head. Yuhai saw that crystal onyx was about to run away, and immediately asked mosquito frog to use the freezing fist. Isn't crystal onyx immune to water? Then he used ice, fighting, ground, steel, and grass moves. Onyx is restrained by 6 attributes. If you want to defeat Crystal Onyx, you don't have to use the fire type. He has many ways to subdue this Crystal Onyx. Roar. Crystal Rock Snake wanted to shake off the giant claw crab that was holding it back and preventing it from digging a hole to escape, but as soon as it raised its head, the frog's frozen fist smashed down, making it scream in pain. Scyther was not idle either, and the sharp sickles in its arms slashed out one after another, and the power of the continuous slash soon reached 160. Under the continuous attacks of the frog and Scyther, Crystal Rock Snake rolled his eyes. It hit the woods hard, breaking several trees. From the beginning to the end, the Crystal Onyx did not fight back, but only wanted to escape, otherwise it would not be so easy for the 3 little guys, Frog and Mosquito, to take down the Crystal Onyx. Seeing that the Crystal Onyx was unconscious, Yu-Hai also took out the poke ball and threw it at the Crystal Onyx. As the red light on the poke ball button flashed 3 times, he finally subdued the Crystal Onyx after calming down. He hurried over to pick up the poke ball and couldn't wait to open the proficiency panel of the Crystal Onyx. Crystal Onyx, different color. Attribute, ice plus ground. Gender, female. Potential, 48%. Level, 41.44%. Features, strong/34.35%. Mastering the moves. What is this? Regional morphological differences. Yu-Hai saw the proficiency panel of Onyx and saw an ice attribute. Then the reason why Crystal Onyx is immune to water-type moves has nothing to do with the regional form, but is due to the physical mutation, which is caused by eating the crystals in the cave. The combination of ice and ground can refer to the long-haired pig, which is restrained by 5 attributes: fighting twice, steel twice, fire twice, water twice, and grass twice. This attribute combination is not immune to water. Crystal Onyx is immune to water attacks, so there are only 4 weaknesses left. Looking at this attribute combination, Yu-Hai feels good, but after Crystal Onyx evolves, Crystal Steelix's ice and steel combination is like being in jail. Crystal Steelix, ice and steel, is restrained by fighting 4 times, ground twice, and fire 4 times. Water is indeed immune, but there are 2 big daddies. He had guessed before that Crystal Onyx was either mutated or had regional form differences. The crystal body of Crystal Onyx is immune to water damage. It should be a special physique brought by the crystal, just like his snail, but the direction of differentiation is different. However, I never expected that this Crystal Onyx is a regional form difference, plus a special physique that is immune to water. Just now he asked Frog to use Frozen Punch, which is a bit embarrassing. The changes of Crystal Onyx should all be caused by eating, but if you think about it carefully, there are precedents. His Ghastly ate into a different Ghastly, so it is not surprising that Crystal Onyx eats ice attributes. As for too crystallized, it is not too crystallized. This Onyx mutated by eating crystals. Things are not that complicated. In fact, too crystallized is just that the production team has no inspiration. Go back to the previous work to find inspiration. There are many similar situations. The super evolution plagiarizes the dream of Zioxia in the previous work. Zioxia dreamed of a super Gyarados. The Dynamax plagiarizes the giant Dragonite in the previous work, that is, the giant Dragonite in Jengui Lighthouse. The different colors of regional forms are still copied from the previous work. The pink elves on Pingon Island changed their body color after eating Pingon fruit. Crystal Onyx is in this situation. Pingon fruit only changes the body color, but does not bring about any changes in physique. Onyx is restrained by water. After eating crystal, it actually changed its rock body into crystal body, and the rock attribute also became ice attribute, and it was immune to water damage. That's why he said that Crystal Onyx is a regional form difference, plus a different color. Because of the special physique of Crystal immune to water moves, Crystal Onyx directly stacked 2 layers of buff. There is also 2 crystallization, which is probably copied from Crystal Onyx. After all, many people think that the two are very similar, and this speculation is not groundless. After all, the production team has a criminal record. If you want to say that crystal onyx is too crystallized, it is not impossible, but it is too far-fetched. Crystal onyx is afraid of fire but not water. It can do so after changing its attributes. However, after crystal onyx becomes ice, it is also afraid of fire. When it evolves into crystal steelix, it will be beaten by the two big daddies. Although the water-type restraint is gone, the combination of ice and steel is not restrained by the water-type anyway, so it doesn't matter if it is not immune to water-type damage. In general, double damage is still damage. After crystal onyx is crystallized, it is completely immune to water-type moves, which is not useless. Otherwise, crystal onyx, who hates water very much, would not soak its whole body in water. But this Pokemon is not as attractive to him as before. After crystal onyx evolved, it was restrained by the two big daddies, and he didn't want to raise a big daddy. This crystal onyx, in addition to being immune to water-type damage, has a potential of 48, which is barely okay, so-so. There is also a senior level, which should not be the crystal onyx that the grandfather of the supporting characters in the animation encountered. If it is the crystal onyx, the two have been separated by at least 50 or 60 years, and it has been eating crystals for 50 or 60 years, so it is impossible for it to have this much strength. As for the characteristics and moves, they are also very ordinary, basically the moves in the onyx move pool, and there is nothing outstanding. In general, this crystal onyx is really useless except for being immune to water attacks, and the attribute combination after evolution is even worse. It feels that there is only a regional morphological difference, and there is nothing special about it. It is better to give this crystal onyx away. If you want to tame it, you need to continue to feed it crystals. Once the crystal food is cut off, he suspects that this guy may change back. If he only eats crystals, he can't afford to raise this big guy. The benefits are not proportional to the effort, so there is no need to cultivate this big guy. In comparison, Han is a rock type plus ground type. Han is not afraid of water or grass. Brain the bag is also very hard. No matter how you look at it, it is better to cultivate Han than this big guy. He has made up his mind not to capture crystal onyx. He is going to put crystal onyx in the bag and call the elves back. Suddenly, a shout came from far away and stopped Yu-Hai, who was about to leave. "Friend over there, can you give me the crystal onyx you captured?" "Crystal onyx? Crystal onyx? I changed an attribute of this crystal rock, which is considered as a regional form difference. Ice plus ground, plus a different color, special constitution, crystal body, water immunity. The role of regional form and different color should be viewed separately, don't look at them together. The crystal body is similar to glass, just treat it as the material of glass. A small tip about this crystal onyx. The Elf Encyclopedia mentioned that crystal onyx cannot evolve. Even if it can evolve, it is crystal steelix. Ice plus steel. It can definitely evolve in the book, so don't worry about it, the protagonist won't tame it anyway. Crystal onyx with changed attributes. Ice plus rock, quadruple fighting, twice ground, twice rock, quadruple steel, twice water, twice grass. It's not restrained by fire, so it's unreasonable to keep rock. Ice plus ground, twice fighting, twice steel, twice fire, twice water, twice grass. From this perspective, this attribute combination is more reasonable, plus the different colors, crystal body, immune to water. Crystal onyx has 4 weaknesses left, which is more reasonable. After evolution, crystal steelix is ice plus steel. It's restrained by fighting quadruple, twice ground, quadruple fire, in exchange for 2 big daddies. This combination is also more reasonable, using ice and ground, ice and steel, these 2 attributes are combined. This Pokemon has not evolved, it doesn't matter if it is added in the book, there are Pokemon with ice and steel. Alola's Sandslash is one. Regarding this combination, ice must be retained, because ice is not restrained by water, but by fire. Both bugs and steel are restrained by fire, but ice looks the most reasonable. Then there is a combination of rock, ground, and steel. Ice plus rock is unreasonable, ice plus ground is reasonable, and ice plus steel is even more reasonable. Ordinary steelix, steel plus ground, is restrained by fighting twice, ground twice, fire twice, and water twice. I originally wanted to change the attribute restraint, but I found that changing to ice seems to be reasonable. From this perspective, in fact, ordinary steelix is more suitable for the protagonist's team. The fire system can be solved by rainy days, and there are only 3 weaknesses left, and it is still double damage. Compared to 2 big daddies with 4 times the damage, it is more cost-effective to cultivate ordinary steelix. But rainy days are not omnipotent. 2 times the fire damage can be solved, but 4 times the fire damage can't be solved. It will still die if it is hit by the fire system in the rain. Moreover, the protagonist may not subdue steelix. The main reason is that it is too greedy and afraid of water. It can't be beaten in the rain. In comparison, Giant Claw Mantis is much better. It only has one disadvantage of 4 times weak fire, and it is not afraid of water. There are many similar combinations. 3-in-1 Magnetron is more suitable for the rainy team than steelix, but the protagonist wants a legendary beast, so forget about 3-in-1 Magnetron. If nothing unexpected happens, Swampert's Pokemon Egg and the legendary beast Pokemon Egg will be hatched in Magikarp Waterfall on Sweet Orange Island. In order to catch a Magikarp with top talent, the protagonist will stay here for a long time. This Magikarp was selected from hundreds of millions of stupid things. Its initial talent is absolutely top-notch, better than Swampert and the talents of the legendary beasts. But it is still not as good as Ghastly. The most important thing is that the talent of evolution and degeneration is too abnormal. Fortunately, there are only 1 or 2, Ghastly and Slowpoke. If there are too many, I feel it is beyond the scope. Chapter 342, or Enthusiast. Yu-Hai thought someone was trying to steal the prey, and turned around to see a familiar stranger, a very sunny young man. The young man wore a khaki safety helmet, covering the light blue hair at the bangs, with grey and black marks all over his face. He wore a simple mountaineering suit and carried a mining pick on his shoulders. Why? Yu-Hai stopped and asked in confusion after seeing the person coming. I saw you capture Crystal Onyx, you don't look very happy. If you don't like that Pokemon, can you give it to me? So that's how it is, Yu-Hai saw the man put down his pickaxe and panted. He probably came to dig crystal ore. Along the way, he also saw a lot of beautiful stones. Noticing that his eyes were on the pickaxe, the man also explained with a smile, I'm here to travel. I heard that there are crystal onyx and beautiful crystal ore here. I came here to take a look out of curiosity and plan to dig some stones to take back. This Pokemon is playing tricks on me. Yu-Hai looked at the other party for a moment, holding the crystal onyx that had not yet been put into the backpack. Without hesitation Yu threw it to the other party and turned away. This man smiled very sunny, and gave him a good feeling, but this was not a reason to hand over the crystal onyx. He was not gay, and he did not fall in love at first sight. The reason why he handed over the crystal onyx so readily was for another reason. Friend, you don't even know who I am, and you just give me the Pokemon. The man looked at the Pokeball he had just caught in his hand, and was confused by Yu-Hai's generosity. As an adult, he didn't believe in free things. What? If you don't want it, give it back to me. Yu-Hai stopped and waved to the man. If he didn't want it, just give it back to him. Haha, no, the visitor blushed with embarrassment, shook his head and waved his hands, feeling that Yu-Hai seemed to have misunderstood something, and hurriedly explained, I can exchange things with you, what do you need? As long as I have something, I can exchange it. Forget it, you don't look like you have much money, it's just a Pokemon, I'll give it to you. Yu-Hai turned around and waved his hands, just saying that rich people would not come to dig for ore, and turned around and left without hesitation. He was afraid that if he walked too slowly, he would be stopped by the other party and forced to give him benefits. What a strange trainer, the visitor muttered in confusion, wanting to explain that he was rich. Until Yu Hai left, he didn't say it, but shouted and asked, "Friend, what's your name?" Aha, Yu Hai didn't say his full name, that would seem too deliberate. Aha, thank you for your crystal onyx, you are my friend, I'll remember it. The visitor looked at the crystal onyx in his hand, feeling that this Pokemon came for no reason. He just said a few words, and a strange trainer gave him the rare Pokemon he had just captured. He didn't even know who he was, and didn't seem to be interested in knowing, so he left. Unless the other party recognized him from the beginning, he wouldn't be so generous to give Pokemon away. But even if he recognized him, he wouldn't be so unrequited, and should ask for money as much as possible. Besides, he was dressed like this, with mud all over his face. He might not recognize himself, so how did the other party recognize him? Is he so famous? He could recognize himself like this? The visitor looked at his grey clothes with a puzzled look on his face, and asked the Metagross beside him, "Does it look like me?" Metagross shook his head, indicating that who could recognize you when you are like this. The visitor also felt that he was suspicious. When he thought that he was famous, he was embarrassed and blushed. He was indeed famous in the Hone region because of his identity as one of the 4 heavenly kings. But this is the Orange Islands, and the opponent's trainer is not very strong, and the strength he showed is only at the senior level. Even if he is familiar with it, the opponent should be familiar with Kanto and Chengdu, which are the closest to the Orange Islands, and the top trainers in these 2 areas. It is hard to say about the Hone area. Apart from being suspicious, this trainer is really special. He believed him so easily and gave him the crystal onyx that he had just captured, and did not ask for anything in return. This is the special thing about that person. If you want to say that the other party has other intentions, then the other party just left without leaving anything, and even did not know who he was, and it didn't seem like he had other intentions. He went out this time just to stroll around, dig a few crystals here, and by the way see if he could meet the crystal onyx. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. He actually met an interesting trainer here, dug a lot of beautiful crystal stones, captured a crystal onyx, and made a strange friend. He is such an interesting trainer. I wonder if I will have the chance to see him again. Yukai came to the edge of the island, released the gull and left the island. He returned to the town and let the ditto hanging around his neck turn back into a mask before entering the town. After returning to the inn and closing the wooden door, he breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't seen that person wrong, it should be the champion of the Hone region, Daigo. Why is he here? Is he really digging stones? The big guy's hobby is really unique. However, he is not the champion yet, but only one of the 4 heavenly kings. He has only been promoted to the champion in the past few years, just like Du. The reason why he was sure that the other party was Daigo was not only because he looked like him, nor because he had the quirk of digging stones, but because Darkrai sensed a very strong superpower fluctuation in the woods. Darkrai, is it a Metagross? Yes, it's a silver Metagross. How did you know? Darkrai emerged from the shadows. It only took a look at the Metagross from a distance and was almost discovered. It had to move away quickly. You'll know if you read more news. The other party is a celebrity. Yu Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this answer. It was not a loss to give the crystal rock snake to the other party. After all, a crystal rock snake in exchange for a favor from the champion of Hone, he did not lose anything, but made a lot of money. He didn't expect to meet Daigo here. By the way, I was almost discovered. Fortunately, I only took a look from a distance at that time. The strength of the Metagross was very strong. Darkrai recalled that when the Metagross looked at it just now, he was a little scared now. At that time, the Metagross's superpower perception swept towards it, and it quickly hid in the shadows, so it was not discovered. If it was too late, it would be locked by the other party in an instant. He's amazing, of course. He's the future league champion. Yu Hai waved his hand and drank some water to calm himself down. It also made Darkrai stop making such a fuss. Anyway, the other party owed him this favor. When they meet again in the future, they can be regarded as ordinary friends with some intersection. And Du, who is also the future league champion. Since he beat Du's Dratini last time, he didn't know whether Du would come to him. When they meet again in the future, they can be regarded as some friendship. Although he didn't want this friendship, but the Dratini had been beaten, he had no choice. Two champion friends, before he had no strength, they could only be regarded as ordinary friends. When he had strength, he could talk about friendship. The reason why he didn't take the opportunity to get close to them just now was also for the greater plan in the future. In fact, it was just a favor, and he had already made a lot of money. Just now, he acted indifferent, all for the other party to see. These big guys are without exception. They have everything they need. They just like special things, in addition to stones, naturally including other trainers. As a strong man, it would be easy for the other party to subdue a crystal rock snake. There was no need to ask him for it. Asking him for it was simply a favor that was delivered to his door. He had to grab it. Similarly, the other party didn't mind exchanging things with him. He believed that the other party had the financial resources to do so, even the top-grade water stone could be taken out. But compared with the favor of a league champion, a treasure like the top-grade water stone became a trivial matter, not to mention making friends with the champion Daigo. Fortunately, he held back and didn't approach him, otherwise the other party would think he had other intentions. Only by pretending not to care could he arouse the other party's interest. The next time they meet, he can still evoke the other party's deep memories, then his goal will be achieved. As for suspicion, what is there to doubt? The other party is dressed like a miner and his face is dusty. The first impression is not that of a rich man. His response just now was flawless. The other party had no money, and he gave the crystal onyx because the other party liked it, not because of money or other property. It's that simple, don't make it so complicated. Yu, has a simple mind, just wants to make friends with the champion. It's really not that complicated. Don't think he has a deep mind, he is just a layman, fishing part-time. This is called willing to take the bait. He didn't do anything. Xiaoying, Aping, Luoyan, Du, Kona, and Daigo are the same. These people all came to him by themselves, and they have nothing to do with him. He met these people inexplicably and made friends with them. In the future, when he goes to other regions, he has this relationship. As long as his strength improves, he will be able to make a living wherever he goes in the future. When he travels to the Hone region in the future, he can also ask Daigo about the cultivation method of Lightstone for steel Pokemon, and the future of Scyther will also be settled. Thinking of this, Yu Hai happily went out for dinner, but as soon as he went out, he bumped into Luoyan who had already returned. "Boss, are you going out?" Luoyan saw Yu Hai open the room and immediately stopped to ask curiously. "Let's go to dinner, let's go together." Yu Hai waved his hand and walked out of the hotel, and Luoyan followed him. "Boss, follow me, I know which restaurant is the best." Luoyan led the way in front, took Yu Hai to a restaurant in the town, and opened a private room. "Did you catch the Guadud? We'll leave tomorrow." Yu Hai asked Luoyan about his harvest this afternoon as soon as he sat down. "Now the sunset is almost gone, have dinner and go back to rest and sleep, and go to Golden Orange Island tomorrow." When he arrived at Golden Orange Island, he had to continue to push Ghastly's potential forward. The ghost-type Pokémon resources here are relatively scarce and too expensive. He can only go to Golden Orange Island to continue to improve Ghastly's potential, and he also needs to go to Golden Orange Island to sell black goods. "I caught hundreds of them. Do you want to see them now, boss?" Luoyan asked the waiter to serve the dishes quickly, and took out the backpack with poke balls. "The food hasn't come yet, so you can look at it now," Yu Hai waved his hand, and Luo Yan immediately handed over his backpack. Luo Yan waited on the side, waiting for the boss to look at the poke balls. Yu Hai picked up Guidud's poke balls and looked at them one by one. After looking at more than 200, he finally saw a Guidud with good potential. This Guidud has good talent, and has the talent of a treasure in the store. Yu Hai picked up Guidud's poke ball and threw it to Luo Yan's hand. The selected Guidud has a potential of 55. If it is cultivated well in the future, it will be no problem to approach the semi-champion. It all depends on how Luo Yan cultivates Guidud. Thank you, boss. Luo Yan heard that it had the potential of another treasure in the store, and he was so happy holding the poke ball. He finally had Guidud again. Okay, after dinner, I will release the remaining Guidud. You have caught them all, so why would you capture others? Yu Hai saw that Luo Yan was so happy, and he was embarrassed to interrupt him, but just asked him to remember to release Guidud. I know, boss, we'll take the desert dragonfly to release them later. Luo Yan was happy, and he realized that the leader didn't like to buy and sell wild Pokemon, but Pokemon from the black market were fine. Please help me release these Pokemon too. I wanted to give them to you at noon, but I forgot. Yu Hai took out 40 or 50 Pokeballs, all of which were ground-type and rock-type Pokemon that had not been released. You can put them together with these Guiduds and release them together later. Luo Yan took the Pokeballs and put them all in a backpack with the Guiduds. At this time, the food was served. They ate and chatted. When they talked about Kumquat Island, Luo Yan asked, Boss, don't we buy boat tickets? No, we can take a flying Pokemon tomorrow morning. It's not far from Kumquat Island. Yu Hai waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to. If you want a boat ticket, just fly over. Boss, there are also black ship people on Jingan Island. Will we be able to ship goods? Luo Yan was still worried. If they were targeted because of shipping goods, they would have to flee to the ends of the earth. The things I asked you to sell are all common props. You can just use Ditto to disguise yourself and sell them. Boss, don't bother. I thought you were going to sell something very expensive. It's just an ordinary prop. My acquaintances on Jingan Island can handle it. That's it. Hurry up and have dinner. We still have to release the elves. If you don't sleep and fall into the sea tomorrow, I won't rescue you. Boss, I'm sorry to make you laugh. I was so busy in the woods last night that I fainted. I woke up this morning with a dizzy head. Okay, if you want to catch any elves, go to Jingan Island. There are also many wild elves there. Spirit. Boss, I'll toast you a glass. This time it's not bitter wine. I vomited all over the floor after drinking bitter wine that night. The next morning, my throat was bitter. Ha ha ha, I remember you wanted to die of bitterness. I told you it was a dream, but you didn't believe it. Boss, eat this dish. This dish is delicious. When I was carrying goods on the ship, I often ate here. No wonder you come to this restaurant. It turns out you are a regular customer. Not familiar, I have eaten here more than 10 times. Luo Yan raised his glass awkwardly, and the two of them finished the dinner in the clash of glasses. Yu Hai went back to the room to sleep. Luo Yan was also drunk and followed Yu Hai back to the hotel to sleep. For the work of releasing the elves, Luo Yan asked the desert dragonfly to take the orb silk spider and let the two elves fly to the dead volcano to release the elves in the backpack. When Luo Yan woke up, it was already the next morning, and they were ready to set off for Jingan Island. Chapter 343, The Warmth and Coldness of Human Relationships. On the 24th day of the journey to the north, it was sunny. Waking up early in the morning, Yu Hai and Luo Yan packed their belongings and came to the outside of the hotel. They had a casual breakfast and left Jingan Island. He sat on the big-mouthed gull, Luo Yan sat on the desert dragonfly, and the two sat on their own flying elves and left Jingan Island together. Jingan Island is just north of Jingan Island and has a metropolis. It is also one of the most commercially developed islands, not a small town in Jingan Island, and there is not even an elf center. They took the flying elves and flew for more than 2 hours before they saw the outline of Jingan Island. Following Luoyan's guidance, they landed on the edge of Jingan Island. There is a villa of Luoyan here, which is a safe house arranged by Luoyan here, and it is also one of Luoyan's retreat routes here. After arriving here, Yu Hai moved directly into Luoyan's villa, intending to continue to improve Ghastly's potential here, but he needed a lot of poison gems and ghost gems. Not 1 or 2, not more than 10, but hundreds, or even thousands of gems. To buy so many gems, a large amount of funds would be needed, so he had to start selling black goods. He sat in the living room with Luoyan, and he asked Jengar to spit out all the backpacks in front of Luoyan. Pick and choose among more than 10 backpacks, and take out all the gold, silver, and jewelry found in more than 40 backpacks, as well as Bao Feng's gold and silver. Ian, release your desert dragonfly, melt all these gold and silver separately, and sell them at the gold price. Okay, boss. Luoyan took some gold and silver jewelry, came to the outside of the living room and released his desert dragonfly, letting the desert dragonfly use jet flames to spray fire at the 2 piles of gold and silver jewelry on the ground. Only after the 2 piles of gold and silver were completely burned beyond recognition did he cool them down with water, put the gold and silver bars in his backpack, and then returned to the living room to wait for the boss's next arrangement. Seeing Luoyan coming in, Yu Hai threw a few more backpacks over without even looking up. There are elf foods in there, take them all away. There are also some quick heating foods, and there are also tree fruits and wound medicines here, all of which need to be dealt with. There are 46 items in this backpack, all of which are newbie items. There are only 2 elite items, poison needles, which I also dealt with. There are 16 evolution stones in this backpack, which are also low-level evolution stones, and only 1 medium-quality water stone, which I also dealt with. Deal with these things for the time being, and exchange all the money from these things for poison gems and ghost gems for me. The poison gems cannot exceed 400,000 each, and the ghost gems cannot exceed 600,000 each. Take as many of these 2 gems as you can, and remember to bring back another mobile phone. Boss, I understand, I'll take the gold and silver first and try to find someone I know here. Luoyan took the backpack filled with gold and silver and turned to leave the villa. If it were other things, it would be fine, but more than 40 items and more than 10 evolution stones were too valuable. He was not sure he could contact acquaintances now, and it would be too conspicuous to take them all with him. He could only take the gold and silver to test the waters first, and it would be safest to come back the second time to get the remaining things, so that if they were lost, they would not have to pay for all. Watching Luoyan leave, Yu Hai immediately stepped on the shadow and asked Darkrai in the shadow to follow him. He did not distrust Luoyan, but he did not trust Luoyan's acquaintances. After all, the world is full of different situations, and people are fickle. Luoyan was in his prime before, a rising star who was about to be promoted to a king trainer. Most people around him would compete to curry favor with him and flatter him. Even if they would not deliberately please him, they would not offend the future king. But now Luoyan only has a desert dragonfly and savings. Everything was lost, like a begging rat on the street. After former acquaintances learned about Luoyan's desolation, he estimated that it was common for these people to choose to turn a blind eye. What's more, they would take the opportunity to ridicule Luoyan, and even shut Luoyan out. It was not impossible. This is not bad, but what is worse is that some people will take advantage of Luoyan when he is at a low point to add insult to injury. They will not hesitate to step on Luoyan, making Luoyan deeply appreciate the warmth of human nature. If he was stabbed in the back by an acquaintance, it would be even worse. Only then would Luoyan know what the world is like. This kind of thing is the same in every world. He has already experienced it in his previous life, so he became so indifferent and didn't care about anything. He could just lie down and be a fisherman. The same is true for Luoyan. Only in this way can the down and out Luoyan understand that when you are hungry, some people give you half of the steamed buns, while others want to take away the steamed buns. This kind of there are very few people who are willing to give you a hand. As Luoyan and Darkrai left, Yuhei also released all the elves. Luoyan still doesn't know what elves he has and how many elves he has. The only elves he revealed in front of Luoyan were Orb Silk Spider, Darkrai, and Jengar. After giving the elves breakfast, he let them play in the yard. He also jogged in the yard to exercise. After all, he hadn't jogged for a long time. Not long after running, Darkrai came back, so Luoyan would not be too far from the villa. He quickly used the elf ball to take back a few mosquito-repellent frogs, leaving only the orb silk spiders outside, and asked Darkrai what happened to them after they left. Darkrai, is everything going well on Rockfall? Fortunately, the human beings who launched the attack are not very strong, so he can handle it on his own. Darkrai followed Luoyan to meet an acquaintance. The first acquaintance he met wanted to kill Luoyan and monopolize Luoyan's wealth. This happened to be discovered by it. It just made some noise and destroyed the man's ambush, alerting Luoyan in advance and killing him. Even if there is only one desert dragonfly, Luoyan is not easy to mess with. Luoyan is indeed very well behaved here in Yukai, and that is only because of Darkrai. You know, Luoyan was once the leader of a gang. These ruthless people who started from scratch are not good people. Any trainer who can reach the position of leader is not a ruthless person. When Luoyan faced Yuhai, he naturally thought so. Coupled with Darkrai's crushing, Luoyan was so well behaved in front of him. In addition to desert dragonflies, Luoyan also has newly captured orb silk spiders, giant claw crabs, trumpet buds, large armors, and small fist stones. These newly conquered elves are still capable of fighting in Luoyan's hands. At least trainers below the senior trainers cannot hold Luoyan. He was attacked. Yuhai knew that it was unlikely to go smoothly. After all, it was a toothless tiger. In addition, Luoyan was once a quasi-king of heaven and had a huge sum of money. Those acquaintances who could find out about the turmoil, and then see Luoyan in a state of desolation, might not be able to suppress the greed in their hearts. He was attacked by several humans, and he was much more vigilant after that before he found a human who was willing to accept those things. Darkrai heard the footsteps and slowly sank into the shadows. His voice also sounded in Yukai's heart, telling Yukai what happened just now. At the same time, a backpack was left in the shadows on the ground. Darkrai also explained the origin of the money I took from those people's houses was all hidden money. Luoyan didn't take it with him. It's all here. Haha, you have become bad too, Darkrai. Yuhei bent down and picked up the backpack, without looking at how much money was in the backpack, because Luoyan had already returned. Boss, fortunately, I have found an acquaintance who is willing to accept this batch of things, Luoyan shouted as soon as he came back, without mentioning a word about the previous sneak attack. Seeing that Luoyan had returned safely, Yukai didn't mention the attack, otherwise he would have exposed Darkrai's tracking. But he saw that Luoyan's clothes were all torn. Even if he didn't want to ask, there was nothing he could do. If he didn't ask, it would be obvious. He already knew that Luoyan was attacked. He followed Luoyan and asked, Yan, what happened to your clothes? Hey, Luoyan was quite happy at first, but he also knew that there was no way to avoid it. He sighed softly and could only tell the truth, Boss, I went to find an acquaintance and was ambushed. They wanted to steal my things. As long as it's okay, take everything away. You should know the value of these things. Yuhei already knew that Luoyan was attacked, but he could only pretend not to know and talk to Luoyan to dispel Luoyan's doubts. Don't worry. Boss, I promise to sell it at a high price. After killing those despicable bastards, I also got a lot of good things. I just need to deal with these things. It's almost good. Yuhei didn't say anything. As long as the price was above his estimate, he would accept it. After Luoyan said goodbye to Yuhei, he immediately turned around and left. On the way to the harbor, Luoyan was still thinking about his previous experiences. Now he finally knows that those who seemed to be good friends before were just fair-weather friends. Once he loses power, there will only be a small number of people who are really willing to help him, and more will only add insult to injury. Of so many acquaintances on Jingan Island, he only found one person who was willing to help him, the rest are bastards who take advantage of the situation. He was too generous before and could make friends with anyone. It is better to do less things like being grateful for a favor and being vengeful for a debt in the future. In contrast, in this desperate situation, the boss who is willing to help him and even help him recover his strength is even more precious. Somehow, the more he thought about it, the more his nose soured and he almost cried again. The boss really helped him without asking for anything in return. If just running errands was considered a reward, he would be willing to run errands for a lifetime. After following the boss for a few days, he owed the boss at least 30 million, which means he bought 3 elves with the talent of the treasure of the store and the talent of the quasi-king. Any one of these elves can be sold for more than 10 million in the black market. The boss gave it to him just to let him run errands. He felt that the boss was too good to him. For the next shipment, he must help the boss to do it beautifully, otherwise he would appear to be too incompetent. After all, he was once a quasi-king trainer. If he couldn't even do such a small thing, he would be ashamed of the boss's cultivation. Without Yu Hai knowing, Luo Yan completed another self-attack, took the things Yu Hai gave him, and arrived at the port of Jingan Island on the desert dragonfly. Yu Hai did not send Darkrai to follow again. It was normal to have an emergency for the first time. Since everything was settled this time, there was basically no big problem. After being betrayed several times, Luo Yan was still willing to believe in that person and had the ability to suppress all variables. Then he just needed to believe in Luo Yan. It was just tens of millions of things. No one could take it away, and it was not a pity to lose it. This time, it didn't take long for Luo Yan to come back with the gems. He sat on the desert dragonfly and landed directly in the yard from the air. This time, there was no shouting, because Yu Hai was sleeping by the swimming pool. Hearing the movement in the yard, Yu Hai got up from the folding chair and looked at Luo Yan, who got off the back of the desert dragonfly. "How is it? Is it going well?" "Boss, the shipment went smoothly. The jewelry sold for 13 million, the elf food and quick heating food, as well as tree fruit medicine and other things sold for a total of 6 million, the 46 props sold for 38 million, and the evolution stones sold for 24 million. Not bad." Yu Hai thought about it, calculated for a moment, and felt that the price was okay. He was quite satisfied with the price, a total of 81 million. The 46 props, his previous estimate was about 35 million, and the 16 evolution stones, his previous estimate was also about 22 million. This price is his psychological bottom line. The extra millions are Luo Yan's ability, and it also saved him a lot of trouble. This newly recruited subordinate is quite capable. "Boss, there are also these gems. We collected 150 poison gems, each priced at 380,000, totaling 57 million. We collected 140 ghost gems, each priced at 550,000, totaling 77 million. Very good." Yu Hai couldn't hide his excitement when he heard the purchase price. He was quite satisfied with the price, but the ghost gems were probably a little bit overpriced. After all, the blind box gems of the black ship can be sold for 500,000 each, which means that the ghost gems are a bit overpriced, but as long as the quality is guaranteed, it doesn't matter if they are 50,000 more. The 290 gems that Luo Yan brought together, totaling 100 million, 30 million, and 4 million. And the things he sold, totaling 81 million. Good guy, it's not enough to pay for the goods. Did Luo Yan pay for it himself first? "You paid first." Yu Hai didn't pretend not to see it, but asked directly. "Boss, a little money is nothing compared to your help to me." Luo Yan smiled, intending to repay the boss's help in this way. He would need to subdue other elves next, and he would need the boss's help. "Ian, we are not a master-servant relationship." Yu Hai shook his head gently, took out 53 million cash from his backpack and threw it to Luo Yan. He should not be greedy for such a small advantage. They are just a cooperative relationship, and it is a very beneficial relationship for him and his future. He will not delay the next thing for a little profit. Besides, tens of millions of dollars are enough to buy the future of a superstar, to buy the favor of this future superstar. How can it be so cheap? Give him more. I will read the first comment, but I may not reply the second time. I don't have that much time. If you have any questions, please try to make them clear at once, or ask them again in another place. It's hard to see them in the old place. I know the problem you are talking about is actually the problem of too few updates. It's okay for you to wait and read. This is also my fault. I'm lying down. Sorry, everyone. If there are more updates, it depends on the plot arrangement. If not, it's 4,000 words. In fact, there are many tentacle monsters on the list. You can change your taste. Chapter 344, The Mystery of Evolution. Yes, boss. Luo Yan knew that the boss was a man of his word, so he accepted the boss's 53 million. He did not continue to refuse, but was more moved. The boss really did not ask for anything in return and really helped him with all his efforts. If he doesn't need money, he really doesn't know where his value is. If he talks about future value, it is also the result of the boss's help. Without the boss, he has no future, let alone the present. Faced with such a selfless boss, he doesn't know what to use to repay him. Only his loyalty, the loyalty of being willing to die for the boss, can repay the boss's cultivation. I will be busy for a long time, don't disturb me during this time. Yu Haijun prepared to go to the storage room on the second floor to continue to improve Jengar's potential. As soon as he turned around, he thought of something. By the way, did you bring your cell phone? I brought it, and I also applied for a new card. Luo Yan heard the cell phone and quickly took out a very retro cell phone from his backpack, which was very similar to Xiaolingtong and Nokia. This cell phone was similar. Yu Hai took the half-palm-sized mobile phone and called the landline of the old man's sailor bar. He did not avoid Luo Yan during the call. Luo Yan was needed to send the poke ball next. After the call was connected, the old man's lazy voice came from the phone. This voice was only audible to him, and Luo Yan could not hear it. Who is it? Old man, it's me. Yu Hai heard this lazy voice, and his head was full of black lines. This old guy couldn't be enjoying the massage and grape feeding of the waitress again. He wanted to strangle this old guy to death. He was struggling hard here, and this old guy only knew how to enjoy himself. It was very unpleasant to watch. Oh, it's you. I thought you would never contact me. Are you missing me? Stop talking nonsense. I want to sell a batch of goods. They are all good goods. Do you want to buy them? Yu Hai was too lazy to talk nonsense and went straight to the point. Elf. Yes, Yu Hai nodded gently. How good are the goods? 1 sandrat, the treasure of the store, and 8 elf cubs with good potential, which are slightly worse than the treasure of the store. There are more than 80 elves with second stage evolution, more than 10 elves with third stage evolution, and elves with attributes such as electric, fighting, psychic, dragon, etc. Boy, did you rob a breeding house? Yu Hai could clearly feel that after he told the number of goods in this batch, the old man lost his previous nonsense and became more serious. I robbed a gang. Don't ask such nonsense in the future. Are you sure? The old man didn't believe it. Old man, the gangsters are disguised as Team Rocket, so you know about this batch of goods. Boy, don't joke, I don't want to provoke Team Rocket. What are you afraid of? The tale has been dealt with, otherwise who do you think is calling you? Good boy, I will trust you again, I want 5% of the shipping commission. Haha, old man, this is your purpose. Haha, earn some hard-earned money, you kid, don't be so stingy. 2%. At least 4%. The old man bargained quickly, the other party got rich, he also wanted to drink some soup. 3%, if not, I will kidnap your grandson. Yu Hai was also a little angry, this old guy actually wanted to eat both ends, believe it or not, he will go back now and kidnap this old guy's grandson. Okay, you win, just 3%, you are such a stingy person, you use Xiaoying to pressure the old man, don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? Yu Hai directly blocked the old man's mumbling, pretending not to hear, and continued to ask, what time do you send it, where do you receive it? Anytime, in half an hour, I will call you to inform you of the transmission location, the delivery location is very secret. Someone will communicate with you at that time, don't have any crooked thoughts. Haha, you are smarter than a monkey, can I fool you? Stop talking nonsense, if you dare to have crooked thoughts, I will beat your grandson. Okay, you win, don't know how to respect the elderly? And bully children. Okay, stop pretending, old liar. Home. Okay, the old man can't argue with you, how should I transfer the money to you? Old man, don't tell me you don't know my anonymous card number. Hey, it's boring to talk to a little fox like you. The money will be transferred to your card tomorrow at the latest. Okay, contact me if you have any questions. Yu Hai had a few more words with the old man, then threw his phone to Luo Yan, and threw his backpack to Luo Yan. The Pokeball is in the backpack, a total of 119 Pokemons. When you receive a call, you will send Pokemons to him. Don't be discovered, and don't send Pokemons to the Alliance. Boss, I know there are many places where Pokemons can be sent. There is no need to go to the Poke Center. Luo Yan took the backpack and prepared to take the Desert Dragonfly for another trip. Don't worry, let's try the evolution of this Pokemon first. Yu Hai saw Luo Yan was about to leave, he was holding a Pokeball in his hand, it was a Magikarp. Boss, are you going to try the evolution of Magikarp? Luo Yan saw Magikarp and also surrounded him. I've only read about Magikarp's anger stimulation method in books. This Magikarp has a pretty good talent. Let's see if it can evolve. The Magikarp that Yu Hai took out was the Magikarp among the 8 Pokemons that was inferior to the treasure of the store. This Magikarp had more than 40 potentials, and even more than 10 levels, which was enough for evolution. After turning into Gyarados, it would be at most elite level combat power, and if it went crazy, it would barely be a senior level Pokemon. There was no way. Magikarp was such a rogue Pokemon. As long as it could evolve, its strength would improve by leaps and bounds, and even in the angry and crazy state, its strength would be further raised. Bang! Yu Hai released Magikarp by the swimming pool and turned his head to remind Luo Yan, get your Desert Dragonfly ready. If Magikarp evolves later, let the Desert Dragonfly suppress this Gyarados. Desert Dragonfly, get ready, Luo Yan nodded in response, and stood by the swimming pool with the Desert Dragonfly, pursing his lips, waiting for the boss's test results. In fact, the evolution test of Magikarp is also very simple. Just one kick and one sentence are enough. You only know how to eat all day long. You have no meat on your body. You are really useless, Yu Hai said contemptuously to Magikarp, kicked Magikarp, and kicked Magikarp directly into the swimming pool. Magikarp was ridiculed as soon as it came out. It jumped out of the swimming pool angrily, glared at Yu Hai who kicked it, and then fell into the water again, making a big splash. Waste is waste. This kind of splash is already the limit, Yu Hai taunted again. He just wanted to irritate Magikarp and make Magikarp evolve because of anger. Hwa wah wah, hwa wah wah. As soon as the voice fell, a strong light suddenly burst out from the bottom of the swimming pool, and the surface of the swimming pool quickly broke to both sides. A blue elf with a terrifying big mouth raised its ferocious big mouth from the swimming pool, glared at Yu Hai on the edge of the swimming pool, and roared. Roar, roar, roar. Haha, it really works. Yu Hai saw that Magikarp evolved into Gyarados successfully, which showed that the anger stimulation method was effective, it was just a matter of probability. However, Yu Hai still shook his head gently. Even if it could evolve, this Gyarados would not be able to make waves. He turned around and threw the poke ball to Luo Yan, and told Luo Yan, "Ian, this Gyarados is in your hands." "Okay, boss." Luo Yan swallowed his saliva secretly. If the anger stimulation method is effective, then he will capture a Magikarp with the talent of the store treasure later. As long as Magikarp can evolve, he will instantly have a powerful Pokemon as his helper for revenge. By the way, Ian, after teleporting the Pokemon, continue to help me collect the 2 kinds of gems, the more the better. Before entering the second floor, Yu Hai told Luo Yan not to forget to collect gems. Luo Yan would find time to deal with the matter of capturing Pokemons, and he was only responsible for looking at the Pokemon's talents. "I know, boss." Luo Yan used the poke ball to collect Gyarados, and took the desert dragonfly to the harbor to teleport the boss's Pokemon. Even if the silly thing evolved, Luo Yan didn't spend much effort to subdue Gyarados. With only elite strength, the desert dragonfly went up and knocked Gyarados unconscious with 2 punches. Even if the silly thing evolved, the waves it raised were only a little bigger than before. After all, the hard power was there. It was impossible to defeat the desert dragonfly of more than 50 levels at more than 20 levels, even if there were attribute restraints. After Luo Yan left, Yu Hai also came to the storage room on the 2nd floor and asked Darkrai and Orb Spider to check the storage room. No surveillance equipment was found, so he asked Orb Spider to guard outside the door and closed the wooden door of the storage room. After closing the wooden door, he also asked Darkrai to pay attention to the situation outside the villa. He released Gengar, let Gengar spit out the backpack, degenerate, and then continue to degenerate. Garces, different color. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, male. Potential, 80.30%. Level, 9.13%. Characteristics. Gengui degenerated into Ghastly, and Yu Hai found that Ghastly's potential increased a little, which means that the evolution from Ghastly to Gengar, and the Ghastly that absorbed the gem energy, can also improve the potential, not just because the evolution requires energy. He laid out all the resources and let Ghastly eat whatever he wanted. Life Energy Cubes, Poison Energy Cubes, Psychic Energy Cubes, 150 Poison Gems, and 140 Ghost Gems. He also checked the purity of the 290 gems one by one. Luo Yan collected them all well, with a purity of more than 50%. Garces, eat whatever you want, eat as much as you want, and you will evolve after eating. He. Ghastly saw so many delicious foods and turned into a glutton again, using telekinesis to control the food and put it in his mouth. Then, it was Ghastly's evolution and degeneration. Ghastly evolved and degenerated 50 times. Yu Hai asked Ghastly to stop until his face felt numb. Ghastly, different color. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, male. Potential, 85.10%. Level, 9.13%. Characteristics. Seeing this panel, Yu Hai was also calculating Ghastly's consumption. Ghastly's potential increased by 5 points. Counting the previous 11 gems, a total of 161 gems were consumed. That is to say, 3 gems can increase the potential by about 0.1. The energy cubes eaten together are not counted. This kind of food will be counted later. The reason why he asked Ghastly to stop here is that Ghastly's consumption increased after the potential came here. In fact, it was also increasing slowly before, but the increase was very subtle, and he did not notice this subtle change. It was not until Ghastly increased its potential by 0.1 and spit out 4 transparent gems that he noticed this. Continue. Yu Hai saw Ghastly playing with stones on the ground, and his nature was a little bit bad. There was nothing he could do about it. No matter how delicious the food was, if you ate it hundreds of times, it would be like chewing wax. Haha, Ghastly lowered his head and looked at the pile of gems on the ground. He found that it was a bit disgusting because it was stuck in his teeth. Gas, you only have this chance to eat gems like this, and you won't be able to eat them in the future, Yu Hai smiled. He had many ways to make Ghastly cooperate. After all, what bad intentions could the elves have? Haha, Ghastly heard that he would not have the chance to eat so many gems in the future, so he swallowed the gems again. Started to evolve and degenerate. There were still 140 gems left. Ghastly evolved and degenerated more than 40 times this time, and consumed all the remaining gems. Looking at Ghastly's panel, Yu Hai found that Ghastly's potential was only a little over 88, less than 89. That is to say, 160 and 140, which are not very different numbers, cannot increase the potential by 5 points after 85. The higher it goes, the more it consumes. He needs more gems. Just then, Darkrai emerged from the shadows and informed him that Luoyan was back. He asked Ghastly to stay here and eat the energy cubes on the ground until he came back. He, Ghastly saw Yu Hai leaving, so he asked Darkrai to eat something too. His mouth was numb from eating. Ghastly, you should be doing something very important. I can clearly feel that the aura on you is getting stronger and stronger. Darkrai came over to pick up the psychic energy cubes and the life energy cubes, and chatted with Ghastly while eating. Ghastly nodded. It could feel that it was getting stronger. I don't know if I can do it. I also want to be as strong as you, so that I can control my nightmares. Just eat more, Ghastly knew this well. It could become stronger by eating. Take your time. You are still very weak. You will definitely not lack food in the future, Darkrai had no doubt about this. Ghastly was the best proof. It saw Ghastly with its own eyes. From a weak ghost-type Pokémon, it could clearly feel its strength now. The energy in Ghastly's body was constantly expanding, which made it feel terrible. In fact, it was also eating, but its digestion ability was not as strong as Ghastly's. The dark stone was still in its hand and had not been absorbed. Yu Hai had told it before that there were still many evil gems in the bag. After absorbing the dark stones, it could ask Yu Hai for gems. Those evil gems were its. Yu Hai only had it, an evil-type Pokémon. Chapter 345, Probe. After more than 10 minutes, Yu Hai returned to the storage room from outside. Luoyan came back this time to report to him that all the elves had been teleported to the old man, and now they were waiting for the old man to transfer money. Luoyan also brought 70 gems, and Luoyan went out again. Before, Luoyan was helping him with things, but now Luoyan had to deal with his own things. He was going to subdue some elves here, especially Magikarp. Luoyan had taken a fancy to Magikarp, this silly thing. He did not ask Luoyan's purpose, took 70 gems and returned to the storage room to continue to improve Ghastly's potential. He didn't know if Ghastly's potential could reach 90 after eating these gems. In the storage room, he did not pay Luoyan, and the reason he did not pay was because he had no money. The old man's money will not arrive until tomorrow. The 53 million he gave out before was the cash deposit he took out, and the backpack stolen by Darkrai. There were more than 7 million in that backpack, plus more than 40 backpacks, took out 20,230,000. Baofeng took out 26,440,000 from his backpack. Luoyan bought a big crab for 10 million. He paid back 53 million, and was left with 3,670,000, more than 3 million. After adding his own balance, 1,988,000, more than 1.9 million. And the more than 7.3 million stolen by Darkrai. The remaining balance, 10 million and 3 million. But before he boarded the ship, he spent 20,000 to open a black hotel, and 50,000 to buy a boat ticket. He spent 7 million to buy gems in the end. The remaining balance, 5,930,000, more than 5 million. This is also the reason why he didn't have money to pay Luoyan. 70 gems are more than 30 million. He only has more than 5 million. What can he use to pay Luoyan? He can only let Luoyan pay first. It will be the same if I wait for the old man's small money to arrive and return it to Luoyan tomorrow. The most important thing now is to give these gems to Ghastly first to see if Ghastly can stack the potential to 90. Ghastly, there are still gems. Try again. You can rest after trying these gems. Yu Hai waved to Ghastly, put down 70 gems, and checked the purity of this batch of gems one by one. You don't know if you don't check it. There are 6 ghost gems with very low purity in this batch of gems. He picked them all out and asked Luoyan to exchange them later. Next, Ghastly evolved and degenerated 16 times, and Ghastly's potential also reached. Ghastly, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 90.10%. Level, 8.23%. Characteristics. Finally, Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this panel. After spending more than 200 gems, Ghastly's potential finally increased from 85 to 90. The next thing would be easy. He thought that evolution could also improve potential, but the higher the potential, the less obvious it would be. He needed to pile Ghastly's potential to the limit, and then let Ghastly evolve, and the potential would probably be full. Ghastly's potential reached 90, and it also cost a lot of money, but it was all worth it. He kept a record of each one. Ghastly's potential increased from 80 to 90, and a total of more than 370 gems were consumed. The first batch, 290 gems, totaling 100 million, 30 million, and 4 million. The second batch, 70 gems, 40 poison gems, 15.2 million, 30 ghost gems, 16.5 million, totaling 30 million, 1,700,000. And the 11 gems from the 11th gemstone are also included. Talk. From 80 potential to 90 potential, the total consumption is 100 million, 70 million, 2,700,000. From the next 90 to 100, relying on evolution to increase some potential should help him save a lot of resources. He found that after Ghastly reached 90 potential, Ghastly's potential wanted to continue to rise, and the consumption increased again. It took 5 gems to increase the potential by 0.1. I really don't know if it will continue to rise, and if it reaches 99.99%, it will be stuck like the champion threshold. It's really annoying. Now there are no gems again, and the backpack on the ground can't swallow it. Ghastly, try to evolve into Jengar. He, Ghastly was celebrating with Darkrai, and it was finally over. But Ghastly suddenly heard about evolution again, and it had a bitter face. Finally, it evolved again and became Haunter. Then Haunter didn't get stuck, and his black face didn't turn red. It evolved into Jengar smoothly. Haha, no need for gems. Yu Hai saw Jengar was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. He didn't expect Ghastly to evolve into Jengar without the help of gems. Is this the change brought by high potential? If this is the case, full potential must be piled up, and super evolution is not a dream. If Ghastly's super evolution also consumes gems, then he can always prepare dozens of gems. Without super evolution stones, gems can be used as consumables for super evolution. Okay, Ghastly, swallow the backpack. After I finish cleaning, we will go out. Yu Hai cleaned up more than 300 transparent stones on the ground, and they will all be thrown away later. There are also energy cube packaging boxes torn by Ghastly, which will also be thrown away later. Just put them in the stove and burn them. Leaving the storage room, it was just dinner time. He had to prepare dinner for the elves, otherwise it would be inconvenient for the elves to show up when Luoyan came back, and it would not be good if the elves used in public were discovered. This situation will not last long. He will stay here for 3 days at most. He will either spend all his money or raise Ghastly's potential to the maximum level. No matter which situation occurs, he will leave Jingan Island and go to Tiangan Island. This island is to the north of Jingan Island, not far from Jingan Island, and is close to the Brandon Phlegm Dry Watering Phlegm Dry Wood Ho Argon Fan Huan Yo. The purpose of going there is because there is a Magi Carp waterfall there. All the Magi Carp in the entire Orange Islands will flow back there. He wants to subdue a top-level Magi Carp with a potential of 59 there. The tens of millions of Magi Carp there are few. At least hundreds of millions of stupid things. He doesn't believe that he can't brush out a stupid thing with a potential of 59. Thinking about what to do after going to Tiangan Island, Yu Hai also prepared dinner. All the elves were released for dinner. After dinner, he took the elves back. However, he did not take back the 4 elves, Jengar, Orb Silk Spider, Frog, and Darkrai. Luian has seen all 3 Jengars. Frog hasn't trained for several days. Anyway, they are all Pokemon used in Spider Vest, so it doesn't matter if Frog is out for training. There is also Zubat. That guy is recovering in the Pokeball. He has just been detoxified. After cutting off 2 poison sacs, Zubat's toxicity has weakened a lot. There are no symptoms of poisoning. Zubat only needs to recover from the wound and then he can fly for training. There is also Ditto. This Pokemon is right next to him. Before Luian comes back, it can possess his face at any time and become the mask of his Spider Vest. The remaining Pokemon are all Pokemon used in public, so it's better not to let Luian see them. When he becomes a top trainer, he doesn't need to care about these trivial matters. It's better to be careful now to avoid being associated with Luian's acquaintances. After they had dinner, they were accompanying Frog to exercise. Luian also came back from outside the door, and Ditto instantly turned into a mask and disguised on his face. "Boss, I'm back." Luoyan did not land from the air this time, but walked through the gate in an orderly manner, entered the courtyard and closed the big iron gate of the villa yard. It's almost 10 o'clock, Yu Hai looked at his watch. It was past 9:40 in the evening. Luoyan had been gone for quite a long time this afternoon. "Boss, I went to catch elves, and I didn't have time to eat dinner." Luoyan came over and put down his backpack, and went straight to the tea that Yu Hai had brewed on the table. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he finished the pot of tea. "The kitchen has left food for you." Yu Hai raised his hand and pointed to the kitchen behind him. This is Luoyan's villa, and Luoyan is much more familiar with it than him. "Boss, don't worry about eating first, help me look at the elves first. I caught thousands of Magi Carp, and I invited a group of fishermen to help me fish this afternoon, and I also caught a lot of other fish elves. Give me the backpack, you go to eat first, we'll talk while eating." Yu Hai got up from the folding chair, took the backpack handed by Luoyan, and helped Luoyan choose elves. Luoyan saw the boss helping to select Pokemons, and he could no longer bear it. His stomach was already growling, so he hurried to the kitchen to heat up the food and came out with a big bowl. Seeing Luoyan coming out, Yu Hai did not stop selecting the fools. He threw the fools with poor potential into the swimming pool and asked Luoyan to release them later. In addition to the fools, there were some iron cannon fish, agate jellyfish, sharp-toothed fish, and various fish Pokemons in the backpack. Among these fish Pokemons, he actually found a fish Pokemon with good talent, but it was a pity that it was not a fool, but a sharp-toothed fish, with a potential of 52, a pretty good Pokemon. This one has a pretty good talent, with the talent of a treasure of the store. Sharp-tooth fish. Luoyan was eating, and immediately put down his chopsticks and reached out to take the Pokeball. Seeing that there was a sharp-tooth fish in it, it was not in vain tonight. Among these Pokemon, only the sharp-tooth fish has a good talent, the rest of the Pokemon are not good. You can release the Pokemon yourself later. Ah! There is not a single Magi Carp. Luoyan looked at the thousands of Pokeballs floating on the surface of the swimming pool, and the rice in his mouth spurted out. He hired 3 fishing boats to work so far, and all the results were in vain. This one is pretty good, but it has not reached the talent of a treasure of the store, and it is a little worse than the treasure of the store. Yu Hai threw a Pokeball over, and there was a stupid thing in it, with a potential of only more than 40. It was similar to the Magi Carp he sold to the old man, provided that it could evolve into Gyarados. Magikarp that could not evolve was not worth anything at all. Hey, I have to continue catching fish. Luo Yan thought that he would spend the next few days at sea and fish every day. He was numb. When did he become a fisherman? Just keep catching fish. There are too many Magikarp. It's not easy to find Magikarp with good talents. Yu Hai clapped his hands, put down Luo Yan's backpack, and lay back on the folding chair. Boss, I will try my best to replenish the 2 teams of elves in the next few days. Luo Yan also knew that he didn't have much time. He was going to continue to spend money to find fishermen to help him catch fish. I still need those 2 kinds of gems. I need as many as I can. You help me collect them first. Yu Hai was too lazy to care about Luo Yan's affairs. He was too busy with his own affairs. Also, the purity of these 6 gems is too low. Don't collect such goods. Yu Hai didn't know which link was wrong, but he just needed to find Luo Yan. It was like some people in his previous life. If they couldn't handle the problem, couldn't they handle the source of the problem? Just solve the problem. I know, boss. Luo Yan looked at the 6 gems on the table. He only realized that he had been cheated now, or it might be the other party's negligence. But it's all a small matter. I can go to the other party to exchange the goods when the time comes. If the other party doesn't admit it, his fist is not for show. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a vibration sounded, and Yu Hai and Luo Yan's attention were attracted by Luo Yan's backpack. Boss, it's that mobile phone. Luo Yan quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, opened his backpack to take out the mobile phone, and handed it to Yu Hai. Yu Hai saw that the caller ID was a familiar number, and immediately answered the phone. Old man, what are you calling for? That batch of goods has been sold, and the money has been transferred to your anonymous card, a total of 120 million. I took 3% of the commission, 3.6 million. Are you satisfied with this price? You have already sold it, what's the point of asking these questions? Yu Hai smiled. He didn't ask before he sold it, but asked if he was satisfied after he sold it. Did he want to make fun of him? However, his previous estimate of the elves was about 120 million, and that was after adding the big crab. But the big crab was sold to Luoyan. After excluding the big crab, the old man was still able to sell it for so much money. It can only be said that the old man was working hard. He felt that the commission of more than 3 million seemed a bit too little. Ha ha ha, isn't this just sharing happiness with you? More than 100 million, kid, you didn't just take the elves this time, did you? The old man seemed to be chatting, but he was actually testing, because he heard some rumors in the black market that the underground black market on Little Orange Island had a riot and a big shot's backpack was lost. There are good things, but I'm afraid you don't dare to make a move. Yu Hai knew what the old man was testing, and he joked with the old man without hesitation. High-level Firestone. The old man only said a name and fell silent. What a joke, how could I have that kind of thing? Yu Hai would not admit it, and immediately refuted the old man. He did not believe in the integrity of this old fox. Boy, you are playing big enough. Do you know how much the reward is in the underground black market? Old man, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? The old man knew that Yu Hai was pretending to be confused, so he answered himself, 50 million, someone offered a reward of 50 million to find a stolen backpack. Who is the reward of 50 million? Yu Hai said 50 million for Luo Yan to hear, and his eyes also looked at Luo Yan, who nodded to him, indicating that the 50 million was true and Luo Yan had seen it in the black market here. Seeing Luo Yan nod, Yu Hai also had a clue in his heart, and continued to talk nonsense with the old man. Old man, I just stole something on the edge of the battlefield, that kind of hot stuff, I give it to you, do you dare to take it? Ha ha, kid, be careful, keep in touch if you have anything. The old man also knew that Yu Hai was a little fox. Even if he really got something good, he would never admit it, and he would never report him. This kind of thing is a big hole in the sky, and he dare not provoke the black ship, which is a black ship with 2 king trainers. Except for the alliance, the black ship is a sideways existence in the Orange Islands. Once he tells Yu Hai's affairs, he will be the first to be unlucky. At that time, let alone getting the bounty for providing clues, he and his grandson will probably be caught and tortured, and forced to ask all the information about Yu Hai, and they may disappear from the world. It's really as Yu Hai said, even if this kind of black stuff is given to him, he dare not deal with it, for fear of getting into trouble. There was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Yu Hai knew that the old man had hung up the phone. He also knew that the old man might have guessed something. But so what? As long as he didn't admit it, it wasn't stolen by him, and no one could slander him. Once a wanted picture of him appeared on the black market, he would know that the old man had stabbed him in the back, but he felt it was unlikely. If the old man really wanted to sell him out, the 120 million would not be paid to him, but he would blackmail him and then report him. Wait and see, you will know the result. This is the risk of finding someone else to ship the goods. He can only reduce the risk, not avoid the risk, even if he ships the goods himself. Ian, are you going to go out again? Yu Hai put down the phone and looked at Luo Yan, who had finished his meal. Yes, boss, is there anything else you want to tell me? Luo Yan heard Yu Hai's words clearly. He had communicated with the old man today, and the old man also tried to get him to say something, but he didn't say anything. He just didn't know what Yu Hai was going to ask him to do. There are more than 100 million in this card. If you take out all of it and deduct the handling fee, there will be more than 115 million left. I will return your 31.7 million, and there will be more than 83.5 million left. Please help me change all of them into those 2 gems. The remaining balance on the bank card, 83,536,000. Okay, boss. Luo Yan took the bank card, took the 6 gems on the table, as well as the pokeballs of the sharp-tooth fish and magi carp, turned around and flew out of the villa on the desert dragonfly. He didn't know why the boss wanted so many gems, that was not something he should ask, but he could see that the boss was anxious, and he was also anxious. He had to capture the wild Pokemon he could catch before the boss finished his work, otherwise he would not be able to capture Pokemon with good talents after the boss left. He didn't plan to sleep these days. He wanted to fish all night until he caught a Magikarp that satisfied him. He could no longer care about the Pokeballs in the pool. He could release them when he had time. He planned to cultivate the sharp-tooth fish he harvested this time, but forget about the Magikarp. Let's see if this Magikarp can evolve. If it can evolve, he will sell it. If not, he will release it. Magikarp that cannot evolve is worthless. There are too many Pokemon like this, and he can't eat them all. After Luoyan left, Yu Hai prepared to sleep. When Luoyan brought back the gems tomorrow, he would continue to improve Ghastly's potential. The 80 million could only be exchanged for more than 160 gems. These gems were far from enough for Ghastly's next improvement. He needed more gems and more cultivation resources. The things in more than 40 backpacks were basically sold out. Next, he would sell the things in Storm. There are too many good things in Baofeng. He has to be busy before going to bed. He needs to think carefully about which things to sell. The writer's level has been upgraded to level 3. I don't know if I can upgrade to level 5 after finishing this book. Thank you bosses for the food, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the 1,500 book coins from Vuninj Quangai Ao. Thank you bosses for the food. I will be extravagant when I get paid. I want 2 more eggs, so happy. Chapter 346, I'm broke again. The 25th day of the journey to the north, sunny. In the morning, Yu Hai just got up and made breakfast, and Luo Yan returned to the villa with gems and elves. Another night. Yu Hai and Luo Yan sat at the dining table. He saw 2 deep dark circles on Luo Yan's face, and guessed what Luo Yan had been doing last night. I caught elves all night last night, and this time I caught thousands of water elves. Luo Yan nodded silently while eating breakfast, his mouth yawning uncontrollably, and his arms trembling. Go take a rest later. I will stay in the villa for 2 days. There is no need to work so hard. Yu Hai didn't know what to say. After all, Luo Yan was a man who wanted revenge. Could he let others not take revenge and let others put down their butcher knives and be good people? That was impossible. He didn't have that much face. Unless Luo Yan's secret crush came to persuade him to give up revenge and live with his secret crush, maybe it would be possible. There was no way. This was a dog licker. The girl faced the dog licker Luo Yan and simply used a dimensionality reduction attack, an unreasonable dimensionality reduction attack. Boss, I brought 280 gems this time, including the 6 gems. If there are any inferior ones, you can pick them out and I will exchange them with that person. There are 150 poison gems this time, and the price is still the same, 57 million. There are 130 ghost gems, 71.5 million. Okay, I will take these gems first, and you continue to help me buy gems. Remember how much money is short. Yu Hai nodded, took the backpack and his bank card, which had no money in it. That little money was not enough to pay for the goods, so he took out 2 backpacks, each containing evolution stones and props, all of which were good things for Bao Feng. Here are 51 low-level evolution stones, 8 medium-quality evolution stones, 4 senior-level props, 2 sharp bird beaks, and 2 charcoal. All these things can be exchanged for those 2 kinds of gems. You can take as many as you want. Boss, I have acquired too many gems recently, and the prices of these 2 kinds of gems have increased. Luo Yan was annoyed. It's gems again. Why do you always exchange so many good props for gems? Don't worry about the price increase. You don't need to pay attention to it. Just find cheap gems to buy. You can sell low-level evolution stones first and then buy gems, or you can barter. Medium-quality evolution stones and senior-level props must be bartered, and can only be exchanged for those 2 kinds of gems. I understand, boss. Luo Yan took over Yu Hai's errands. He could eat all these things. The previous props were all newbie props, so he had no desire to eat them. But he could buy the senior props from the boss. Forget about the evolution stones. The medium-quality evolution stones were okay for training subordinates, but he had no subordinates now, so of course he had to use the best, at least the high-level evolution stones. Boss, can you sell me one of these props? Just help me change them into gems. I only want gems. Yu Hai only wanted gems. He would never stop until he pushed Ghastly's potential to the limit. Boss, this is the Pokemon I just caught. Can you help me take a look? I can't sleep without it. Luo Yan saw Yu Hai finish breakfast and was about to take the gems to go to work, so he quickly got up and followed. I almost forgot. Yu Hai paused as he was about to go upstairs, and followed Luo Yan to the swimming pool to help Luo Yan look at the Pokemon's talents. This time, out of the thousands of water-type elves, he was able to select 2 pretty good water-type elves, namely Agate Jellyfish, potential 51, and Big Tongue, potential 52. Among the elves this time, only these 2 elves have good talents. Yu Hai put down the 2 elf balls, got up and went to the storage room upstairs to continue to improve Ghastly's potential. Boss, there is no Magikarp again. Luo Yan was going crazy when he saw that the elves in the 2 elf balls were not Magikarp. It has been the 2nd time, thousands of water-type elves, and there is no Magikarp with good talents. No, the talents of the 3 Magikarp on the table are worse than the treasure of the town. If they can evolve, they can also be worth a lot of money. Yu Hai did not even turn his head and broke Luo Yan's fantasy. Keep catching stupid things, this is just the beginning. Hey, I'll keep catching. Luo Yan accepted the reality of continuing to fish and called the fisherman to continue catching. He calculated the money by each fish, and he would collect as many fish as the fisherman caught. He called his acquaintance who had been helping him with the goods these days and asked him to find a good seller. The goods he wanted to sell this time were evolution stones and props, all of which were good things, and they had to be exchanged for gems. Then, he went back to the house to sleep, planning to collect fish after waking up, sell goods, and then buy the gems that the boss needed. Yu-Hai was already in the storage room, letting Jengar come out to continue yesterday's evolution. Because the evolution of Ghastly and Haunter have the same results, both can absorb energy to increase potential. But Haunter evolves into Jengar, which requires more energy than Ghastly, and the potential is also more than Ghastly. Therefore, Yu-Hai did not let Ghastly evolve, but let Haunter evolve, which can absorb 8 or 9 gems at a time and can also shorten the time by half. After all the gems and energy blocks were placed, and all the gems were checked, there were no low purity ones, and he let Haunter begin to evolve. As a result, after a few minutes, more than 250 gems were smashed down, and it really caused a little splash. Ghastly's potential also reached. Garcel, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 95%. Garcel's potential increased by 5%, and he evolved Ghastly again, and Ghastly's potential became. Garcel, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 97%. Then it was Jengar's potential. Gengar, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 98%. Seeing this proficiency panel, Yu-Hai's breathing gradually became heavy, just a little bit away. He also knew that this little bit was like a natural moat, blocking the peak that he kept climbing. Finally, he used all the remaining 20 gems to evolve Haunter, and he used up all the 280 gems. After more than 20 gems, Haunter's potential was still hovering around 95, like a turtle crawling. Dozens of gems could no longer affect the change in potential. He needed more gems. If there was a habitat for ghost-type elves, it would be fine. The essence was ghost-type energy. Where could he find this thing? There were several places with heavy yin energy in the animation, but those places were forbidden areas of the Alliance and were guarded by people. He couldn't enter. There was no way, he could only spend money to buy gems. If he could come across an ancient tomb, or even an ancient battlefield, that would be fine. But tomb robbing was also illegal, unless he joined the archaeological team, and the ancient battlefield was even more impossible, because the Alliance had ruled this place for a long time. Large-scale wars had stopped, leaving only small-scale conflicts. Among so many options, joining the archaeological team was the most reliable. It's better to spend the money first. If Jengar hasn't transformed and his potential hasn't broken through the limit, he can only follow the archaeological team and go to the ancient tomb to get some ghost energy. It's not too much. After leaving the storage room, Darkrai told him that Luian was sleeping in the room. He didn't disturb Luian and quietly fed the elves breakfast. He was bored watching TV on the sofa. When Luian woke up, it was already afternoon. He and the elves had eaten lunch. "Boss, I have to go out for a while and will be back soon." Luian took Yu-Hai's prop backpack and didn't have time to eat lunch. He went to find an acquaintance to ship the goods first, and then he went to collect the Magi carp caught by the fisherman. Yu-Hai waited for more than 2 hours after Luoyan left. Luoyan brought back another 300 gems and thousands of stupid things. "Ian, did it go well this time?" Yu-Hai was making dinner. It was only when Luoyan came to the kitchen that he knew Luoyan was back. "Boss, I have fulfilled my mission. This time I collected 300 gems, medium-quality evolution stones and 4 senior-level props, all of which were exchanged for gems worth 30 million. Good job, help me serve the dishes, we will eat and talk." Yu-Hai first took 2 dishes to the dining table, and Luoyan followed closely. The two put the food on the table and ate and talked at the dinner table. "Boss, 51 low-level evolution stones sold for 68 million, Luoyan just sat down and pushed the gems he brought this time to the boss. "Let's eat first, and talk about the gems after dinner," Yu Hai took the backpack off the dining table. He estimated the value of the 51 low-level evolution stones to only 65 million. The extra 3 million was Luo Yan's ability. As for how Luo Yan sold it, he was not interested in it, as long as the price did not break the bottom line. There were also 8 medium-quality evolution stones and 4 senior-level items. He did not expect that he could exchange for 60 million gems through barter. The medium-quality evolution stone, his estimated value was 28 million, 4 senior-level items, and 2 charcoals. His estimated value was 7 million per item, which was 27 million. Since charcoal was a fire item, he underestimated 1 million. He did not expect that it could be exchanged for 30 million gems. In fact, senior-level items are different from senior-level items. Newbie props are basically within 1 million, and elite props can be obtained at a cheap 2 million, and there are also expensive 3 or 4 million. It is impossible to reach 5 million. All props above 5 million are senior props, such as the props he bought in the department store, which are just past the senior level. The price will also change due to different attributes. Then there were the 4 items he sold. Although they were not quasi-king items, the item levels were all above 50, which was similar to the 6 million mysterious drops he bought on Hasa Island. He bought them with a gold card discount last time. If it was a quasi-king item, it would be calculated in tens of millions. There are also king-level items and top-grade evolution stones. King-level evolution carrying items are similar things, which are hard to come by. This is also the reason why he called for 7 million, and he also got 5 million more gems, which is about 10 more. If these 300 gems are not enough, he will continue to sell other items, and he needs to think carefully next. All the items that can be sold have been sold, and the items that cannot be sold are either kept for use or dare not be sold, and can only be digested internally. After dinner, he and Luo Yan were by the swimming pool. He had to help Luo Yan choose elves before he could try the 300 gems to see if he could break through the champion limit. Luo Yan was really lucky this time. He picked thousands of Magikarp and actually found 2 stupid things with good potential. One has a potential of 57, and the other has a potential of 51. Naturally, he would recommend the Magikarp with a potential of 57. Not bad luck, one has a talent of a king, and one has a talent of a treasure. The talent of the treasure that Yu Hai had been talking about before was actually a quasi-king talent. Whiteboard Pokemon are not worth much, and their potential is basically in the 20s or 30s. Pokemon that are slightly stronger than Whiteboard have a potential of more than 40. The Pokemon Cubs of the treasure of the store have a potential of more than 50, which is a Pokemon with quasi-king talent. The last Pokemon with a talent of a king, close to 59, is considered a Pokemon with a talent of a king. This is already the limit of ordinary Pokemon. For the Pokemon Cubs with high potential, he has only encountered one mythical beast, Darkrai, and he doesn't consider the legendary beasts. He has never touched the Pokeball of the legendary beast. Boss, really? Luo Yan held 2 Magikarp in his hand. Of course, he preferred the Magikarp with better talent. He also marked it on the Pokeball. 2 of the previous Magikarp could evolve into Gyarados with anger, and he made a few million by selling them. He didn't plan to sell this Magikarp, the treasure of the store, and left it to the old man who had been helping him contact buyers. I heard that the old man had a little grandson. If there is a chance in the future, he can help him and repay his kindness. In this case, he didn't backstab him. Such an old friend is still worth associating with. Okay, quickly release the Pokemon in the pool. Yu Hai was too lazy to look at it. All the Pokeballs were floating in the pool, at least tens of thousands of Pokeballs. Boss, I will release them immediately. Luo Yan was happy and called the fisherman to inform him that he didn't want the fish anymore. The cooperation ended here. His goal was to capture the Magikarp. The water Pokemons he captured before were just extras. Now that the Magikarp was in his hands, he also asked the Pokémon he captured before to help him release the Pokeballs in the pool. Otherwise, with tens of thousands of Pokeballs, the workload would be exhausting. After releasing the Water-type elves, he thought that he should capture the Electric-type elves. His favorite Electric-type elves were still Magnetron. He had cultivated a Magnetron before, and he wanted to cultivate another Magnetron. Magnemron was easy to catch, and he knew where it was. There was an abandoned power plant in the city, and there were many Magnetrons there. When he thought that he could capture Magnetron again, Luoyan couldn't sit still. He gave the elves some energy blocks to restore everyone's physical strength. He immediately got on the desert dragonfly and went to the abandoned power plant. This time he planned to capture hundreds of Magnetrons and let the boss choose one with good talent to cultivate. Yu Hai didn't know Luoyan had flown away again. He was also very busy and had no time to care about other people's affairs. Whether Ghastly could break through the limit depended on the last 300 gems, which were 160 poison gems worth 60.8 million and 140 ghost gems worth 77 million. His evolution stones and props, low-level evolution stones worth 68 million, medium-quality evolution stones worth 30 million, and 4 senior-level props worth 30 million, totaling 100 million, 20 million, and 8 million. 300 gems were worth more than 130 million. His more than 120 million was far from enough, so he could only let Luoyan cover it first, since that guy had more than 200 million in savings. Garrett's, this is the last time, enjoy it well, there won't be so many gems in the future. Yu Hai checked the gems and confirmed that the purity of the gems was fine, so he let Ghastly continue to absorb the gem energy. Haunter could not help but become serious when he heard that it was the last time. He would only be able to lie in so many gems and roll around in the gem pile in his dreams. At this moment, he had so many gems before, and he would miss his current life very much. Haunter stretched out his long tongue, licked the gem pile, ate the gems, and began to evolve. Half an hour later, another 280 gems were eaten, and Haunter's potential reached. Haunter, different color. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 99.99%. Haunter's potential is close to the champion limit, but it can't go up. Even if he evolves Haunter into Jengar, the potential is still 1.99, with no sign of breakthrough. Then, he made Haunter degenerate into Ghastly, but Ghastly's potential was Garcelle, different color. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 99.89%. When he saw this potential, Yu Hai wanted to curse, he felt that the panel was playing tricks on him. When the level was low, each evolution could increase the potential by 8 or 9 points, or even 11 or 12 points. Now, Ghastly evolved into Haunter, and only increased the potential by 0.1. Haunter evolved into Jengar, and the potential did not change at all. He was completely numb. When he reached the threshold of the king, he invested at least 20 million, and the threshold of the champion was more than 50 million. Now, how many resources would it take to reach the threshold above the champion? When will this bottomless pit be filled? He was really numb. Yu Hai took a deep breath. He planned to invest another 200 million to try and see if he could hear any sound. Before spending money, he had to pay off Luoyan's debts and clean up all the garbage. He left the storage room and went to the sofa in the living room to calculate how much money Luoyan had paid in advance. Starting from the 80 million, he also asked Luoyan to pay from there. The money for the first 70 gems has been paid back. The previous 80 million is 83,536,000. Let's take an integer first to make it easier to calculate, and kick out 36,000 first. The previous batch of props totaled 100 million, 20 million, and 8 million. Including the value of the elves, the total is 200 million, 10 million, 1 million, and 500,000. The first batch, 280 gems totaled 100 million, 20 million, 8 million, and 500,000. The second batch, 300 gems totaled 100 million, 30 million, 7 million, and 800,000. The two batches of gems totaled 200 million, 60 million, 6 million, and 300,000. Finally, it was concluded that Luo Yan paid 50 million, 4 million, and 800,000 first. Adding the 6 ghost gems, the calculation was repeated, which was 3.3 million. Finally, it still owed 50 million, 1 million, and 500,000. Wow, when Yu Hai saw this account book, he was shocked. He was not surprised by the difference in money, but by the fact that he had spent more than 500 million to get Ghastly to this point. From 27 potential to 80 potential, it cost 100 million, and a few million more. From 80 potential to 90 potential, it cost 100 million, 70 million, 2 million, and 700,000. From 90 to 99.99, it cost 200 million, 60 million, 6 million, and 300,000. The last 300 gems, the remaining 20 were all thrown to Jengar, letting Jengar slowly absorb them, and more than 500 million were gone. There is still 99.99%, and it is still unknown how much money it will cost to break through the champion limit. He had wanted to let Ghastly evolve to cover the final consumption before, but now it seems that he has thought too much. This method does not work at all. After the potential has reached this point, it is not possible to increase the potential by taking shortcuts. Next, he estimates that he will have to invest another 100 million or 200 million to be enough. Let's see how it goes later. He is tired today. In the future, Ghastly can try to impact the super evolution. Maybe he can break through the final champion limit. If it still doesn't work, invest another 200 million. It's not that he has no money, but he is numb to money. Chapter 347, Notes. The 26th day of the journey to the north, cloudy. Luoyan came back in the morning again. He caught magnetron all night last night and finally swept away hundreds of magnetrons in the abandoned power plant. When Yu Hai saw Luoyan had 2 dark circles on his face. He felt bad. This man is too hard-working. If he is exhausted to death, his investment will be wasted. Ian, can't you catch him during the day? You have to catch him at night, it's like a thief. Haha, sorry, boss, it was thundering and raining yesterday, which was a good time to catch him. Magnemite. The Alliance does not allow me to capture wild Pokémon in large quantities like this. I can only capture Magnemite at night. Forget it, let's have breakfast first. I'll help you watch the Pokémon later. Yu Hai waved Luoyan to come and serve breakfast. They were eating breakfast at the dining table, and Yu Hai also put the account book calculated last night in front of Luoyan. Yan, you paid a lot of money before, check the account book to see if it's correct. 51,500,000. Luoyan looked at the complicated account book on the paper and felt a headache. He couldn't remember how much money he paid, but it felt like tens of millions. Yan, how much is the magnesium secret item worth? The items that Yu Hai took out were the high-level Firestone and the Quasi King item Charcoal. These were the last things he could sell. Boss, what are these 2 items? Luoyan could feel the heat from these 2 items just by close contact. They should be fire items. High-level Firestone, Quasi King Charcoal. Yu Hai said the names of the 2 items lightly. Boss, could this be Baofeng's? Luoyan did not continue to speak. He was already shocked beyond words. He did not expect that the boss was so short of money that he wanted to sell these 2 items. These were the elf items that would make the Quasi King excited. Yes, they are the items that Baofeng prepared for Vulpix. Yu Hai nodded gently, indicating that you guessed correctly. Boss, these 2 items cannot be sold. We will be exposed. Luoyan hurriedly stopped him. If the boss sold these 2 items, they would be hunted down immediately. During the time when he was selling goods, he had seen the sailors of the black ship in the black market, but the goods he sold were basically common items. Even the 4 senior-level items and the medium-quality evolution stones were sold by barter. The group of sailors had not noticed it until now. It was the boss who stole the things of Baofeng. The sailors were just a little confused about their need for a large number of gems, but they did not have any doubts. After all, someone buying a large number of gems is not the same as the fact that the things of Baofeng boss did not appear on the market. How could they be connected? Ian, I am not going to ship the goods. Didn't you see the account book? I still owe you more than 50 million. These 2 props are used to pay off the debt. Boss, are you serious? Luo Yan was shocked again. He didn't expect Yu Hai to use it to pay off the debt. He didn't expect it to be for this matter. After all, it was only tens of millions, and he didn't plan to give it up. Stop talking nonsense, quickly estimate the price. If it's not enough, I still have more, Yu Hai interrupted Luo Yan's refusal. They are not a master-servant relationship. It's better to pay the debt clearly. Okay, boss, I think these 2 props can be worth 30 million, Luo Yan swallowed his saliva. The boss was so serious. After thinking for a moment, he also quoted a price. Are you sure someone is willing to pay a unit price of 15 million? To buy these 2 props? Yu Hai didn't even need to look at it, he knew that Luo Yan's offer was too high, at least 5 million. If the Firestone is sold at 15 million, it is possible to sell it, and charcoal is also sold at 15 million, who wants it? Charcoal is at most 11 or 12 million. Boss, it's only 2 or 3 million higher, I'm willing to pay this price. Luo Yan was very serious, he was really willing to pay this price, not reluctant at all. After all, in the past few days, Yu Hai helped him subdue 7 or 8 elves with quasi-king talents, which is 70 or 80 million in total. He still accepted the boss's props, which was a bit unreasonable. But the boss was very stubborn and didn't want to owe him at all. He didn't want the money, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and offer the price. Okay, even if it's 30 million, there are still more than 20 million left. How about this? Yu Hai took out a few books, which were books and notes in the storm backpack, and no one knew how much they were worth. Boss, what is this? Luo Yan wanted to say something, but the boss was quicker and took out the book first. He swallowed what he was about to say and prepared to see what it was. Storm's book on cultivating fire and poison Pokémon. There are also notes on cultivating poisonous jellyfish. You can take a look. There are also notes on other water Pokémon. It should be Storm's notes. Boss, the cultivation notes of a quasi-king trainer are very precious things. Luo Yan saw that Yu Hai wanted to refute, and quickly added, Boss, in big city, if you want to become a disciple of a quasi-king trainer, it costs more than 20 million. Just the gifts alone cost hundreds of millions. Luo Yan was not lying. Spending hundreds of millions on becoming a disciple was just a superficial courtesy. The subtext was that he wanted to maintain this relationship. This amount of money was not enough. Enough. If you want to maintain a relationship with a quasi-king, especially when there are 2 king trainers standing behind this quasi-king, the subsequent investment will not be small. If you can bind a quasi-king by spending hundreds of millions, this deal is too cost-effective. After all, hundreds of millions can't even buy a quasi-god, let alone raise a quasi-god. Do you feel that hundreds of millions are a lot? Converted into the currency of the previous life, it is only 5 million, which is just a luxury car or a house. Yu Hai was numb to money in his previous life. Which big tiger caught in the net didn't have hundreds of houses, dozens of luxury cars, and didn't use cash to make the bed and gold bricks as mattresses, and couldn't be on the hot search. In the internet age, millions per capita is easy. Many people think that millions are not a lot. That is the result of numbness to money. That is why even though he was a quasi-king, the girl's family still looked down on Luo Yan. The answer Luo Yan got was also very heartbreaking. If he was not a king, he was not worthy. Because the head of the girl's family was a king trainer, otherwise they would not have been sneaking around for so long. Now with these books and Bao Feng's notes, it is definitely not difficult to return to the Quasi-King, and he can even go one step further and become a king trainer. These books and notes are definitely worth more than 20 million. In addition, the few curados sold yesterday are all curados with good talents, which also helped him make a small profit. And the boss's help to him, he has already repaid it, and the boss still wants to give him props. Why didn't he meet such a good boss when he was a child? If he could meet the boss when he was a child, maybe he would be a king now and marry a Yan. But it's not too late to meet him now. He will become a king trainer and marry a Yan who has been waiting for more than 10 years. Are you sure? Yu Hai saw that Luo Yan could make an adult cry just by reading a few books. He thought the book said that the secret crush got into the boss's BMW. If he hadn't read the content of the book, he would have almost believed it. The fire-type cultivation book is about the control of fire elves, the skills of using fire, and how to increase the temperature of fire and the damage of fire. The content of the poison-type book is even simpler. It is still about eating poison to increase the damage of poison, but the method in the book is much milder. With some secret medicine, it will not hurt the body of the poison-type elves. But what is the use of this thing for him? His poison-type elves don't need to increase the damage of poison, and Jengar doesn't need such a mild method. Jengar, who can drink venom as wine, still complains that the venom is not strong enough. He doesn't cultivate fire elves either, so these books are completely useless. The waterfall burst of the mosquito-repellent frog and the moisture perception alone are far better than these fun things. He really doesn't know what's so good about these things. The upper elves in the elf world really monopolize high-potential elves and resources such as advanced evolution stones. Knowledge monopoly has never been a goal, but a means, just because you have it and others don't, and the same applies to other things. In fact, the Alliance has done a good job in this regard, because the Alliance's schools will teach trainers knowledge, and there is a steady stream of reserve trainers. The feudal-ruled regions cannot compete with the Alliance in terms of talent selection mechanisms. It's similar to compulsory education in the previous life, but this thing is a double-edged sword, and it is easy to create ideology, because knowledge teaches a group of people who have cognition and can think. If used well, it can sometimes improve cohesion. If not used well, those who understand will understand. In fact, a certain ancestor is right. Peasants should not think. They only need to give birth to children, farm, fight, give birth to children, farm. This cycle goes on, and no one can question or comment. Those who say bad things will be beheaded directly, and those who say good things will be exiled. What you want is to work hard, don't say anything, don't ask anything, don't think about anything, you are a robot, a screw, and you only need to execute orders. The ideology condensed by this system was simply a dimensionality reduction attack during the Warring States period, because the pie drawn by the ancestors was real, just like the mustache at that time, with land and bread. As long as this pie is not broken and can be cashed all the time, this system will not collapse, which is also similar to the Ponzi scheme of passing the parcel. This is a bit far-fetched. He will not overthrow the alliance. The transition from the feudal aristocracy system to the regional alliance system has been done very well by the alliance. If he were to take over, he would not do as well as the old guys in the alliance. The foundation of this building has been laid. He only needs to decorate the interior. There is no need to overthrow it and start over. He does not have the ability to overthrow it and start over. Boss, I am sure that it is really enough. I still have to give you money. Luo Yan has read the cultivation books and notes, and is ready to have a good talk with the boss about this issue. Okay, you copy one yourself. Just as the remaining more than 20 million, Yu Hai saw Luo Yan so persistent and did not care about it. Anyway, he didn't lose anything, and he didn't believe that 20 million was just for a few crappy books. Since Luo Yan wanted to buy crappy books, he would help him. Boss, I can learn from Baofeng's cultivation notes on gyarados, spiny shell, sculpin, swampert, and poison jellyfish to cultivate my water elves. This is really a great gift. I can basically use the water elves I have captured. With these water elf cultivation notes, I can take fewer detours on the road of water. Boss, how about I give you some money? These notes are too valuable. They just fit the water elves I just captured. Isn't 20 million too cheap? As long as you think it's appropriate, Yu Hai waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. We are all family members. Good things are not cheap for our own people, so why should we give them to others? Boss Luoyan wanted to say more, but was stopped by Yu Hai. With just a look, he shut up. This time, he really found a treasure. Not to mention 20 million, even if it was 50 million, he would be willing to spend money to buy these notes. The cultivation notes of 5 water-type Pokémons are the notes of a Quasi-King trainer. Any newcomer who gets this notebook only needs to follow the experience summary in the notebook and cultivate these 5 water-type Pokémons to become a Quasi-King trainer. Through this notebook, he can also see how strong Baofeng is now, and even the weaknesses of the opponent's Pokémons are recorded in this notebook. So, it is right. Who writes a diary? Yu Hai himself has such a notebook, Xiaoying also has one, and Luoyan probably has one too. However, Yu Hai wrote it in simplified Chinese, and no one in this world except himself probably knows it, so it doesn't matter if it is lost. But the loss of Baofeng's notebook is a big trouble. After all, it is the notebook of a Quasi-King, and it may even record the training experience of the captain of the Black Ship, which is the training experience of a Quasi-King trainer. He didn't expect that Luoyan would treasure it as a treasure, just a broken notebook. Now think about it, the value of a Quasi-King's things should not be too bad. Although there are some places in the notebook that can be used for reference, he doesn't think much of those things. The useful parts in the book, such as the evolution methods of Magikarp and Uchiha, he already knew these methods. And the dragon scale can also be used for the evolution of Magikarp, and there is even a chance to inherit the dragon-type moves of the scale owner. He also knew this method, but he didn't expect that the scale could also evolve Magikarp. He thought it could only be used for the evolution of Seathorn Dragon, which is also a small inspiration. As a time traveler and a senior player of the Pokémon game, he has a wide range of knowledge, but it is difficult to notice some details. This is also the reason why he often reads various books. After all, there must be a teacher among 3 people. It is always good to learn. It is just that the value of these notes to him is not as high as that to Luoyan. This is probably the difference in the cognition of both parties. Thinking about it afterwards, he understood why Luoyan was so excited. After all, grassroots trainers are like this. If he had gone to the trainer school of the league when he was a child to learn the knowledge of Pokémon cultivation, he would not be like this. If you count it this way, he did lose a little, but he was also taking care of his own people, so it was okay. It was a loss. Knowledge can be copied. In his opinion, things that can be copied are not valuable. As for the dragon scale of the pseudo-dragon, don't even think about it. A favor item that can ask the king to take action is cheap for 100 million. He has helped Luoyan enough, and the rest depends on Luoyan's own ability. Chapter 348, Alliance is the boss. Okay, hurry up and eat breakfast. You can make a copy. I have to go to the city to replenish some supplies. I will leave Jingan Island tomorrow. Yu Hai got up and cleaned up the dishes. He was going to leave tomorrow. Ghastly's potential has not reached its limit, but his money has. The high-level Firestone and Quasi-King props, as well as those broken books, are the last things he can take out. The remaining props are still useful. He can't throw them all in for Ghastly's last chance. The 200 million mentioned above will be a matter for the future. If he can still make so much extra money in the future, it won't be too late to continue to throw in 200 million. With 99.99% of the potential, Jengar is already invincible. At least it is invincible now. He hasn't seen the potential of the mythical beasts, and he has only seen the potential of the mythical beast Darkrai. Gengar's potential is higher than Darkrai. Gengar is the most worthy of the title. He does not accept any rebuttal. Gengar may not be able to defeat mythical beasts like the big-head fish and the flying beast, but he can still fight against mythical beasts like Darkrai and the three stupid birds. He is looking forward to Gengar's future. Luo Yan watched the boss go to the kitchen. Seeing that the boss didn't care about these notes at all, he didn't know what to say. This is a quasi-king, and there may even be oral notes from the captain of the black ship. He looked at it carefully later. The newcomer got this notebook, and with the initial water-type elves with good talents, the king is already stable. It is only a matter of time to become a king. But such a precious note, the boss just threw it to him lightly, just like throwing away garbage. Is this the gap between him and the real strong? He felt that he was like a frog at the bottom of a well before, and his pattern was not opened at all. A strong man like the boss is called a pattern. Since the boss doesn't want money and needs those 2 gems so much, they must be for Gengar. Then he will collect gems and give them to the boss. The more the better. Thinking of this, Luo Yan was no longer sleepy. Seeing Yu Hai coming out of the kitchen and taking his Pokeball backpack, he knew that he had to choose a Magnemite with good talent again, so he hurriedly followed him. Yu Hai looked at the panel for more than 10 minutes and looked at more than 200 Magnemites. He really saw a Magnemite with good potential. This Magnemite is not bad. It has the talent of a treasure in the store. You can release the rest of the Magnemites yourself. Yu Hai threw the Pokeball to Luo Yan. The potential of Magnemite is 53, which is not bad and can be cultivated. Seeing this Magnemite, there is no need to look at the rest of the Magnemites. The backpack was also thrown to Luo Yan. He was going to go out, that is, to the supermarket to replenish some daily necessities. He didn't know how long he would stay on Tiangan Island. He was determined to get the stupid thing with top talent. No matter how long he brushed, he had to brush out the stupid thing. I'm going out for a while, watch out for the dark circles under your eyes, Yu Hai reminded Luo Yan before leaving that he had dark circles under his eyes. It's not too late to go to bed now. Although it's already morning, it's better than not sleeping at all. Luo Yan has been working really hard these days, and the harvest is also very good, in addition to desert dragonfly, swampert, cocodora, orb silk spider, giant claw crab. Luo Yan has captured trumpet bud, big armor, guaidud, sharp tooth fish, agate jellyfish, magi carp, big tongue, magnemite. There are a total of 8 Pokemon with quasi-king talents, 1 or 2 Pokemon even have king talents, and those with nearly 59 potentials are king talents. After all, he had never seen a second Pokemon cub with more than 60 potential, except Darkrai, so 59 potential or less was normal for ordinary Pokemon, and there was no need to consider it for the mythical beast cub. However, Luo Yan saw Yu Hai go out, but he didn't want to sleep yet, so he went to the abandoned power plant again, released the remaining Magnetron, and then found an old man he knew, asking him to continue to buy gems, and he would come to get them later. This was also the last time he bought gems. After the boss left, he didn't know when he would meet again. If he could meet these 2 kinds of gems, he would keep them. Then Luo Yan slept for a few hours and got up. He was copying Bao Feng's notes all the time, and he had to check if there were any mistakes in the notes, just as if he was reading the notes again. He didn't even notice that the boss came back. When he returned to the villa, Yu Hai saw Luo Yan still copying those books, but he didn't disturb Luo Yan. He went out to buy 2 months of food and some daily necessities, which cost him 300,000. A week had passed, and he took Zubat to a private hospital to remove the stitches, which cost him 10,000 alliance coins, and gave Zubat a full body check. The results of the examination were also very encouraging. Zubat recovered very well. Zubat could finally fly and participate in training with the elves. At this point, his work on Kumquat Island was basically over. Looking at the busy Luoyan, he looked at the time on his watch. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He got up and went to the kitchen to prepare some side dishes and have a drink with Luoyan. After all, he would leave tomorrow and he didn't know when they would get together next time. When he finished dinner, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He saw Luoyan was still busy with the books. He went to the storage room first, let the elves have some simple dinner, and then took back the elf balls. There was no need to take back the elf balls for the remaining Jengars. It was fine to leave them outside. Until he was about to have dinner, Luoyan came over with a pile of books and returned the original notes to him. Luoyan kept the rebound copies for himself. "Boss, I have copied all these books." Luoyan didn't run around or catch elves today, but studying is also a very tiring thing. However, Baofeng's notes and the cultivation books benefited him a lot. He also had some ideas about the water spirits to be cultivated next, and knew the direction of cultivation. He no longer had to look for cultivation methods everywhere like a headless fly. "Okay, come and have a drink with me." Yu Hai put the books away again, and did not care what Luoyan had gained, but raised his glass. "It's rare to find an adult who can drink. Xiaoying is fine, but what kind of wine can a child of 11 or 12 years old drink? The drunkard old man is not good either, too cunning, always trying to get words. He doesn't like dealing with that old fox." "Boss, how can I find you in the future?" Luoyan also raised his glass, clinked his glass with the boss's, and asked about the future. The boss is still so approachable, and like him, he often drinks with his subordinates, otherwise he would not dare to ask the boss about the next thing. "Just call me." Yu Hai finally had his own Nokia. Although it was just a keypad phone, it was still a mobile phone at least. It was enough to make calls. It was unknown how long it would take for a smartphone to come out. When the time came, he would just switch to a Rotom phone. Not only was there a talking AI built in, but it also had a floating feature. He still wanted a phone that followed the owner everywhere. If there was a chance in the future, he could give everyone in the alliance a Rotom phone. The rest would be easy. With one AI for each person, the alliance would enter an intelligent society. The productivity at that time was enough to support a layman. After all, how much productivity could a layman consume? You know, the faucets in rich people's homes would not be turned off, and they would not care about the displacement of their cars. Environmental protection was a joke. The combination of AI and capital would bring the world to the darkest end, which was what many people in the previous life called cyberpunk. The premise for the entire society to move to this point was that Rotom phones were controlled by a few people. He would never let this happen. He would distribute AI, a weapon of productivity, to everyone, so that everyone could have a Rotom phone. Make knowledge and learning a simple matter, eliminate the differences in everyone's acquired learning abilities, and eliminate information gaps. If there is a chance, we can knock down the nobles, knock down the monopoly, and return the supervision power to the general public. The most critical link is the fully intelligent Rotom phone in everyone's hand. By that time, the grassroots managers of the alliance will no longer be needed. Every Rotom will be competent for these jobs. Rotom can directly connect with Rotom, even with the League Champion and the 4 Heavenly Kings. This is an intelligent society. Intelligent Rotom can handle many things. Things that Rotom cannot handle can also be handled by the trainers of the alliance. By then, many vested interests will be killed, not only rentiers, but also the power of the middle and lower levels of the alliance, and even some high-level people. The change of power is often accompanied by bloodshed and death. After all, change requires a price. In an intelligent society, with inexhaustible productivity, some termites can be replaced little by little. At that time, no one will have to worry about survival needs. If there are still criminals, they will die miserably. After all, ambitious people are only a minority. In an intelligent society, if the League does not pay attention to or even handle the problems reported by the general public, then the credibility will fall. If it is not handled or even ignored, the credibility will continue to fall. Until the rocket team reappeared, it is true that there are only a few ambitious people, but these people are enough to stir up the situation. As long as there is no competition, the rocket team will not appear. Once the competition is bad, the rocket team has the most say. He is looking forward to the arrival of that day. At that time, everyone will have the same starting point, and all means of production will belong to the league. If you want power, you can show your strength as a trainer. If you don't want to work hard, just lie down. Supervising all this is the ubiquitous Rotom mobile phone. By then, it will be a more transparent society. Once there is a problem in any link, Rotom can also report to the league at any time. If there is a problem with the league champion, it is impossible, because the champion has everything. A person who has everything, what can be used to seduce such a person? The power and status of the champion is the first in the league, and there are countless things that come at the expense of others. Trainers who can achieve the position of champion basically fight for it. Without that strength, how can the position of champion be stable? And there is more than one champion, but one in each region, and even many champion reserves and the 4 heavenly kings. Family? At that time, there was no family. The league did not allow anyone to challenge the league's status. In the intelligent society, it is impossible to harbor filth. Do you really think that the people are blind? In this regard, the rockets have the most say. They are afraid of comparison in everything. They also hope that the league will get better and better, and even do not recommend helping the league do some dirty work that is not convenient to do. Don't ask him what he wants to do. This kind of thing cannot be said. Just like our ancestors said, just be an ox and a horse honestly, no need to think, just be a screw honestly. Now even talking about it is not allowed. If it were in his previous life, he would choose to lie down, just like pouring out milk. Pouring out the young labor force would not be cheap for capital, but this world can be fought for, and he has the strength to fight for it. This is also the purpose of his establishment of Spider. If some people don't want to be decent, he will help some people be decent. Luoyan, Xiaoying, and Aping will also become his helpers. The 4 king trainers are in the Orange Islands. No one except the Alliance should be able to stop them. What if they are trainers of the Alliance? Why does the Alliance stop them? It's good to lean on a big tree for shade. The rockets have so many undercovers in the Alliance. It seems that there is nothing wrong with him joining the Alliance and borrowing the Alliance's tiger skin. Joining if you can't beat it is the way of smart people. It was the same when playing the Pokemon game in the previous life. He didn't play the T0 version, but had to find abuse himself. It was simply a thankless task. In his opinion, the Black Ship, Hasa Island, Big City, and Team Rocket are all younger brothers. The Alliance is the big brother. If he wants to hang out with them, he should hang out with the strongest big brother. Other forces are shady and don't need to be considered at all. This is also the reason why he joined the gym. He wants to be a member of the Alliance. Boss, do you still want those 2 gems? Luoyan was relieved when he heard that he could make a phone call. He was the one who applied for the mobile phone card, so he naturally knew the phone number. Then he thought of the gems that the boss needed. He couldn't repay the boss elsewhere, so he could only collect the gems that the boss needed as much as possible. No need to buy it, Yu Hai waved his hand. It seemed that he didn't want it, but in fact he had no money. The remaining props had to be kept for his own use, so there was no need to sell them. Instead, he asked, "What's the matter with you?" "I plan to stay in Jingan Island to develop." Luoyan secretly wrote down the boss's words. Even if the boss didn't want the gems, he would let the old man continue to buy them, just to repay the boss's help these days. There are also those notebooks, the notebooks of a quasi-king, and the oral records of the captain of the Black Ship. For him who has changed his track, they are priceless treasures. He didn't know what to do to repay the boss. He owed the boss too much and couldn't pay it back at all. If only he could meet such a good boss earlier, he would be fine. He often thought so. Just having a meal and drinking 2 glasses of wine, Luo Yan could move himself to tears. Yu Hai didn't know how to repay the boss. He owed the boss too much and couldn't pay it back. If only he could meet such a good boss earlier, he would be fine. He often thought so. Just having a meal and drinking 2 glasses of wine, Luo Yan could move himself to tears. Chu, how can Luo Yan's mood change? He didn't force him to drink, nor did he bully the younger. Luo Yan was in his 20s, and he was only 15. If we talk about bullying, Luo Yan was actually older than him. They drank until late at night, and Luo Yan also talked about some of the past, from childhood to adulthood, from adulthood to childhood. Luo Yan repeated it over and over again. Just after a drink, Luo Yan revealed everything, including the secret crush, including how much Luo Yan loved the other person, and the girl's family's obstruction. Luo Yan talked for a long time and fell drunk on the dining table. It was Luo Yan's elf who took Luo Yan back to the room. Yu Hai also drank almost all the wine, and sat on the sofa in a daze. He asked the elves to be alert, and he covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. It was below 0 again, so annoying, and I had difficulty getting up. Chapter 349, Tiangan Island. The 27th day of the journey north, cloudy. When I woke up this morning, the villa was quiet. Luoyan was not in the villa, and no one knew where he had gone. Yu Hai looked at the alert orb silk spider and dark ray and asked, was there anything unusual last night? When did Luoyan leave? He left in the early morning, came back once, left a backpack, and left again. Dark Ray raised his hand and pointed to the black backpack next to the sofa, which was the backpack left by Luoyan. What's inside? Yu Hai picked up the backpack and unzipped it. There are a lot of gems inside. Dark Ray had seen it in the early morning, and the backpack was also handed to him by Luoyan in the early morning. Luoyan also said at the time, Dark Ray, please help me pass this backpack to the boss. Why don't you give it yourself? Dark Ray was called out by Luoyan in the early morning and was forced to put a backpack. The boss will definitely not accept it if I give it to him myself. I have collected almost 1,000 gems recently, and they are almost out of stock here. In the end, I only accepted these. The boss should need this very much. Luoyan also saw that the boss, who even took out the high-level fire stone and the Quasi-King prop charcoal, probably had no money, so he stopped purchasing gems and left Jingan Island. He didn't know how many gems the boss needed. All he could do now was to take the last gems on the black market and use them all to repay the boss's help. 50 poison gems, 40 ghost gems, with a total value of 41 million, Yu Hai poured out the gems in his backpack, counted them, and let Jengar swallow them all. After all, the guy ran away after they were given to him. He was probably afraid of being scolded and afraid that he would refuse to accept them. This guy is really cunning. Now he has no choice but to accept them. Luoyan was like this, so he no longer refused. He accepted the batch of gems, got on the big-mouthed gull and left the villa. He calibrated the direction and flew directly to Tiangan Island. There were 20 gems left before, and 90 gems were added, which was 110 gems. Even if all of them were given to Jengar, it would be a drop in the bucket. Gangui's potential has come to an end at this point. He will talk about it when he is rich in the future. He can't make money out of thin air without money. The things he got from the underground black market in Big City are now only 2 ore backpacks, rock and ground items that are not for sale, unchanging stones and light stones, a bunch of gems of various attributes that are not sold, and hundreds of boxes of fine energy cubes of various attributes. Storm's things are still left, mysterious water drops, water gems, wet rocks, soft sand, and Swampert's elf eggs. Nutritional products such as ground gems, crystal honey, and moo moo milk, and fire gems are not sold either, just save them for Han to eat. There are also hot rocks, black sludge, poison needles, evil gems, and thousands of boxes of fine energy cubes of various attributes. These are the items left, and his little money is still left. Yesterday he went out to buy 2 months of food, spending 300,000, and Zubat's stitches, 10,000. Adding 36,000, there is still a balance of 5,656,000, more than 5 million. This 5 million is his last possession, and he has become a pauper again, and this is just the consumption of 1 Pokemon. He has 2 teams of 10 Pokemon as his main force. If all of them are consumed at this rate, he cannot afford to support them. Fortunately, other Pokemon are not like Gengar, and can be cultivated slowly. If everyone can pay for it, he will not play anymore and will just specialize in robbery. In fact, he can also use the development vision of his previous life to invest in some good things in this world in advance. But he knows that those things are empty, and without sufficient strength as a deterrent force, they are just fat sheep walking around. This is a vicious circle. If you have good things but don't have the strength, you can't keep them. After you have the strength, he is not short of money. Now it is very embarrassing. He dare not take out the good things. At present, the focus is still on improving strength. The hard fist is the truth, just like the cannon range in the previous life. Yu-Hai was flying in the sky with a large-billed gull. There was only a blazing sun in the blue sky. There were layers of golden scales on the sea. Looking at the sparkling sea, it was really a beautiful ocean. It was the first time for him to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the journey so leisurely. Such scenery was rare in the ravines in the previous life, not to mention that he could fly between islands on a flying elf and enjoy such beautiful scenery in the sky. Since the distance between Jingan Island and Tiangan Island was very close, he only flew for more than 2 hours this time and saw the outline of Tiangan Island. This island is shown on the map. A long river runs through the island. The name of the river is Tiangan River, which is a river connecting the north and the south. The Magikarp born here will return here to climb the waterfall when they grow up. As long as they complete the feat of climbing the waterfall, they will leap over the Dragon Gate and come to the lake above the waterfall to complete their evolution here. The Magikarp who successfully climb the waterfall has a 50% chance of evolving. Climbing the waterfall will eliminate 50% of the Magikarp, and evolving will eliminate another 50% of the Magikarp. In the end, there will be a quarter of the Magikarp that can evolve, which is already very high. He came to the right place this time. After arriving at this small island, he did not let the gulls land, but let them fly along the Sweet Orange River to find a suitable place for camping. This Sweet Orange River runs from north to south, and there is a large lake in the middle. That lake is not suitable for camping. 50% of the Magikarp that can come there can evolve. Seeing him catch Magikarp, some stupid things will probably attack him once they evolve into Gyarados. It is not suitable to camp next to the lake. In addition to the stupid things that can evolve, there is a small wooden house next to the lake, which means there are people here. If his memory is correct, this person should be the Magikarp observer in the animation, Green River. It is a little old man who has been observing the Magikarp here for a long time. He does not intend to have any intersection with the other party, and the other party is better not to stop him from conquering Magikarp. After flying around the Sweet Orange River, he found a place to camp, which is the lower reaches of the Sweet Orange River. Magikarp will go to the lake through the waterfall downstream of the river. It is the most suitable place to capture Magikarp going to the lake, and it is also convenient to release it, and Magikarp can continue to climb the waterfall. After finding the camping site, Yu-Hai let the big-mouthed gull land and released a few mosquito frogs to help him set up the tent. He planned to stay here permanently. It is not the Magikarp's return period now, and he doesn't know when the Magikarp will return. There is no Magikarp in this river now. He plans to wait for 2 days. If there is no Magikarp, he can go to Green River. The other party has lived here for a long time and should know the Magikarp's return period. If he doesn't catch up with the return period, he can only go to the gym to interview the apprentice first, and come here to catch Magikarp next time. After the tent was set up, he took out the folding chair, pots and pans, various daily necessities, and an inflatable bathtub for the weak fish and the silly thing. He was worried about leaving these two fools in the river. If they encountered a predator and ate his fish, he would have no place to cry. Whether he could wait until Magikarp returned or not, he would release the fools here. It was up to him to leave or stay. He didn't know if the fools would leave after following him for so long. After the camping equipment was arranged, he also lit a bonfire and made lunch for the elves and himself. After lunch, the elves could train in the forest. He was not in a hurry now. Since leaving Big City, the elves had not trained for 7 days. Now nothing could affect his training of elves. After everyone had lunch, the two battle maniacs, Frog and Scyther, went to the forest to train together. Frog's afternoon training was moisture perception, and Scyther's afternoon training was insect premonition. The two elves practiced against each other. The goal took him to Sweet Orange Island. He didn't need to train in the afternoon. He could rest until tomorrow. The crab trained the accuracy of moves with Frog and Squirtle. Accuracy and attribute restraint are the basis of Pokémon battles. Only by understanding attribute restraint and practicing the accuracy of moves can we hone our fighting skills. If you can't even shoot a water gun accurately, how can you talk about Pokémon battles? This is what Frog and Scyther are doing. He also taught these two Pokémon attribute restraint. While still in the dream, he taught these two Pokémon to recognize the attribute relationship. He took the Pokémon Encyclopedia book, opened the Common Pokémon Encyclopedia, and taught Frog and Scyther to recognize the attributes of other Pokémon one by one. At the same time, he asked Darkrai to transform the Pokémon and let Frog and Scyther know what attribute to use to restrain a certain Pokémon. Only by learning this, Pokémon can better adapt to changes in battle and attack opponents with appropriate attributes. Pokémon need to have their own judgment ability. When the trainer does not give orders or does not have time to give orders, they can make their own judgments and make up for the shortcomings of the trainer. This requires constant practice of combat skills, enriching one's combat experience, and enhancing one's ability to respond to changes in combat. Bad Frog and the other two are practicing their accuracy. He is relieved to have the giant claw crab with him. The giant claw crab needs to train defense in the afternoon, that is, to be beaten. Bad Frog and the other two's moves can attack the giant claw crab. By the way, they can help the giant claw crab train its iron wall and instant amnesia, which will not delay the giant claw crab's training. Han has already hit the tree. His skin is itchy. It is estimated that he will have to rub off a lot of dead skin. When Han comes back, he will have to give Han a bath. There are also Gengar and Zubat. These two little guys are training their accuracy. The attribute restraint will be learned later, and the accuracy of the moves will be trained first. The training targets of Gengar and the other two are fixed targets, that is, the trees by the river. Practice fixed targets first. If you use moving targets right away, your mentality may collapse. After the two Pokémons have practiced almost enough, they can go and fight the giant claw crab. The moving target is the giant claw crab. Anyway, after strengthening its defense, the guy is covered with a crab shell with thick skin and flesh, so it doesn't hurt at all. The last Darkrai, he doesn't need to worry about it, has gone to the woods to tease some sleeping Pokémons. Darkrai's focus is still on eating dreams, and he wants to use eating dreams to feed nightmares. He doesn't know if it makes sense to do this. As Darkrai's strength increases, he becomes more and more proficient in controlling energy. It's a natural thing to restrain the nightmares that he unconsciously emits and control the characteristics of nightmares. The remaining Ditto and Orb Spider have not been trained. Ditto has changed his face for so many days, and it's hard for this little guy, but he needs to train to defend it tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Orb Spider also needs to be trained to defend, and the accuracy does not need to be trained. The 3-shot of the moving target of the Orb Spider is already qualified, so there is no need to train it further. He doesn't have such high requirements for auxiliary Pokémons, as long as he can hit the moving target with 3 shots. If it were Frog, the accuracy would be able to hit a moving target with 3 shots blindfolded. Frog was already very skilled in blindfolded shooting. Let Frog practice with Scythe, which also meant teaching Scythe. Scythe was currently ranked 3rd in strength, and could only be taught by Frog. His requirement for Frog was that it could hit a moving target while avoiding attacks while moving and blindfolded. This was the most rigorous training for the accuracy of the moves. Frog was able to complete the training by getting stuck in the last step. He divided the training of the accuracy of the moves into 3 levels, namely the first 3 levels and the last 3 levels. There are 3 or 4 levels of difficulty in each level. It is enough to assist Pokémons to complete the first 3 levels. The difficulty of the last 3 levels is too high. The first 3 levels are fixed target, and moving target while moving. The last 3 levels are fixed target with blindfold, moving target with blindfold, and moving target while moving with blindfold. Each difficulty is divided into 1 target, 2 targets, 3 targets, and 4 targets. Some special Pokémons will undergo training in the last 3 levels, such as Frog, Zubat, Scyther, Frogger, Gengar, Darkrai, etc. Frogger has moisture perception, Zubat has ultrasonic positioning, Scyther has insect premonition, and Frogger has danger foreknowledge. Gengar and Darkrai both have telekinesis, which is only one of their perceptions. These 2 guys can also hide in the shadows and are difficult to be discovered. They can also sense things in the shadows. Darkrai has another perception ability, which he has never heard of. It should be related to Darkrai being a phantom elf. Many mythical beasts have similar things and very strong perception abilities. For these elves with perception abilities, he will require blindfold training in the last 3 levels. They need to use perception to sense the enemy's position, then launch attacks, and dodge attacks. The difficulty is greatly increased because of blindfolding. Elves without perception abilities do not need such training. The current Frog and Scyther are using battles to hone their perception. They not only need to lock on to the enemy, but also dodge the enemy's attacks. These are all basic training. After the accuracy training is completed, there are also trainings for move proficiency and characteristic proficiency, as well as high speed, high attack, and high defense training. The attribute restraint and combat skills mentioned just now are all advanced trainings. There are also perception training and combined attack skills. This kind of core tactical training is the next step of advanced training. He would also arrange different training for each Pokémon according to their different positions, such as group support for the Sori, the meat shields of the Crab and the Slowpoke, the charge and harvest of the Frog and the Scyther, and the harassment-based Squirrel. After all these trainings are completed, a main Pokémon is also formed. At that time, he does not need to hide, but shows his talent, even begins to emerge, and even makes a splash. A battle of equal strength is called a battle. In a real battle, he will not leave the enemy a single chance. If he can kill the enemy with 1 blow, he will kill him, and he will never drag his feet. After arranging training tasks for the 12 Pokémon, he looked at the remaining Butterfree, Slowpoke, Starfish, Farfetch. For Butterfree, he arranged telekinesis training for the 3 Pokémon, Farfetch, but Farfetch did not have any training, but helped him chop wood, cut vegetables, and cook dinner. This duck is still useful. After the Pokémons entered the busy training, he was not idle either. It was not so easy to prepare dinner for more than 10 Pokémon. After Farfetch'd finished the work at the campsite, he arranged Farfetch'd to go to the woods to pick fruit. He also arranged Orb Spinner, Ditto, and Butterfree to pick fruit. Butterfree often slacked off during training, so even if he didn't train, helping out with some work would be fine, and it would help him a lot. After dinner was ready, he called back the elves who were training in the forest with the owl, and they formed a big circle and a small circle together, with the smaller elves sitting inside and the larger elves sitting outside. Butterfree thought she was the big sister, and not only had to sit in the outer circle, but also had to sit next to Yuhai. Yobo, Frog also sat next to Yuhai, and no elf dared to snatch it. Frog's position was earned by fighting, and everyone was convinced of this big brother. Except for Frog's never having fought with Darkrai, the rest of the elves were no match for Frog. Kuke, Giant Claw is also in the outer circle, next to Frog, it is Frog's little follower. Hoo, Rhinoceros wanted to go to the inner circle, but was pulled back by everyone. The inner circle couldn't accommodate this silly food mine. Bailey, Squirtle is also in the outer circle, next to Butterfree. Usually, the two of them like to quarrel the most. Every time, it takes yokai to fly, which makes Butterfree angry and often seeks yokai for comfort. Scyther is also in the outer circle. His mind is not that complicated. He just wants to challenge the strong. He wants to defeat Frog the most. He also wants to compete with Darkrai. Quack, Frog is also in the outer circle. No Pokemon dares to sit next to it. The toxins in its body are getting stronger and stronger, but it doesn't care. It only has yokai as its trainer in its heart because yokai doesn't dislike it. Darkrai is sitting opposite yokai, also in the outer circle. That position is very close to Frog, and only Darkrai dares to sit there. Yudong, Slowpoke sat in front of yokai, still looking stupid and slow in everything he did, but everyone knew that he was just pretending to be stupid and just too lazy to move. Snail, Slowpoke sat next to Slowpoke. The two Pokemon were in the inner circle. After spending so much time with everyone, it also integrated into this big family. Everyone was very nice to it, and Butterfree often gave it honey. Quack, Farfetch also sat next to Slowpoke. Now it no longer attacks yokai, and doesn't hate humans that much. It can also help yokai cook, and is a good kitchen helper. Cowherhee, Jengar, the fat guy, was supposed to sit in the outer circle, but he squeezed into the inner circle. Who told him to be a baby, so he was very close to Frog. Squeak, Zubat was also in the inner circle. It was the last one to join. Seeing so many seniors, it still didn't dare to speak loudly. E2, Orb Spinner was also in the inner circle. In the inner circle, they are also the most hard-working Pokemons, who often need to keep watch at night. They have never complained, as long as they are given food. Busy, Ditto, the community leader, is a little tired when changing his face, but he is like a fish in water in this big family, and he says whatever he sees. Hey, Cha, Hai Sing is still a little reluctant, and only has a good relationship with Butterfree and Slowpoke, after all, they all have telekinesis. Karu, Silly Thing popped his head out of the inflatable bathtub and looked at the campfire, and chatted with everyone. Woo, Weakling Fish is also in the bathtub. Now it is the boss, and Silly Thing can't beat it at all. It can beat Silly Thing to tears with one tail, and often snatches food. Yu-Hai didn't expect that the Pokemon that was just casually captured at the beginning could be so strong. This is a weakling fish, and now it has elite strength. All his 18 elves are here. If you count the 2 elf eggs, there are 20 elves. They sit on the grass around the fire and make a lot of noise. They finish their dinner happily under the setting sun, and the sky gradually darkens. In the blink of an eye, he has been in the elf world for almost 3 months. He has so many trustworthy partners. These 18 elves are his team. When these little guys grow up, they can go anywhere in the elf world. He will take the elves to travel all over the elf world and find a quiet place to settle down. After that, he can fish quietly. No one should disturb him. He wants to live happily with these cute little guys. There is no need for everyone to train tonight. They are in the wild environment. It is not easy to train too hard, and they need to retain their physical strength to deal with the intrusion of wild elves. There is no need to practice extra at night on Tiangan Island. Everyone trains during the day and rests well at night. The insulation shed has withstood the test. It is -1 degree outside, and there is a 200-watt sun inside, and it can still be 16 degrees, which is enough. Chapter 350, The Return Flow begins. The 28th day of the journey to the north, cloudy. Swish, swish, swish. The next morning, Yu Hai was awakened by the sound of water. If he had known, he would camp farther away. Listening to the sound of water while sleeping is not bad, and it can also help sleep. He felt a little irritable when he slept this morning. His ears were filled with the sound of water every moment. It was too noisy. He couldn't suppress the pressure when he got up. He had to pack up the tent again after moving, and he was too lazy to bother. He got up and made breakfast for the elves. The elves still had to do morning exercises this morning. After everyone had breakfast, they started their own training step by step, and he also jogged on the grass by the river. As he ran, he felt something was wrong. He saw Magi-carp in the river. Although there were few idiots, they were indeed Magi-carp, and they were swimming upward. Seeing these Magi-carp, he was not sure whether it was the Magikarp's spawning period that caused the Magi-carp to return to Tiangan Island. If so, he would also prepare to subdue the idiots. Seizing this opportunity to subdue a high-potential idiot, he would go to the gym and choose one to join. Whether these Magi-carp returned or not, he could not let them go. He hurried back to the camp from the river, took out hundreds of empty ordinary Pokeballs from his backpack, put them all on the grass, and threw them at the Magi-carp in the river. Pokemon like Magi-carp do not need to be beaten to subdue. You can subdue them by throwing the ball directly, and the success rate is also 90%. There is no need to be so troublesome. After subduing the Magi-carp, the Pokeballs are still in the water. He still needs to fish them out, but he has a lot of water Pokemon, so he will not disturb their training. Butterfree, Slowpoke, Starfish, use your telekinesis to fish the Pokeballs out of the water. Yu Hai asked Butterfree and the other two to help him pick up the Pokeballs in the river, which was also a good opportunity to train the telekinesis of the three guys. Butterfree flew to Yu Hai and rubbed his cheek with her face, indicating that this was not a difficult task. Okay, help me pick up the Pokeballs quickly, or they will be washed away by the current. Yu Hai gently touched Butterfree's head, and the little guy's life was comfortable now. Butterfree relied on being the big sister and asked other Pokemon to do this and that. No one could deal with this little devil. If Frog and the others dared to say a few more words, Butterfree would come to him to act like a spoiled child and hold him tightly. Butterfree said a few words like a spoiled child, and knew that she had to do her job, so she stopped rubbing Yu Hai's cheek and quickly used her telekinesis to control the Pokeballs in the river. But a small wave rolled up, and the Pokeball sank to the bottom of the river again, and Butterfree's telekinesis instantly lost control of the Pokeball. Hai Xing, go to the water and push the Pokeball out. Yu Hai saw this, and asked the three Pokemons to work together, and Hai Xing pushed the Pokeball out of the water. Butterfree, you use telekinesis to control the Pokeball and put it on the grass in front of me. Slowpoke, there are a bunch of empty Pokeballs here. Use telekinesis to control these Pokeballs and throw them to the Magi-carp in the river to capture the Magi-carp. Hey, Hai Xing heard Yu Hai's words and quickly came to the downstream to intercept the Pokeballs and slapped them out of the water one by one. Butterfree's eyes lit up with blue light, and he quickly used telekinesis to control the Pokeballs and put them on the grass one by one. Ya Dong, Slowpoke's eyes also glowed blue, and he controlled the empty Pokeballs and hit the Magi-carp that jumped out of the water, and put the Magi-carp into the Pokeball. With the division of labor and cooperation among the three elves, Yu Hai only needs to check the potential of Magi-carp on the grass. But he also noticed that there were marks on the tails of these Magi-carp. It should be the old observer who marked these Magi-carp. It was a red, blue, and yellow plastic ring, which was on the tail of almost every Magi-carp. But none of this mattered. He only looked at the potential of the Magi-carp. All the Magi-carp that swam through here had to pass through his panel. He would put the Magi-carp with unqualified potential back into the river. The empty Pokeballs would be given back to Slowpoke, who would use telekinesis to throw the balls. Starfish would shoot the Pokeballs out of the river again, and Butterfree would put the Pokeballs next to him, so that he could check the proficiency panel of the stupid things. He was checking the potential panel of the Magikarp all morning, and he didn't have time to make lunch for the Pokémons, but Farfetch'd took over his job and made a mess of everyone's lunch. Considering that it was time for lunch, the Magikarp in the river were still swimming towards the waterfall. He didn't want to miss these Magikarp, so he had to let the elves take turns to replace the work of Bartabutra and the other two. He didn't need to rest, just ate some instant noodles and continued to check the Magikarp's proficiency panel. Even so, there were still many Magikarp whose panels were not checked at his feet. Until now, he had seen the panels of thousands of Magikarp, but had not seen any Magikarp with top talents. He also knew that stupid things with top talents were not easy to catch, so he had to take his time. The matter of taming Magikarp continued like this until someone came and interrupted his crazy catching behavior. "Kid over there, how can you catch Magikarp?" The man wore a pair of round frame glasses and a grey mustache, which was very similar to the observer Green River in the animation. It should be Green River himself. "Old man, these Magikarp are from the old man." No, Lui thought that the young man would argue with him about taming Magikarp, but he didn't expect that the first question would stump him. "If they are not yours, why can't I tame them?" Yu Hai asked the old man again. After all, the Alliance's management is not so wide, and this old man is quite wide. "Even if they are not mine, you can't catch Magikarp like this. This time of autumn every year is very important for Magikarp. They will flow back here, go through hardships to cross the waterfall, spawn in the lake above, and then leave. What does it have to do with me taming a Magikarp?" Yu Hai scratched his hair. This old man was so weird. He was planning to take this opportunity to subdue a Magikarp with good talent. He is not an observer, he is a trainer. The Magikarp's living habits are not his main focus. In short, it is very interesting that Magikarp cannot be subdued. "I can't let you destroy the Magikarp's return flow." He knew that there was no room for negotiation on this matter, and he knew that he was in the wrong, but he just didn't agree with the other party to catch Magikarp. "Old man, you are unreasonable, right?" Yu Hai looked at the old man with unkind eyes, and motioned to the mosquito frogs to come around. Is this old man really stupid or pretending to be stupid? He still can't see the situation clearly? This is the wild, there is no other people at all, and it is normal to expose corpses in the wilderness. No one cares what happened here. What are you going to do? Ulve saw the elves surrounding him and realized the seriousness of the matter. He was not one of those teenagers who went out at the age of 10 and were almost unable to walk. He was an old man who had come from that chaotic era. He knew how chaotic the previous alliance was. The wild was even more lawless. Countless poaching gangs were rampant, so rampant that the forest rangers of the alliance dared to kill them. Not to mention the past, there are still many poaching gangs now and then. They will appear on this island from time to time to hunt wild elves on the island. He must be careful in the wild. He just saw Yu Hai's dress, and he didn't look like a bad guy. He was probably a new trainer certified by the Alliance, so he wanted to come over and persuade him. He didn't expect that this person was that kind of trainer. The so-called trainer is actually the elf hunter among the trainers. This kind of person is not uncommon. He has survived several times in the hands of these elf hunters. What do I want to do? Old man, why don't you think about what you are doing? I just want to subdue a Magikarp. What are you doing there? Yu Hai still stared at the old man unkindly, intending to scare him. After all, the old guy was notoriously stubborn, and he would not learn his lesson if he was not scared. Even if you want to subdue the Magikarp, you don't have to catch everyone. He saw that Yu Hai was willing to talk, and he was aggressive at the beginning. Under the threat of force, he sat cross-legged on the grass and planned to have a good talk with Yu Hai. Each Pokemon has different talents. I can't just subdue one and train it. I must choose a Magikarp with good talents to train. Yu Hai saw that the old man was subdued, and waved his hand to let Mosquito Frog and others go to train. While chatting with the old man, he did not forget to let Butterfree and others subdue the Magikarp, and he was also checking the potential of the Magikarp. As the number of checks increased, the number of Magikarp with potentials above 40 and above 50 began to increase gradually, but there was not a Magikarp with potentials of 59. This Magikarp is not too much to pick out of a million. Pokemon talent? Do you still understand Pokemon talent? Luigi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this young man was also a breeder. Could it be that he wanted to see the development of the Magikarp and then capture a strong Magikarp? Okay, old man, go get it yourself if you haven't eaten yet. Don't disturb me from conquering Magikarp. Yu-Hai waved his hand and asked the old man to get the quick-eating food by himself. He had to hurry to conquer Magikarp, and he didn't know how long Magikarp would return. If he missed this time, he didn't know when he would see a large number of Magikarp returning to Tiangan Island. Seeing this, Luigi didn't try to persuade him. The main reason was that he couldn't beat them and had to give in. His rumbling stomach also made him lose the energy to continue arguing. He was in a hurry to go out today, so he didn't prepare lunch. He could only go to Yu-Hai's camp to get a box of quick-eating food to fill his stomach. But was stopped by Farfetch'd with wings. Quack! Farfetch'd did not let the old man take the food directly, nor did it object to the old man taking the food. After all, the trainer agreed, and it was impossible for it to stop him. Under the old man's gaze, Farfetch'd first went to boil hot water, and then gave the instant food and hot water to the old man, letting the old man make instant noodles himself. Seeing that Farfetch'd could actually cook, Green River turned back to look at Yu-Hai, who was taming Magikarp by the river, and felt that this young man didn't seem so bad. He was indeed a bit too radical just now. The Magikarp that the other party was dissatisfied with was also put back into the river. It was really not what he thought, a Pokemon hunter, but just a trainer passing by on a trip, and a very powerful trainer. It can be seen from these Pokemons. After all, how can this trainer not be powerful if he cultivates more than 10 Pokemons at the same time? I don't know how much cultivation resources will be consumed just for food. Take the instant noodles. Luigi came back to the river and sat cross-legged, not disturbing Yu-Hai from conquering Magikarp. He ate instant noodles while observing Yu-Hai's every move. Until he finished the instant noodles, he did not leave, still observing Yu-Hai conquering Magikarp by the river until the sky gradually darkened and even drizzled. Yu-Hai stopped conquering Magikarp, and went through the panel of the last Magikarp. There was no Magikarp with high potential, so he took the elves back to the camping tent under the tree, and the old man followed to hide from the rain. He didn't conquer Magikarp with good talent today, he can continue tomorrow, but in order to avoid Darkrai being discovered, Yu-Hai asked Darkrai and Gengar not to appear after Darkrai returned to his feet, and the remaining elves did not need to hide. As the elves they came back one after another. He also built a fire under the tent, took out the barbecue grill, meat and vegetables, and some wine, and prepared to have a drink with the old man. Hey, young man, life is good. Luigi saw the camping equipment that Yu-Hai took out, and he was a little greedy. After all, he was observing elves alone in the wilderness, and he didn't have a companion to talk to, let alone drink. Old man, if you talk well at the beginning, maybe you will drink at noon. Yu-Hai prepared dinner for the elves first, and the elves could rest after dinner. However, Mosquito Frog chose to practice more and went to run in the rain with weights. Some elves were sleeping in the tent, some elves were on the tree to be on guard, and some elves were staring blankly at the light rain outside the tent. Yu-Hai and the old man also drank wine and chatted on this rainy night. This wine is good, young man. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I was a little impulsive. Luigi blushed when he thought of what happened just now after drinking the wine, and he misunderstood Yu-Hai as a bad guy. However, the old man was not wrong. Yu-Hai was not a good person. Ha ha ha, if you had been unreasonable just now, I almost beat you up. Yu-Hai also laughed. As long as he drank this glass of wine, what happened just now would not be a big deal. My old bones can't stand your tossing." The old man also smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, he didn't anger the young man at that time, and the young man was easy to talk to. If he was still young and met someone with a bad temper, the two would probably have fought. "I see you have a wooden house by the lake. How are you going to go back later?" Yu Hai looked at the drizzle outside the tent. It was about to turn into heavy rain. He would definitely get wet if he went back. "I don't know if the rain will stop." The old man also turned his head to look at the rainy night outside the tent. Although he brought an umbrella, he would probably get wet again when he returned. It would be better if he didn't catch a cold. If he got sick and caught a cold, he would miss the return period of Magikarp. "Come on, drink 2 cups to warm up your body first, and I'll let the big-mouthed gull take you back later." Yu Hai turned the meat slices on the grill with chopsticks. It would be easy to let the big-mouthed gull take the old man back with its big mouth. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was a big-mouthed gull, and you made me worry for a long time?" The old man felt that this young man was very much to his taste. The two of them were obviously meeting for the first time, but they seemed like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, and even drank wine. "I will stay here for a long time until I subdue the Magikarp that I am satisfied with. We will be neighbors in the future." Yu Hai clinked his glasses with the old man. Neighbors naturally have to get familiar with each other. After all, he wants to catch Magikarp. If he encounters a mad Gyarados, or a Gyarados that he can't handle, this old man can also appease these Gyarados. After all, the other party is a Magikarp observer and the one who knows the living habits of Magikarp and Gyarados best. "Haha, I haven't come to my neighbor for a long time. My name is Green River." "What's your name, young man?" Green River also smiled and drank the warm wine in the glass. It's not bad to have a young man to chat and relieve boredom in the future. He did not reject this young man, not to mention that he was a drinking buddy. "Just call me Ahai." Yu Hai also reported his name, secretly thinking that the other party was really Luhi, a Magikarp observer. "You don't have to be so anxious if you want to subdue Magikarp. Magikarp's return period will last for more than a month. There is no need to rush. You can subdue it slowly." More than a month? Yu Hai thought about it. In more than a month, tens of thousands of Magikarp will be screened every day, and 30 days will be hundreds of thousands, which is enough for him to select a Magikarp with high potential. "I have been observing here for 3 years. Magikarp will return twice a year, in spring and autumn, and each time is about the same time." Luhi saw that Yu Hai was a little surprised, and hurriedly told him about his research results over the years. Yu Hai ate and drank while listening to Luhi's observation report, which was very helpful for his next subjugation plan. At the same time, he was also surprised by the change in the old man's attitude. Before, he looked like he had seen an enemy, but now he has learned to help him. Is this the legendary drinking culture, where drinking makes things easier? No wonder the drunkard old man always wants to drink with him. It turns out he is always trying to trick him. The drinking lasted until late at night, and Luhi was drunk. Yu Hai took advantage of the rain to let the big-mouthed gull take Luhi back to the cabin. He fell asleep on the bed. He drank a lot tonight, but there is no need to rush. The return period lasts for more than a month, and he has plenty of time to subdue the stupid thing. Chapter 351, Hatching. The 29th day of the journey north, sunny. Today is another sunny morning. Yu Hai was awakened by the sound of the river again. It was still dark when he got up in the morning. He couldn't sleep anymore, so he had to get up early to make breakfast for the elves. After breakfast, the elves went for morning exercises. He also took Butterfree and the other two to the riverside and repeated what happened yesterday, taming Magikarp and checking Magikarp's proficiency panel. Until the elves who stayed at the campsite came to inform him that something happened in the tent at the campsite, he had to put down the Magikarp in his hand and return to the tent at the campsite. As soon as he came back, he saw that the incubator in the tent was glowing. To be precise, it should be the elf eggs in the incubator that were glowing. It was the blue elf egg, and the brown elf egg was still motionless. Seeing this scene, he knew that the water jump fish was about to hatch. Today was only the 10th day of the water jump fish's hatching. It was supposed to take 20 days for the water jump fish to hatch. It might be that the storm had already hatched before, and he just took over the hatching, so it came out in 10 days. He quickly notified the giant crabs who were still training near the campsite, asking them to stop training and stay outside the tent. The next thing was very important. When the elves hatch, they will treat anyone they see for the first time as their own relatives. He hopes that the first person that the water jump fish sees is him, so that he can directly subdue the water jump fish. This can be regarded as a kind of bond between trainers and elves. Although it is a bit of taking advantage of others, it is also the way for those early trainers to make a fortune. After closing the door of the tent, he took out moo moo milk from his backpack and poured it into a bowl. This is the food prepared for the water jump fish. Now he is the only one in the whole tent. He also took the elf egg out of the incubator and waited for the water jump fish to hatch. As the flashing white light of the elf egg gradually became brighter, the last white strong light quickly faded away. The elf egg in his arms had long disappeared, leaving only a blue and slippery skin, which looked very much like a tadpole with legs in the previous life, lying quietly in his arms. Kula kula, the water jump fish slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Yu-Hai. He looked around confusedly. This was a strange environment. After all, it was the first time to open his eyes to see the world. After the water leap fish adapted to the environment and felt that there was no danger in the environment, Yu-Hai carefully pushed the small bowl of moo moo milk towards the water leap fish. The water leap fish first smelled the milk fragrance, then lowered its head and licked the milk with its tongue. It found that the moo moo milk was delicious, so it drank it in big gulps. The water leap fish only drank half a bottle because he only poured half a bottle. After drinking the moo moo milk, the water leap fish curiously explored the world. The newborn little life is so curious about everything. The water leap fish looked around in the tent, trying what it could eat and what it couldn't eat with its mouth. Until the whole tent was explored, the water leap fish climbed onto Yu-Hai's legs again and fell asleep on his legs. The water leap fish did not doubt whether Yu-Hai, a human, was its mother. After all, a newly born elf has limited cognition and will only get close to the first thing it sees. Water leap was also born in Yu-Hai's arms, so it regarded Yu-Hai's arms as its nest. This was where it was born and the safest place. Seeing water leap sleeping soundly, Yu-Hai gently stroked water leap's slippery head and used the diving ball that had been prepared long ago to capture this newly hatched water leap. The humid environment inside the diving ball is very suitable for water-type Pokémons, so let water leap stay in the poke ball to spend its infancy. After capturing water leap, he also opened water leap's proficiency panel and finally got the 3 starters he had been thinking about. Water leap. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 56%. Level, 1.07%. Features, torrent/0.13% hidden feature, moisture/0.23%. Mastered moves, bite/0.21%. Water cannon/0.11%. Waterfall climbing/0.14%. Rain prayer/0.21%. Throwing mud/0.22%. Mud shooting/0.23%. Power of the earth/0.31%. Impact/0.31%. Call/0.52%. Water gun/0.45%. Wow, Yu-Hai said after looking at the panel. This water leap fish is undoubtedly one of the 3 starters in the alliance. A starter with this potential will definitely become a top player in the future, or even a quasi-champion. Water leap fish also has dual characteristics and a rich pool of moves, especially water-based talents. It actually inherited the powerful move of water cannon and the powerful ground-based move of power of the earth. Water leap fish has mastered the strongest moves that can be mastered at this stage as soon as it was hatched. Its water-based and ground-based talents are very strong. There is no doubt about this. The potential of Wushalayu is the best proof. This Pokemon egg is worth at least 50 million. Ordinary Celestial King Pokemon cubs can be sold for 50 million, not to mention a Pokemon egg that is hard to come by. He finally knew why Baofeng offered a reward of 50 million. He felt that the reward was too cheap. This Pokemon egg alone was worth more than 50 million. This was the big surprise he got last time. He didn't know what other surprises were waiting for him. The surprise he was talking about was not another brown Pokemon egg, but something else from Baofeng. Those notes were also a surprise. They would be useful in training younger brothers in the future. And the Pokemon egg that had been incubated for 50 days. Today was the 50th day. He had already treated that egg as a bad guy. The hatching period of Quasi-God is 40 days, and the hatching period of Trinita is 80 days. These Trinita have been hatched by trainers before, and many trainers in the animation have these legendary beasts. This egg has been hatched for 50 days, and he missed the hatching period of Quasi-God. He has no hope for legendary beasts. After all, it is a miracle that a Pokemon hunter can have a legendary beast egg. However, there is still a month, and he is not too lazy to wait. After all, he has waited for 50 days, and it doesn't matter if he waits for another month. It doesn't matter whether it is a bad guy or not, and he is too lazy to pay attention to this Pokemon egg. His current focus is on Water Leap. The training of other Pokemons is basically on the right track. They only need to train step by step and run in with him on the battlefield to form combat power. His current focus is Water Leap, and he has a clear positioning of Water Leap. He plans to cultivate this Pokemon under the identity of Spider Vest. First, this Water Leap is a black cargo, and it is Storm's black cargo. He can't cultivate it in a big way. Second, the Squirtle is a starter Pokemon. The starter Pokemons applied for by the League trainers are basically registered in the League. His Squirtle was not obtained from formal channels, which is a very serious problem. Third, once he becomes a trainer certified by the League, the origin of this starter Pokemon will be a big problem. He can't explain the origin of this starter Pokemon at all. This lie will be exposed with one poke. If it is a Squirtle captured in the wild, then the time and place, what things are there at the capture location, and what Pokemon, the League will investigate it clearly. If it was the Water Leap that was purchased from the black market, this Pokemon would be a stain on his trainer. Once he chose to join the alliance, some people would probably use the origin of this Water Leap to attack him. He couldn't stand the investigation at all, and they might force him to compromise on certain things in the end. Fourth, Spider Vest didn't have a water Pokemon yet. The current Pokemon members of Spider Vest were Frog, Gengar, Darkrai, and Zubat. Although Magikarp was being captured, the stupid thing hadn't been caught yet. Water Leap was Spider Vest's first water Pokemon, and the stupid thing was the second. After deciding on the future arrangements for Water Leap, he also left the tent. He had wasted a lot of time on the matter of this Water Leap, and it was already noon. He came to the grass by the river and looked at the Magikarp that Butterfree and the three caught one by one. None of them had the potential he wanted, so he called the Pokemon back to the camp for lunch. While preparing lunch, Green River from yesterday came again, and this time he brought game from the forest, some wild mushrooms and wild vegetables that had just been picked after the rain. "Aha boy, look what I brought you." Lu-He came over with a smile on his face, holding a bamboo basket in his hand, which seemed to have some big treasure in it. "What is it?" Yu-Hei saw that the basket was full of mushrooms and wild vegetables, and his face turned green immediately. He thought to himself that he would not lie down after eating, and would not see big-headed aliens. These are the delicacies of nature. Others want to eat them but cannot. They are very valuable in the market. Lu-He put down the bamboo basket, sat on the dining table, poured himself a cup of tea made by Onion Duck, and slowly tasted the tea. From time to time, he would also praise, "This onion duck is so smart, it can actually make tea." He really envied Yuhei, who had an elf that could help him work, and he wanted to subdue an onion duck to take care of his life. "Orb silk spider, come and see if these ingredients are poisonous." Yuhei did not care about the old man's praise. He was still a little worried, so he asked the poisonous orb silk spider to come and smell the wild mushrooms. "This living Jengar is the best, but Jengar is not convenient to show up, so it is the same to ask the orb silk spider." Toto, the orb silk spider came over and looked at the bamboo basket, sniffed the wild mushrooms in the bamboo basket, and picked out several inconspicuous grey wild mushrooms and several colorful wild mushrooms. The toxicity of mushrooms cannot be judged by appearance. Only poisonous Pokemon know their food. After all, he was an elf living in the forest before, and he often ate these foods. "Old man, are you sure there is no poison?" Yuhai looked at the poisonous mushrooms picked out by the round silk spider. This old man had bad intentions towards him. Did he want to poison him to death so that he could inherit his legacy? When the old man saw the poisonous mushrooms picked out by the round silk spider, he immediately rejected it and said, "Impossible, I usually eat these wild mushrooms. Maybe the toxins in these mushrooms are not very strong. You don't eat them every day, and your body will metabolize these slightly poisonous mushrooms." Seeing the old man so serious, Yuhai thought of another possible explanation. Toxins are toxins after all. If you eat them for a long time, the toxins will accumulate in your body and will eventually explode. He knew that humans in the elf world have toxin resistance, but even if the body's toxin resistance is strong, you can't ruin your body like this. "What about what I ate before?" Lu He's face turned black when he thought of the poisonous mushrooms he had eaten before. It felt like he had eaten poisonous mushrooms for so long, but he didn't know it. He had eaten mushrooms that were clearly bitten by elves, so how could they be poisonous mushrooms? The old man probably forgot that there are poisonous Pokemon in the forest, such as horned beetle, walker grass, and trumpet bud. It is completely fine to bite these mushrooms, after all, they are all poisonous, but humans can't. Living in the wild for so long, and catching 2 Pokemon, you won't eat poisonous mushrooms. Yuhai smiled helplessly and let the orb spinner take the poisonous mushrooms and eat them for himself. The orb spinner took the poisonous mushrooms and gave them to Frog and Zubat, and also secretly gave them to Jengar, as a reward for the midnight snack that Jengar had given it before. Yuhai took the remaining wild mushrooms, washed them by the river, and cooked a pot of wild mushroom and wild vegetable soup, and had lunch with Lu He. After lunch, the Pokemons went to train separately, and Yuhai and the others began to get busy. Yuhai caught Magikarp, and Lu He released Magikarp. Green River was not helping Yuhai, but while Yuhai was taming the Magikarp, he could also change the marks of the Magikarp. Some Magikarp without marks also needed to be remarked. Usually, he completed the work by himself. Now that he met Yuhai who tamed the Magikarp, he really helped him a lot. This was also the purpose of his coming here at noon. If it weren't for the wine last night, he would have come here this morning. Because of the wine last night, he got up this morning with a dizzy head. He rested for a whole morning before he felt better. In this way, after someone took over the work of releasing the Magikarp, Yuhai and Green River were busy for an afternoon. Yuhai still got nothing and didn't catch a satisfactory Magikarp, but Green River was quite satisfied. There was no need to be so busy at night. The Magikarp's return period is 1 month. It's okay as long as Yuhai can catch a satisfactory Magikarp. Green River also conducted sampling observations. There was no need to do statistics for each one. That would be too much work. After work, the two sat at the dining table under the tent, and they still had a little wine and barbecue for dinner. After all, they would spend a long time together. At least before Yuhai caught a satisfactory Magikarp, the two would cooperate in the lower reaches of the Sweet Orange River and get what they needed. Dinner lasted until late at night, and Yuhai asked Mosquito Frog and Scyther to escort Green River, who was drunk again and could still walk a little, back to the cabin. He was okay this time, and he didn't get drunk. He fed the water jump fish with moo moo milk in the tent alone, accompanied the water jump fish to play in the tent for a while, and then hugged the water jump fish to sleep. The water jump fish has just hatched now. Let alone training, playing around in the tent twice will make you tired. Even if you want to train the water jump fish, it will be a week later. At that time, the water jump fish can also be level 5 or 6. After the infancy, you can start the accuracy training of the water jump fish. Then you can give it to slowpoke and starfish to teach this child how to use the water gun. After all, they are both water-type Pokemon. After the accuracy of the moves of the aquascaping fish is qualified, it can be taught by Frog, especially the skills related to waterfall climbing, which is the core tactic that Swampert must master. With this set of combined attack skills, Swampert's burst will be no problem. Frog can teach Swampert whether it is the moisture characteristic or the leisurely characteristic. After all, Frog was taught by him. This is also the reason why most trainers basically choose to cultivate similar attributes, and they can also help trainers save a lot of trouble. Kula kula, aquascaping fish nestled in Yu-Hai's arms, smacking his mouth in a low voice, and I don't know what he was mumbling. Maybe it was a sweet dream, or maybe it was the aftertaste of the sweet and delicious moo moo milk, and he fell asleep like this. Everyone go to bed quickly, there will be training tomorrow. Yu-Hai raised his hand and waved, driving away the other Pokemons who were peeping on the windows and the door of the tent. There is no way. Since these guys knew that there was another cute little one, everyone has been peeping at aquascaping fish openly and secretly. After being lectured by him, the elves stopped peeping. Some elves chose to sleep on the grass outside, some chose to sleep on the trees, some chose to sleep in the shadows, and some chose to sleep in the tent. Han Han wanted to sleep in the tent, but the tent was too big for him. The most important thing was that he drooled when he slept, which he couldn't stand. Han Han could only sleep at the door. When Bat-Day saw Yu-Hai sleeping with the water jump fish, he immediately rushed into the tent and said that he also wanted to sleep with it. Yu-Hai agreed. It was the scale powder that fell from Butterfree's wings that was causing some trouble. Yu-Hai usually slept with Slowpoke in his arms, and Slowpoke was not to be outdone, slowly crawling onto his body and sleeping. The remaining nocturnal elves, such as Orb Spinner, Jengar, Darkrai, and Zubat, were responsible for taking turns to keep watch. Everyone found their own nests, and after they had settled into their sleeping positions, they fell into a deep sleep, and the forest became quiet. Only the sounds of insects and birds, and the sound of the river flowing, echoed in this silent forest. Chapter 352, Meat Tickets. The 30th day of the journey north, sunny. When he got up in the morning, Yu-Hai was in a good mental state. Although the sound of the water was noisy, he slept well last night. This morning, he got up and prepared breakfast for the elves. After everyone had breakfast, the elves went to training. Butterfree and the other two were still the same. They had been helping him to subdue the stupid things these days, and they could also exercise their telekinesis. If there was no matter of taming the fool, who knows where Butterfree would be slacking off. Catching the fool is just the right time to supervise Butterfree's training. They just started taming the fool, and Old Man Green River came again. He didn't drink much yesterday, so he could get up early. If he drank like the first day, he would probably have to get up at noon again. Aha boy, you started taming Magikarp so early. Green River saw that Yu-Hai had already gotten up early to work, and he was the slowest one. He felt embarrassed, after all, Yu-Hai was also helping him. Old man if you haven't had breakfast, go get it yourself. Yu-Hai didn't even turn his head, and waved his hand to greet Old Man Green River. Anyway, this old guy was already familiar with them, so they didn't need to be so polite. Green River casually took a bucket of instant noodles, came to the river and looked at Yu-Hai and the others. I really don't know what kind of Magikarp this kid Yu-Hai wants to choose, and he actually has to choose one by one. After watching for several days, he still couldn't figure out the trick. He didn't bother with it anymore. After breakfast, he came to take over Yu Hai's release work and marked the Magi carp before releasing it. In this way, the two of them were busy all morning, but Yu Hai still didn't get anything. The Magi carp with the highest potential he had encountered in the past few days was just a stupid thing with a potential of 55. This Magi carp didn't have as high a potential as the one Luo Yan had, so he naturally wouldn't subdue it. He called Butterfree and the other two to finish their work and go back to the camp for lunch. Lu He also finished his work and followed Yu Hai back to the camp. Today's lunch was mushrooms and wild vegetables again. These were the ingredients he brought from the forest this morning. He couldn't eat and drink Yu Hai's food for free. His supplies had been eaten up long ago. He didn't have time to go to the city for supplies. The Magikarp's return period came, so he could only eat these mushrooms. Looking at the onion duck who was helping Yu Hai cook, he really should consider subduing 2 elves to help him with his observation work in the wild. With 2 elves as helpers, he could also help him deal with a lot of troublesome things. It's just that choosing which elf to do requires careful consideration. After lunch was ready, the elves came back one by one to eat lunch. The elves that were not convenient to show up all ate lunch in the forest. Yu Hai and Lu He sat at the dining table and drank mushroom soup. After lunch, the two began to be busy again, taming Magikarp, checking Magikarp's proficiency panel, marking Magikarp, and releasing Magikarp. The two were already very familiar with this set of taming and releasing procedures, and they were doing it faster and faster. Time soon came to the evening, and the two stopped their work. It was time for barbecue dinner, which was also the time that Old Man Lu He was most looking forward to. After all, he hadn't eaten meat for a long time. However, Old Man Lu He didn't want to drink tonight. After 2 consecutive days of hangover, he felt that his old bones couldn't stand it anymore. If he drank more, his body wouldn't be able to bear it. "Aha, do you have any drinks?" "Just some drinks tonight." Lu He saw Yu Hai take out the wine again, and hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands to indicate that he didn't want to drink. "Hey? Didn't you like it the other day?" Yu Hai saw Lu He waving his hand, and he didn't force the old man to drink. After all, he was an old man, and if he drank any more, something bad would happen. Since the old man liked to drink beverages, he had all kinds of beverages, which he bought at Jingan Island, so he could take them out to try tonight. "Ha ha ha, don't bully the old man can't drink it." Lu He saw Yu Hai take out the beverage, rubbed his hands, took the beverage, and filled a cup for himself. Yu Hai took out another bottle of beverage and filled a cup for himself. As the barbecue sizzled, the two chatted about some interesting things and slowly tasted the barbecue on the grill. The dinner didn't take long. When the sun went down, the old man said goodbye to him. The old man didn't go back until midnight the other night, and he couldn't stand it. After all, his body was not as good as that of young people, and he couldn't stay up as late as young people. There was no drinking tonight, and Yu Hai did not send the elves to send the old man back. He had lived in the forest alone for several years. The old man was very familiar with the dark night of the forest. He knew which grass had mud pits and was very familiar with this road. He also refused to send elves to protect him. Watching the flashlight of the old man go away, Yu Hai returned to the tent, released the water jump fish in the elf ball, fed the water jump fish dinner, and played with the water jump fish. These days, the water jump fish can only drink moo milk. When the water jump fish starts to contact training, it can eat high-energy food such as energy cubes. Tonight, he played with the water jump fish for a while, and the elves who were guarding outside the tent came over and slapped his tent, shouting anxiously, "Ku K! Giant claw crab? What happened?" Yu Hai first used the elf ball to take back the water jump fish, then opened the tent and came outside. At first glance, he noticed the lights approaching quickly from a distance. He came out of the tent, and the lights came closer. He could see clearly that the person coming was the old man he who had just left. Old man he, why are you back again? Yu Hai saw old man he panting and lying on the grass, and hurried forward to support old man he. At this time, he realized that old man he did not come back alone, and he was carrying a soaking wet boy on his back. Who, let me take a breath first, Lu he wanted to explain, but he was exhausted and couldn't speak at all. He just gasped and couldn't say a word. Who is this boy? What happened? Yu Hai knew that old man he needed to take a breath, so he asked the doubts in his heart, and he had to wait for old man he to rest before he could answer him. There's no time, Lu he looked back. The darkness there seemed to be a flood and a beast, which frightened him so much that his back went cold. He hurriedly urged Yu Hai to leave. Ah Hai, leave here quickly, the farther the better. I have a submarine at the beach. Let's escape in the submarine. Escape? Who is chasing you? Yu Hai looked behind the old man. He could see flashing lights where he had just come from. They were moving quickly towards this side. It was estimated that it would take less than a minute. The distance of several hundred meters passed in a flash. Yes, Lu he wanted to say something, but the shouting behind him came. He knew it was too late to say anything now. Don't let them run away, chase them, hurry up. Catch the boy and the old man, don't let them run away, they are the people the boss wants. They are coming. Yu Hai stood up and stood behind the old man, shouting to the mosquito frogs around him, mosquito frogs, scyther, giant claw crab, iron rhino, prepare for battle. As long as the people coming are not quasi-king trainers, he has the confidence to fight them, but the number of people coming is a bit too much, there are actually 4 or 5 people, he is not sure. They are a Pokemon poaching group, they will kidnap children for ransom, even if they get the ransom, they will sell the children. This boy escaped from their ship. When Lu he saw Yu Hai stand up, he quickly told Yu Hai the identity of the group of people chasing him, and hid behind Yu Hai with the boy. He knew that Yu Hai was a very strong trainer, but he didn't know if he could defeat the group of human traffickers. The elf poaching group? They're also trafficking in people. Yu Hai looked at the lights getting closer and closer, and he had a clue in his mind. Facing these scums, he didn't need to hide or disguise himself. He would torture them with the most cruel means. That old man is right here. The leader of the poaching group saw the old man and the boy, and immediately wanted to catch them excitedly. But the leader's flashlight shone on the 4 mosquito-repellent frogs blocking the road, and Yu Hai standing in front of the old man and the boy. He suddenly stopped and cursed, "You bastard! Get out of the way! If you dare to delay my business, I'll kill you! Ha, come and try!" Yu Hai smiled, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and no one noticed in the dark night. He thought this poaching group could be very strong. The leader of the poaching group used a Venusaur, a large armor, and a giant bee. The rest of the poaching group used common Pokemon such as giant claw crab, stinging jellyfish, mouth flower, arbok, etc. It was not that he looked down on this poaching group. These Pokemon were not that bad. The key was to see who had these Pokemon. If they were in the hands of the scumbags of the poaching group, they would not be able to breed Pokemon at all, let alone common Pokemon. Even if they were rare Pokemon, they would not necessarily breed Pokemon. This is the difference between professional and amateur, just like the difference between the regular army and the peasant army in the previous life. These scumbags only used Pokemon as tools. They never thought about breeding Pokemon, nor would they train Pokemon to become stronger. If they died, they would just replace them with new ones. It was not that all people were not ambitious. Such people were often leaders and small leaders. This was also the reason why they became small leaders. That is, they could defeat many minions by training a few Pokemon casually. "Little brat, you are shameless, aren't you?" The little leader saw that Yu Hai didn't move away and dared to laugh at him. He didn't want to have a conflict with the trainers of the Alliance before. These people were basically young and ignorant, and he hated them. He didn't want to provoke such trainers. But the other party ignored him, and he was so angry that he shouted to his Pokemon. Vulpes uses Leaf Blade, Armor rushes over and uses Cross Scissors, Beedrill uses Poison Sting to attack. As the little leader gave the attack order, other minions also let their Pokemon attack Yu-Hai. Suddenly, Giant Claw Crab, Venomous Jellyfish, Mouth Flower, Arbori and other Pokemons attacked Yu-Hai one after another. Mosquito Frog, don't hold back, burst out with all your strength. Yu-Hai looked at the 8 or 9 Pokemons rushing over. It would be enough to deal with these Pokemons with only 4 Mosquito Frogs. Giant Crab uses Iron Wall to rush over and smash randomly. Rhinoceros uses Rock Grinding to rush over and ram with its horns. Scyther accelerates first and looks for an opportunity to harvest. Giant Crab and Rhinoceros have thick skin and flesh, so there is no need to go through so much trouble, just rush directly to the opposite side, and the opposite side's Pokemons probably can't break through the defense. Scyther is even simpler, just wait for Han to knock all the Pokemons and people on the opposite side away, and then Scyther can harvest. Orb Silk Spider has also jumped onto his shoulder, keeping an eye on Lao Liu's sneak attack at any time, and the poison needle fired by Beedrill was also blocked. As he expected, Mosquito Frog Bang Bang used 2 freezing punches to directly smash a big pit in the little leader's Venusaur, and the surrounding soil was sunk down, and the Venus Flytrap fainted in the pit after just one encounter, and it was unknown whether it was alive or dead. The Giant Crab met the Giant Crab and the Big Armor on the opposite side, and used the big claws strengthened by the Iron Wall, and also a few big claws, to smash the Giant Crab into the grass. The specialness of the Giant Crab is not only the big claws and the big size, but also the strange power of the Giant Crab. In terms of strength, the Giant Crab is far superior to its peers. After dealing with the Giant Crab on the opposite side, the Giant Crab's big claws wrestled with the big horns of the Big Armor rushing over. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and the big claws directly clamped off the big horns of the Big Armor. The Giant Crab quickly clamped the body of the Big Armor and smashed it on the grass, knocking the Big Armor unconscious in a few hits. The armored rhino was much happier. The enemies standing in front were like big trees. It only needed to rush. If rushing once didn't work, it would rush twice. It didn't believe that it couldn't knock these people and elves away. In terms of hitting trees, it had never met an opponent. The 4 or 5 members of the poaching group and the remaining elves were chased by Han and disappeared into the forest in an instant. Spymantis was facing giant beepers, which were too fragile. Spymantis just flew past quickly, and the double sickles flashed with a cold light. The rushing giant beepers were cut in half and fell from the air. This group of chickens and dogs were so aggressive just now, but they were defeated after just one charge. He really didn't think highly of this group of scums. There was no need to fight seriously. Spymantis, go and call back the armored rhinoceros, there is no need to chase it. Frog, Giant Claw, you clean up the battlefield and throw the corpses on the grass into the river. This encounter ended with Frog's great victory. He didn't even use Darkrai and Gengar, and the battle was over. Han also rushed into the forest. He was afraid that Han would get lost, so he asked Spymantis to notify Han to come back. There are also human and elf corpses on the grass. If they are thrown into the river, they will be washed into the sea and fed to sharks. Just let the elves handle these things. Only 2 or 3 elves released by the scumbags ran with them. The rest were all on the grass. 2 people died. He was too lazy to look at these scumbags and felt that it was dirty. When he returned to the old man stared at him blankly. The battle just now ended too quickly, so fast that the old man didn't react. All the enemies were killed in just one encounter. The old man thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect the crisis to be resolved in an instant. This strange boy who had only known him for a few days was quite reliable. He had guessed that Yu-Hai was very strong before, but he didn't know how strong Yu-Hai was. He didn't have a clear understanding of this strong. Now he finally knew how powerful Yu-Hai was as a trainer. "Old man, what should we do with this child?" Yu Hai came to the old man, raised his hand and shook the old man's eyes, and reminded him that the battle was over. When Lu He saw Yu Hai's palm, he also came back to his senses from the previous battle. He looked down at the boy in his arms. The battle here was over, but the matter was far from over. He hurriedly reminded Yu Hai. "I don't know what to do. Let's wait for this child to wake up. The poaching group's ship is on the sea. This matter is not over yet. The poaching group will come again. You stay here first. I'll get you a tent." Yu Hai returned to the tent, took out a new tent from his backpack, asked the elves to set up the tent, and took out a blanket to cover the boy. He was not so worried about the poaching group's ship and other poaching group members mentioned by the old man. If the leader of the poaching group had a brain, he would not worry about these people coming back. After all, the purpose of the poaching group is to make money. There is no need to provoke a strong enemy in order to make money, unless the boy is very important and special. But he had asked the orb silk spider to check the boy's body. There were only some scratches on the boy's body, which might be caused by running in the forest. The boy's coma was also caused by being too tired, thirsty, and hungry. He had asked the old man to feed the boy some warm water. Besides these, the boy had no treasures on him. Apart from the boy himself, there was almost nothing valuable. He didn't believe that the leader of the poaching group was a brainless idiot who would fight him to death just for a human ticket. After all, it only took him a moment to defeat the 4 or 5 people just now. Unless the leader of the poaching group had a brain bag, he would not fall into the trap. If you want to know whether the poaching group will come back, you will know when Darkrai comes back. He has sent Darkrai to eavesdrop. Chapter 353, Everywhere. On the east coast of Sweet Orange Island, there is a wooden boat docked here. It is the wooden boat of the poaching group. The escaped leader was brought to this boat by the stinging jellyfish. When escaping, the little leader was very smart. He jumped directly into the river and was carried downstream by the poisonous jellyfish into the sea. He escaped with his life and returned to the poaching group's ship. "Ali, what's going on? Didn't I ask you to catch that kid? Why are you so embarrassed?" As soon as the little leader came back, he went to the captain's room to meet the poaching group leader. The poaching group leader frowned in dissatisfaction when he saw his men in such an embarrassed state. They dared to dirty his favorite bear rug. These useless men were really useless. "Boss, everything was going well. When we were about to catch that kid, a very strong trainer suddenly broke out and defeated all 5 of us in just one round. I defeated all of them." The little leader lay on the carpet, not daring to look at the angry face of the boss. He knew that the boss was very angry. After all, the boss was famous for his violent temper. He either beat or scolded his subordinates. "I defeated you in just one encounter?" The poaching leader looked at the little leader again. Seeing that the little leader was so embarrassed, he should not be lying. "Yes, boss, I lost 3 elves in that battle, only 1 stinging jellyfish was left. Only 2 of the 5 brothers I brought with me came back, and there was another person outside the door." The little leader thought that the boss didn't believe it, and quickly raised his hand to point to another survivor outside the door, trying to prove that he was not lying. "Let him in." The poaching leader waved his hand, and the door of the captain's room opened. An equally embarrassed poaching member walked into the captain's room and lay down on the carpet obediently. "Boss, what Brotherly said is true. I only have 1 sharp-toothed fish left. At that time, we were defeated by the man's 4 elves when we just met." "Which 4 elves?" The poaching group leader licked his lips secretly when he heard that only 4 elves defeated his men. He was a little tempted by such a powerful elf. If possible, he could set a trap to get them and use them for himself. "Boss, it's the mosquito frog, the flying mantis, the giant claw crab, and the armored rhinoceros. That's it." The poaching group leader heard that there were 4 very common elves. The rarest of these elves were Scyther and Rhino, which were only worth a few million. But these elves defeated his 5 men in an instant, and the poaching group leader doubted the failure of the two men. You have to know that these are common elves, and he doesn't care about conquering them. He uses psychic elves, coconut trees, gem sea stars, and dragon-type desert dragonflies, sea thorn dragons, water-type megalodon, and gyarados. Only these powerful elves are worthy of his status. The other side are some worthless elves, mosquito-repellent frogs, and giant claw crabs. They are all eaten as food. These elves are also worthy of being conquered as elves, and they are also worthy of being so strong. He doesn't believe it. He is now short of a dragon scales, to evolve his sea thorn dragon. I heard that the thorn dragon also has dragon attributes. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, dragon-type Pokemon are all very powerful Pokemon. However, the opponent can defeat his 5 subordinates in an instant, and there is also an elite-level small leader. He is not an ordinary rookie trainer, and he is probably at least a senior trainer. He is not afraid of senior trainers, but his purpose of coming here is to make money, otherwise how did he get these rare Pokemon? He also makes money to buy dragon scales to evolve Sea Thorn Dragon. He can't afford expensive dragon scales, but he can still get cheap dragon scales. As long as Sea Thorn Dragon can evolve, it's enough. Even so, he doesn't want to provoke the senior trainers of the Alliance. He is not afraid of the opponent's strength, but he is afraid of the opponent. Feng Hui will call for help. After all, these trainers in the Alliance have many powerful trainers behind them. What if they escape and report the news, and the Alliance sends experts to eliminate them? The poaching group he has worked so hard to build up, this money-making tool will be destroyed by the Alliance. Although these subordinates are trash, they are still useful tools. It is not worth it to be destroyed. Anyway, the poaching group is also a tool, but it is not as important as his own life and future. As long as he is still alive, the poaching group can be built at any time. This time he was lucky and caught a good product. He has found a buyer. This matter cannot be lost. I believe that the big man will definitely like this good product. After all, the organization of the big man is planning the Orange Islands. If this deal can be negotiated, he may be able to join in this organization. He was a captain, and the small leaders under him were also the first batch of people he joined the organization. Before joining the organization, he would try his best to avoid all unnecessary accidents. He didn't want his future career to be ruined by the trouble caused by his subordinates. No matter whether what the 2 small leaders said was true or false, he would treat it as true. He didn't intend to provoke the boy, the old man, and the league trainer, and even avoided their activity areas. The boy who ran away was just an ordinary boy. He was originally going to be trained as a sailor. Unexpectedly, he dared to deceive him and pretended to do odd jobs on the ship in order to take the opportunity to escape. Since he ran away, he ran away. With that boy or without that boy, the result is the same, they are all unimportant waste. As long as the valuable hostage in his hand is not lost, it is not difficult to exchange it for a dragon scale. The value of this hostage is much more valuable than the boy who ran away. Okay, all of you go down. Don't go to the place where that trainer is active in the future to provoke him. We capture our wild Pokemon, and they play with theirs. The little girl can go to the warehouse to collect the Pokemon herself. Yes, boss, the little leader was anxiously waiting for the boss to speak and wait for the boss's punishment. Unexpectedly, the boss didn't care about their failure at all. He was relieved and finally escaped. As the little leader and the other 2 left the captain's room, the poaching group leader turned his head to look at the bright moon outside the window and the sweet orange island under the bright moon. I hope there will be no more accidents. When they catch valuable wild Pokemon here, they will leave Sweet Orange Island and hand over the goods in their hands to that organization. At that time, with this meat ticket in his hand, he will have the ticket to join that organization. With his own strength, he can start from the captain and become a cotter in a few years. Enjoy life. However, what he didn't notice was that his conversation with his subordinates was all overheard by a black shadow. After the conversation, the black shadow left quietly without attracting anyone's attention. Yu Hai's campsite is next to the waterfall in the lower reaches of the Tiangan River. He didn't go to bed so early tonight. After the group of human traffickers was dispersed, he left a few alive and let Darkrai follow them quietly. I believe that it won't be long before Darkrai can bring back what he wants. You guessed right, the captain of the ship doesn't want to pursue this matter further. Darkrai's voice also sounded in Yu Hai's heart after he came back. After spending so much time with Yu Hai, it found that Yu Hai really understood people's hearts. Yu Hai said many things. It used to just further confirm Yu Hai's guess. From the face of the boss, it could see that the other party didn't want to pursue this matter further. It's just an ordinary child, not worth much money. Yu Hai knew that many underground organizations were training orphans or children bought from human traffickers. These children are not yet mature mentally. They only need a little brainwashing to get a large number of loyal followers to the organization. This is also the history of the rise of those underground organizations. That's why he said that as long as they don't step into the front, the rats in the underground will always be rats, never see the light, never be able to fight the alliance, and always be younger brothers. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he can't leave the alliance and join these underground organizations. I'm afraid his head is stuck in the door. There is another child on that ship. Do you want to rescue that child? Darkrai saw Yu Hai return to the tent and looked through the crack of the door at the Green River, who was taking care of the child in the tent, and talked about what he found on the ship. Let me think about it. Yu Hai returned to his tent after looking at the boy. There was no need to consider Darkrai's problem at all. This kind of thing should be the business of Juncha of the Alliance. He is not even a trainer certified by the Alliance yet, and has no obligation to combat poaching and crime. He was able to save the child because he couldn't run away at that time. The traffickers were aggressive. If he gave in at that time, they would really push him further because he was easy to bully. It's true that he doesn't like poaching, and he's not a hot-blooded young man. He won't rush forward just because of something. As long as the traffickers don't cause trouble, he can just call Luoyan and ask Luoyan to notify Miss Juncha to come over. Although he is not a certified trainer of the League, this is also the obligation of the citizens of the League. Unless... I also saw that they have a lot of money. This is also one of the purposes of letting Darkrai go over. First, eavesdrop on whether the poaching group will take the next step against them. Second, see how many poaching group members are on the ship, how strong the poaching group members are, and how strong the captain is. Third, see how much property the poaching group has and whether it is worth their effort. If it is a poor poaching group, notify Juncha to deal with it. If it is a very rich poaching group, they can do it quietly. Go and see how many members of the poaching group are on the ship, what their strengths are, and how strong the captain is. Then we can decide whether to kill them. Yu Hai was ready to go to bed, but he didn't expect Darkrai to say this again, and he couldn't sleep again. Everyone knows that he is short of money now. If the poaching group has money, they will definitely not inform Juncha. He wants to take all the money for himself and use it to cultivate his elves. There is no way, grassroots trainers are like this. In extraordinary times, extraordinary thinking is needed and extraordinary means should be used. If his family has a mine and his father is a high-ranking member of the Alliance, there is no need to be so troublesome. As a second-generation trainer, he can easily get the 3 major elves. It is not easy to become a certified trainer of the Alliance. With the resources of his parents, it is not impossible to sit on the throne of the king. Strength can be piled up with resources, and with the cautious mind of the traverser, it is still easy to become a king. Why do we have to struggle so hard like now? The extra money we earn is not enough to cover the expenses of the elves. This is also the purpose of his formation of forces, to let his subordinates develop on their own, and directly share the profits when they generate income, and they don't have to manage a bunch of trivial things. Why not? Let Darkrai continue to watch the poaching group. He fell into a deep sleep, and there were other elves on night watch. In addition, the poaching group no longer pursued, so there was no need to worry about being attacked. The old man and the boy who didn't know this spent the night in fear, and the boy also woke up. Where is this?" The boy murmured in a low voice, slowly opened his eyes, and saw the green river he met by the river. "Child, you are safe, don't worry, the poaching group has been repelled." Green River saw the boy wake up, and hurriedly brought a bowl of warm milk and let the boy drink it slowly. Feeling the sweetness in his throat, after his throat was moistened by milk, the boy's voice was no longer so hoarse. "Grandpa, did you save me?" "No, it was the trainer who camped here who saved us. He defeated the poachers." Midorikawa explained to the boy what happened after he met the boy. The boy listened to Midorikawa's story and couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration when he heard that Yukai defeated the group of people who captured him in just a moment. "Yes, he is a very powerful trainer," Midorikawa was stunned at the time. Now thinking back, it was not the poachers who were not good, but Yukai the sea was too strong, so strong that the group of people had no power to fight back. "Since you are awake, there are bread and milk here. Eat and rest early. It's okay to rest here. The poaching group dare not come. I will notify Junsha to take you back tomorrow." Lu He was not sure whether the poaching group would come back, but the powerful Yuhei also gave him some sense of security, at least it was much safer than his own wooden house. "Grandpa, I don't want to go back," the boy said when he heard about going back, his eyes showed reluctance. His elf partner was gone, killed by the bad guys. How could he go back like this? He wanted to seek revenge on the poaching group. "Why?" Lu He was lying next to him, and he couldn't help but look at the boy curiously. It would be safe to return to the big city, so why didn't the boy go back? If it weren't for the return period of Magikarp, he would have gone back. "My elf partner was killed by that group of people. I don't want to go back." The boy said this, tears fell in big drops, wetting the bread in his hand. "Let Junsha punish those bad guys. You'd better not take risks. You can't beat them," Lu He sighed. "It's common for trainers' Pokémon to die. Several Pokémon died tonight. Although they are all Pokémon from the poaching group, they are also Pokémon. Pokémon have no concept of good and evil. They basically act according to the will of the trainer. If the trainer does good, the Pokémon will do good. If the trainer does bad, the Pokémon will do bad." He didn't mean to blame Yuhai. He was old, but he was not so saintly. He just felt sorry for those Pokémon. They followed the wrong trainer. If they followed the poaching group, this day would come sooner or later. "Child, go to bed early. I can't help you with this matter. Maybe Ahai next door can. I can ask for you tomorrow." The trainer next door. When the boy heard the trainer who saved them, he secretly raised a glimmer of hope. The other party could defeat the poaching group that captured him so easily. He must be a very powerful trainer. He can definitely take revenge and will never let the bad guys from the poaching group go. Chapter 354, Another Boy. On the 31st day of the journey north, it was drizzling. It was drizzling this morning, and the weather was not very good. After they had breakfast, the drizzling stopped. The elves were training on the grass, and some were training in the forest. They also had to continue to capture Magikarp. The boy from last night also woke up and was looking at the training elves in the camp. He thought that it was these elves who saved him last night. They all looked so powerful and shot very accurately. "I don't know what the old man asked. He wanted to avenge his elf partner. He wanted to become a trainer again. It would be great if he could follow this powerful trainer and learn how to cultivate powerful elves. Aha, I want to inform Junsha to take this child away, but this child doesn't want to leave." Lu He released Magikarp next to Yuhai and talked to Yuhai about the boy. "Children are troublesome. You rescued them. You should figure out a way." Yuhai was too lazy to care about these little brats. They came out to travel before their hair had fully grown. It was considered lucky if they were not targeted by human traffickers. The bad luck was like what happened to this boy. "Ah hi, boy, don't you plan to do anything?" Seeing that Yu Hai didn't care, Lu He felt that Yu Hai was not like a trainer of the league at all. He didn't have that kind of passion and sense of justice. When encountering such a thing, as a trainer of the league, he would not tolerate these poaching groups. "Why should I care? If the little brat is disobedient, just beat him up. Let Juncha handle the things here. Since you choose to come out alone, you must be responsible for your own choice. Otherwise, you really think that trainers are just playing house. He is not a trainer of the league, and he doesn't want to care about the league's trivial matters. If he doesn't have the ability, he should just train the Pokemon honestly. Why is he hanging out with those newcomers with bodyguards? Can't he see his own weight? Or has he listened to too much propaganda from the league? Hey, if I don't care, I'm afraid that child will do something stupid," Lu He sighed. He knew Yu Hai's attitude, that is, he didn't want to conflict with the poaching group, and only wanted to subdue his Magikarp. What stupid thing can he do? He wants to go back and die, and no one stops him. Yu Hai doesn't care about the life and death of strangers. The two are not related. He didn't thank him after saving him once. Does he want him to save him a second time? He is not the other party's nanny. A stranger will not help another stranger for no reason. This is the world of adults. Small favors are okay, but big favors are not worth thinking about. Is the other party after your money, whether they want to use you, and whether they want you to take the blame? Hey, then I can only let Jun Sha deal with it. I'm old and can't help that child, Lu He sighed. In this situation, if Yu Hai doesn't help, Jun Sha can only deal with the poaching group. It's up to you. I'm not a nanny. Let the child go home early. He shouldn't come to the wild, Yu Hai asked Darkrai to investigate last night. The leader of the poaching group was not very strong, only at the senior level. The rest of the poaching group members were basically small minions, and there were only 2 or 3 elite members. To deal with the more than 10 members of the poaching group on the boat, he could launch a sneak attack at night and assassinate the leader of the poaching group first. The rest of the things would be easy to deal with. Before Juncha arrived, the poaching group would be robbed. "Okay, I'll tell the kid about this at noon," Lu He responded, wrote it down, and continued to be busy, marking the Magikarp. There was no rush to notify Juncha. His mobile phone was in the cabin. Even if he wanted to notify Juncha, he had to go back to the cabin to get the phone first, but he had no time to do it now. He didn't dare to go back to the cabin, so he could only ask Yu Hai to send 2 elves to protect him and go back to get his phone. The morning passed quickly, and Yu Hai still didn't catch a satisfactory Magikarp. It wasn't without any gains in these days. He encountered many Magikarps with potentials of 56, 57, and 58. There was no Magikarp with potential of 59, and only one with potential of 58. He didn't release it for the time being. If he couldn't catch the Magikarp with potential of 59, he could use this Magikarp with potential of 58. It was still a stupid thing with dual characteristics. After returning to the camp to prepare lunch, everyone had lunch. He continued to go to the river to subdue Magikarp. Lu He stayed to tell the boy the result of their chat this morning. "Child, wait for Jun Sha to come, then you can go home. It's still too dangerous in the wild." Lu He didn't say that Yu Hai didn't help. It would hurt the child to say it directly. "Grandpa, could it be that the big brother trainer?" The boy saw the expression on Lu He's face and knew that this would be the result, but he didn't want to believe it without hearing it. "Let's go back. I think it's too dangerous for you to stay here. You can only be safe under Juncha's protection. The old man is now going to go back to get his phone, so that Juncha can come to deal with the poaching group and take the child away." "I won't leave." The boy held the cup tightly until his fingertips turned white, looked up at Yu Hai who was catching Magikarp by the river, and asked Lu He, "Grandpa, how can I ask him for help?" "Aha!" Lu He saw the boy's eyes on the river, and also looked at Yu Hai by the river. He thought he could rely on the passion and sense of justice in the hearts of the league trainers to trick Yu Hai into taking over this matter, but Yu Hai didn't take the bait at all. He knew that Yu Hai was not the kind of hot-blooded and brainless trainer. He was not so easy to fool. Instead, he was very calm. He was very calm when they met. This kind of person cannot be moved by persuasion, but you have to show him something that moves the other person. If you want to ask him for help, you need money, a lot of money. Money, the boy's heart sank when he heard the word money. He had no money at all. His initial Pokemon, Skank, and other Pokemon he captured later, all died in the hands of the poaching group because he went out on a trip. He felt like the sky had fallen. Since he became a trainer, he had never felt so helpless. He thought that encountering a poaching group and losing his Pokemon partner was the most desperate thing. Now he realized that being weak, unable to take revenge, and unable to do anything was the most desperate thing. However, at such a desperate moment, the boy suddenly thought of a boy on the ship who was about his age. He knew who the boy was and his identity. He had no money, but the boy's family was very rich and had a lot of money. That money was enough to hire this trainer to rescue the boy. But what did it have to do with him that the boy was rich? It was still somewhat related. As long as he could talk to this trainer and let this trainer go to the poaching group to rescue people, the poaching group would definitely stop them. Then he could follow behind to take revenge. That was enough. As long as he could talk, he could use this as a springboard to do the next thing, just like he pretended to surrender to the poaching group and took the opportunity to sneak out. If he didn't think of this and didn't seize this last chance, he wouldn't be able to find a chance to escape from the poaching group's ship at night. These were all forced out. He wanted to live, he wanted revenge. As a sailor in the poaching group, he would never be able to take revenge under the watch of that group of people. The poaching group boss wanted to take him in as a sailor, but that was impossible. He couldn't associate with the murderer who killed his Pokemon. He would kill everyone on that ship to avenge his Pokemon. He wanted to repay tooth for tooth, blood for blood. He was not like this originally. He had been captured by the poaching group for so long and had seen too much killing on the boat. Whether it was against humans or elves, including his own elves, they all died at the hands of those desperate men. He knew clearly that it was useless to say anything to those desperate men. Only by treating them with the brutal methods they used to treat others would they know what fear was. He wanted them to experience the fear he had experienced. "Grandpa, can you introduce me to him? I want to meet him." The boy raised his hand and pointed at Yu Hai by the river. He wanted to use the identity of the young man on the boat to establish a relationship with Yu Hai. As long as he could talk to him, he would have the confidence to persuade Yu Hai to take action. Before escaping, they had already agreed that he would find someone to save the other party. Before saving the other party, he wanted to see the people of the poaching group die and rescue the other party by the way. "Okay, what's your name?" When Lu He said this, he knew that he couldn't persuade the boy. The boy had his own ideas. He just let the boy go. He was too lazy to make decisions for him. Lu He led the boy to the river and introduced them to Yu Hai. The next thing was left for them to talk about. "Aha, this kid is called Xiao Shun. He wants to see you for something." Lu He knew the boy's name before he came over. He came to Yu Hai and said the boy's name and introduced Yu Hai to the boy. "His name is Aha. You can call him Brother Hai. If you have anything to say, just tell him yourself." Lu He led the boy over and went to release the Magikarp. Before the boy made a decision, he didn't rush to inform Junsha. What if the boy doesn't want to find Junsha? Wouldn't he ruin the boy's business and make the boy unhappy? These passionate teenagers are all very stubborn, and their tempers are as stubborn as cows. It's better not to make decisions for them. When you get old, don't worry about it. Just observe your Magikarp peacefully. What's wrong? Yu Hai didn't even raise his head. He knew that the boy was standing not far away, and he didn't know what the boy was going to do. "Brother Hai, I want you to save my companion." Xiao Shun knelt on the grass and asked Yu Hai to help. He and the boy who was trapped on the boat were not companions at all, but only sympathetic. He was the hostage caught by the poaching group first, and the other party was the hostage caught by the poaching group later. When the other party was caught by the poaching group, he was already planning to escape. At that time, he was misunderstood as a member of the poaching group by the other party. Later, he gained the other party's trust. The other party asked him to find an opportunity to escape and find helpers. After rescuing the other party, the reward would definitely not be less. Companion. Yu Hai thought about it and thought that the boy should be talking about the other child mentioned by Darkrai. He didn't expect that the two knew each other. My companion's identity is not ordinary. As long as you can rescue him, you can have anything you want. Xiao Shun was also desperate and didn't intend to hide the other party's identity. Only a valuable person could persuade Yu Hai to rescue him. Who is he? Yu Hai heard this and became interested in the identity of the child. What kind of boy was caught by the poaching group? Could he be a rich man's son? He is the son of the owner of Liulai, Liugan Jim. Xiao Shun was also greatly surprised when he heard the news for the first time. After all, how could the son of a gym owner be caught by the poaching group? When he delivered the meal later, he found out that the other party had sneaked out to play and was caught by the poaching group, which was similar to his situation. He had challenged Liugan Jim before, but because there was only one Pokemon at that time, the owner of Liulai did not accept his challenge. Liugan Jim is a doubles match, which requires 2 Pokemon. He later captured 2 elves and challenged the gym again, but he still couldn't beat the gym leader Liulai. He was going to go to the sea to Citrus Island to watch Yuji's game, but he was caught by the poaching group as soon as he went out to sea. He was caught on the boat by the poaching group. His initial elf, Stinky, was gone, and the other elves were also made into soup by the bad guys of the poaching group. All his partners were gone. He saw them being eaten by the group with his own eyes, so he didn't want to go back. He wanted to seek revenge on the poaching group. Lugan Jim? Interesting, Yu Hai touched his chin and thought about it. The son of Liulai, the gym leader, was the boy who looked like Zai in the animation. He also traveled with a Pikachu. His name was Hao Er, but it was Hao Er. As the son of the gym leader, how could he be caught by the poaching group? And who dares to catch the son of the gym leader? As the son of the gym owner, why didn't the gym owner Liulai assign a few bodyguards to his son? If he ran away secretly, it's hard to say. These little brats can really do such a thing. When he was a child, he often ran away with a group of playmates to play in the river. And the red-haired mother actually gave birth to a black-haired son, which shows that the child's father's genes are very strong. Lao Wang next door, forget it. With such a scandal, Liulai can't be the gym owner, and this handle will be held by others. Since Liulai can sit in the position of gym owner, it is impossible for her not to know this, unless Liulai hides it very well, but the color of hair cannot be hidden. And he didn't hear any scandals about Liulai. She can still sit firmly in the position of gym owner. In addition to her own strength, her husband may have some influence. Their son was arrested, and he didn't hear any news on Jingan Island. There may be 2 reasons. First, Luoyan noticed it, but he didn't. He didn't ask, and Luoyan didn't say anything. After all, he was in the villa those days, and the only time he went out was to go to the supermarket to buy things. Who would pay attention to such things? Second, the poaching group threatened the other party's parents with killing the hostage, so they couldn't call the police, but asked for a ransom. After all, in the vast ocean, if they searched with all their strength, they should be able to see the search ship, but he didn't see anything. Even Junsha, who went to the island to search, was not there. If someone searched for the kidnappers on Tiangan Island, it would be impossible not to find them. They burn fires every day, so can't they see the obvious black smoke? If they secretly asked for a ransom, the gym didn't expose the news of the kidnapping, and he didn't know the news that the gym owner's son was kidnapped, then everything makes sense. Chapter 355, The Revengeful Teenager. The poaching group's behavior is simply seeking death. The moment the ransom is paid is the moment the poaching group is destroyed. The kidnapped person is the gym owner's son. There are only 4 gyms in the Orange Islands, which shows the value of these gyms. If the old man in the gym knew that his grandson was kidnapped, he would definitely turn the entire Orange Islands upside down, and the sea would not be so peaceful. It seems that things are not that simple. The poaching group wants to have their cake and eat it too, using the ransom to delay time while contacting the buyer. When both sides receive money, even if the gym does not receive the money, it will be fine if the subordinates are caught by the gym, because the boy has been sold anyway. There is no doubt about the value of the son of a gym owner. If the boy is obtained by the Rocket Team, he will be taken back for brainwashing and training, and labeled as the Rocket Team. When the boy inherits the gym in the future, the Liugan Gym will be the Rocket Team's undercover in the Orange Islands. The Rocket Team can pull the Liugan Gym, one of the 4 major gyms, Tone Camp. There are 3 other gyms, and the Rockets can also take it slowly. As long as all the gyms are pulled into the Rockets' camp, even if they are not on the Rockets' side, they only need to stay neutral, and the Orange Islands will become the Rockets' backyard. The intrusion of the Alliance has already caused dissatisfaction among the local forces in the Orange Islands. Now the Rockets have come to intervene again, and the local forces are happy to sit back and watch the Tigers fight, and they can also reap the benefits. In addition to the local forces, he also noticed that there is another force in the Orange Islands, that is, the black ships sailing near the coast of many islands. He is not sure whether the black ships are agents supported by the local forces, or the local forces themselves. In short, the black ships are deeply involved with the local forces, not only in terms of money, but also in the network of relationships established through marriage. These forces can only be described as intricate. The black ships are not a force. As long as the ships that trade illegally in the coastal waters are called black ships, the situation seems to be more complicated. After all, there is a black ship near the coast of every island, and they are all black ship forces. Now is not the time to think about the black ship. He has to think about whether to save the boy or not. If he saves him, the benefits are self-evident. After all, he went north to join the Liugan dojo. But the adult world is not that simple. He wants to join the dojo, and the owner's son is kidnapped and sent to him. How can it be so coincidental? Even if it is a coincidence, he can't treat it as a coincidence. If he rescues the boy was kidnapped and he completed the rescue alone. It is estimated that the dojo will think that it is a self-directed and self-acted play, and the purpose is to join the dojo. Joining the dojo in this way, there is no need to think about it. He can indeed join the dojo, but he already feels uncomfortable. At that time, the Liugan dojo will definitely guard against him like a thief. It is estimated that they will only put him in the dojo with a name, give him some benefits and send him away, or even expel him if he makes a mistake, and cancel his status as a dojo apprentice. Never doubt someone's integrity, even if the other party is a gym, or even a gym owner. People are always noble, not a certain profession. He can still remember the things that he was optimized in his previous life. In his previous life, his parents warned him that it is better to do less than more, and never get involved in certain things. Don't help someone who didn't hit you. Don't meddle in other people's affairs when you see someone in trouble and lying on the ground. Because you may become a scapegoat. There are too many such things in the previous life. You are the discoverer and the first suspect. It doesn't matter if you don't plead guilty. You just need to help you relax your muscles and bones. He never leaves his fate to the integrity of others. Since he entered society and was optimized, he no longer believes in these things. The world of adults is as black as ink. After going through the world, don't think about being clean. It's good to be alive. Most of the endings will lose everything, even life. Life is the best teacher for everyone. It is so cold and suffocating that it will tame every stubborn person. Sometimes it will not leave you half of your life. It will not only eat you up but also suck your bones and marrow. Although I can't join the gym with this relationship, I still have to save the boy. The benefits need to be considered in the long run, and the plan to join the Liulai gym must also be changed. Saving the boy and joining the gym must be seen separately. Even if the boy is rescued, he will keep the boy a secret between them, including the fact that he wants to join the gym. They can't recognize each other. This is a game thinking. He will start from human nature and think about the problem from the perspective of others, and will get the worst result. Don't ask why you don't think in a good direction. That is a very naive idea. The higher the expectations, the more painful it will be in the end. If you are beaten too many times, you won't have such a naive idea. Since you want to save the boy and rob the entire poaching group, then you don't need to call Juncha. You can let Darkrai continue to monitor the poaching group to prevent the poaching group from escaping in advance. He could kill the poaching group on the ship at any time, so as to avoid any trouble. He would let Darkrai monitor for 2 days, and then he could take action. After thinking this through, he looked up at the boy, only to find that the boy was kneeling on the grass. "What are you kneeling for?" Yu Hai frowned, puzzled by the boy's behavior. They were just interested in each other, and the other party didn't need to kneel. "Brother Hai?" My companion Xiao Shun saw Yu Hai looking over, and didn't know what Yu Hai was thinking, whether the boy should be saved or not. "I will go and see, but it's not the time yet." "You get up first," Yu Hai said, and he had undoubtedly promised the other party that he had taken on the task of saving people. "Brother Hai, can I go with you then?" Xiao Shun heard Yu Hai agree to save people, and he laughed happily. This step was not easy. He finally persuaded this powerful trainer to help. "No," Yu Hai shook his head without hesitation. He didn't want to bring a burden with him, and he would have to separate Pokémon to protect the boy. "Brother Hai, can I learn to breed elves from you? My elf companions all died in the hands of the poaching group, I want revenge." Xiao Shun has already given up. He hates his weakness and wants to become stronger all the time. Even if the poaching group is wiped out by Yu Hai this time, there are still many poaching groups on the sea. He doesn't want to be caught by the poaching group every time he encounters it, and watch his elf companion die again. He doesn't want to see such a thing happen again. He wants to become stronger, so strong that he can destroy a poaching group every time he encounters it, until there are no more poaching groups on the sea. "Your companions are worth rescuing. What can you give me? Don't forget you still owe me a life." Yu Hai's words were straightforward and realistic. This boy was just like Luo Yan, who wanted revenge. Luo Yan was at least a down-and-out quasi-king trainer. Xiao Ying still had the channel of the alcoholic old man, and a ping helped him keep the secret. What else could this boy have that was worth his heart? There was still one chapter. Chapter 356, that's enough. Future? This thing is nonsense. Without him, the boy is still a boy. He was already a dead man last night. The boy has no future at all. "I have nothing." Xiao Shun got a naked cold reality, lowered his head silently, and the light in his eyes dimmed. He did talk to this powerful trainer, but he was worthless to this trainer. Why should the other party help him become stronger, or even help him get revenge? It's useless to pretend to be pitiful. He has used it before. Even if he is really pitiful, it's useless. It's useless to kneel down and beg the other party. There is no wavering on the other party's cold face. I don't know from that time on, the whole world was different. When did it become like this? When he was caught on the ship, or when he left his hometown and traveled alone, or... The boy was desperate. Without the help of this powerful trainer, when could he defeat the poaching group that killed his Pokémon friends and avenge his Pokémon friends? He couldn't even beat the small boss on the ship, let alone the boss of those small bosses. He couldn't beat them, and revenge was far away. Fish onion duck, bring the fruit knife." Yu Hai saw the boy like this, still without any mercy. He was not a good guy, nor was he the great villain who has committed 10 unforgivable crimes. The boy is determined to take revenge, he can't just not show it at all. Helping the boy is just a piece of cake for him, there is no loss for him, and there is no need to worry about the benefits. He asked Farfetch'd to throw the fruit knife on the grass in front of the boy, and released a magi carp with ordinary potential from the poke ball, which kept jumping in front of the boy. "Kill the fish." Yu Hai asked the boy to kill the fish, took out a cigarette box from his body, lit a cigarette for himself, and threw a cigarette to the old man Green River. The old man smoked, but it was an old pipe. "Aha boy, I don't care what you want to do, can you please not hurt the magi carp?" Lvei took the cigarette and looked at the magi carp that was about to die on the grass, feeling a little reluctant. "Stop talking nonsense, old man there are so many magi carp in the river, we can't eat them all." Yu Hai waved his hand helplessly and asked the old man to look at the Tiangan River, where there were more and more magi carp, more than hundreds of thousands. "These stupid things have strong vitality and will not become extinct." "Well, it's up to you." The old man doesn't care. Lu He turned his face away, too lazy to look at the two people, he was afraid that he couldn't help it. Thinking about it later, let them go, it's just a magi carp, anyway, there will be many magi carp returning here every year, it doesn't matter if there are a few less. "Brother Hai, why kill the fish?" Xiao Shun saw Lu He leave. He knew that the next step was related to whether he could take revenge in his future. He must not make the wrong choice. "If you want revenge, you can start with the fish." Yu Hai glanced at the boy lightly. If the boy couldn't even do this, he should just go home. The boy was not suitable for a life of bloodshed. "My enemy is not magi carp." Xiao Shun looked at the fruit knife on the grass and the magi carp jumping around. He hesitated, and his palms were sweaty. "I know, it's better to be brave." Yu Hai stopped looking at the boy and continued to let Butterfree and the others catch magi carp. It was just a magi carp. This thing was at the bottom of the food chain, but it was no longer eaten. Xiao Shun saw that Yu Hai was no longer paying attention to him. He was still hesitating between the fruit knife and the magi carp. He knew that this was a test from Yu Hai. He wanted to see his determination. If revenge was just talk, but he couldn't do it. "Hai, Xiao Shun closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Thinking of his murdered elf partner, he finally made a difficult decision. He reached out and grasped the handle of the fruit knife, and stabbed the magi carp on the grass. The magi carp struggled in pain, and he quickly pressed his body on the magi carp until the magi carp stopped struggling and completely stopped breathing. "Brother Hai, I did it." Xiao Shun looked at the magi carp that stopped struggling on the grass, and the fish blood on his hands, and told Yu Hai about it calmly with a relieved tone. "Not bad, cut open the fish's belly." Yu Hai only looked up and continued to make the next request to the boy. If he couldn't do it, he would go home obediently. He didn't force the other party, and he had to be responsible for his own choice. Hearing this request, the boy did not hesitate at all, and pulled out the blade to cut open the magic herb's belly. "Anything else?" Xiao Shun looked at the fish entrails in the fish's belly, waiting for Yu Hai's next request. "Pick a piece of meat and eat it." Yu Hai's face remained expressionless. He really wanted to see where the boy's bottom line was and how far he would go for revenge. Hearing this request, the boy was stunned, looked down at the fish entrails on the ground, took a deep breath, picked up a piece of clean fish meat and ate it raw. When chewing the entrails, fish blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, which he wiped away expressionlessly. "I ate it." Xiao Shun wiped the fish blood from the corner of his mouth. The fishy smell in his mouth almost made him vomit, but he still resisted the churning of his stomach and swallowed the fish in his mouth. Then he reported to Yu Hai expressionlessly that he had completed the other party's request. "Kill this one again, and repeat the request just now." Yu Hai stood up and released another magi carp, asking the boy to repeat what he had just done. His cigarette also burned to the butt. This was the last request. If the boy could still do it, he would help the boy complete his revenge. Xiao Shun saw another lively magi carp and heard the request just now. This time he did not hesitate at all and picked up the knife to kill the fish. He knew it was wrong, but he had no choice. For revenge, he had no choice. However, at the moment when the tip of the knife was about to stab down, the tip of the knife stopped. The tip of the knife stopped on the terrified black eyeballs of the magi carp, and the boy's terrified eyes also stopped. Surprised eyes. It's okay, the knife is in your hand. Some people can die, but some elves don't need to. You can decide their life and death, but you must also bear the corresponding consequences. If you don't kill that fish, if it evolves into a Gyarados, the one who dies is you. Everything that Gyarados destroys is also the price you have to pay, the price of your life. After stopping the boy from continuing, Yu Hai felt that it was almost done, because the boy was full of hatred, and he had to do it. Use a stupid fish to correct the boy's thoughts and let him understand the meaning of revenge. Killing is only a means, not an end. The knife in his hand must be controlled by himself, not controlled by desire. He hopes that the boy can understand this, and he doesn't want to cultivate a murderous madman. Only when the boy understands this, he will not lose himself in the future, will not indulge in powerful power, and will not fall into revenge killing. Chapter 357, Thick Thighs. Brother Hai, then Xiao Shun put down the knife, his whole hand was shaking, he didn't know what to say, he didn't want to kill the fish, but for revenge, he had no choice. He wanted to take revenge on the scum of the poaching group. The poaching group at that time was like this, killing his elf partner in front of him and forcing him to get his hands on the blood of the elves. At that time, he chose to die rather than obey them, and was unwilling to join them, but when he just killed Magikarp, he realized that he was the same now. For power, for revenge, to hurt other lives, he was no different from the bad guys in the poaching group, he finally after all, he became the person he hated. Looking at the blood on his hands, he became like this for revenge. This was the first time he knew that ending a strange life was so simple. It turned out that it was so simple for the evil people to kill a life, so simple that he could easily do it. This thing didn't seem to be very difficult, and the evil people were not as terrible as imagined. Killing fish is like this, killing people should be the same, the feeling is similar, the blood should be similar, all hot. Before, he was very reluctant to use a knife, but now he also understood the meaning of the knife. No one forced him, it was his choice from beginning to end. Just as Yu Hai said, the knife was in his hand, even the fish was his choice. The other party never forced him, but chose revenge. He could also choose not to choose the other party, which was nothing more than giving up revenge, but he would never give up revenge, so he chose revenge, chose to follow the other party to gain strength, and chose to let his hands be stained with blood. Power is not only used for revenge. He looked at another Magikarp still jumping on the grass. The life and death of this fish also depended on him. Release it, follow me. Yu Hai patted Xiao Shun on the shoulder and returned to the camp to get some things. Since Xiao Shun had made his choice, he should also express his feelings. Xiao Shun wanted revenge, and it was no longer feasible to train the Pokémon step by step. After all, he would take action against the poaching group in 2 days, and Xiao Shun and the Pokémon did not have so much time to grow. Xiao Shun could only learn quickly, and the bond with the Pokémon would be discussed later. If he wanted to become a powerful trainer quickly, it would be the easiest to capture powerful Pokémon directly. The most powerful Pokémon available here must be Magikarp. As long as Magikarp could evolve into Gyarados, Xiao Shun could skip the rookie trainer stage and become an elite trainer. It was just that whether Xiao Shun could capture such a Gyarados and whether he could establish a bond with Gyarados was Xiao Shun's own business. He had already opened the door to becoming a top trainer for Xiao Shun. Did he have to chew the rice into pieces and feed it to the other party? Whether or not he can become a top trainer depends on Xiao Shun's own personal ability, his acquired efforts, and how much Xiao Shun desires for power. He planned to give the Magikarp with 58 potential to the other party as a starting Pokémon. Anyway, it was not the 59 potential he wanted, so it didn't matter if he gave it to someone else. When he was about to enter the forest, Xiao Shun also took the Magikarp to the river and released it. He also washed his bloody hands by the river before quickly following Yu Hai's footsteps. The two entered the forest one after the other. Greek Frog, Scyther, stop training and follow me. Yu Hai was going to let Greek Frog suppress Gyarados, but it was just an elite level Gyarados, and these two Pokémon were enough to suppress it. Yobo, Yobo, Greek Frog heard Yu Hai calling him for something, and quickly stopped his waterfall climbing training and followed Yu Hai into the forest. Fly, Scyther also stopped his high-speed obstacle avoidance training and followed Yu Hai into the forest. Following Yu Hai when Xiao Shun came to the forest, he didn't know what Yu Hai was going to do. He had passed the test before, but he didn't know what test would come next. He knew that he just had to obey Yu Hai's instructions. It was useless to think too much. He was a smart man and had some cleverness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the poaching group's ship and know what he should do. Xiao Shun, there's not much time for you to grow up now. If you want revenge, you can only learn quickly. I have an opportunity here. Do you want to? I want it, Brother Hai. I'm willing to do anything for revenge, Xiao Shun responded as soon as he heard that there was an opportunity to express his determination. This Pokémon is Magikarp. Yu Hai threw a Pokeball back, which was the Magikarp with 58 potentials. This Magikarp has the talent of a king. As long as it can evolve, it will be a Pokémon with the strength of a king in the future. King. When Xiao Shun heard the word king, his ears could no longer hear any sound. He was shocked by the word king and gave up thinking. Looking at the Magikarp in the Pokeball, he realized that his choice was right. He followed the right person this time. He didn't expect that this trainer would give him a Magikarp with the talent of a king. He didn't know how to express his excitement at the moment. He thought that following Yu Hai could only help him in conquering Pokémon. It would be even better if he could learn how to train Pokémon from him. As long as he was willing to teach him, he would be satisfied. He didn't expect that the other party would give him a big surprise as soon as he came. This big surprise directly knocked him out. The Pokémon with the talent of a king, which seemed unattainable to him, was now in his hands. He did not doubt the authenticity of the talent of a king. Even if there was water, it was at least the talent of a quasi-king. After all, he was penniless and had no use value. What was the purpose of the other party deceiving him? What benefit could the other party get? The other party was willing to help him. Even if there was no Magikarp, he was very grateful to the other party. He owed the other party something. The other party didn't owe him anything. Instead, the other party was so good to him. He didn't even have time to thank the other party. What other thoughts could he have? He must seize this opportunity to learn how to train elves from such a powerful trainer, instead of missing the opportunity because of his bad mouth. That's not a sign of brain problems, that's a sign of brainlessness. His hometown is in Xiangju Island, and his family is not rich. They can only capture grass elves and feed them by basking in the sun and adding water. Since he went on a trip, he has seen what reality is and no longer has his previous naive ideas. If he wants to stand out, make a name for himself, and become a master of grass elves, he can only hold on to this thick and strong trainer's thigh. After all, elves with supernatural talents can be given away casually, and the other party is at least a supernatural trainer, a supernatural trainer. Big figures like supernatural trainers are usually hard to meet, and they will never pay attention to newcomers like him. Now he has the opportunity to learn from him. Once he misses this opportunity, there will be no second time, and he will never let it go. The reason why he cherishes this opportunity so much is that in his hometown, there is a childhood playmate who went on a trip and returned to his hometown some time ago. When they reunited at the Pokémon Center, the opponent's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had also subdued many rare Pokémons that he had never seen before. They used to be able to fight each other, but he could no longer beat the opponent at that time. Later, he learned that when the opponent went out to travel, he became an apprentice in the gym. Although he was just an apprentice who did odd jobs in the gym, he had many more opportunities than staying in his hometown. The fact that the opponent had such strong strength and such a big gap with him was the result of learning in the gym. When he heard this, he could no longer suppress his inner impulse, so he decided to go out to travel. As a result, everyone knew that he had bad luck. Not long after he went out, he was caught by the poaching group. Being caught by the poaching group was not entirely a bad thing. During the period when he was caught by the poaching group, although all his Pokémon partners were lost, he also met the son of the owner of the Liugan Gym. As long as he could rescue the opponent and build a good relationship with him. Joining the Liugan Gym in the future will be a matter of course. He wanted to join the Liugan Gym before, but he did not pass the assessment of the gym owner Liuli. However, with the relationship of the young man, it should be no problem for him to become a gym apprentice. Compared to gym apprentices, his biggest opportunity this time is to meet a top trainer, the trainer in front of him. A top trainer and a gym apprentice, the importance of the top trainer is far greater than that of the gym apprentice. If he can become the student of this top trainer, he will definitely not have to worry about the future. He must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change his destiny. Even if he cannot become a student, he cannot make the other party angry. This top trainer is so generous, and he is a Magikarp with top talent. The other party is the most important noble person in his life. He must not let go and must follow the other party for the rest of his life. Chapter 358, Gyarados. Stop, it's fine here. These things are water-based energy blocks, and there are 4 or 5 water gems, which are used to evolve Magikarp. Brother Hai, how can I make Magikarp evolve? Xiao Shun had been in a daze until Yu Hai called him to stop. He came back to his senses and stopped. He didn't dare to look at Yu Hai, and scratched his head awkwardly. He knew nothing about spirits like Magikarp. This is an open area with only grass and no trees. There is a 50 square meter grass in the woods. Could it be that Magikarp is going to evolve here? Don't worry about this matter. You need to get along well with Magikarp now, just use those foods, and cooperate with me in acting later. Yu Hai waved his hand, letting Xiao Shun be the good guy first, and then he would be another bad guy. Only when Xiao Shun and Magikarp share the same suffering can Xiao Shun and Magikarp quickly help establish the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon. I understand, Xiao Shun knew what the bond was, just like he and his original Pokémon, Skank, but Skank was gone. Now was not the time to think about those things. He released Magikarp. Magikarp had no water, and could only jump around on the grass. He quickly reached out to comfort Magikarp. It's okay, Magikarp, I want to subdue you to be my Pokémon partner, are you willing to be my partner? The boy's smile was sincere, and with the water energy cube in his hand, the Magikarp quickly calmed down and ate the boy's water energy cube. Feeling the deliciousness of the water energy cube, the Magikarp narrowed its eyes and drooled from the corners of its mouth. It wanted more energy cubes and could enjoy the boy's feeding and caressing. Just then, Yu Hai rushed over and kicked the boy, scolding the boy and the Magikarp. Waste, you can't even subdue a Magikarp, this Magikarp is just as useless, all useless. Brother Hai? Xiao Shun was frightened by this angry scolding. He only knew that he had to act, and he was not mentally prepared at all. He thought Yu Hai was serious. When he saw Yu Hai blinking quietly, he knew that the acting had begun. He hurriedly cooperated with Yu Hai to pretend to be pitiful. Useless thing, you can't even subdue a Magikarp. I'll stew this Magikarp when I go back. Yu Hai glared at the boy and Magikarp fiercely, and even showed a ferocious look as if he wanted to eat Magikarp. This scene frightened Xiao Shun and he rushed to Magikarp to protect the trembling Magikarp under him. He was in the play in a second, cooperating with Yu Hai's performance, and used the action of protecting Magikarp to establish a bond with Magikarp. When Magikarp saw Yuhai and the other two elves fiercely, with fierce eyes, he had no doubt that they would eat him. The mosquito frog and the flying mantis, one was clenching his fist, the other was sharpening his sickle, and he stretched out his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. When Magikarp thought about being eaten by them, he became more and more scared. There was also a boy who was protecting him, but he couldn't stop the two ferocious elves at all. The boy was in danger. "Get out of here, you waste!" The same waste as Magikarp, Yuhai picked up the boy with one hand, threw him out, stepped on Magikarp, and prepared to use anger to stimulate the Magikarp to evolve. Unexpectedly, the boy was too deep into the play, and ran back to hug his feet, crying and begging him, "Brother Hai, please, don't eat it, it's my elf partner, please let it go." Hee, Yuhai sneered twice, raised his hand and slapped the boy in the face. The slap was very loud, and the boy was stunned. It really hurt. His hand hurt, not to mention the boy's face. There was no way. If he hit lightly, Magikarp would see it. Since the boy was so serious and wanted to add drama to himself, he wanted to end the acting, but he quietly took it back. He could only continue to cooperate with the boy to make the fake play real. It was just some physical pain, and the boy just had to endure it. "Get out of here, you waste, this fish is also a waste. It can't even protect you. What's the point of keeping this fish, and what's the point of subduing this waste?" Yuhai raised his foot without any hesitation. He kicked the boy, still cursing at him and Magikarp, in order to arouse Magikarp's impulse to protect the trainer, thus stimulating Magikarp to evolve. Karu, Magikarp saw that the boy who gave him delicious food was kicked away and slapped in order to protect him. His face was red, and his anger kept rising. An unprecedented dazzling light burst out from his body. This human scolded the boy for being a waste and also called it a waste. It couldn't stand it. It wanted to evolve and eat this human. Seeing Magikarp glowing due to stimulation, the boy was stunned. No wonder Brother Hai said that Magikarp's evolution should be ignored. He finally knew how Magikarp should evolve. Magikarp evolved successfully, and he also established a bond with Magikarp. Brother Hai is really good at tricks. It was not in vain that he kicked and slapped Magikarp. "Don't be dazed. Hurry up and feed Magikarp the water gem," and this, Yuhai took out a blue scale, which was the dragon scale he found in Storm's backpack. He was going to give it to the boy to evolve Magikarp, just as a small experiment. This dragon scale is his real investment in the boy. This Magikarp is just a Pokemon he captured casually. There are many in the river. He doesn't lack these stupid things at all. If this dragon scale of the pseudo-dragon can evolve Magikarp, then the dragon scale of the real dragon can also be given to Magikarp, instead of Sea Thorn Dragon. After all, Magikarp with top talent, coupled with the King Evolution item Dragon Scale, is a powerful combination, so the evolved Gyarados will be stronger. Choose a Gyarados with dragon blood, or choose a pseudo-dragon and a Thorn Dragon, there is no need to choose. Of course he wants the strongest Gyarados, and the Thorn Dragon will be discussed later. When the time comes, he can get another Dragon Scale and it will not be difficult to evolve a Thorn Dragon. "Brother Hai, what is this?" Xiao Shun asked Yuhai, who took out the scale curiously after feeding the water gem to Magikarp's big mouth and holding a palm-sized, cold blue scale in his hand. "Don't talk nonsense, Magikarp is about to evolve, put the scale on the gills quickly in," Yuhai hurriedly urged Xiao Shun to place the scale before Magikarp evolved. Xiao Shun also knew that there was no time to ask more questions, and Yuhai would not harm himself, let alone Magikarp. He quickly opened Magikarp's gills and put the blue scale in, and Magikarp's evolutionary light became stronger and stronger. The Magikarp lying on the ground quickly grew bigger and taller, and the scales placed in Magikarp's gills quickly merged with the new body. Suddenly, a strong breath burst out from Magikarp. This strong breath bent the green grass on the grass, and blew Yuhai and Xiao Shun back again and again, and they could only raise their arms to block the strong wind blowing from the grass. Roar, roar, roar! With a roar, a fierce elf with a body length of about 7 or 8 meters and a height of 4 or 5 meters standing upright stood on the grass the center, scared Yu Hai and Xiao Shun, and they dared not move at all. Frog and Scyther were also facing a great enemy. What a great intimidation feature, it's really powerful. Yu Hai felt the violent aura from Gyarados, and felt that this Pokémon was so handsome. Just looking at its appearance, you can tell how powerful it is. He must subdue the best stupid thing. Gyarados, Xiao Shun also felt the violence of Gyarados. He didn't dare to get close to the current Gyarados. Gyarados only needed to flick its tail lightly to beat him into a pulp. He didn't know whether the current Gyarados still remembered him before, whether he still remembered that he fed Magikarp delicious food, and whether he still remembered the boy who protected Magikarp. In fact, as long as you try it a little, you will know whether Gyarados still remembers Xiao Shun. You just need to look at Gyarados' attitude towards Xiao Shun. The attitude towards Yu Hai, the evil man, will tell whether Gyarados has a memory of 7 seconds. Thinking of this, Yu Hai slowly reached out to grab Xiao Shun's collar, and Gyarados moved instantly and rushed directly towards the two of them. He also knew Gyarados' attitude, and hurriedly moved away from Xiao Shun to give them space to get along. Gyarados, Xiao Shun didn't know that Yu Hai had already run away. He was frightened by the momentum of Gyarados and collapsed to the ground, and his eyes were closed. He thought Gyarados was going to run over him or eat him with his big mouth, but he didn't expect that after a gust of wind, Gyarados stopped beside him and rubbed his face with its big mouth. Feeling the coldness on his face, Xiao Shun bravely opened his eyes and saw the ferocious mouth of Gyarados. He was immediately startled. This big mouth was bigger than his head and could swallow him in one bite. Roar! Gyarados felt a little wronged. It came to protect Xiao Shun, but Xiao Shun was afraid of it. Seeing Gyarados' aggrieved eyes, Xiao Shun suddenly realized something. He turned his head and looked back, only to find that Yu Hai was far away from him and was still blinking at him. He understood instantly and was no longer afraid of Gyarados. He immediately reached out and touched Gyarados' big mouth, hugged Gyarados' big mouth and smiled and thanked Gyarados. Gyarados, thank you for protecting me. Roar! Gyarados also narrowed his eyes. As long as the boy was fine, it was also very happy. Now it is no longer a weak Magikarp. It has the power to protect the boy and will not let anyone bully him again. Come on, defeat me, prove to me that trash plus trash is still trash. Yu Hai waved at Gyarados, deliberately provoking and angering Gyarados. Even if this Gyarados has a bond with Xiao Shun and has been subdued by Xiao Shun, he still wants to defeat Gyarados. He must let Gyarados know who is the boss here. While fighting, Xiao Shun and Gyarados can continue to deepen their bond. Roar! Gyarados was not angry when provoked by Yu Hai, nor did he rush to fight immediately. Instead, he first bit Xiao Shun's clothes with his big mouth, came to the edge of the grass and put Xiao Shun down, and then turned around and roared at Yu Hai. Xiao Shun also received Yu Hai's reminder. After being put down by Gyarados, he quickly reached out and patted Gyarados' sturdy body, looked at Yu Hai with confidence, and shouted excitedly at Gyarados. Gyarados, I protected you before, I want to fight side by side with you, we will defeat them together and prove that we are not useless. He was encouraging Gyarados and deepening their bond of fighting side by side. The opponent was a top trainer, and they could not defeat each other. They were just acting. However, he had already acted in his true colors at this point. He was not acting, but taking this matter seriously. He really liked Gyarados. This Gyarados had just evolved and showed its powerful strength. Gyarados would definitely take him to soar in the future. It was his strongest Pokémon partner and the first partner he conquered after becoming a trainer again. Roar! Gyarados responded to Xiao Shun with an unwilling roar. It also wanted to prove to the villain that it was not a stupid fish, it was not a waste, it was a great cruelty. Gyarados, attack with your strongest move, Xiao Shun got the response from Gyarados and immediately commanded Gyarados to fight, starting his first side-by-side battle with Gyarados. Even if he burst out with all his strength, he didn't have to worry about hurting the opposite yokai. A newly evolved Gyarados couldn't beat the opposite yokai at all. Roar! Gyarados heard the strongest move, and the anger accumulated in his heart immediately turned into a destructive orange-yellow beam, which was ejected from his mouth and shot towards the frog blocking Yu-Hai. Frog, here comes the destruction death beam, use guard to block it. Yu-Hai saw that the opponent used a killer move right at the beginning, and did not let Frog avoid it. He was behind Frog, and if Frog avoided it, he would be vaporized by the beam. Yobo Yobo! Frog saw the beam and stepped forward and raised his fists without showing any weakness. It was a shame for it to be scared just now, and now it wants to return this shame. When the beam came in front of Frog, it hit a layer of light green protective shield, split to both sides, swept through the woods behind it, knocked down several large trees, and the beam stopped. The power of this destruction death beam was a bit scary. Gyarados had just evolved. Frog was also pushed back several meters to take the beam, but it still blocked it later. Seeing this, Yu-Hai hurriedly asked Frog to pursue the victory. Frog, while it can't move now, rush up and use the freezing punch. Frog has no attribute moves that can restrain Gyarados, so just use its best moves to attack. Yobo! Frog burst out with waterfall climbing, stepped on two big holes in the grass, and instantly came to Gyarados, raised his fist covered with ice crystals, and punched Gyarados in the face, directly knocking Gyarados out. Gyarados! Xiao Shun saw Gyarados being beaten and knocked down two big trees, and stopped under the third big tree. He hurried over to see if Gyarados was injured. Roar, 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 roar! Before he could run over, Gyarados climbed up and roared at Frog again, spitting out a terrifying colorful energy beam from its mouth. There was also a dragon head phantom in the beam, and it opened its mouth wide to bite Frog. Chapter 359, Run away Frog, it's the dragon wave, get out of the way. Yu-Hai saw the dragon-shaped phantom in the beam and hurriedly asked Frog to avoid it. Frog's guard had been used, and there was a probability of failure if it was used again. Avoiding was the safest choice. Yobo! Frog's feet exploded, the grass sank again, and its figure disappeared again, just flashing twice, and it came to Gyarados in the blink of an eye. Just like the first freezing punch, Frog's waterfall climbing jump was like teleportation, so fast that Dragon Wave lost its target and Gyarados lost its target. The speed of the frog was too fast, so fast that Gyarados could not react at all. The frog came in front of Gyarados and raised his fist covered with ice crystals towards Gyarados. The difference between the two is not only speed, but also reaction and explosive power. Gyarados, a Pokémon that has never been trained, has an all-round gap with the frog. They are not opponents of the same level at all. Boom boom boom! The moment the frog came over, it punched Gyarados in the face again, knocking Gyarados out again and breaking several trees. It must be said that this Gyarados is really resistant to beatings, even more resistant than Dew's Dratini. Gyarados took the two full-strength ice punches of the waterfall. If it were other Pokémon, it would have lost its fighting ability long ago. In addition to resistance to beatings, it should also be angry. The angrier, the stronger. Roar, roar, roar! Gyarados couldn't hit the frog, but the frog could beat him up. He knew that the frog was very strong and was a powerful enemy that he couldn't defeat. If he wanted to defeat the frog, he could only go crazy in his roar. Gyarados fell into a rampage state, his eyes turned red in an instant, his whole body glowed red, and he exuded a violent aura unscrupulously, rushing around everything around him and attacking indiscriminately. Gyarados, stop, it's done, you're great, Gyarados, stop! Xiao Shun felt that something was wrong with Gyarados' state, and hurriedly shouted loudly, trying to stop Gyarados from running wild. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gyarados had fallen into a chaotic and violent state, and he couldn't wake him up, so he could only knock him out. Frog, don't hold back, knock it out! Yu-Hai came to Xiao Shun, looking at the Gyarados running wild in the forest, and asked Frog to deal with it. After all, this Gyarados is not that strong. Even if it is at most senior level in the rampage state, Frog can still deal with it, not to mention that there is Scyther on the side to support it. He came here to prevent Xiao Shun from entering the battlefield. These teenagers like to be reckless. If they are not stopped, they will probably rush over. At this time, don't be impulsive. Just knock out the elf when it is rampaging. If Xiao Shun goes over, he may be dead or injured. Don't go over. That's the reverse scale. Gyarados has activated the reverse scale and fell into confusion and rampage. Wait for Frog to knock it out. Reverse scale? Isn't that a dragon-type move? Xiao Shun was surprised and asked. How could Gyarados use reverse scale? That's a dragon-type ultimate move. Gyarados is a water-type and flying-type elf, and has no dragon attributes at all. The blue scale I gave you is a king-level dragon scale. Yu-Hai didn't have the idea of doing good things without leaving a name. It's better to explain his things clearly. What? A king-level dragon scale? Xiao Shun was shocked again. Magikarp with king-level talent was already shocking enough, but he didn't expect the other party to give him a king-level dragon scale. He didn't know what to say. He had never seen such a precious thing, let alone use it for his own Pokémon. After all, it was a king's thing, and the other party just gave it to him. Just remember it in your heart, and return it to me when you have the ability. Yu-Hai gently patted Xiao Shun on the shoulder, asking Xiao Shun not to be so surprised. If a dragon scale can lock in a future king, he will not lose anything. Brother Hai, Xiao Shun really didn't know what to say. This strange trainer was so surprised at him. He was too nice to me. They just met for the first time and had only known each other for less than 2 days. Everything he took out was more precious than the other. In order to help him get revenge, he treated him better than his parents. Not to mention the Magikarp with the king's talent, the king-level dragon scale was even more precious, and there were also those water gems. He knew that kind of gems. Each gem cost 4 or 500,000, and those gems were more than 2 million. He, a poor guy, couldn't even afford a few gems. Since he encountered the poaching group, he felt that his life was gloomy, and this life was like this. He couldn't even take revenge. However, after coming to the poaching group, he met the son of a gym owner, and now he met a king trainer who was so kind to him. If he could have met them earlier, it would have been better. If he had met them earlier, Smelly Flower wouldn't have to die. Unfortunately, there is no if. He is sorry for Smelly Flower. If he didn't go out to travel, Smelly Flower wouldn't be in danger, and he wouldn't meet Yu-Hai. If he went out to travel, Smelly Flower would be in danger, and he would also be in danger. There was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't change the status quo before. Thinking of this, the boy almost cried again. He had been too depressed during this period. He didn't cry until he saw the hope of revenge. He was in such a difficult situation. This Gyarados is really full of surprises. Go and take it back for treatment. Yu-Hai saw that Gyarados was frozen by the frog, and he quickly patted the boy's back and asked him to take it back, and they could go back. This Gyarados gave him a lot of surprises, from the destruction of the Death Ray at the beginning, followed by the Dragon Wave, and the Reverse Scale, as well as the Storm, Water Cannon, Crushing, Spraying Flames, Freezing Beams, Earthquakes and other moves. These big moves of various attributes were all used when he went crazy just now, and there were also the 2 Dragon-type big moves of Dragon Wave and Reverse Scale. To be honest, he was a little tempted. He didn't expect that a pseudo-dragon scale would evolve into a Gyarados so powerful. Even he was frightened by the threat at the beginning, and the Mosquito Frog and Scyther were not much better. Although the strength of Mosquito Frog and Scyther was stronger than that of Gyarados, both Mosquito Frogs were frightened and stood still and dared not move. When he retreated, the 2 Mosquito Frogs followed him. As Gyarados fell, the matter here was over. He turned around and left the forest, patted the Mosquito Frog on the shoulder, and encouraged the Mosquito Frog, "Mosquito Frog, good job, keep it up. Yobo, the mosquito frog was full of fighting spirit when he heard Yu Hai's encouragement, and showed his arm muscles to show that it could still fight. Okay, I know, eat this first, go back and have a good rest, there is no rush for training. Yu Hai took out an energy cube for the mosquito frog and also took out an energy cube for Scyther. Just now, when Gyarados went berserk, Scyther had done a lot of work. He should also praise Scyther, but he should not be partial. Scyther, you have also become stronger. You must keep working hard. Only by constantly challenging strong enemies can you see higher scenery. Flying Mantis nodded seriously, agreeing with Yu Hai's statement. It often sparred with Frog, and it was hit more times than Frog. It knew best how powerful Frog was. It could not stop Frog's explosive power, and could only avoid it, not take it head-on. During the time of sparring with Frog, it found that it was also getting stronger, but still not as strong as Frog. Maybe it was not as hard-working as Frog. After all, Frog had to practice more when they rested at night. If it rained, Frog was either running, hitting tree trunks, practicing boxing under waterfalls, and practicing combined attack skills under waterfalls. Without Frog's hard work, it could never surpass Frog, and it needed to work harder. Its vision before was limited to the jungle of Marcote Island. During the time it followed Yu Hai, it discovered that the world was so big that it couldn't even defeat the mosquito frog, let alone other powerful enemies. As for the leader of the Scyther tribe in the jungle of Marcote Island, that was no longer its goal. It now had a bigger goal, which was Darkrai. Although the mosquito frog and Darkrai had never fought, it could feel the terrifying power hidden in the body of the mythical beast, which was the peak it was constantly climbing. It wanted to defeat Darkrai. Who said that ordinary elves couldn't beat the mythical beast? Scyther didn't believe in this fate. It wanted to fight once. Find a place to rest by yourselves. If you want to take a bath, go to the inflatable bathtub. Yu Hai saw that Scyther recognized him and smiled secretly. Darkrai had been subdued, so it was still very easy to subdue this unruly Scyther. If you want to subdue Scyther, as long as there is a spirit stronger than Scyther, it is enough. This Pokémon is Scyther's role model and the target that Scyther is constantly chasing after, and that target is Frog. He just said that there is a higher view because he wants Scyther to give up the jungle and the leader of the Scyther tribe. He is just a leader. The future stage is much more exciting than this leader. He should look further ahead. Scyther deserves a better future. After returning to the waterfall campsite, Yu Hai asked the two Pokémons to rest separately. They had worked hard in this battle. They can eat as much energy as they want. This time, the Gyarados riot is over, but the commotion caused by Gyarados is not small, and it almost caused a forest fire. Frog has put out the fire with a water gun. This tadpole is still so reliable and is also his strongest Pokémon partner. There is no rush for training. Frog and Frog are both very good. They are all very self-disciplined elves, so he doesn't need to worry about these things at all. After he left, Xiao Shun also found Gyarados who had fainted in the woods. He gently stroked Gyarados' scarred body and whispered to Gyarados, "Gyarados, you are already very powerful, you are the best, don't hurt yourself next time, okay? If you lose your reason, you will also hurt other elves in the forest. You still have to protect me. Let's get stronger together." The method of using anger to increase strength will no longer be used in the future. Xiao Shun was frightened by Gyarados' rampage just now. In the future, it is better to use less moves related to the reverse scale. Although it can enhance strength, he can't suppress the rampaged Gyarados. If Gyarados goes berserk in the city, the consequences will be disastrous. I don't know how many people will die at that time. This is the price of power, the price that Yu Hai said. Roar! Gyarados heard Xiao Shun's low murmur and woke up from coma. When he saw that Xiao Shun was fine, he was relieved. As long as Xiao Shun was fine, it would be fine. Gyarados endured the severe pain from his body, stood up and looked around, but did not find Yu Hai and the mosquito frog. The mosquito frog was too strong, and it had no power to fight back in front of the opponent. The memory of being beaten by the frozen fist was still vivid. Although it lost its mind in the rampage state, it still remembered who knocked it out. It could suppress itself in that situation. It couldn't refuse to admit defeat. Fortunately, the mosquito frog had left. It couldn't protect Xiao Shun now. It was still too weak. "Gyarados, come back, I'll take you back to the camp to heal your injuries." Xiao Shun saw Gyarados looking around, as if looking for something. Even if he didn't ask, he could guess what Gyarados was looking for. It should be looking for Yu Hai and the others. Yu Hai and the others had already gone back. He also had to take Gyarados back quickly. Gyarados was 7 or 8 meters long, so it was not easy to treat it. It would keep him busy for a long time. At the same time, the wooden boat of the poaching group near the coast of Sweet Orange Island was also startled by the roaring Gyarados in the forest. When the poaching group leader saw a Gyarados appear in the forest near the Sweet Orange River on the boat and used indiscriminate moves in the sky, he realized that it was likely that the trainer who defeated the group of useless subordinates was near the Sweet Orange River. His subordinates were still catching Pokémon in the forest, quite far from the river. He couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and was glad that he had foresight before and was right to keep his subordinates away from the river. Now think about it, not provoking that trainer was the most correct decision he had ever made. He could even suppress the runaway Gyarados. That trainer was not someone the poaching group could provoke. Now making money is the most important thing. There is no need to provoke a strong enemy. As long as the other party does not come to cause trouble and does not notify Junsha to come, everyone can play their own games and make money in harmony. There is nothing wrong with that. 2 days ago, he was still worried, thinking that the other party would ask Junsha to arrest him, but the younger brother at the port of Jingan Island called him and told him that Junsha's law enforcement ship had not been dispatched. He knew that the trainer did not call the police and obviously did not want to deal with this matter. After knowing this, he was relieved and continued to let his men enter Tiangan Island to capture wild Pokémon. However, those men were used to lawlessness and were not afraid of anyone except the people of the Alliance. He still needed to remind those rubbish not to provoke strong enemies for himself. The leader of the poaching group called his men and told them what had just happened. He told them not to get close to the river and the waterfall, just move in the forest, and not to provoke the trainer. If any rubbish had no brains, he would peel off the skin of this rubbish. He did not want to ruin his way to wealth because of these rubbish without brains. After severely warning his poaching subordinates, he hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could make money in harmony, he could also enjoy fine wine and delicious food. Chapter 360, Mosquito Frog. Xiao Shun returned to the campsite and had no medicine to treat Gyarados, so he had to go to Yu Hai. Yu Hai took some thawing spray, hemostasis recovery spray, and nutrients to restore the physical strength of the elves, and also gave some water energy cubes. There are still many energy cubes obtained in the black market in Big City, and there are still many good wound medicine sprays, especially the good things of Baofeng. He did not sell them all, and kept some in his backpack. It would be okay to give some to Xiao Shun. After getting the medicine, Xiao Shun immediately released Gyarados to treat it. He first fed Gyarados with nutrients and energy cubes, first relieved the ice wound on his body, and then used wound medicine to treat and bandage. Gyarados has thick skin and scales all over its body. Except for the frostbite on its head, the rest are superficial injuries, which can be treated quickly. While Xiao Shun was treating Gyarados, Yu Hai also took out a tape measure to measure Gyarados' height. When the Gyarados saw him, it didn't dare to roar or scream anymore. Instead, it was very well behaved and lay on the grass with its big body without moving. Yu Hai pulled the tape measure apart and got the height data of Gyarados. The height of this Gyarados was about 7.7 meters. The official average height of Gyarados is 6.5 meters. This Gyarados is actually more than 1 meter taller. It is really a big guy. Magikarp was very strong before it evolved. After all, it has a potential of 58. With the addition of the water gem and the dragon scale, the Magikarp evolved. He was not surprised at all that he had this height. The panel of Gyarados could be seen later. After Yuhai got the height data of Gyarados, he continued to catch Magikarp by the river. Treating Gyarados could also increase the bond between the boy and Gyarados, so he would not disturb them. Gyarados would feel uncomfortable if he stayed there. But a big ruthless man was lying there. He would be lying if he didn't feel moved. He also wanted to subdue a big ruthless man, a stronger and taller one than this one. Another morning passed, and there was still no Magikarp with 59 potentials. He could only stop what he was doing and go back to prepare lunch with Farfetch. While eating lunch, Luhi kept looking at the Gyarados by the river and was amazed. He didn't know what method Yuhai and Xiao Shun used to make a Magikarp evolve into Gyarados without a waterfall. This Gyarados was very close to Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun had obviously been recognized by Gyarados and became Gyarados' trainer. You have to know that it was Gyarados, the most vicious of all Pokémons. It was incredible that Gyarados was subdued in just one morning. If Luhi knew that Xiao Shun was beaten up in order to subdue this Gyarados, he would not have such an idea. In order to quickly establish a bond between Xiao Shun and Gyarados, they acted out a play of sharing hardships together, followed by a battle side by side, and finally let Xiao Shun take good care of the injured Gyarados. It was hard for Gyarados not to be subdued. After all, a simple Pokémon's mind is not as complicated as that of humans, so how can it withstand these routines? Don't say stupid things, even humans can't withstand the interlocking routines. After all, routines win people's hearts. He tricked Xiao Shun, and then teamed up with Xiao Shun to trick stupid things, and he tricked Xiao Shun and Magikarp. And the young man on the poaching group's boat, after being rescued, he inevitably had to trick him again. After all, he is the son of the gym leader. If he doesn't give him a good trick, it would be a bit unfair to the audience. During lunch, Luhi was curious about the roar in the forest, so he asked Xiao Shun how they subdued Gyarados. Xiao Shun said nothing. Without Yuhai's consent, he couldn't tell what happened just now. This matter was related to a dragon scale. After lunch, the three of them rested under the shade of the tree. Yuhai asked Xiao Shun to take back Gyarados and wanted to see its panel. By the way, he also gave Xiao Shun Baofeng's cultivation notes and the cultivation notes about Gyarados, and asked Xiao Shun to learn by himself. How to cultivate Gyarados and how to train Gyarados are all in that notebook. Xiao Shun can read it by himself if he wants to learn. Brother Hai, what is this? Xiao Shun took the notebook and curiously opened it to take a look. That is a Quasi-King trainer's cultivation notes for Gyarados. Don't lose it. Yuhai did not tell Xiao Shun that it was Baofeng's thing and the other party didn't need to know. The Quasi-King's Gyarados notebook. Xiao Shun was surprised. This was not the first time he was surprised, nor would it be the last time. Compared to Magikarp with King's talent, King-level Dragon Scale, the Quasi-King trainer's Gyarados training notes were much inferior. But this notebook was still an extremely precious thing to him. After all, it was the knowledge that led to the Quasi-King. He joined the gym just for this thing. If he only relied on himself to explore, it would take a long time to train the Pokémon to the Quasi-King. Just like the stupid method of feeding the Pokémon with stones before Luian, the Pokémon would become stronger. This was the simplest way to train the Pokémon. Let Xiao Shun read the book by himself, and Yuhai also got Xia Shun's Gyarados Pokeball and opened the Gyarados panel. Gyarados. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 74%. Level, 23.45%. Feature, intimidation /6.33%. Hidden feature, overconfidence /4.23%. Mastered moves, bite /3.21%. Impact /1.31%. Glare /3.11%. Tornado /4.14%. Jump /13.21%. Crazy 3.22%. Frozen Fang 3.15%. Scary Face 1.31%. Waterfall Climbing 1.62%. Pray for Rain 1.45%. Watertail 1.36%. Slam 3.52%. Mountain Pressure 2.44%. Surfing 4.21%. Roaring 6.31%. Self-Sacrificing Charge 3.43%. Destruction Beam 6.14%. Dragon Wave 5.51%. Reverse Scale 3.72%. Storm 3.46%. Water Cannon 4.32%. Crushing 2.64%. Jet Flame 3.45%. Frozen Beam 3.31%. Earthquake 3.82%. Seeing this panel, Yu Hai was shocked. With the potential of 74, it is certain that he will be promoted to the king in the future. If he is properly cultivated, he may even become a semi-champion or a champion. After all, this Gyarados has 3 dragon-type moves at the beginning: Tornado, Dragon Wave, Reverse Scale. With these dragon-type moves, other dragon-type moves can be learned. It is just a matter of time. If there is no dragon-type move, it means there is no dragon-type bloodline. It is very difficult to learn dragon-type moves. In addition to dragon-type moves, this Gyarados can also use fire-type and ice-type moves, and can also learn other fire-type and ice-type moves. The remaining water-type moves are needless to say. After all, Gyarados' attribute is water-type, and its water-type talent is undoubtedly powerful. 58 A Magikarp with great potential, plus a Pseudo-Dragon's Heavenly King level Dragon Scale, can create such a Gyarados. Then a Magikarp with 59 potentials, plus a real Dragon's Dragon Scale. If Magikarp has inherited moves, I really don't know how powerful Gyarados can be created. He couldn't wait to have such a big and fierce one. After looking at the Gyarados' proficiency panel, he returned Gyarados' Pokeball to Xiao Shun, who was reading the notes, and got up to catch Magikarp by the river. He must capture a Magikarp with top talent during the Magikarp's return period, so it seems that he must work overtime. Seeing Yu Hai capture Magikarp, Lu He was not idle either, and the two began to be busy this afternoon. The elves were training, Xiao Shun and Gyarados were reading under the shade of the tree, and Yu Hai and Lu He were capturing Magikarp by the river. An afternoon passed quickly, and Yu Hai still didn't catch a satisfactory Magikarp. There was not a single Magikarp with a potential of 59. He didn't believe that there was no such Magikarp in this river. With hundreds of thousands of them, he didn't believe that he couldn't catch a satisfactory Magikarp. He had to continue to capture Magikarp at night and couldn't be lazy like before. After dinner, the elves who were not training came to the river to help capture Magikarp, and he checked the Magikarp panel much faster. Xiao Shun saw Yu Hai busy at the river and came to help capture Magikarp. After watching for a while, he also realized one thing, that is, his Magikarp should have been selected in this way. If Yu Hai could give away Magikarp with the talent of the king at will, then what kind of Magikarp Yu Hai wanted to capture, he couldn't imagine it. The power of Gyarados is obvious to all. If the Magikarp captured by Yu Hai evolves into Gyarados, it will only be more powerful than his own Gyarados. Especially the king-level dragon scales, Yu Hai could give them to a stranger whom he had only met for a few days. Yu Hai must have more than one dragon scale, but 2, or even more. The other party prepared so many dragon scales, which should be the evolution props for Magikarp. After half a night, Xiao Shun saw that Yu Hai was still not in high spirits. It was obvious that he had not subdued the Magikarp to his satisfaction. He didn't know what to say, so he could only follow Yu Hai's instructions and finish the work. Lu He saw that Yu Hai and the other two had to work overtime at night, so he also worked with Yu Hai and the other two young men for a while. Because he couldn't stand it, he had to return to the camp to rest. When Yu Hai and the other two came back, it was already midnight. He also prepared supper for them, and the elves who practiced extra training also had supper. Extra training is a spontaneous behavior of the elves. Yu Hai didn't want the elves to practice extra training at night, but he couldn't stop the elves from wanting to become stronger. After everyone had supper, they returned to their tents to rest. Xiao Shun temporarily shared a tent with Lu He. Lu He did not want to return to the cabin before the poaching group was dealt with. Lying in the dark tent, Lu He and the others fell asleep and turned off the flashlight, but Xiao Shun could not fall asleep because he had experienced too many things that day. Grandpa He, do you know the value of the king-level props? This was the question that Xiao Shun had been holding in his heart today. The life-saving grace, the king-level magi carp, the king-level dragon scale, and the quasi-king notes, gems, energy cubes, and medicine sprays. Everything was something he could not afford. Even the energy cubes had to be carefully considered before he could buy a few boxes of good energy cubes for the elves to taste. These precious things were thrown to him by Yu Hai without hesitation. Even if he had to return them, it would be a matter for the future. It must be said that he was really shocked by Yu Hai's courage today. Yu Hai's decisive style of doing things was unprecedented. He could only blame his own shallow knowledge, or different levels, and different things he saw. He did not understand the style of the king trainer, and thought that every strong man was like this. However, the old man's words dispelled the ridiculous idea in his heart. King level, that kind of thing is only available in the league, and it is used by the league to reward the king trainer. Lu He didn't know why Xiao Shun asked this, and he told what he knew. Reward for the king trainer? Can't it be bought and sold? Xiao Shun thought that the king-level props were something that could be bought. Who sells that kind of thing? Basically, it will be bartered. Even if it can be bought, only the king trainer can afford it. Lu He smiled and shook his head, amused by Xiao Shun's naivete. After all, it is the king's thing, and it is too cheap to buy and sell it. Anything related to the king is not cheap at all. Tens of millions is impossible. After all, a starter Pokémon costs tens of millions. Go to bed early. That notebook is a good thing. Take a look at it while you have time. Ahai will leave Tiangan Island when he subdues a Magikarp that he is satisfied with. That young man is not bad. It can be seen that he is a trainer who wants to do great things. There is a bright future following him. It is not easy to keep up with his footsteps. I know, Xiao Shun knew this very well. He found that Yu Hai could see the talents of Pokémon. Such people will not be mediocre in the future. This is his opportunity. He will keep up with the other party. After responding to Lu He softly, the tent fell into silence. There was only the ups and downs of breathing, and no one was talking. Yu Hai didn't have so many worries. He just wanted to subdue a Magikarp with 59 potentials. He even had less time to play with the water jump fish. The water jump fish couldn't be exposed in front of Xiao Shun and Lu He, let alone the gym owner's son who was about to be rescued. For now, Xiaoshan it's still possible to fool him, but Lu He is impossible, and there's still uncertainty about the owner's son who hasn't been rescued. During this period, he would hide the water leap fish unless he left Sweet Orange Island or made it clear that Xiao Shun and Lu He would not betray him. Except for the water leap fish, he didn't have nightmares during this period, because Darkrai would go out at night to tease the elves sleeping in the forest or monitor the poaching members on the ship. Darkrai would also stay on the ship during the day, eavesdropping on the conversation of the poaching boss, and rarely appeared in the camp. Only Gengar needs training, and he has been training his aim with the giant claw crab in the forest. Don't even think about playing, he has very strict requirements for Gengar. You must train seriously when training, and you can play whatever you want when you should play, but you can't play when everyone is training. Relaxed and moderate training is his requirement for these elves. Gengar is still a rookie now. As long as he gets used to this kind of life, he can be considered to have conquered Gengar. Gengar just has some minor problems of greed at most, which is harmless. Frog, Snail, Jengar, and Zubat, these 4 Pokemon are all training with moving targets, and the Pokemon that are making the fastest progress are Snail and Jengar. Frog still needs to exercise, and the toxins in its body slow down its training progress. There is also perception training waiting for Frog later. The same is true for Zubat, which also needs to undergo flight training, hit moving targets during movement, and ultrasonic positioning training. However, these guys are all gifted, and their training progress is much faster than that of Frog. Frog is his Pokemon with the worst talent, but also his most hard-working and strongest Pokemon partner. Even if the Pokemon he captures later are more talented, his favorite little guy is still Frog. He will never forget the days when he and Frog depended on each other on a deserted island and picked up garbage together without worries. Right. Frog. Yobo. Frog was lying next to Yu-Hai, and he got up and raised his hand to scratch his head, looking at Yu-Hai with big eyes, not understanding why Yu-Hai didn't sleep, and suddenly called him. Haha, I won't tease you anymore, go to sleep. Yu-Hai smiled, raised his hand and gently patted the round belly of the mosquito-repellent frog, whispering, "Mosquito-repellent frog, it's great to have you." Chapter 361, Cow and Horse. The 32nd day of the journey north, cloudy. It rained all night yesterday, and it stopped this morning. After he fed the water-leaping fish breakfast in the tent, he left the tent and went outside to make breakfast for other elves. When he left the tent, he found that he was the last one to get up. Lu He and Xiao Shun had already gotten up. Lu He was observing the Magikarp and recording something. Xiao Shun was reading a book on a stool, and took out a pen to write and draw, recording the knowledge he learned in another empty notebook. Yu-Hai didn't pay attention to the 2 people. He prepared breakfast for the elves. After everyone had breakfast, the elves started morning exercises, and he also went to the river to subdue the Magikarp. Suddenly, Xiao Shun came from nowhere and asked Yu-Hai, "Brother Hai, can my Gyarados follow your Pokemon to practice shooting?" "Sure," Yu-Hai nodded gently while sitting on the grass, agreeing to Xiao Shun's request. Compared with training the accuracy of moves, Xiao Shun has more important things to do. You need more Pokemons, and you need to continue to deepen the relationship with Gyarados. You can take Gyarados to the forest and capture the Pokemon you like. Here are hundreds of empty Pokeballs and empty backpacks. I can help you choose the Pokemons to be captured. Pokemons with good talents can be kept for cultivation. Go quickly. Brother Hai. Xiao Shun had been thinking about this yesterday. If Magikarp's talent can be selected, then the talents of other Pokemons should also be able to be selected. It's just that Yu-Hai has helped him too much, and he is embarrassed to speak up. Unexpectedly, Yu-Hai brought it up himself. How could he miss the opportunity to capture high-quality Pokemon cubs? Go ahead. I can only help you up to this point. You need to walk your own way in the future. Yu-Hai waved his hand, asking the boy to get out of here and not disturb him from conquering Magikarp. I know, Brother Hai. Xiao Shun stopped training Gyarados to shoot. Compared with these basic trainings, conquering elves with good talents is the most important thing. Once Yu-Hai conquers a satisfactory Magikarp, he will leave Tiangan Island. If he wants to conquer elves with good talents, he can only spend money to buy high-quality elves in the breeding house. Those high-quality elf cubs start at tens of millions, which he can't afford. This is his last chance to turn things around, and he must seize it. As long as he can conquer 6 elves with good talents, his future will basically be stable. He can use these 6 elves as a springboard to conquer the remaining high-quality elves. By then, tens of millions will not be a difficult matter for him. It is much better than what he has now. He can't even take out hundreds of thousands now. Carrying a backpack and an empty Pokeball, Xiao Shun took Gyarados' Pokeball and walked directly into the forest, ready to look for the grass-type Pokemon he wanted in the forest. Even if he captured a Gyarados, his goal remained unchanged, and he still became a master of grass-type Pokemons, not a master of water-type Pokemons. This was determined by his birth environment and acquired values. The Xiongju island where he was born was poor in material resources, and even daily necessities had to be transported from other islands. This also led to the trainers who left Xiongju Island using the Pokémons are basically all grass-type Pokémon, including him. This time when he entered the forest, he wanted to capture another Gyarados and cultivate his own Smelly Flower. He felt sorry for his original Pokémon Smelly Flower. He missed Smelly Flower too much. He would continue to capture Gyarados and avenge Smelly Flower. As Xiao Shun entered the forest, Yu Hai also waved to the otter. When the otter came over, he whispered in its ear and the otter flew into the forest. He asked the otter to stop training and follow Xiao Shun into the forest. The dangers in this forest are not only wild Pokémon, but also the gangsters of the poaching group. If they encounter wild Pokémon, Xiao Shun's Gyarados is enough to deal with it. If they encounter the gangsters of the poaching group, the otter needs to help Xiao Shun when he is defeated. There is a poaching group in the forest, why does he let Xiao Shun go in? If there is no poaching group in the forest, Xiao Shun will not go in? This was inevitable. He had limited time. He had to deal with the poaching group and Xiao Shun had to capture his own Pokémon. This could only be done together. It didn't matter if they ran into the poaching group. The strength of those villains was weak. A Gyarados was enough to deal with them. With a large-mouthed gull, unless the poaching group leader came to the scene personally, no one would be able to do anything. He stopped caring about Xiao Shun's affairs and was busy with his own affairs. He was bound to capture a Magikarp with 59 potential. Why didn't he take Magikarp with more than 60 potential? He didn't see any with 59 potential. He was thinking about the stupid things with more than 60 potential. Was he thinking too far? It was just one morning, but he still didn't catch the Pokémon he wanted. He could only return to the camp for lunch. Xiao Shun didn't come back at noon, and took his lunch with him when he left. He didn't pay too much attention to Xiao Shun's affairs. He had to walk the road by himself. His focus was still Magikarp and Water Leap. After lunch, he went to the river with Lu Yi again and continued to capture Magikarp. The cooperation between the two became more and more skillful. There were no accidents during the capture of Magikarp until the afternoon, until Xiao Shun ran back from the forest in a panic. "Brother Hai, I encountered a poaching group." Xiao Shun's clothes were tattered, and they were already very tattered, and now they were even more tattered. When he came to Yu Hai, he was still a little scared. He didn't expect that he would run into the poaching group that had captured him before just by catching wild Pokémon in the forest. When he saw it at first, he was still a little scared, until he saw the poaching group madly catching wild Pokémon. He really couldn't bear it, and let Gyarados freeze half of the poaching group with a freezing beam. Only then did he realize that the poaching group that was so arrogant before, which made him powerless to fight back, was so weak. He and Gyarados fought with the poaching group and vented their anger. Then, he was besieged. One-on-one, Gyarados was not inferior to any Pokémon of the other side, but 5 or 6 people of the other side besieged him and could still shake people. The enemy's reinforcements kept coming, and he couldn't stand it anymore. He could only let Gyarados fight and retreat, and finally escaped back by luck. He escaped back, but he saw the villains of the poaching group were wantonly capturing the Great Armor tribe and the Heracross tribe in the woods, not letting any of them go, and all of them were captured. Seeing the behavior of the poaching group, he was angry, but helpless. Even if he became stronger, he only had one Gyarados, and it was a newly evolved Gyarados. He couldn't beat the poaching group at all, so he could only come back to find Yu Hai. Gyarados wasn't robbed. Yu Hai saw Xiao Shun return safely, and saw the big-mouthed gull on the treetop shaking his head at him, so he knew that Xiao Shun was not injured. "It's okay, just some scratches. I also saw them catching wild Pokémon in the woods, one tribe at a time. I know, you go and rest first." Yu Hai waved his hand and asked Xiao Shun to go to the camp to drink water and rest first. He didn't care how the poaching group captured wild Pokemon. As long as we sneak attack the poaching group at night and kill all the members of the poaching group, we can rescue those wild elves. There is no point in being anxious now. We can release the wild elves later. Aha boy, a whole group of elves has been captured. Don't you really need to notify Junsha? Seeing that Yu Hai didn't care, the old man Lu He asked in a low voice. No, if Xiao Shun hadn't alerted the snakes, we could have wiped out the poaching group tonight and rescued those wild elves. Yu Hai shook his head, indicating that it was not the right time yet. He originally wanted to sneak attack tonight, but he didn't expect Xiao Shun to really encounter the poaching group and have a conflict with the poaching group. If the poaching group doesn't run away tonight, then tomorrow night will be the end of the poaching group. Since you have your own plan, I won't ask any more questions. After getting Yu Hai's assurance, Lu He no longer worried about this matter. After all, he was already old, and it was better to leave these trivial matters to young people. It's almost time for dinner, get ready to call it a day. Yu Hai shook his head and sighed, no, still no. He still hadn't encountered a Magikarp with a potential of 59, so he could only wait for time. After returning to the camp, he sat on the dining table and drank water, and asked Xiao Shun, have you caught any wild Pokemon? Show me. Brother Hai, we caught a lot, and the most were the walking grass. Xiao Shun immediately took the backpack and handed it to Yu Hai to check, waiting for Yu Hai to select the Pokemon with good talent. Go help far-fetched cook. Yu Hai waved his hand and asked Xiao Shun to help. He couldn't just eat for free. He bought 2 months' worth of food twice. The first time was on Hasa Island, and the first 2 months' worth of food was gone. After eating, it was just right for the 2 people to help him consume it. He still had 2 months of food purchased from Jingan Island, so he had no shortage of food. After Xiao Shun went to help make dinner, he also picked up Xia Shun's backpack and checked the wild Pokemon Xiao Shun caught. As Xiao Shun said, 8 of the 10 wild Pokemon were walking grasses, and there were also some grass-type, insect-type, poison-type, and flying-type Pokemon, among which grass-type Pokemon were the most. After looking at hundreds of Pokeballs, he found a walking grass with good potential. After all, there were the most walking grasses here, so it was not surprising to see a Pokemon with good talent. The potential of this walking grass was 52, which was not bad. In addition to the 3-stage evolution, if it could get a high-level evolution stone, the potential would be at least more than 70, which was also a Pokemon worth cultivating. After he selected the Pokemons and their dinner was ready, he placed the walking grass's Pokeball in front of Xiao Shun on the dining table. This walking grass has good talent. You should cultivate it well. When you have the ability in the future, you can find a high-level leaf stone or high-level sunstone to evolve it. Thank you, Brother Hai. Xiao Shun happily put away the Pokeball. He knew that Brother Hai would not lie to him. The Pokemon he could cultivate for him had at least the talent of a Quasi King. He had captured another reliable partner. Okay, after dinner, release the other wild Pokemons into the woods over here. The poaching group dare not come here. They are safe here. Yu Hai waved his hand to let Xiao Shun not be so excited. It was just the beginning. As long as Xiao Shun could catch other wild Pokemons, he would help. It was just a small matter. Lu He was also amazed at the scene of Yu Hai selecting Pokemons. He finally knew why Yu Hai was so powerful. If he could meet such a strange man when he was young, he would not become an observer, but a trainer. After dinner, Yu Hai continued to work overtime and subdued Magikarp by the river. Lu He was there too. Xiao Shun came over after releasing the unsubdued wild elves. Brother Hai, when are we going to attack the poaching group? Xiao Shun asked about the poaching group as soon as he came. He was really angry when he saw the poaching group wantonly catching wild elves today. He was powerless. He was too weak and could not do anything. We were supposed to go tonight, but you had a fight with them in the forest. They will definitely be on guard against us tonight. When they feel safe, they will relax and continue poaching elves. Then we will attack the poaching group. I understand. Xiao Shun did not expect that because of his recklessness, the time for them to act was delayed. This was his problem. He said nothing, silently admitted his mistake, and helped Yu Hai subdue Magi Carp. Don't worry, we won't have to wait too long. Tomorrow is their death date. Yu Hai saw that Xiao Shun was not in a good mood, and he couldn't discourage young people, so he gave Xiao Shun a clear time to act, so that Xiao Shun would have something to look forward to. I know, Brother Hai. Xiao Shun felt much better when he heard that he could act tomorrow night. It seemed that he didn't have to wait long before he could take revenge. That night, they were busy until the second half of the night, but Yu Hai still didn't catch the Magi Carp he wanted. This was the 5th day, and he still had more than 20 days, so he could only wait. They finished work and returned to the camp to eat supper and sleep. On the poaching team side, the poaching team members who fought with Xiao Shun had returned to their wooden boats and were scolded by the poaching team leader. After all, the poaching team leader had repeatedly warned them not to provoke the trainer and the boy. Since they didn't call the police, they obviously didn't want to care about what was going on here, so why did these rubbish provoke them and provoke enemies for him? However, the younger brothers felt very aggrieved. It was Xiao Shun who came to pick a fight. They were just catching wild Pokemon in the forest and did not provoke him at all. At that time, he said that these league trainers were all dogskin plasters, all brainless and hot-blooded teenagers. They hated poachers like them and would jump out to stop them when they saw them catching wild Pokemon in large numbers. The league trainers have this problem, which is also due to the league's propaganda and education. This is also a kind of ideology. The League wants to implant the concept of peaceful coexistence and love between humans and Pokemon into all the new generations of the League. The League has been planning for this for many years. After these new generations grow up, they are the most staunch supporters of the League. However, this thing also has a disadvantage, that is, for families with a good life, the propaganda effect is 300%. For the lower-class citizens who are not satisfied with their lives and are still struggling for food and clothing, they don't believe in the League's propaganda at all. When they were young, they could still fool fools, but when they grew up, they were beaten by society. No one believed in this stuff. Unless the alliance can improve the basic life of the lower-class citizens and improve social welfare security, these people will be shaken. Forget it, you are not allowed to sleep tonight. Be alert to their night attacks at any time. If they don't come at night, you will continue to catch wild Pokemon tomorrow. The poaching group leader sighed and spared this group of useless subordinates. After all, without this group of useless people, who would help him catch wild Pokemon? He didn't want to do it himself, and they were fishing boats, coming here to fish. No matter who came, he would not admit that they were a poaching group. Okay, boss. A large group of troubled subordinates heard that the boss would not pursue the matter, and hurriedly responded and left the captain's room. After all the subordinates left, the poaching group leader looked at the sweet orange island outside the window. He only now realized that the Gyarados was the Pokemon of the boy. It took only 1 or 2 days to evolve a Gyarados. Gyarados, and can suppress the runaway Gyarados, and can also make Gyarados listen to the boy. That young trainer is really interesting. That child is just an ordinary boy, with no use value, at least he can't see where the value is. The other party actually helped the boy to subdue a Pokemon like Gyarados. He is really an interesting trainer. He knew that the other party must not care about the poaching group, otherwise he would have taken action long ago and notified Junsha to come over long ago. This is why he didn't want to provoke the other party. He asked his men not to sleep, just to punish these trash. He knew that these trash couldn't not sleep, and they would definitely be lazy when they were on guard. The real guarding still depends on his Pokemon. After throwing away the troubles in his mind, the leader of the poaching group closed the window and prepared to go to bed. He would not stay up late. Staying up late is the business of those cows and horses. Anyway, they are all worthless tools. There are a lot of cows and horses who are not satisfied with their lives. If these cows and horses don't do it, there are cows and horses who do it, and they can recruit endless cows and horses at any time. There are still 3 elf tribes in the forest that are worth capturing. Once those rubbish have captured these 3 elf tribes, they can leave. According to the elf price on the black market, each complete wild elf tribe can be sold for tens of millions. The value of a wild elf tribe is much more valuable than a single elf. Chapter 362, Action. The 33rd day of the journey north, cloudy. Early this morning, Yu Hai was the last one to get up. Lu He and Xiao Shun got up early and prepared breakfast. After breakfast, everyone was busy with their own things. Only Xiao Shun didn't know what he was busy with, and followed them to the river to subdue Magi Carp. Xiao Shun, you continue to go to the forest, find the poaching group that poached elves, and stop them from capturing wild elves. Yu Hai knew that the poaching group's boat had not left, and it was obvious that there were still some wild elves that had not been captured. In this case, let Xiao Shun continue to subdue wild elves, continue to cause trouble for the poaching group, continue to paralyze the poaching group, and make Xiao Shun eager to take revenge after gaining power, which is in line with Xia Shun's character as a passionate young man. If he hadn't met the poaching group yesterday, he wouldn't have to do this, but he met it yesterday. If he didn't go today, he might be suspicious. Only by following Xia Shun's character can he avoid suspicion. Brother Hai, why is this? Xiao Shun didn't understand. Shouldn't he wait until night? Why did he go during the day? You all ran into them yesterday. If you don't go to find them today, they will be suspicious. It's normal for you to appear in the forest. Yu Hai did not hide the purpose of entering the woods again. Sometimes letting the person know what he is doing can also make the most accurate judgment. I understand, Xiao Shun also figured it out. He was eager for revenge before. If he suddenly became silent, it would indeed be easy to arouse suspicion. Then why didn't he attack the poaching ship near the sea? Because he couldn't beat them, and Yu Hai didn't want to take action. He could only disrupt the poaching team's capture of wild Pokémon, which seemed very reasonable. No need to hide deliberately, your goal is to find them and disrupt their capture of wild Pokémon, Yu Hai reminded Xiao Shun before he left, just go there openly. I understand, Xiao Shun pursed his lips and nodded gently, and entered the jungle with the Pokeball of Gyarados. Seeing Xiao Shun enter the jungle again, Lu He was still a little worried, and didn't quite understand Yu Hai's decision. Aha boy, I don't understand it a little bit, what exactly do you want to do? Continue to paralyze that arrogant maniac, what else can you do? Yu Hai didn't even raise his head, still checking the panel of Magi Carp, hoping to catch a satisfactory Magi Carp. Continue to paralyze? Won't the poaching group leader personally take action? If Yu Hai guessed wrong, what should he do then? Lu He felt that if Xiao Shun continued to irritate the poaching group leader, the other party would probably take action against Xiao Shun. I didn't move? How could such a cautious poaching group leader take action personally? Yu Hai shook his head slightly, according to Darkray's report. The poaching group leader on that ship was not only a cautious senior trainer, but also a superior who didn't care about his subordinates. Such a person only had interests in his eyes, and he didn't care even if all his subordinates were sacrificed. In order to avoid trouble, if Xiao Shun kept harassing the other party would probably negotiate with him, or even give him some benefits. After all, he had already made his attitude clear. I don't care if you poach, so it's better not to bother me, otherwise we can only decide who wins and who loses. As long as money can solve the problem, there is no need to use force. The other party is probably such a boss. In the eyes of the other party, his life comes first, followed by profit, and third is his own elves, which are better tools than those useless subordinates. It's a pity that before the day of profit negotiation, the other party will sleep in the seabed forever, and no one knows that the other party died here. Don't worry, Xiao Shun can only slow down the progress of the poaching group, but it is impossible for the poaching group to stop. Yu Hai smiled, confident about this. After all, poaching wild elves is the fastest black trade to make money, and it is a business written in the laws of the Alliance. How could the poaching group boss who is obsessed with profit stop? Just as he thought, Xiao Shun went directly to the poaching team after entering the forest and broke out a battle with one of the teams. However, this poaching team called for help when they couldn't beat them. Xiao Shun and Gyarados fought and retreated, and hid in the forest again. This encounter ended just like that. The big-mouthed gull standing on the treetops only felt boring. However, the gull did not forget his mission, which was to protect the boy under the tree, as long as he didn't let the boy die. As the number of attacks on the poaching team increased, they gradually came to their senses and knew that Xiao Shun was here to disrupt their capture of wild Pokémon. After realizing this, they immediately sent someone to inform the boss. Although Xiao Shun only had 2 Pokémon, the strength of the Gyarados was extremely strong. It took 3 elite Pokémon to besiege it and barely hold on to the Gyarados. That is, the 3 poaching teams had to leave one team to hold Xiao Shun, and the other 2 teams could continue to capture wild Pokémon. The poaching team members who went back to report the news soon came to the captain's room, met their boss, and reported to the boss what happened in the forest. After hearing what happened in the forest, the leader of the poaching group narrowed his eyes at the sweet orange island outside the window, pondered for a moment and asked his subordinates, "Have you seen the trainer's Pokémon? Are there other Pokémons around the boy?" "There is no Pokémon of that trainer. There is only one walking grass beside the boy," the subordinate reported the battle truthfully. There was indeed no other Pokémon involved. If the Pokémon of that trainer was at the scene, they would not be able to come back alive. Just do it according to Ali's method. Send a hunting team to hold him back. It's okay to play with him. After sending his subordinates away, the leader of the poaching group had roughly guessed Yu Hai's intention, which was to use the poaching group as a whetstone for the boy to make him grow up quickly. Although it caused him a little trouble, it was harmless. As long as he caught the remaining Pokémon tribes, he could leave Sweet Orange Island. It was nothing more than a matter of delaying a few more days. He asked his men to deal with the intruding teenager on their own and not to disturb him. He played soothing music again and quietly immersed himself in the beautiful music. As the poaching group members returned to the woods and brought the boss's instructions, the 3 poaching group leaders decided to leave one poaching group to hold the teenager, and the remaining 2 poaching groups continued to capture wild Pokémon in the forest. In this way, the battle in the woods continued. Xiao Shun captured Pokémons while creating trouble for the poaching group. Time passed quickly in the battle. When it was almost evening, Xiao Shun came back and fell down exhausted. Xiao Shun fought with the poaching group for no less than 10 battles. He was already exhausted. Even Gyarados and Walking Grass were scarred. After returning to the campsite, he couldn't hold on and fell down at the edge of the woods. Yu Hai heard a noise behind him and turned his head to see that Xiao Shun had fainted. He immediately stopped what he was doing and asked Lu He to help Xiao Shun. He picked up Xiao Shun's 2 Pokeballs and released the Pokémon inside after seeing the wounded Pokémon inside. Roar! Gyarados just came out and saw Xiao Shun fainted, and also saw Yu Hai and Lu He, thinking that they had hurt Xiao Shun. "Anjing, do you want to die?" Yu Hai glanced at Gyarados coldly. If this Gyarados didn't obey, he would not suggest that the other party have more wounds on his body. Caw. Seeing that this Gyarados dared to be fierce to Yu Hai, the giant claw crab quickly blocked in front of Yu Hai, clamped his big claws hard, and warned the loach not to move, otherwise it would increase the loach into more than 10 sections. Roar! Gyarados saw Yu Hai's frog, Scyther, crab, and many other Pokémons surrounding him, and he quickly bowed his head and admitted defeat. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, but that these guys didn't follow the moral code and wanted to besiege him. Orb Silk Spider, help it heal. Yu Hai took out the wound spray and asked Orb Silk Spider to help the big guy treat the wound. Walking Grass was a minor injury, and Xiao Shun could treat it himself when he woke up. After Orb Silk Spider treated Gyarados' injuries, he took Gyarados back to the Pokeball and placed the 2 Pokeballs next to the pillow of the sleeping Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun was really exhausted today. He also knew what Xiao Shun had experienced today from Darkray's translation. When Xiao Shun woke up, it would be almost midnight, and they could go to attack the poaching group. After eating dinner today, he and Lu He were still by the river to subdue Magikarp until midnight, and Lu He had already gone back to rest. After midnight, he also finished work and went back. He had not yet captured a satisfactory Magikarp today, but he found a Magikarp with 58 potential. It was another Magikarp with 58 potential. It was useless for him to keep it, and it would be a pity to release it. He had released all the stupid things with 57 potential that he had captured before, so he kept the one with 58 potential and gave it to others in the future. When he returned to the campsite, Xiao Shun also woke up. He slept from 4 p.m. to 12 p.m., and he probably slept enough. Brother Hai, Xiao Shun saw Brother Hai coming back, and his eyes were full of fatigue. He was probably busy all day, and he didn't know if he caught a satisfactory Magikarp. Would it affect the action at night? It's good that you woke up. Have you treated it with the rosewood spirit? Yu Hai sat down and drank a sip of water to moisten his throat, and then asked Xiao Shun about what happened today. I have treated it. Xiao Shun looked down at the 2 Pokeballs on the table. Gyarados and Gyropod were both sleeping in the Pokeballs. How was the result of today's battle? Yu Hai asked about 2 things, the conflict with the poaching group, and the harvest of wild Pokemon. Today, a poaching group has been dragging me around. We fought with them all day, but we didn't catch any Pokemon. How? Many wild Pokemon have been found, Xiao Shun sighed softly. The group found that he only had 1 Gyarados and forced him into desperate situations many times. If it weren't for the walking grass to protect him, it would be hard to say whether he could come back alive. In fact, in the place he couldn't see, there were wind blades released by the big-billed gulls. It was just an attack from the tree canopy, and no one found that it was the attack of the big-billed gulls. Even if the poaching group members noticed it, there was nothing they could do. The enemy was in the dark and they were in the light. They could only silently endure the sneak attacks in the dark and interrupted their pursuit several times. Have supper first, let them sleep a little longer, and then we will go over, Yu Hai waved his hand. He was already very hungry, and took the supper prepared by Lu He and ate it. After the 3 of them had supper, Lu He didn't sleep tonight for the first time. It was probably because he was worried about Yu Hai and Xiao Shun, who left, couldn't sleep alone and wanted to wait for them to come back. This time, Yu Hai went there and took away the big-mouthed gull, the round silk spider, the mosquito-repellent frog, the giant claw crab, the sky mantis, the bad frog, the jengar, the darkrai, the zubat, the ditto. There were 10 Pokemon in total. When they came to the shore of the Sweet Orange Island and saw the fishing boat with several orange lights on, it turned out that this group of poachers came here to poach Pokemon under the pretext of fishing. Big-mouthed gull, you take the round silk spider over there, and all the members of the poaching group sleeping on it, spit silk to seal their mouths, hands, and feet. The round silk spider jumped onto the mouth of the big-mouthed gull, ready to go with the big-mouthed gull. Bilibali, the big-mouthed gull was only responsible for transportation. After sending the round silk spider over, it had to come to pick up Yu Hai and Xiao Shun. The eyes after sending the 2 Pokemon away, Yu Hai stepped on his feet again, and 2 shadows instantly separated from his feet and followed him away. Before the action, he had already explained to Darkrai that the mission of Darkrai and Jengar was only for the leader of the poaching group. Darkrai would sneak attack and kill the leader of the poaching group, and Darkrai could easily suppress the psychic Pokemon of the Night Watch. After all, psychic Pokemon are ineffective against evil Pokemon, and evil Pokemon are simply crushing psychic Pokemon. He was confident in this sneak attack. He had stolen the backpack of the Quasi King before. The leader of the poaching group was just an experienced trainer. He would not panic even in a head-on battle. He could take him down with a sneak attack, so why would he fight? Fighting was the last choice, and it was also the last choice without choice. A sneak attack was the best strategy. It didn't take long, not even a minute. When they arrived, the big-mouthed gull came to the fishing boat and put down the orb silk spider, and then flew back. Yu Hai sat on the big-mouthed gull and let it hold Xiao Shun with its claws. The two slowly went to the fishing boat. When they arrived at the fishing boat was still quiet. According to the order of action, Darkrai and Gengar will take action first. The orb silk spider will quickly spit silk to tie up the other members of the sleeping poaching group when it senses the fighting sound coming from the cabin, and the remaining poaching group members who were awakened. Mosquito frog, giant claw crab, scyther, you go to help the orb silk spider, and knock out those who resist directly. Yu Hai stood on the deck and released 3 mosquito frogs, asking them to help. The target of the 3 mosquito frogs was the sailors who were on guard on the deck. They were all drowsy, and the 3 mosquito frogs easily knocked out the sailors who were on guard. After watching the 3 frogs enter the cabin, he released Zubat and Frog, and counted the swan. He had not sent out these 3 Pokémons, and Ditto was already on his face, turning into a strange human face. Brother Hai, Xiao Shun saw that Yu Hai was very skilled in commanding, as if it was not the first time he did this kind of thing, and the division of labor for each Pokémon was clearly arranged. Put this on. Yu Hai took out a black face towel and threw it to Xiao Shun, reminding Xiao Shun, you must wear a mask when doing this kind of thing in the future, and get a Ditto if you have a chance. I know, Brother Hai. Xiao Shun took the face towel and put it on his face. Now he finally knew the use of the Ditto in the camp. It turned out that Ditto could also be used to change faces. Yu Hai changed his appearance. If he hadn't remembered Yu Hai's clothes, he wouldn't have recognized Yu Hai now. It seemed that Yu Hai was not doing this kind of thing for the first time. Chapter 363, Almost Starved to Death. Leave the big-mouthed gulls on guard. If there are any lights or boats approaching, use the sound to warn them. Yu Hai left the big-mouthed gulls on guard on the deck and took the bad frog and the super-sounding bat into the captain's room of the fishing boat. Seeing Yu Hai move, Xiao Shun hurriedly followed him and walked into the captain's room behind Yu Hai. When they came to the captain's room at the stern, Darkrai and Gengar had already hidden in his shadow. He also saw the leader of the poaching group, a greasy fat man in pajamas. The captain's room was decorated luxuriously. There was a fur carpet of a circle bear under his feet, and even the bear's head was still attached to the carpet. There were also expensive tables and chairs made of unknown wood, and a row of wine cabinets against the wall. All of them were filled with bright bottles of good wine. Under the wine cabinets were safes. Next to the wine cabinets was a bookshelf with many colorful books on it. In his opinion, there were only a few useful books, otherwise this pig would not have only the strength of a senior level, and would have been promoted to a quasi-king trainer long ago, and would not be so lazy. Darkrai had been monitoring for so many days, but he did not train any Pokémon. The leader of the poaching group was in the bedroom. The captain's room was connected to a bedroom. A fat man was lying on the bed, still wearing pajamas. When he was pressed to death, he was probably still sleeping soundly on the boat. As for the 2 Pokémon on guard, Coconut Tree was knocked unconscious, and when Gem Starfish saw Darkrai, he jumped out of the window and ran away. He ran decisively without any hesitation and fell to the ground with a plop. The remaining desert dragonfly, sea thorn, megalodon, and Gyarados are all in the poke ball next to the pillow. The poaching group leader was about to die, but he didn't have time to release these 4 Pokémon. Seeing these poke balls, Yu Hai locked them all and put them in his backpack. Except for Megalodon, Gyarados, and Sea Thorn, the remaining Coconut Tree and Desert Dragonfly are still worth some money. It's hard to say about the other 3. I'll just ask Luoyan to estimate their prices. Anyway, they are not valuable Pokémon. Megalodon can only be used as food, and Gyarados will run away if released, and there is no way to capture them again. Seathorn can still be bred, but this Pokémon needs dragon scales to evolve, which can be difficult for many trainers who want to breed them. After all, dragon Pokemon are not that easy to get. In general, the 5 elves are worth at least 15 million. The senior desert dragonfly is the most valuable, followed by the senior coconut tree. It's a pity that one of them ran away. Xiao Shun, the leader of the poaching group, is he him? Yu Hai put away the elf ball and asked Xiao Shun to come over to identify the fat man. Is the leader of the poaching group this fat man who died with his eyes wide open? It's him, Brother Hai. When I was a sailor on the ship, I saw him twice. Everyone was afraid of him. Xiao Shun came to the fat man's bedroom and saw the fat man who died with his eyes wide open on the bed. He was probably scared to death by something. I don't know what terrible thing the fat man saw at that time, and he was actually scared to death. He didn't see Yu Hai sending elves here. Around Silk Spider can't deal with the leader of the poaching group. Yu Hai may have hidden power that he doesn't know, which can quietly kill the leader of the poaching group without making any noise. After realizing this, Xiao Shun didn't dare to look around. He was a smart man and knew that it was time to play dumb. After confirming the identity of the poaching group leader, he lowered his head silently and waited for Yu Hai's next order. Okay, go outside to guard the other members of the poaching group. You can deal with those who bullied you. Yu Hai gently patted Xiao Shun's shoulder and asked Xiao Shun to pay back the blood debt with blood. After Xiao Shun left, Dark Ray's voice sounded in Yu Hai's heart, he found us. He only knows that you exist, but doesn't know who you are. He is a smart kid. Yu Hai shook his head gently. How could he not see Xiao Shun's little movements? This boy was very smart from beginning to end, and it can be said that he was very sensible. For such a boy, he was not afraid of cultivating a traitor. No matter whether the boy was mixed up with the black or white, when he became a senior member of the alliance, the boy would still work for him. Gengui, find all the valuables and pack them in a backpack. Darkrai has been watching this fat guy for a long time. You can ask Darkrai where the valuables are hidden. He, Jengar licked the corner of his mouth. When it comes to good things, it thinks of endless delicacies. It is already a little impatient. It will accept all the snacks of this fat guy without hesitation. Then there will be some busyness. Yu Hai also put on gloves and looked for valuables that Darkrai didn't notice. First of all, the safes must be checked, and there are rows of good wines on the wine cabinet, and books on the bookshelf. Whether it is useful or not, pack them all up first, and look at them slowly later. Throw away the useless ones and keep the useful ones. He also found the backpack of the poaching group leader. It stands to reason that with the space backpack, the other party doesn't need to get any safes. After all, Jengar has the ability to pass through walls. Jengar also stretched out his chubby black hands and pulled out a thong from the safe. Jengui, stop. I asked you to take out valuable things, not these things. Yu Hai probably guessed what private items were placed in the safe. No wonder the safe was used to store these things. They were related to the fat guy's innocence. Cowerhay, Jengar thought he touched something hot, and quickly threw it away, still hanging on the head of the bad frog. Quack, the bad frog couldn't understand what it was, and put it on his body to compare, it should be able to wear it. Enough, you, put the things down, don't touch this kind of thing in the future. Yu Hai held his forehead speechlessly. Elves don't need to wear clothes. I don't know what that thing is, but he knows what that thing is. Even if this fat guy dies, he wants to leave his innocence in the world. What a pity, doesn't the other party know that ghost-type elves can pass through walls? There were no valuables in the 3 safes, all of them were women's underwear, all kinds of styles, and there were 3 safes. He was drunk. After giving up searching the safes, he found some cash in the drawers, some women's jewelry, and some artworks that he couldn't understand. There was nothing valuable in the captain's room. The remaining valuables were probably in the backpack. Not to mention the safes, even the drawers were full of women's clothes and a lot of delicious snacks. This fat guy is really a pervert. It's really eye-catching. By the way, there is a golden garlic turtle on the table of this guy, probably made of pure gold. Do humans in the elf world also believe in this stuff? I didn't see the fortune, but the death was really fulfilled. He asked Jengar to swallow the backpack, and took out an empty backpack, and asked Jengar and Darkrai to go to the ship to search for other sailors' belongings, and put all the valuables in the backpack. The search of the captain's room was over. After all, Darkrai had been lurking for several days. He knew exactly what valuables were there. There was also a bank card, the fat guy's bank card. The password is very complicated, and there are many bank cards. The passwords are all randomly arranged numbers. Don't ask him how he knew it, because this fat guy was afraid of losing the password, so he wrote it on the bank card. You say this fat guy is smart, and he made the password so complicated. You say this fat guy is stupid, and he wrote the password on the bank card so that he won't forget the password. But what's the difference between this and taking off your pants to fart? Writing it is the same as not writing it, and in the end it's still a bargain for him. The fat guy who does poaching should be rich, otherwise he can't keep this fat on his body. I just don't know how many hundreds of millions are in the bank card. He should be very rich. After all, illegal trading is the most profitable. He took the 2 backpacks containing wild Pokemons and made sure that there was nothing missing in the captain's room. Then he turned around and took the frog and Zubat and left the captain's room. In the last 2 backpacks, one backpack contained hundreds of Pokeballs. Don't look at these Pokeballs as few. You have to know that each Pokemon in it can be sold for millions, and even 3 or 4 million. The poaching group caught rare Pokemons like Scyther. The poaching group boss looked down on some common Pokemons, and only the Pokemon catching tools would catch them. When he came to the corridor outside the captain's room, he saw all the poaching group members on the ship gathered on the deck. There were a total of 16 people and 38 Pokemons, all of which were common Pokemons. Except for the 2 sailors who kept watch at night, the remaining poaching group members would be divided into 3 hunting teams, and they would go out every day to catch wild Pokemons. In addition to catching rare Pokemons that the poaching group boss needed, they would also catch some common Pokemons. There were thousands of Pokeballs in another backpack, all of which were common Pokemons they caught, and also their rewards. After all, cattle and horses also need to eat grass, and these Pokemons are the spoils of this group of cattle and horses. When they return to the big city, the boss will distribute the rewards uniformly, and the money from selling Pokemons is enough for them to spend a lot of money for a long time. It's a pity that now they all fall into his hands, and he will release these wild Pokemons in a while. Even if they are valuable wild Pokemons, he will not buy or sell them. It is true that he is very short of money, but he will not make this kind of money. This is his bottom line. Who says bad guys have no bottom line? Bad guys also have bottom lines. When Jengar and Darkrai came back and said that they had searched everywhere and the valuables were in their backpacks, he walked down the corridor outside the captain's room and headed for the deck below. Hearing the sound of heels hitting the wooden board overhead, the poaching group members who were still glaring at Xiao Shun on the deck suddenly quieted down and turned their heads to look at the sound. The poaching group members saw Yu Hai coming to the deck. When they saw Yu Hai clearly, they found that Yu Hai was a teenager again. They continued to glare at Yu Hai and warned Yu Hai with their eyes to let Yu Hai let them go, otherwise the boss would make Yu Hai look bad. Ali, who had seen Yu Hai's move, felt a chill coming over him, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was dark now. Although he could not see Yu Hai's appearance clearly, he remembered the teenager Xiao Shun. The trainer who could walk with Xiao Shun, except for the trainer who defeated them, was a senior trainer like their boss. Since the other party appeared here, the boss was probably dead, and they were almost dead too. These idiots were still glaring at such a person, they were simply courting death. Where is that kid? Yu Hai saw that Xiao Shun was the only one standing here besides the 16 people tied up on the deck, and he couldn't help but wonder where the other boy was. He's still in the cell, I haven't gone to find him yet. Xiao Shun had been guarding the poachers here, and he hadn't had time to rescue the other party. which was really embarrassing. You go and rescue him, I'll watch here. Yu Hai turned on the flashlight. There was no need to hide at this time. The poacher's boss was dead, and now there was only the finishing work left. Before leaving, Xiao Shun also turned on the flashlight and went to the bottom of the deck, where the gym owner's son was imprisoned. He often went there to deliver food and was very familiar with the place. Not long after, Xiao Shun came up from below the deck with a ragged, messy-haired, hungry, and skinny boy. Yu Hai took a flashlight and shone it at the boy. The boy was so hungry that he had no strength to even raise his hand to block the light. He let the light hit his face without even raising his eyelids. He stood numbly at the door of the cabin. Eat something first, Yu Hai threw a bottle of pure water and a piece of bread. For the hungry boy, it was not good to give too much food. He needed to recover slowly. Thank you, the boy's voice was hoarse, as if he had not drunk water for a long time. After a difficult thank you, he quickly pounced on the bread on the ground, bit open the packaging bag with his teeth, and swallowed it voraciously. Then he drank tons of water again, and almost cried because he couldn't unscrew the bottle cap. It was Xiao Shun who helped him unscrew the bottle cap. Because he drank too quickly, he sprayed out the water in his mouth, cough cough cough, cough cough cough. What's your name? Yu Hai saw that the boy had almost finished coughing, so he asked the boy's name. How er, the boy stuttered out his name and silently waited for Yu Hai's next sentence. He didn't know what Yu Hai was going to do, but he heard Xiao Shun say that it was Xiao Shun who asked the other party to save him. How er? The son of the owner of Li Yulai Pavilion. Yu Hai touching his chin, he felt that this person didn't look like Zai. You know, in the previous life, the production team was lazy and didn't want to redraw the supporting role, so they gave Zai's character model to Haji. It stands to reason that these two people should be very similar, but now it seems that there is still a little deviation. It is probably because of hunger. After all, this person's face is just a layer of skin and bones, and his eye sockets are sunken due to hunger. It's really unbearable to look directly at him. Yes, Haji nodded gently, and then looked up at Xiao Shun, wanting to ask Xiao Shun, did Xiao Shun tell the other party about this? Xiao Shun just nodded gently and didn't say much. This is not a place to talk. It's not too late to talk when we return to the camp. Didn't they give you food? Yu Hai was very curious about this matter. He was so hungry. Didn't that fat guy care? What if he starved to death? This is the son of the owner of the museum. Before, there was only one meal a day, and no food was delivered in the past 2 days. Haji was also screwed. If Xiao Shun didn't come, he almost starved to death in the cell. Chapter 364, Next Life. Who knows why he hasn't eaten for 2 days? Yu Hai looked at the 16 people on the deck, ready to ask what happened. Suddenly, one person stood up and said he had something to say. He also asked the round silk spider to go over and untie the spider silk on the man's mouth, wanting to hear what the man would say. Don't say he hasn't eaten for 2 days. We haven't slept for 2 days. We catch wild elves during the day and keep watch at night. We catch wild elves during the day and keep watch at night. It has been several days in a row. Everyone may have forgotten him. Who knows there is such a person? By the way, wasn't it the kid who delivered the food before? After the kid ran away, no one delivered the food. Yu Hai looked at Xiao Shun. It turned out to be your fault again. Everyone looked at Xiao Shun, making the boy embarrassed. Sorry, Xiao Shun heard this and looked at Hao Er and smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect this to happen. Who knew that this group of people were so careless that they actually forgot to deliver food to Hao Er? I'm sorry, Xiao Shun heard this and looked at Hao Er and smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect this to happen. Who knew that this group of people were so careless that they actually forgot to deliver food to Hao Er? Yu Hai looked at Xiao Shun. It turned out to be your fault again. Everyone looked at Xiao Shun, making the boy embarrassed. I'm sorry. Xiao Shun heard this and looked at Hao Er and smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect this to happen. Who knew that this group of people were so careless that they actually forgot to deliver food to Hao Er? Forget it, Haji had some strength, sighed helplessly, and was not angry. Xiao Shun escaped to save himself, so it was okay to starve for 2 days. Okay, tell me what you want to do. Yu Hai saw that the problem was solved, so he asked Haji if he wanted to do anything. If not, he could kill him. I want my Pikachu. I came out with Pikachu. Haji hadn't thought of it before. When Yu Hai mentioned this, he happened to see the elves around him and immediately thought of his Pikachu. Where is his Pikachu? Yu Hai looked at the poaching group members who stood up. The other party should know where Pikachu is. His Pikachu is with the boss. I don't know if the boss has eaten it. The boss likes to eat rat meat the most and says that rat meat is the most tender. Orb silk spider, that's enough. Yu Hai already knew where Pikachu was. If it wasn't eaten, it would be in the backpacks of the elves in the captain's room, mixed with thousands of elf balls. It wouldn't be too late to check it back at the camp. Trainer, he hasn't told me where Pikachu is. Seeing that Yu Hai had orb spider shut up again, Koji hurriedly asked about Pikachu's whereabouts and whether it had been eaten. Pikachu is in that fat guy's backpack. Let's deal with these 16 people first and then go back to the camp and see. Yu Hai threw a dagger at Xiao Shun. It was time for Xiao Shun to take action. Xiao Shun, do whatever you want. Shun, you. Koji hadn't asked about Pikachu's whereabouts yet, and now he was facing a new problem. He felt that Shun was so cold now. When Shun picked up the dagger, he walked towards the group of tied-up poachers without any hesitation. He hurriedly grabbed Shun. Ah Shun, shouldn't Miss Juncha punish these bad guys? Haji, what if your Pikachu was also killed and eaten by them? Would you still say that? Xiao Shun shook off Haji's hand and used the flashlight to see the poaching group members who killed his stinky flower and used his elf to make soup. He came in front of these scums, tightly grasped the dagger in his hand, and stabbed them without hesitation. He was not satisfied with just one stab, so he stabbed each person many times until they died in fear. Don't run away, boy, Yu Hai's voice came, and he continued until Koji's escaping sight. If we come 2 days later, not to mention your Pikachu, even you will die here. After dealing with the poaching group members who hurt his Pokemon, Xiao Shun looked at the remaining poaching group members. These scumbags all showed fear. He couldn't help but snorted and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, now you know fear, you know fear. When I killed Stinky Flower with Gui, I should have thought that this day would come. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Stinky Flower, I will avenge you. After laughing, Xiao Shun knelt on the ground with his knees softened, crying towards the sea, and kept beating the wooden deck. If I hadn't gone on a trip, Smelly Flower wouldn't have died. If I hadn't gone out, Smelly Flower wouldn't have died. Smelly Flower. Koji, it's your turn. Yu Hai threw out another dagger, waiting for Koji's choice. If he didn't get a little blood on his body, how would he fight Team Rocket in the future? That bunch of idiots won't show mercy to the enemy. As long as they have a chance to kill you, they will definitely make you miserable. Koji hesitated. When had he ever seen such a bloody scene? If he hadn't been caught by the poaching group, he would have thought the world was still so beautiful. Good. He followed the poaching group quietly, and only wanted to be a hero who fought against criminals, not a butcher with blood on his hands. If he had not been caught by the poaching group, he would not have known that the poaching group, a group of human traffickers, actually ate elves. He dared not even think about such a thing. But he had heard of such things at home, in the restaurant opened by his mother, so he never dared to go to that restaurant, for fear of being eaten by the restaurant. Haji, if we don't come to save you, you don't know where you will be sold to. This group of human traffickers will catch wild Pokemon in the forest every day and eat wild Pokemon in the forest. Even my Pokemon partner was eaten. They can no longer be called human beings. They are not worthy of being human beings. They deserve to go to hell. Put away your compassion. If you were not still valuable, you would have died long ago, and your Pikachu would have been eaten by them. Haji, do you know? I want strength, the strength to protect my partners. If I don't have strength, the next time I encounter a poaching group, will it be my Pokemon that is eaten, or me? What about you? Without strength, you are lucky to escape this time, but what about next time? Bring a bodyguard with you or don't go out. Without strength, you will be sold again. Without strength, you can't even protect your own Pikachu. After Xiao Shun left Xiangju Island, he often encountered naked reality. He adapted to the environment quickly and changed his mind quickly. He is different from Koji. Koji has a mother who is a gym leader. The family business on Liugan Island is also huge. He is alone and his family can't help him at all. It is the limit for his family to help him become a certified rookie trainer of the league. Even the guarantor is the old village chief of the village, and it costs a lot of money. Koji doesn't need to be so troublesome. As the son of the gym leader, he has everything as soon as he is born: elves, teachers, training resources, training knowledge, everything. Forget it, don't force him. The enemy wants him to die. He is kind to the enemy. He is not suitable for traveling. Yu Hai finished a cigarette, and Koji was still hesitating. He didn't know what this guy was hesitating about. Does it really take the loss of relatives and Pikachu for these idiots who are immersed in the honeypot of the league to soberly recognize the reality? Perhaps, he doesn't need to be sober at all. Even if it is a beautiful dream, it doesn't matter if he has it for a lifetime. He has the capital. Therefore, don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. It's generous to be kind yourself, but who knows the pain others have endured? He hates saints. Such people cannot change, and he will not become such a person. He is a bad person, a very bad one. There is no need to doubt this, and he does not deny this. He is a bad person. In fact, this is also a common problem in the league's education. It is good to let trainers be kind, but the trainers who are taught are all saints who don't kill. It's very painful. Such people will only die against the rocket team. Orb Silk Spider, deal with the rest of the people, and we will go back. Yu Hai prepared to let the Orb Silk Spider use poison to finish it off. Next, he only needs to set fire to burn the whole ship. This is called destroying the corpse and destroying the traces. Wait, Koji looked at Xiao Shun, who was originally a positive, optimistic, energetic, and passionate boy, a passionate boy like him. Even on the ship of the poaching group, he always thought about how to escape, start a trainer again, and become a powerful trainer to fight criminals. During the time he was imprisoned, he got along very well with the other party, and the two chatted very well. When he learned that Xia Shun's Pokemon was eaten, he was completely silent. He understood why Xiao Shun became like this. If it was Pikachu that was eaten, he would become like this too, and he might be even crazier than Xiao Shun, full of hatred for this group of scum. Yes, it was hatred, he saw it, before the dagger stabbed, it was hatred, after the dagger stabbed, it was relief, it was liberation, it was also painful. Xiao Shun avenged himself, and also lost his companion who accompanied him on the journey. If it was Pikachu that was gone, like this time, he might also go crazy. He thought he could be a hero who fought against crime, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even beat a sailor minion, and he killed his partner. What kind of hero is he? He is a joke. He couldn't be a hero, and he was locked up by this poaching group. If he hadn't revealed his identity and hoped to exchange his freedom for ransom, his fate would not be much better. He didn't know whether paying the ransom would buy him freedom. They might all be sold. Pikachu's life or death was unknown. He might never see Pikachu again. It wasn't them who saved him. It was his own weakness and arrogance that hurt him. He also needed strength, the same strength as Xiao Shun, or even stronger than Xiao Shun. He needed strength to protect his partners and friends. After thinking about this clearly, Haji looked at the dagger on the deck. He was no longer afraid. Instead, he stood up holding the dagger. His eyes were more determined than ever. He needed strength, and he started from here. Do these scum want to reform? Want to be a new person? Maybe in the next life. When Haji's dagger stabbed down, a large stream of hot blood spurted out and sprayed on his face. Seeing the horror in the eyes of these scum, he realized that Xiao Shun was right. The weak will only swing the knife at the weaker ones. So you guys are afraid too. When delivering food, Xiao Shun wasted a lot of time chatting with him, and didn't clean or mop the floor. He was often beaten and scolded by this group of scumbags, and his nose and face were swollen and his whole body was sore. Xiao Shun didn't care about these injuries every time, and would say goodbye to him with a smile. He knew that was fear, the fear hidden in Xia Shun's heart. Although it was not visible on his face, every time he met this group of scum, Xia Shun's first action was to squat on the ground and hold his head without making a sound, so as to avoid being beaten, and to be beaten less. And what about him? Because of his identity, he was not beaten and escaped the pain of the flesh, but he only had one meal a day, and he could not think about how good the food was. As long as he was not starving to death, he would eat leftovers. This was what Xiao Shun told him. When he was hungry, Xiao Shun would steal food from the kitchen for him, but in return he was beaten again. Facing his warnings and pleas, the scum looked at them with sarcasm and disdain. Ha ha ha, he swore at that time that he must make these scum look bad, and he hated these scum. But what is he doing now, pitying these human traffickers? He still felt pity for the traffickers, and wanted Miss Junxia to punish them. He also felt that Xia Shun's behavior was wrong, and that the traffickers should not die. He had never experienced Xia Shun's pain, his suffering, or his despair, so he would naturally feel pity for the weaker ones. Xiao Shun was a weak person before, and the poaching group is a weak person now, but the poaching group should die. What does it have to do with whether the poaching group is weak or not? The poaching group did all kinds of evil, poaching wild elves, and trafficking in human beings. He was the trafficked person. Ha ha ha, he actually pitied the traffickers who wanted to traffic him, and wanted to stop his good friend from killing him. No wonder they all looked at me with that look. What kind of look was that? Disappointment? Innocent? Or indifference? Maybe all of them. Actually, he could insist on not killing. The final result is that he will lose Xiao Shun, the first close friend he met after going out to sea, and also his life-saver. The optimistic and smiling Xiao Shun, the once passionate Xiao Shun, how much pain did he endure before he found helpers to save himself, completed his revenge, and became so unfamiliar. Perhaps this is the real Xiao Shun. Even if this is the real Xiao Shun, he doesn't want to lose a good friend who almost lost his life for him because of his persistence. He needs this good friend. For the sake of a good friend, what if he puts away his pity and helps his good friend kill a few enemies? Can he let go of his hatred in the cell just because he was rescued? That's impossible. He will never forget that his good friend was beaten and kicked in front of him, and when his good friend mentioned his first partner, that smile froze instantly, the light in his eyes disappeared instantly, and he wanted to cry but held back. He will never forget that morning, afternoon, evening, and night, the good friend who brought him food, brought him delicious food, chatted with him, and imagined the future together. He knew that his good friend had cried secretly, and he knew that he should not mention the battle. At that time, his good friend could no longer fight, because his good friend had lost his partner and everything. He had already lost a good friend who loved to laugh, a good friend who was optimistic and cheerful and willing to chat with him to relieve his boredom. He didn't want to lose a good friend who was willing to save him. He looked at these terrified dead people indifferently. Is this the fear that Xiao Shun felt at that time? It's really ironic. Will these scumbags also be afraid? These scumbags are also his fear. He used to be afraid of them. It was Xiao Shun who made him no longer afraid, no longer afraid of them, no longer afraid of them, but became their fear. Looking at this group of people who feared him, and looking down at the blood on his hands, he suddenly woke up and realized what he had just done. His arms trembled constantly, and even the dagger could not be held steadily, and slipped onto the deck. Chapter 365, Orphan. What are you afraid of? These people deserve to die. Xiao Shun saw Haji standing there in a daze. He rushed over to grab Haji's hand and yelled at Haji to wake him up. Is it really right for us to do this? Haji muttered to himself. This sentence didn't seem to be asking Xiao Shun, but more like asking himself. It's okay, some people deserve to die, and they must die. Some people don't need to die, not including these dead people. Yu Hai sighed. The child only had the idea of swinging the knife at that time. He didn't know why he swung the knife, but he could roughly guess some. Even without you, these human traffickers can't survive. I will deal with them. Yu Hai's words were also to comfort Haji, so that Haji would not have any psychological burden, and he could just sentence them to death when he met these human traffickers in the future. In addition, this time the stimulation was big enough for Haji, and he even awakened his superpowers, which was really incredible. This was also the first time he encountered such a situation. The superpower he mentioned was the superpower fluctuations emanating from Koji. It was estimated that even Koji himself did not realize that he had awakened superpowers. The moment Koji's superpowers exploded, Darkrai instantly felt that it was the superpowers of this boy. In other words, this boy became a superpower user and was stimulated to awaken superpowers here. I don't know if it was stimulated by the blood, or if he wanted to protect something, longed for powerful strength, and protected everything he cared about, so he awakened psychic powers. Koji can awaken psychic powers. To be honest, he didn't feel strange. First, Koji is very similar to Zai. Zai has wave guide, so it is normal for Koji to awaken psychic powers. Second, one of the elves used by Koji's mother, the owner of the Liulai Pavilion, is a psychic type Alakazam. Psychic type elves like Alakazam are very smart, with an IQ of 5000 and a super brain. If you want to conquer Casey, you need to get Casey's recognition. The easiest way to get Casey's recognition is psychic powers. Even if you don't have psychic powers, you can conquer Casey, but Casey will choose trainers. Trainers who don't get Casey's recognition cannot conquer Casey, and Casey will use teleportation to escape. Compared to recognizing the conquered Casey, he is more inclined to believe that someone in Koji's family has awakened psychic powers. Koji can awaken psychic powers, which means that Koji's family ancestors were rich, so Koji has the opportunity to awaken psychic powers. It would not work for him. He was wearing a cloak, and his ancestors were just ordinary people. Unless he encountered a gift from a divine beast, it would be impossible in this life, let alone superpowers. No, then no. If he couldn't become a superpower, he could be a divine beast trainer. He didn't want any superpowers, and divine beasts were more attractive. Orb Silk Spider, get rid of the rest of the people. Yu Hai waved his hand, letting the Orb Silk Spider get rid of the people, and they could leave the fishing boat. As the Orb Silk Spider showed its fangs, none of the scum survived. Even if the two had poor knife skills and didn't stab the vital points, the Orb Silk Spider would finish them off. As the fire started, the big-mouthed gull first took the two boys back to the camping site, threw them to the river, and let the two boys wash before going back. When the big-mouthed gull went back to pick up Yu Hai, a raging fire had already started on the wooden boat near the sea. It was Jengar's ghost fire that ignited the cabin and started burning from inside the cabin. As long as this wooden boat sinks into the sea, nothing will be left. The corpses of these scum will disappear in a short time under the erosion of the sea water. By then, nothing will be left, and no one will know that a poaching group is buried here. He also saw sharks. The sharks that smelled blood surrounded the wooden boat. Nothing would be left in the mouths of these sharks. Before the fire burned to his feet, he used the Pokeball to take back the Pokémons, got on the big-billed gull and left the wooden boat. He watched the wooden boat slowly sink from a distance. and the matter here was over. I hope there will be no more trouble next time. He just wants to quietly subdue a Magikarp. Why do there always have to be troubles to bother him? He is really fed up. After returning to the campsite, he asked Jengar to go back to the tent first and spit out all the backpacks he harvested this time. He can sort it out tomorrow. It is 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning now. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. As for the 2 boys who came back early, they were warming themselves by the fire and eating the food prepared by Lu He. In order to wash off the blood stains on their bodies, they took a cold shower by the river. As for the clothes, Yu Hai took 2 sets of shorts from the fat man and put them on the 2 boys first. After the 2 of them put on their clothes, they changed into loose long clothes and long pants. The clothes were a little loose, but the length was quite suitable, so they could only make do with it. After all, there were no suitable clothes for the 2 of them in the wilderness. He only had 2 sets of clothes, and they were both stab-proof clothes. The poaching group has been dealt with. The 3 of you will live in one tent first. When the old man he returns to the cabin tomorrow, the 2 of you will share a tent, so it won't be so crowded. Looking at Haji who was eating voraciously, Yu Hai knew that the other party had no time to talk and should be able to hear what he said, so he told him the next arrangements. Kaoji, stay here for 2 days. I'll find someone to take you to Jingan Island. Go to the Pokemon Center and call your family to pick you up at Jingan Island. Thank you, Koji nodded. He had heard from Xiao Shun that it was Xiao Shun who used his identity to ask the other party to save him. It was not free help, and the other party needed a reward. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Xiao Shun. If he didn't fight to escape, I couldn't save you, Yu Hai shook his head. It wasn't that he wanted to refuse the reward, but that he didn't want to accept the reward now. It's more cost-effective for a future gym owner to keep this favor than to use it casually. As Koji grows up, he will be a favor from the king in the future. Don't forget that this boy has awakened superpowers. Even if this boy didn't have him, he would definitely have a bright future. He would be a key member of the family. Even if he didn't have the identity of a superpower, he still had a mother who was a gym owner. Okay, thank you for saving me. Whatever you need, as long as my family can afford it, I will ask my mom for it. Haji turned his head to look at Xiao Shun. He would never treat his good friend who kept his promise badly. Hey, what are you saying thank you for? I promised to save you, how could I break my promise? Xiao Shun smiled and patted Haji's back, patting out the instant noodles that Haji had just eaten. Cough, 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 Haji was caught off guard by the pat, and even his nose sprayed out. Seeing this, Xiao Shun apologized quickly, sorry. It's okay, Haji was choked, but he found that the optimistic and smiling Shun was back again, what a familiar feeling. He felt so good that he didn't lose his smiling good friend, and that smiling good friend was back again. The 2 of them could play elves in the future, eat a lot of delicious food together, and eat as much as they could together. This was the agreement they made together one night on the ship. Ha ha ha, you're eating so deliciously, give me some too. Xiao Shun saw how Koji put down his bowl and chopsticks to drink water, and smiled as he tried to grab it. You wishful thinking, you escaped first, you must have eaten a lot of good food these days, and you are still fighting for food with me, a starving ghost, do you have the nerve? Koji took the bowl and chopsticks at a faster speed, and started eating directly, not disdaining the instant noodles that just sprayed out. Haha, you stingy guy, I stole a lot of food for you on the boat. Xiao Shun knew that this good friend could not run away, and he couldn't be too anxious to thank his good friend. He could ask for that kind of thing, but he couldn't ask for it, but had to ask the other party to give it himself. Compared to a little bit of benefit, the relationship of good friends sharing hardships is the greatest benefit. He knows this very well and cherishes this sharing of hardships. After all, if his family has a relative who is a senior trainer, his family doesn't need to ask the old village chief to be a guarantor. As long as he can maintain a good friend relationship with the second-generation trainer Koji, the benefits brought are obviously greater, at least much better than the guarantor old village chief. He knows how to choose. He is no longer the naive boy. After going through so many things, he will seriously consider the pros and cons of any choice and will choose the one with the greatest benefit. There is no way. He is a child of an ordinary family and an ordinary trainer. He does not have the cost of trial and error. He cannot afford the cost of making the wrong choice now. Before, when Koji wanted to stop him on the ship, he knew that they were not the same kind of people. His choice was to rescue Koji, ask Koji for some benefits, and then leave. Although the two can still be friends, they can only be ordinary friends, because following Yuhaya will bring more benefits. If he often does dirty work, he and Koji may become enemies. However, in that situation, he did not expect Koji to choose him, so he did not have to give up Koji. While following Yuhaya, he can also become a close friend with Koji. He can choose both sides, so of course he wants them all. How dare you say that? You have to break a steamed bun into two halves to steal it, and it's gone in one bite. Koji knew that Xiao Shun was back again, and he was very bold in joking. He told Xiao Shun's previous sneaking things as a joke. Haha, I'm hungry too. I don't have enough to eat every day. If I steal too much, I'll be beaten to death. Xiao Shun smiled awkwardly, picked up his instant noodles, and talked to Haji about the miserable life on the ship. He wanted to continue to deepen their friendship, and prepare to upgrade from a good friend who shares hardships to a good brother who can talk about anything. By the way, do you want anything? I can get it for you when I go back. Haji chatted with Xiao Shun and asked about gratitude. Since everyone has become good friends, he should be more grateful for his good friend's life-saving grace. He is not a person who can't show his kindness, so there is no need to hurt their feelings in this matter. I don't know what I want either. Xiao Shun shook his head in distress. He wanted a lot of things, but he couldn't say it out. If he said it out, he might only fulfill his promise once, and this favor would be gone. By the way, I remember you want to be a grass-type elf master. I will get you a grass-type starter Pokemon when I go back. Haji saw that Xiao Shun was embarrassed to speak, so he helped Xiao Shun speak out. The three little elves? I heard that the three little elves are very valuable. Only trainers who have made great contributions to the alliance can apply for the three little elves. Xiao Shun was a little excited, but he still couldn't show it. He could only wave his hands repeatedly to show that it was too valuable. It's just a three little elves. It's nothing to my family. Koji didn't hesitate just now. He raised his hand and put it on Xia Shun's shoulder. He began to brag about what rare elves he had seen. The three little elves were all little brothers. And he didn't take the three little elves with him when he went out, but chose Pikachu instead, because the three little elves were too ugly. Pikachu was much cuter. After all, fire-breathing lizards, garlic turtles with tentacles, and water-spraying turtles, how could they be as cute as Pikachu? By the way, my Pikachu. Koji mentioned Pikachu and immediately thought of Pikachu, whose life and death were uncertain, and should now be with the trainer named Aha. Brother Hai is asleep, Pikachu should be fine, let's talk about it tomorrow. Xiao Shun looked up and didn't see Yuhai. There was only one possibility, that is, Yuhai went back to the tent to sleep. And Lu Yi also went to bed. After all, he was an old man and couldn't stay up all night. There was only a bonfire and the two of them. Hey, it's okay, Haji sighed. This kind of thing can't be rushed. He and Pikachu have been separated for more than half a month. Of course, he hopes that Pikachu is still alive, but if Pikachu don't think about those sad things. Haji patted his round belly. He felt so full. This was the first time he was so full since he was caught by the poaching group. By the way, I remember you wanted to join the gym. You said that you went to my gym, but my mother didn't agree. How could you not agree? It was because you didn't pass the assessment, and the owner of Li Yulai refused. I was too green, Xiao Shun was also a little embarrassed. When chatting with Heji at that time, he said this matter. Don't worry, leave it to me. As long as you come to me, I will let you join the Lai Yugan dojo. If mom doesn't agree, I will ask her. If that doesn't work, I will ask dad. Kaoji patted his chest with pride, as if nothing was impossible in his eyes. If it couldn't be done, it was because he didn't find the right person. If it still couldn't be done, it was because the relationship was not strong enough. Haha, if you become an apprentice in the dojo without passing the assessment, others will say that I took the back door. Xiao Shun smiled awkwardly. This good friend was so enthusiastic that he felt a little embarrassed. After leaving, he had thought about this matter of entering the gym through the door. As long as he had the relationship with Koji, whoever dared to look down on him would naturally protect him and save his face. In order to prevent Koji from making a name for himself, he had to speak with strength. Only with strong strength could he stop the gossips of others. Haha, it's all a small matter. Tell me about this trainer. I feel he is so mysterious. Do you know who he is? Koji glanced at the tent quietly. This trainer was mysterious everywhere. Even if he knew that he was the son of the gym owner, he didn't care about his identity. He pushed all his gratitude to Xiao Shun. He knew that without this trainer, Xiao Shun would not have been able to rescue him. After all, they were both rookies. They knew it when they were caught by the poaching group. They couldn't even beat the sailor minions, let alone the poaching group boss who they had only seen a few times. They couldn't beat him even more. I heard from those scum sailors that their boss is a senior trainer who is about to be promoted to a quasi-king trainer. In short, he is a very strong trainer, and they are not rookies who can challenge him. How can he not be mysterious? He helped me to subdue my Gyarados. Xiao Shun did not tell Koji, and the other party casually threw him a king-level dragon scale. If you hold on to this kind of big boss, you will definitely get a lot of benefits. Wow, Gyarados, I want one too, I have wanted it for a long time, this Pokemon is too handsome. Koji was excited when he saw Gyarados, and asked Xiao Shun excitedly how he got this Pokemon. Not that bad. Xiao Shun saw Koji so excited and scratched his head awkwardly. What kind of aesthetics does this person have? The 3 starter Pokemons are ugly, and Gyarados is handsome. Are their aesthetics not on the same channel? Can you ask that big brother Hai to help me subdue a Gyarados? Koji didn't know that Xiao Shun was thinking about aesthetics. He also wanted a Gyarados. He had wanted this sea overlord for a long time. Okay, I'll ask for you tomorrow. Xiao Shun nodded and took over the matter. After all, the Magikarp with the king's talent was like throwing away garbage by Big Brother Hai. If he threw away garbage again, they would just pick it up. When the two were discussing Yu Hai, they didn't know that Yu Hai didn't sleep at all. These 2 little ghosts were really annoying. They didn't sleep late at night and made exclamations from time to time, making them unable to sleep. However, what the 2 teenagers didn't know was that a league-certified rookie trainer, the son of a gym owner, was actually talking about how strong Yu Hai was and how he defeated the poaching group that was chasing Xiao Shun. It was just a moment at that time, and the mosquito-scented frogs defeated 4 or 5 people in the poaching group. Xiao Shun was talking about how strong the mosquito-scented frogs were. In fact, they didn't know that Yu Hai couldn't even pass the trainer certification because of his orphan status. He was not yet a certified trainer of the league, and was still worried about how to join the league. He didn't want to be suspected by the league, and he didn't want to be targeted. He just wanted to be a transparent person and develop quietly. How was rescued? If he joined the Liugan gym through the back door, there would be rumors, and more of it was the suspicion of the gym owner, who told him that he was an orphan. If it was Xiao Shun, there would be no such troubles. He was a trainer born and raised in the elf world, with parents in the Orange Islands, and his life trajectory could be traced. And what about him? Forget it, I won't say it. If I say too much, it will be tears. He is just an orphan. Chapter 366, Hiss. The 34th day of the journey north, sunny. Ah! This morning, a scream broke the dawn. Hearing this scream, Yu Hai quickly rushed out of the tent and looked at the place where the scream came from. It was Xiao Shun's tent. The boy's superpowers went out of control, frightening them, but not causing any harm. Dark Ray saw Yu Hai coming out, returned to Yu Hai's shadow, and told Yu Hai what had just happened. Superpowers went out of control. Yu Hai only knew yesterday that Koji had awakened superpowers. Who knew there was such a thing as out of control? Isn't the superpower just awakened very weak? How could it go out of control? He had a nightmare. Dark Ray saw the boy's nightmare, which was about Pikachu. Speaking of it, the boy's nightmare was also related to it. It returned to the camp at dawn, and the boy had a nightmare. I understand, Yu Hai nodded silently, thinking that the boy should have exploded superpowers in his dream, and it also exploded in reality, and scared Xiao Shun and Lu He who lived in the same tent. Brother Hai, Xiao Shun and Lu He were sitting on the grass, and the superpowers just exploded, directly blowing them out of the tent. Don't be nervous, that's superpowers. Yu Hai patted Xiao Shun's shoulder and explained the cause and effect of the matter to the two. Superpower? How can people have superpowers? Xiao Shun thought that only elves have superpowers, and humans are ordinary people. Yes, Xiao Shun, every generation of the Golden Gym in Kanto is a superpowered person. Midorikawa is old and knowledgeable. After knowing that it is a superpower, he was not too surprised. If Koji is really the son of the owner of the Liugan Gym, it is not surprising that he can awaken superpowers. When he was young, he remembered that the owner of the Liugan Gym also had superpowers. That was more than 40 years ago. He rarely paid attention to who the current owner of the Liugan Gym was. He only wanted to observe Magikarp. You will not be so surprised after seeing more. Hurry up and wake him up. When he comes home, he will learn how to control superpowers. Yu Hai patted Xiao Shun again, and he went to prepare breakfast first. After knowing that his good friend's abnormality is a superpower, Xiao Shun was not so scared. Fear comes from the unknown. As long as you know the reason, there is nothing to be afraid of. Don't say that Haji is a psychic. Even if Haji has superpowers, it is only equivalent to having an extra psychic elf, which is the superpower strength of an elf baby. It is estimated that he can't even hold a bowl of water. Xiao Shun returned to the tent and saw Haji, who was still confused. He raised his hand and waved it in front of Haji. Haji came back to his senses and asked Xiao Shun in front of him. What happened just now? You awakened superpowers, don't you know? Xiao Shun told Haji what happened just now. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Superpowers? I awakened superpowers. Haji was even more confused. He had only had a nightmare, so how could he awaken superpowers? This is too magical. I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that the bad guys from the poaching group ate Pikachu in front of me. Okay, it's okay. After breakfast, we will help you find Pikachu. Your Pikachu will be fine. Xiao Shun comforted Haji, patted Haji's shoulder, and turned to leave the tent. He didn't know whether Haji's Pikachu was still alive. He could only stabilize Haji's emotions first. In case of another superpower out of control, only Brother Hai's Pokemon could suppress Haji. His Gyarados was not light or heavy. If it slapped Haji to death with a flick of its tail, he would not be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the mud pit. As breakfast was ready, Haji also came out of the tent and looked at the three people at the dining table. The three people also turned their heads to look at him. Everyone was waiting for him after breakfast. Grandpa He, I'm sorry for the morning. I had a nightmare and couldn't control myself. Haji came over, scratched his head awkwardly, and quickly apologized to Old Man He. Xiao Shun was a good friend and wouldn't care about such a small matter. It's okay, let's have breakfast first. I didn't realize you have superpowers, Lu He smiled. This child is also very sensible. He didn't care about the accident in the morning, but his old bones couldn't stand it anymore. He was going back to the cabin to sleep tonight, but he thought of one thing. Yu Hai and his team killed the poaching group last night, and the wild elves of the poaching group were still on Yu Hai. He also wanted to take this opportunity to capture 2 elves to accompany him, an old man. Aha, boy, release the wild Pokemon later and leave me 2 Pokemon with hands and feet. I also want to capture 2 Pokemon, which will make my life easier. No problem, let's have breakfast first. Koji, your Pikachu should be in there too. We'll look for it slowly later, Yu Hai agreed immediately. Anyway, they were all wild Pokemon, and the poaching group had already caught them. It would be unreasonable for them not to select some Pokemon for cultivation. After everyone had breakfast while chatting, they began to release the wild Pokemon. The wild Pokemon here were divided into 2 backpacks. He first looked at the backpacks of common Pokemons, which were basically common Pokemons in the forest. He also saw the onion duck among these Pokemons. Old River, do you want the onion duck? The reason why Yu Hai asked the onion duck was because this old man often stared at his onion duck, probably because he had a crush on the onion duck Pokemon. Yes, I think onion duck is delicious when cooked. Is there an onion duck in it? Lu He rubbed his hands. He had been coveting the onion duck for a long time, the onion duck that could cook. This Farfetch'en is pretty good, Yu Hai threw a Farfetch'en over. It didn't have much potential, it was only about 40 years old, it was good enough to chop wood for the old man, cook and be a bodyguard. Haha, thank you, the old man took Farfetch'en's Pokeball and stroked it lovingly, like a happy child, he finally had his own Pokemon. Except leaving a Farfetch'en for the old man, Yu Hai threw the other Farfetch'en's Pokeballs to Xiao Shun and Hao Er, release the remaining Farfetch'en. Okay, Brother Hai, Xiao Shun knew what Yu Hai said, picked up the Pokeball to untie the Pokemon, and told the Pokemon that they were free and could go back to the forest. Ah Shun, are these all wild Pokemon caught by the poaching group? Hao Er was also releasing Pokemon. After these wild Pokemon looked at them, they entered the woods and disappeared. He secretly sighed that this trainer was not so bad and did not sell these Pokemon. After what happened last night, Koji thought the other party would sell these Pokemon as trophies, but he didn't expect that they would release them. Yes, saving the Pokemon also saved these Pokemon, Xiao Shun also sighed secretly. The reason why he chose to follow Yu Hai was that he felt that Yu Hai was not bad, at least not bad in his opinion. Compared with those scumbags in the poaching group, Yu Hai was much better. At least he was a chaotic neutral trainer, not kind, nor pedantic. Following such a trainer, he could learn a lot of Pokemon knowledge that he could not normally touch or learn, as well as life. Starfish? So many starfish, Yu Hai saw many starfish Pokeballs in the backpack of common Pokemons. The poaching group might have poked the Pokemon's nest and caught so many starfish. There was a starfish with good potential, with a potential of 49. This starfish had a higher potential than the starfish he bought, but it was a pity that it did not inherit the gravity move. Koji, this starfish has good talent. Use your superpowers to feel it and you can subdue and cultivate it. Yu Hai threw Starfish's Pokeball to Koji, who was still in a daze. Brother Hai, what is this? Koji didn't understand. He didn't know what Yu Hai was talking about. What did Hai do to his elf? He also subconsciously used his superpowers to feel it. This Haixingxing's superpower talent is indeed very strong. It is a rare elf. Brother Hai has superpowers similar to yours, and can sense the talents of elves. Xiao Shun saw that Yu Hai did not speak, and saw that Yu Hai did not mean to keep it secret, so he told Yu Hai about choosing elves. After all, this matter is not a secret. Lu He knows it, and he also knows it. Even Hao Er has such an ability, so there is no need to hide it. So that's the case. Then I will accept this Haixingxing, Hao Er heard Xia Shun's explanation and used his superpowers to carefully feel the Hixingxing in the elf ball again. He found that this feeling was really wonderful. Just as if he could feel his companions, in this small elf ball, his superpowers were very rough, colliding with Hixingxing's telekinesis, and was bounced away by Hixingxing's telekinesis. Hurry up and release the remaining starfish, stinging jellyfish, trumpet bud, arbok. The potential of these poison-type Pokémon that Yu Hai took out was very average, so there was no need to capture them. Xiao Shun and the others released the water-type Pokémon into the river, and the grass-type Pokémon into the forest. The bug-type Pokémon were also released into the forest. They were all wild Pokémon with very average potential. After releasing the grass-type Pokémon, the water-type Pokémon, the poison-type Pokémon, and the bug-type Pokémon, thousands of wild Pokémon were released. He looked at the remaining flying-type Pokémon. There were also many wild Pokémon of this attribute in the backpack, and they were basically the common flying-type Pokémon in the forest. There were the most Pidgeots and Spearows, and there were some Zubats, cuckoos, and even many long-winged gulls. After screening thousands of flying-type Pokémon, he found that there were two birds with good talents. One was Pidgeot, with a potential of 51, and the other was Cuckoos, with a potential of 50. He didn't know how to capture these two Pokémon, so he still gave them to others to deal with. Pidgeot was given to Xiao Shun, and Cuckoos was given to Haji. Haji, since we are meeting for the first time, I don't have much preparation, so I will give you 2 elves as a gift. This Gugu has a superpower talent similar to that of the starfish, you can feel it. He had no choice but to make such an arrangement. Gugu has superpower talent, which is very suitable for Haji, a superpower user, but Gugu cannot take people flying after evolution. If Xiao Shun subdues Gugu, he needs to subdue another flying elf as a means of transportation between islands. If Xiao Shun has money, he can cultivate more elves. It won't hurt anyway. If he doesn't have money, it's better to do it in one go. There is no need to make such a fuss. As for him, there are 57 potential Bobo waiting for him, and he doesn't like Bobo with only 50 potential. Haji can feel that these 2 elves without superpower attributes have good superpower talents. Yu Hai gave them away like this, which caught him off guard. Brother Hai, you saved me, and I haven't thanked you yet, but you gave me 2 Pokémon with good talents. I don't know how to thank you. Even if Koji was thick-skinned, he blushed now. This was the first time he had seen such a generous stranger trainer who gave gifts when they didn't agree. Saving you is just a small matter, don't take it too seriously, Yu Hai waved his hand. Koji couldn't help him at all now, and he would talk about favors later. After hearing this, Xiao Shun didn't think so, because Yu Hai was too generous. He thought Yu Hai might not appreciate Koji's benefits. After all, the props of the king could be taken out casually. If Koji couldn't take out the props of the king, and thanked him with other things, it is estimated that people would not appreciate it, and where could Koji get the props of the king? He was still a rookie. Brother Hai, I also accepted this Pidgeot. Xiao Shun had received Yu Hai's affirmation, but he didn't say anything more about accepting the Pokémon. He needed these Pokémon to arm himself and make himself stronger. I have said thank you many times before. If I say thank you again, people's ears will be numb. Just remember to thank him in your heart. After all, he is the noble person who helped me when I was in the most difficult time. Brother Hai, he also wants one of my Magikarp. I wonder if there is any left. Xiao Shun accepted the Pokeball from Bobo, and thought of the chat between the two last night, so he asked about it. Magikarp, I just caught one yesterday. Yu Hai was talking about the stupid thing with 58 potential yesterday. It's useless to keep this stupid thing. Since Haji likes it, it's okay to give it to Haji. Hey? I've already taken 2 Pokémons. Can't I take another one? Haji blushed and hurriedly stopped Xiao Shun from speaking. He had already taken 2 Pokémons just now, and it was a bit embarrassing to ask for a Magikarp. This is a magi carp with the talent of the king. Are you sure you don't want it? Xiao Shun explained in a low voice in Heji's ear, fearing that Heji would miss a great opportunity. What? The king? When Heji heard the word king, he immediately exclaimed, and even Yu Hai and Lu He heard the exclamation. Don't be so loud, remember to keep it a secret, even your mother can't tell it. Xiao Shun was also startled by Heji's shout, and secretly thought that he was also so shocked at that time. What about Hai Xing Xing and Gu Gu? And your Bo Bo? Heji was shocked, smiled awkwardly at Yu Hai and the others, turned around and whispered to Xiao Shun again. At least it's the talent of a quasi-king. Xiao Shun did not hide it, and Yu Hai did not ask him to keep it secret. Since he could let Heji know Yu Hai's special ability, it doesn't matter to say this, it's just one more thing that needs to be kept secret. Hiss, Heji also sucked in his breath when he heard that at least a quasi-king. He took a breath of cold air. Although he boasted a lot last night, he really couldn't give away such a talented elf. He is not the master of the family. He has to ask his mother for everything, and he can only use it himself, forget about giving it to others. Xiao Shun saved him. It is already the limit to apply for one of the 3 starter elves for the other party. He can't give more, and it all depends on his mother's face. Chapter 367, Reunion. Don't be lazy, release these elves quickly. Yu Hai picked the elves and threw the backpack to them without paying attention to what the 2 little brats were whispering. There are still thousands of flying wild elves left in it. Give them all to the 2 to release. When the time comes, the grumpy Spiro will definitely shit on their heads. After dealing with the common elf backpack, he looked at the rare elf backpack again, hoping that he could get good stuff here. This is full of rare elves in the forest. Like bear cubs, Nidoran, Heracross, Armored, Scyther, and other valuable elves. However, after looking at them all, he found that their potential was quite average. These people are also very brave. They dare to catch the cubs of the Forest Overlord. Are they really not afraid that the Forest Overlord will come to them? Among so many elves, he chose a Heracross with good potential and threw it to the old man. This insect elf has a docile personality and is good for accompanying this old man. Old man this insect elf is not bad. You can capture it as a companion. Heracross? It turned out to be this child. I often see him in the forest. Green River caught the elf ball, looked at the sleeping elf in the elf ball, smiled on his old face, and accepted this elf. In the future, with these 2 little guys around, he is not afraid of walking at night. They can also help him carry some equipment for observing Magikarp and help him deal with trivial matters in life. Among the rare elves, Yu Hai only took out a Heracross elf ball, and released the rest of the elves, all of them. These rare wild elves did not have the potential to exceed 50, so he did not keep these wild elves. Although these elves are very fierce, some are forest overlords, but it depends on where they are overlords. In places like Tiangan Island, on the routes to the west and north, the alliance will definitely not allow 2 strong elves to exist. The Big Trench is bright, there are no other islands near the Big Trench, and it is not an important route. It is completely possible to go around the Big Trench and call Xiao Hai. Brother Hai, my Pikachu, how saw Yu Hai sort out the wild elves in the 2 backpacks, and they also released the wild elves in the 2 backpacks. As a result, they all released the wild elves, but did not see his Pikachu. Don't worry, your Pikachu should be in another bag. Yu Hai put down the empty space backpack, returned to the tent and took out the fat man's backpack. If nothing unexpected happened, Pikachu should be in this backpack. After all, Koji was going to sell it. If the fat man dared to eat Pikachu, when Koji grew up, there would be another enemy. The fat man was not that stupid. If there was no Pikachu even in this backpack, then there was no doubt that it must have been eaten. After taking out the fat man's backpack, he reached into the backpack and fumbled for a moment, and took out 2 poke balls, which were also the only 2 poke balls in the backpack. There was not even an empty pokeball in this backpack. He looked at the pokeballs and found that one of them was Pikachu's pokeball. He immediately threw Pikachu to Koji. Your Pikachu is here. Pikachu. Koji caught the pokeball, looked at the Pikachu that was almost starving in the pokeball, and quickly released Pikachu. Pika Pika, Pikachu finally saw Koji, but after just calling twice, his stomach growled with hunger. He had no strength at all and lay on the ground, unable to move. Electric Energy Cube, give Pikachu some electricity. Yu-Hai took out the Electric Energy Cube, which was the harvest from Big City before. He didn't have the money to buy Electric Energy Cube at that time. Thank you. Koji took the Electric Energy Cube and quickly gave Pikachu one to eat, and gave Pikachu some water to drink. When Pikachu recovered a little, he excitedly picked up Pikachu and spun around. Xiao Shun, here is an egg, with good talent. It should be the Pokemon of that fat guy. It hasn't been cultivated yet. You can cultivate it. Yu-Hai took out 2 Pokeballs, one for Pikachu and the other for egg. This egg is not bad, with a potential of 53. It should be the Pokemon cub that the fat guy bought. After all, the coconut tree of the fat man didn't have such high potential, so this egg couldn't be the cub of the coconut tree. It seems that after the fat man made money, he wanted to cultivate a pair of elves with the talent of the treasure of the store as his second echelon. Brother Hai, Xiao Shun did not refuse the elf ball handed by Yu-Hai. He had said before that he needed these elves, he needed to enrich his elf team, these elves were his future and the capital for his strength. As for the favor he owed now, he had no ability to repay it, and he could only repay Brother Hai in the future. Don't be nagging, there is another Magikarp here, the one that Koji wanted, you can give it to him later, and you can also show him the cultivation notes, but his family should not lack notes. Okay, you guys go play by yourselves, take your lunch, I'm still busy. Yu-Hai put down the elf ball, called Butterfree and others, and went to the river to continue to conquer Magikarp. These 2 little brats have silly things, and he hasn't caught any silly things yet. He has wasted a lot of time releasing the elves in the morning, so he has to work harder. Brother Hai, let me help you. Xiao Shun asked for help when he saw Yu-Hai was going to select Magikarp again. No, while I'm still here, you and Hao-Er go around the forest and subdue the elves you like. Remember to keep my affairs secret from Hao-Er. Yu-Hai didn't even turn his head, and waved his hand to send the 2 little brats away. It's good enough that they don't cause trouble for him, and they still want to help him catch Magikarp. As for the things left by the fat man, we'll talk about it in the evening. After sorting them out, we can call Luoyan and ask Luoyan to bring some gems to him and take Hao-Er back to Kumquat Island. Afterwards, Yu-Hai and Lu-He got busy by the river. Seeing Xiao Shun and the others enter the forest, he also asked the big-mouthed gull to follow quietly. Haji also entered the forest with Xiao Shun with the joy of finding Pikachu. Xiao Shun only has 4 elves now, and at least 2 or 3 elves are needed to form a team of elves for the competition. Xiao Shun also wants to take advantage of Yu-Hai's presence to complete his elf team. As long as these elves are cultivated well, his future self will definitely not be too bad. Whatever he wants in the future, he can fight for what he wants with his original partners. He has this confidence. Brother Hai has paved the way for his future. If he can still go to the fork, it would be too sorry for Brother Hai's efforts. He can only blame himself for not trying hard enough. Starfish, Gugu, Magikarp, Haji didn't know what Xiao Shun was thinking. He just sighed secretly and felt incredible about the accidents encountered during this trip. He was definitely scolded for sneaking out this time, and he also conquered so many new partners. He just waited to go home to shock his mother. The most important thing is that he also awakened superpowers this time, which will definitely surprise his mother. She must be surprised by his current changes. Ah Shun, you are really my lucky star. I haven't thanked Brother Hai yet, but Brother Hai has given me many elves. He is a strange good man. Of course he is a good man, Xiao Shun smiled. It was his luck to meet a good man after escaping. Thank God for letting him meet Brother Haida. Well, a good man doesn't know that he has been given 2 good man cards, and he is still numbly choosing Magi Carp. By the way, keep it secret about him. Even if your mother asks you, don't tell her. Xiao Shun had to remind Hao Er, this good friend who has no control over his mouth. Why should I keep it secret? I also want to tell my mother so that she can thank him well. Hao Er's mind is not that complicated. Xiao Shun may have realized something, but Hao Er didn't realize it at all. The authorities are very confused. If I ask you to keep it secret, keep it secret. You just need to keep it secret. I will tell you slowly. Xiao Shun also told Hao Er his guess. He only picked out what he could say. After all, they were all doing dirty work, so who doesn't have some little secrets? He couldn't tell anyone about this kind of thing. Moreover, Yu Hai had hidden more than a little bit. He probably didn't even see through the surface. Of course he couldn't see through it. Yu Hai was not a certified trainer in the league yet. He was still a rookie trainer who wanted to enter the league. His current trouble was stupid things. He couldn't catch a satisfactory stupid thing. With the destruction of the poaching group, wild Pokemon returned to their homes, and Tiangan Island returned to the normal jungle life. Without the poaching group, there was only the pursuit of predators and prey in the jungle. After a day, Yu Hai still didn't catch a satisfactory stupid thing, so he could only go back to make dinner with Farfetch. Xiao Shun and Koji had returned a long time ago. They had been wandering in the forest for a day and were very happy when they came back. Yu Hai looked at the gulls on the treetops. The gulls shook their heads, indicating that they were not in danger today. He was relieved when he saw the big-mouthed gull shaking his head. Even if he let the 2 teenagers continue to enter the forest, he would still let the big-mouthed gull follow quietly. There was no danger of poaching in the forest, but there were still many powerful wild elves. At least the parents of Baby Bear and Nidoran were not wild elves that could be easily dealt with. After making dinner, he called Xiao Shun and Lu He to come. They could have a good meal tonight to replenish Haji's body. Wow, we're having a barbecue tonight. The dinner is so rich, and there are iced drinks. The meal tonight is too luxurious, Haji exclaimed as he looked at the barbecue on the grill and a glass of drink for each person. He hadn't had such a rich dinner for a long time. You know, they were in the wild. It was incredible that they could drink cold drinks in such hot weather. Ha ha ha, I brought a small refrigerator, I froze a few pieces of fresh meat, and a few bottles of drinks are okay. Yu Hai smiled, raised his glass to Xiao Shun and the other 2, and the 4 plastic cups clinked together, and the 4 of them also had a happy dinner together. Shun, don't fight with me, I want to eat more to replenish my body. Hao Er couldn't bear it any more after taking a sip of the drink, and directly clamped the largest piece of meat into his mouth, and immediately grimaced because of the burn. Haha, no one is fighting with you, don't burn your mouth, you won't be able to eat it then. Xiao Shun looked at Hao Er who seemed like a live treasure, and shook his head helplessly. This good friend was too jumpy, and sometimes he couldn't keep up with the other's brain circuit, but he was really starving. We had been eating leftovers for more than half a month, with only 1 meal a day. In the last 2 days, he was almost starving. Now no one was fighting with Koji for food. They were all watching him eat. After eating for a while, Koji noticed it and felt a little embarrassed. He quickly raised his glass to hide his embarrassment. The 4 of them had dinner for several hours. They talked while eating, but mostly Koji and Xiao Shun talked, while Yu Hai and Lu He listened. It seemed that the 2 of them had endless things to say. They talked from last night until almost dawn, and they talked about going to the jungle together today, and they talked about it when they came back for dinner. In the end, only Xiao Shun and the 2 of them were chatting at the table. Because it was too late, Lu He had already taken the Farfetched and Hera heroes, who had just been captured today, back to the cabin. After Yu Hai helped Xiao Shun choose the elves that he had captured in the forest today, he also went back to the tent to sleep. Xiaoshun's luck was pretty good today. Among hundreds of elves, there was a pretty good trumpet bud with a potential of 52. He gave the trumpet bud to Xiaoshun, and Xiaoshun could release the rest of the wild elves. He had returned to the tent and took out the fat man's backpack to see what good things were in the backpack. The various good wines, books, cash, gold and silver jewelry, and bank cards that were packed before were not counted. Just look at the things in the backpack. He had 3 backpacks here. One was the fat man's backpack. One was a backpack with all the property of the poaching group members, and the other backpack was the good wine. He poured out everything from the fat man's backpack, and there were not many good things in it. There were only 5 elves, the coconut egg tree, the desert dragonfly, the sea thorn dragon, the megalodon, and the tyrannosaurus. There were not many props, just 5 props. 2 mysterious water drops, 1 senior level, and 1 elite level. There was also an elite level curved spoon, which was scraped off the coconut egg tree. There is also a senior level soft sand, which was also scraped from the desert dragonfly. There is also a senior level miracle seed, which should be a prop prepared for Dandan. There are also some gems, including water, grass, and ground gems, and there are also super power gems. The most important thing is that this fat guy actually has a high-level leaf stone, which should be an evolution stone prepared for Dandan. Alas, it's a pity. It's not a high-level water stone. Why is it like this every time? It's really annoying. In addition to this high-level leaf stone, there are more than 10 low-level evolution stones. He is too lazy to look at them. He will let Luian deal with them together. There is also food for elves. Needless to say, there are hundreds of boxes of energy cubes here, all of which are fine energy cubes. The most are water energy cubes, followed by grass and super power energy cubes. The only things left that are worth some money are gold and silver jewelry. That garlic turtle that attracts wealth is really made of gold and can also sell for a lot of money. There are more than 10 million cash in the bag, and the valuable things are gone. There were still some messy things left, and he was too lazy to look at them. He picked out the useful wound medicine, the worthless clothes, the fat man's personal belongings, and the women's clothes that the fat man had stolen. He put them all in a plastic bag and burned them as firewood when he cooked tomorrow. There was no need to look at the things in the other backpack. He poured out the things and only glanced at the cash, and he knew that these guys were poor. 16 people, the cash could not even make up 100,000 alliance coins. Even if he didn't look at the other things, he knew that they were all trash. Picking up a bargain? That was impossible. According to the fat man's stinginess, he would definitely hold the good things in his hands. How could he leave them for the tool people who caught elves? As long as the tool people had food, it was enough, and other needs were redundant. The things that were still worth money for the 16 people were the 38 elves they had captured, all of which were common elves. Among them, the elves that had not evolved would also be released. Finally, there were 11 second-stage evolved elves and 3 third-stage evolved elves left. This group of tool people was too miserable. If it were him, he would have quit long ago. Following such a boss, he would not be treated as a human being, but only be exploited, and he would not even be given a sip of soup. He would have killed the boss long ago and become his own boss. While complaining about these tools, he also took out his mobile phone and called Luo Yan. After the phone rang twice, Luo Yan answered the call. "Boss. Ian, I need you to come here for something." "Boss, where are you?" "I'll be there right away." "Don't worry, listen to me. I rescued a child on Sweet Orange Island. This child is the son of the owner of the Durian Gym. I asked you to come here to pick up this child. Just send him to the Pokemon Center on Golden Orange Island." "Boss, what's the situation with this child?" "He was captured by the poaching group and was rescued last night. The leader of the poaching group is going to sell this child. I suspect Team Rocket will intervene." "Team Rocket? The buyer is Team Rocket." "It's hard to say. I have already wiped out the poaching group. I don't know what Team Rocket is doing. The leader of the poaching group is only a senior trainer. Even if someone from Team Rocket comes, they won't be better than senior trainers. At that time, Yu Hai was also shocked when he knew that the leader of the poaching group had colluded with Team Rocket. How did he run into Team Rocket again? Why is Team Rocket everywhere? Fortunately, the leader of the poaching group was only at the senior level, so he could still handle it. If the leader of the poaching group was stronger, he would have to consider running away. If it was only at the senior level, he would not panic no matter who came, and the rockets would also. It is impossible to send a superstar to hand over the goods this time. Let's not talk about the superstar trainers. The quasi-superstar cotters are all the heads of the rocket team's sub-bases. The most they can send is the senior captain. Unless this boy is very important and it is worth the rocket team to send a superstar to pick him up, then this matter is hard to say, it is very complicated. Moreover, the poaching group leader did not reveal his location from beginning to end. It is probably because he is afraid that the rocket team will rob him directly, or kill him to silence him. So he wants to wait until the poaching is over before handing over Koji's goods. If the poaching group leader is late, it will arouse suspicion. I understand, boss, when should I go there? Don't worry, I got another batch of black goods. You can help me buy gems on Jingan Island. They are still gems with the same two properties, and the price is the same. I want as many as I can. Collect the gems first and come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Okay, boss. Be careful to hide your identity. Even if you rent a boat, you must hide your identity. When you take the child back, don't talk to the child. Don't worry about it when you take him to the elf center. Someone will come to pick him up. Also, buy 2 sets of clothes for children aged 11 or 12, buy 2 new space backpacks, bring an electronic scale, and a credit card machine. The poaching group is quite rich, you should collect more gems. Okay, boss, is there anything else you need to bring? Okay, that's all for now. I'll call you if you need anything. After Yu Hai explained Luo Yan's next things, he hung up the phone. If nothing unexpected happens, Luo Yan will come the day after tomorrow. At that time, no matter who wants to buy Hao Er, he will send Hao Er away directly. He is not a babysitter. Does he have to take care of her for life after rescuing her? How can such a good thing happen? He wants it too. The guy who lies flat has wanted to lie flat for a long time, but he is still struggling hard. It's all tears if I say too much. Chapter 368, with Lao Lu. The 35th day of the journey to the north, sunny. The weather is good today. Yu Hai is the first to get up. He got up after the sun came out. Even so, the other 2 kids are still sleeping. Before, without Hao Er, Xiao Shun couldn't be lazy with a clear reason. Now with Hao Er, there is a lazier one, and they can finally be lazy together. After he made breakfast, he didn't wake up the 2 kids. Since they like to sleep so much, they can just sleep until they wake up naturally. If you don't sleep now, you won't be able to sleep when you grow up. No matter where you are, you have to deal with all kinds of puas and work overtime day and night. It's not a life for human beings. You should cherish your carefree life. After he had breakfast, he took Butterfree to the river to catch Magi Carp, and the elves went to train. Soon, Green River also came with Farfetch and Heracross. I don't know how Green River subdued them. Green River did not arrange training for these 2 elves, but came to help him observe Magi Carp and help him change the mark of Magi Carp. After they were busy for a while, the 2 little ghosts in the tent got up and shouted, saying why the other party didn't call them, but the other party was sleeping in. 2 little ghosts who were sleeping, how to wake each other up. After the 2 got up, they saw that there was no breakfast on the table, so they could only do it themselves. After a hurried breakfast, Xiao Shun came to find Yu Hai and asked weakly, "Brother Hai, are we going to the forest today? If you want to catch elves, go to the forest. Don't ask me about this. You can arrange it yourself. That's your time, not mine. Yu Hai didn't even raise his head, just waved his hand, and still quickly checked the panel of Magikarp. Tens of thousands of idiots flowed past him every day, and he didn't believe that he couldn't catch a satisfactory idiot. He was completely against the idiots. Okay, I get it. Xiao Shun didn't know what he felt. Although he was not restrained, he always felt empty in his heart, but Brother Hai still helped him look after the elves, which was enough. He called Haji, and the two entered the forest together. Neither of them noticed that a large-mouthed gull was quietly following them. After entering the forest, Haji also talked to Xiao Shun about the notes. Shun, the notes said that using the dragon scales to evolve the Carp Queen is stronger and can also inherit dragon-type moves. Does your Gyarados have dragon-type moves? Yes, the dragon scales were also given to me by Brother Hai, Xiao Shun said truthfully. It is impossible to hide it from a good friend. He doesn't want to cause a rift in their relationship because of this matter. After all, the dragon scale is not his, it was given to him by others. What is there to hide? Not to mention that he is his good friend. If others don't give it to him, he can't do anything, it's not his thing. Considering the identity of a good friend, he doesn't need such things at all, so the other party should not have mentioned it. Xiao Shun guessed correctly. Yu Hai himself needs others to help him. Where does the resource come from to help others? He has already spent a lot of money to give a dragon scale, and continuing to help others is a big loss, and he won't do a business that loses money. I feel that Brother Hai is a really good person, even giving you a dragon scale. How was a little envious of this good friend's opportunity. He was just envious. His mother was the owner of the Liugan Gym. A dragon scale is just a piece of scale, he can get it casually, he doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. However, Xiao Shun didn't tell Hao that he used a king-level dragon scale. If Hao used a too low-level dragon scale to evolve Magikarp, the effect would be too poor, and he would definitely ask him again. However, according to Hao Koji's family, even if they can't get the dragon scales of the king level, they should be able to get the dragon scales of the quasi-king level. I just don't know how much difference there is between the two. Anyway, the potential of stupid things is the same. Yes, I didn't expect that he would give me such a precious dragon scale. Xiao Shun was really surprised at the time. The situation was very urgent at the time, and he fed it directly to Magikarp. Later, he knew that it was a dragon scale of the king level. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at the time. He was really shocked, deeply shocked. And that notebook, lend it to me when you go back. I haven't read a lot of content yet. Although Koji didn't get the dragon scales, he also got a lot of benefits. The three elves are very good, and there is also that notebook. As for the wild elves in the forest, it's not that he doesn't want to catch them. He has awakened superpowers. In terms of cultivating elves, it is more advantageous to choose superpower elves. This is what Yu Hai told him when they were chatting last night. There aren't many wild psychic Pokemons. It's already pretty good to get a starfish with good talent. Gugu also has good psychic abilities, especially the Magikarp with good potential. When he gets home, he can evolve a Gyarados. Xiao Shun has told him the evolution process of Magikarp. Then he can find someone to act out a play, or repeat the poaching group's bitter drama. This time he doesn't have to rush. Then he can act out his true colors, cultivate some feelings with Magikarp, and then let Magikarp evolve into Gyarados. In addition to Gyarados, there are also wild psychic Pokemons. Since he knew that Xiao Shun had an Eggman, he also wanted to catch an Eggman in this forest, but there was no Eggman and Coconut Tree tribe in this forest, so he had to give up. However, there are many psychic Pokemons in his gym and in the hands of some family elders, including Casey, Hypnotist, Slowpoke, Poo, Rallas, Natural Sparrow, Manine, Coconut Tree, Lip Sister, Karam, Metagross, etc. He basically has all the psychic Pokemons in his family. If he wants to choose to cultivate psychic Pokemons, he can have any psychic Pokemons he wants when he returns to Liugan Island, as well as psychic Pokemons newly discovered in other regions. I just want to relax and chat with Xiao Shun to relieve my boredom when I accompany Xiao Shun out. After all, in the camp, one is a mysterious trainer who rarely speaks, and the other is an old man who can only observe Magikarp. He can only talk to Xiao Shun, who is his age. Others can only chat a few words during meals, and can't say a few words at other times. It's a bit uncomfortable to be with them, and it's more pleasant to get along with people of the same age. Continuing to go deeper into the forest, the two chatted as they walked. They captured wild grass-type Pokemons when they saw them. After Xiao Shun captured Walking Grass, Egg, and Trumpet Bud, there were not many grass-type Pokemons left in the forest. You can only find some Shuttlecock Grass, Lotus Leaf Boy, and Paras by the lake. After capturing all the grass-type Pokemons here, only Bug, Poison, and Flying Pokemons are left in the forest. I don't know if Xiao Shun will capture these Pokemons. He will leave the day after tomorrow. I don't know if Xiao Shun will go with him, but there are more chances to stay here. If he goes back with him, it's nothing more than joining the gym, and there will be a grass-type starter Pokemon. These things will be prepared for Xiao Shun, and Xiao Shun can come and get them at any time. He had asked Xiao Shun before, and Xiao Shun wanted to learn from this mysterious trainer for a while, and then come to find him. It won't be too late to talk about it then. He could see that Xiao Shun liked grass-type Pokemon very much, and the grass-type Pokemon would definitely like them too. Then, Bulbasaur, Chimonanthus, and Echidna. These three grass-type Pokemons, Xiao Shun can choose any one he wants. He had heard before that there were Pokemons in other regions, such as Squirtle, Snake. He didn't know if he could apply for these grass-type Pokemons. If he could choose any one he wanted. And that mysterious trainer, since he didn't want any benefits, but also sent a gift, he just asked to keep the other party's affairs secret, and he would do it. He didn't want to explore other people's secrets, as long as they had no ill will towards them, but he still had to thank the other party for saving his life. Not now, but in the future. Xiao Shun, why are there two black spots in the sky? Koji and Xiao Shun were busy until noon, sitting by the lake to eat lunch, and saw two black spots on the sea flying towards Tiangan Island. It might be a trainer passing by, Xiao Shun didn't know who it was. No matter who it wasn't for them. Their only job was to catch wild Pokemon and they would return to the campsite in the afternoon. Yu Hai and Lu He were also having lunch. The black spots on the sea were blocked by the woods and they couldn't see them. After lunch, they had to continue to capture Magikarp. Soon, the two black spots were getting closer and closer to Tiangan Island, and finally landed on the beach on the coast of Tiangan Island and collected their flying Pokemon. Where they were standing was the offshore beach where the wooden boat of the poaching group was docked. The signal disappeared here. Didn't the undercover say there was a fishing boat here? Where is the fishing boat? Didn't you hear how terrified the undercover's last cry was? The fishing boat must have sunk. Come out. Megalodon, go to the bottom of the sea to see if there are any wreckage of the fishing boat. Shark, Megalodon floated on the sea surface, heard the trainer's order, dived into the seabed and searched in the direction of the trainer's finger. The Megalodon dived for half an hour, returned to the sea surface, and nodded to his trainer, indicating that there were wreckage of fishing boats on the seabed. Megalodon, take me down to have a look, you wait for me up there. The Megalodon's trainer wanted to go to the sea, took off only a pair of shorts, took out the diving goggles from the backpack and put them on, bit the respirator in his mouth, carried the air tank on his back and walked to the ocean, hugged the Megalodon's fin, and was taken by the Megalodon to the offshore where the fishing boat sank. They quickly found the sunken fishing boat, checked back and forth on the dilapidated fishing boat for a long time, and did not find anything valuable, so he returned to the beach with the Megalodon in his arms and took the Megalodon back with the poke ball. There is nothing valuable on the seabed. The fishing boat was burned to the bottom of the boat. Except for a few safes, nothing else is left. There is not a single body? Doesn't that mean the undercover is gone? There are a lot of bones, most of which have traces of being bitten by sharp teeth. It was caused by the megalodon. It is estimated that they were all eaten. The undercover must be among them. Forget it. Anyway, it was just an undercover who was temporarily bought. If it is gone, it is gone. Do you know who did it? The move was more ruthless than ours. There was no trace left. It should be that one. The two raised their heads at the same time and looked at the place where white smoke was coming out on Tiangan Island. They heard the poaching group boss say on the phone that a very strong trainer came here. According to what you said, the son of the owner of Li Yulai Pavilion should be in the hands of the other party. The signal disappeared in the early morning yesterday, and it has only been more than a day since this afternoon. If there is no transfer, the child must still be in the hands of the other party. This person is not simple. He destroyed the entire poaching group by himself. We can't go directly. Of course, it is broad daylight now. Anyone who goes directly is simply sick. Let the team see how many people there are. Be more natural and don't be discovered. Facing a ruthless person who can destroy the entire poaching group, the two of them are still a little weak. If the other party is a quasi-king trainer, or even a king trainer. If the two of them face each other, there is only one way to die. It is true that Team Rocket is a villain, but it is not a brainless villain. Everything needs to be understood clearly before making a decision on the next action. Golfin, do you see that white smoke? Fly over quietly to have a look. The other party may be a quasi-king trainer. See how many people are there and what kind of Pokemon they have. Be careful. Golfin nodded, vibrated his wings and slowly approached the white smoke in the woods. When he was about to get close to the white smoke, he entered the jungle and flew more carefully. Until he got close to the waterfall camp, Golfin hung upside down on the branches and used ultrasound to secretly spy on the camp. Based on the feedback from the ultrasound, Golfin quickly learned the number of moving objects in the camp and whether the moving objects were human. Golfin quietly flew back to the beach and told his trainer what he had found. As Golfin told his story, Venusaur also stretched out his vine whip and drew what Golfin described on the beach. There are only 2 people, and there are 17 Pokemon. It's okay, Venusaur, the 2 little ghosts are not there, it's a good opportunity to attack. Release all flying Pokemon, the 2 little ghosts must be in the forest, let the flying Pokemon go to find them. Before they go back, we must find them. Come out, Venusaur. Everyone go to find them, and notify us when you find the 2 children in the forest. So far, the plan against Xiao Shun and Koji was quickly launched, and no one noticed the little movements of the 2, not even Yu Hai. The reconnaissance of Venusaur was too covert, and only Zubat sensed the breath of its kind among so many Pokemon, and soon disappeared, and Zubat didn't take it seriously. The 2 people sensed by Venusaur were naturally Yu Hai and Green River. The 17 Pokemon were the number of Green River Pokemon minus Venusaur, Gengar, Darkrai, and Water Leap. At that time, Gengar was probably in the shadow, so he was not sensed. Water Leaper was also not sensed in the Pokeball. Toucans were not in the camp. Darkrai was resting in the shadow. He would go out every night, otherwise the others in the camp would have nightmares again. Chapter 369, Sneak Attack. The 2 people waiting on the shore of Tiangan Island heard the call of toucans. They knew that the flying Pokemon they released had found Xiao Shun and the others by the lake. The 2 took back their Pokemons, sat on their own flying Pokemons, flew low over the woods, and slowly approached the lake in the center of Tiangan Island. The 2 came to the edge of the lake, but did not continue to move forward, but landed in the woods. They had already seen 2 little ghosts by the lake, and they might be discovered if they continued to move forward. As for these 2 little ghosts, they had confirmed with a telescope in the woods. The appearance of one of the boys was very similar to the photo in their hands. He should be the son of the owner of Li Yulai Pavilion, Koji. There was no plan to capture the two little ghosts. They observed that the two little ghosts used weak elves, which were not evolved, so they chose to rob them directly. It was broad daylight now, and kidnapping was not something that could be done secretly. The two little ghosts were still in an open area. If there was anything that came in, the two of them would be killed. It can be detected at the first time. If it is too complicated, it will arouse the vigilance of the two. It is better to be direct. Let's go. You pretend to ask for directions and control the target Koji first. Don't worry about the other little brat. As long as we can catch Koji, we will evacuate Tiangan Island. Okay, wait for me to change clothes. Both of them are wearing black uniforms with a big red R on their chests. It is difficult for others not to see it. Both of them will change clothes when they go out, but this mission is very urgent. When the signal disappears, they will rush over with a flying elf and have no time to change clothes. I will support in the forest. If there is an emergency, I can also provide support at any time. After the teammates changed their clothes, the teammates took their own Venus flycatcher and Venus bat, carried a shoulder backpack, walked out of the woods, and slowly approached Xiao Shun and Koji, who were catching the lotus leaf boy by the lake. The first elf to discover the stranger approaching was the Venus flycatcher. It had already seen the two strangers flying over the forest. The purpose was very clear, that is, to come for the two teenagers. After seeing the two, it had already informed Yu Hai, and was not arrogant enough to intercept the two alone, nor did it inform Xiao Shun and the others. Since the strangers were coming for Xiao Shun and Hao Er, it would be useless even if they were informed. Only Yu Hai could handle this kind of thing, and these two children were too weak. It was difficult for these two children to protect themselves in the forest, not to mention the attack of strangers. If they resisted less, they would suffer less. The second one to discover the stranger's intrusion was Hao Er's Pikachu. Pikachu's sensitive ears heard the strange footsteps. Pika Pika, Pikachu saw a stranger approaching and hurriedly called to remind Hao Er, and quickly ran to climb onto Hao Er's shoulder, alerting the stranger who was getting closer and closer. Shun, someone is coming. Hao Er was reminded by Pikachu and saw the stranger, so he hurriedly spoke to remind Xiao Shun, who was catching Pokemon. Who? Brother Hai. Xiao Shun looked up and saw that the person who came was a young man in casual clothes, wearing sunglasses on his head, and followed by two elves. He was a traveler passing by here. Do you remember the black spot we saw just now? After being caught by the poaching group once, Haji was wary of anyone. After all, he was deceived into the boat in the first place. Could it be those two black spots? Why is there only one person? Xiao Shun also remembered the black spot at noon. According to the time calculation, if the black spot came to Tiangan Island, it would not be strange to meet the black spot here at this time. But if the black spot had something to do, he could just go to Yu Hai in the lower reaches of the Tiangan River. There was a bonfire for cooking every day, and there was always white smoke in the sky. It was the most conspicuous place. Why would he come to them? Xiao Shun was full of vigilance. After all, after experiencing the poaching group, the two were not so naive, nor so easy to deceive. They were no longer brainless and hot-blooded teenagers. Bobo, go and inform Brother Hai first, and tell him that something is happening here. Xiao Shun had to make the worst plan, as the two black spots were coming for them. Ah Shun, what do you suspect? Hao Er saw Xiao Shun sending his Pokemon to call for support, so he also asked his Hai Xing Xing to go back and call for support. Hai Xing Xing, you go too, by water. Hao Er, I feel like this person is coming for you, get ready to fight. Xiao Shun shook his head slightly, holding Gyarados Pokeball tightly in his hand, as he only had Gyarados to fight. The remaining Walking Grass, Eggy, and Bellsprout were all newly captured Pokemon, and they couldn't be used for fighting. These Pokemon couldn't even walk for one round, and would be killed, so it was not safe to let them go. Ah Shun, what if I guessed wrong? Hao Er hesitated. He didn't want to attack unfamiliar trainers indiscriminately. Using Pokemon to attack other trainers in the wild was not allowed by the Alliance. We'll know if we try. Come out, Gyarados, make a bigger splash and splash the water on that person. Xiao Shun decided to use the splash to test the stranger. If he didn't fight back, he would just apologize at most. Something's going on. I saw a Pidgeot and a starfish leaving here in the direction of the white smoke. We may have been exposed. Another person hiding in the forest noticed the small movements of Xiao Shun and Koji and used headphones to inform his companions that they might have been exposed. I saw it too. Wait, the young man who was preparing for a sneak attack wanted to say something when he saw Xiao Shun release Gyarados, which was still making a big splash in the lake towards him. That's Gyarados. Another boy released Gyarados. The plan has changed. Roar, roar. Gyarados heard Xiao Shun's instructions and made a big splash in the water, splashing on the approaching stranger. Damn, Gyarados is attacking me. Hold on, that's just a test, I didn't see them attacking, just some water splashes. Taking advantage of the noise made by Gyarados, the young man raised his hand to cover the sound of his mouth and quickly communicated with his companions. The young man with Venusaur and Golbat also calmed down under the comfort of his companions. He did not make any radical moves because of this incident, nor did he order the elves to attack Xiao Shun and Koji. Until the young man came over in the rain, stopped in front of Koji and Xiao Shun, and asked them curiously, "Are you training Gyarados?" "Sorry, your clothes are wet. Why don't you go back to the campsite with us to warm up by the fire and eat something by the way?" Xiao Shun saw that the other party did not care about the water splashes, and he did not let down his guard. After all, it was not a direct attack, and it was also fair to be seen through by the other party. Normal. Anyway, he had already apologized and invited the other party to return to the camp. If the other party didn't want to, it was their business. It's okay, the young man pretended to pat the water on his body. Seeing the vigilance in Xiao Shun and the other man's eyes, he subconsciously took a step forward, and the two teenagers also took a step back at the same time. Then, he looked at Pikachu, who was standing in front of Koji, and was angry at him, flashing arcs all over his body, showing hostility. He looked up and saw Gyarados leaning against the lake, also showing a ferocious big mouth to him. He knew that standing here was already the limit, and he couldn't get close to Koji. The two teenagers were very wary of strangers. Just then, he heard the sound of action from his headphones. "Let's do it, don't waste time, Bobo is over there, they have been caught by the poaching group before, they will be wary of strangers, it is impossible to gain their trust in a short time, we need to fight quickly. Are you traveling alone?" The young man pretended to chat casually and slowly put on the headset on the other ear. When he saw Koji was about to open his mouth to explain, he quickly shouted to Zubat beside him, "Zubat, piercing sound, Venusaur, tie up the boy with Vine Whip, pull him over and use hypnotic powder." When Zubat's piercing sound was launched, except for the young man who was prepared, Xiao Shun and Koji could only hold their heads in pain under the piercing sound, and Pikachu and Gyarados were also stimulated by the piercing sound and could not fight back. In this way, the young man instantly caught Koji, who could not move, and after being tied up and pulled over by Venusaur's Vine Whip, Koji was stunned by Venusaur's hypnotic powder. With the combination of piercing sound, Vine Whip, and hypnotic powder, the young man caught the target of this mission without any effort. Retreat, the young man hugged the hypnotized Koji, took back Venusaur and Zubat with the poke ball, sat on his flying Pokemon Venusaur, and took off directly into the air, quickly away from Tiangan Island. They had to run as far as they could before Yu Hai could react, and they must not be caught up by that ruthless man. They knew nothing about that ruthless man, they only knew that he had destroyed the poaching group and was not a good person. At the same time, the companions who received the retreat order also rushed out of the forest on their toucans, closely following their companions, ready to delay time for their companions at any time. He had seen a black spot rising from where the white smoke came out, and the other party had discovered that they were kidnapping. Yu Hai also realized later that 2 people had sneaked onto the island. If it weren't for the toucans to inform him, he would still be kept in the dark. As soon as he received the news from the toucans, he sent Darkrai and Gengar to take a look. They could move in the shadows and were very fast. They could reach the scene in just a moment. He was not idle either, and quickly asked the frogs to stop training and come together. He quickly used the poke ball to retrieve the frogs and rode the toucans to the scene, and saw the coming Pidgeot. He had just taken off when he saw the kidnappers fleeing frantically outside the island. These 2 people were really bold. They actually came here to kidnap Koji. Koji was also a hothead. Sitting on the back of the gull, Yu Hai chased the 2 people without hesitation. Koji must not be kidnapped, at least not here, otherwise he would not be able to explain it. However, he asked the gull to speed up, and the gull over there also accelerated. If they continued to chase and flee, they would definitely escape to the sea. Once they reached the sea, it would be very disadvantageous to him. After all, the other party had 2 people. He couldn't let the 2 people escape to the sea. He had to leave them on the island. He immediately whispered to the gull, "Gull, notify Darkrai and Gengar, you can start." Bilibali, the gull made a harsh cry in the air, and the sound reached Gengar hiding in the shadow of the gull and Darkrai's ears. Darkrai was in the shadow of the toucan that caught Koji, and Gengar was in the shadow of the toucan behind. After hearing the call of the toucan, the 2 Pokémon immediately emerged from the abdomen of the toucan and attacked the toucan of the 2. Darkrai and Gengar pierced the toucan's body with just one blow, crippling the flying toucan. The 2 people sitting on the back of the toucan fell down quickly. However, the 2 had other flying Pokémon, who caught the 2 before they landed, and the 2 landed smoothly in the woods. Koji was not so lucky. When the unconscious Koji was free falling in the air, he was caught by Darkrai in the shadow, and Darkrai and Gengar quickly disappeared in the woods. The movements of the 2 Pokémon were so fast that the 2 people could not see clearly what attacked them. Damn it, the person was taken away. Did you see what attacked? No, I only saw a black shadow, it should be a ghost-type elf. Damn, 2 ghost-type elves, if I knew in advance, I could have been prepared and not been caught off guard. What should we do now? Retreat or continue? Of course retreat. It is not appropriate to have a direct conflict now. As long as the child is in the other party's hands, we still have a chance. What if the other party notifies the Coast Guard to come and pick up the person? Don't worry, the other party has no chance. If they notified Koji's family immediately, they must also want to gain benefits from Koji, so they will not notify others. After the 2 of them made it clear, they shook off the leaves on their bodies, quickly moved away from the crash site, and prepared to hide in the woods, waiting for the next night attack. Yukai saw Koji on Gengar's back, and he asked Gengar to send Koji back and come back to find him. He didn't plan to go back. If he didn't kill these 2 people, he would feel like a thorn in his throat. They dared to kidnap under his nose. He couldn't let these 2 people go back alive. Moreover, these 2 people may have seen the sneak attack of Darkrai and Gengar. Only the dead can keep this secret. He can't let outsiders know the existence of Darkrai. If the people behind these 2 guys knew that he had Darkrai, he would be killed. A certain Miss Joy in the animation has a Latias, a legendary dragon-type beast. Because of this elf, Joy has been attacked by the underground organization many times. Even Joy will be attacked, not to mention that he is a small character, and it is certain that he will be entangled by this organization. In order to avoid subsequent troubles, he must be silenced. As Gengar carried Koji back, he put Koji down beside the tent and returned to Yu Hai, and was not discovered by Lu He, who stayed behind. Xiao Shun also returned to the camp from the lake later. When he saw the unconscious Koji, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not see Yu Hai in the camp. Lu He told him that Yu Hai went out and should be looking for those kidnappers. When Xiao Shun heard that Yu Hai went to find the kidnappers, he couldn't help but worry, but considering Yu Hai's strength, he was not so worried, unless that the two are also kings, otherwise they can't beat Brother Hai. If the two were kings, they wouldn't run away, nor would they try to make roundabout attempts, but would come directly to snatch people. Yu Hai was indeed looking for the kidnapper. He and the gull landed at the place where the kidnapper fell. There were only some broken branches and fallen leaves here, and there was no trace of the two people at all. From just now to now, the two people have not taken off again, which means they are still in this forest, just hiding, ready to move. Darkrai, Jengar, they shouldn't have run far, find their location, and notify me. Kaurhi, Jengar excitedly dived into the shadows, and came alive again. It likes this kind of thing the most. Darkrai, take good care of Jengar. This is Yu Hai's exchange with Darkrai. Jengar is still too jumpy. Without Darkrai watching, it is easy to get into trouble. I will. Darkrai has been working with Jengar for a long time and has understood Jengar's temper. Even if he can't convince Jengar, it is no problem to suppress Jengar. The reason why Yu Hai pursued the two men relentlessly was not only because he was afraid that they would leak the secret, but also because the two men ran away as soon as they saw him instead of rushing up to fight back. There are two reasons for this. First, the two men knew that he couldn't afford to offend him, so they replaced and after running away, and the reference target was the poaching group. Second, the two men still wanted to play sneak attacks and didn't want to have a head-on conflict. They must want to hide until night and launch a night attack on the camp. No matter what, he must find the two men before dark and kill them before they leak the news about Darkrai. No matter who they are, no matter what organization is behind them, even if it is Team Rocket, he will not allow the two men to leave Sweet Orange Island alive. Chapter 370, I have the advantage. Boom boom boom. Finally found you, two mice. Yu Hai quickly found the two and launched a sneak attack on them. Both were very alert. The sneak attacks of the mosquito frog and the flying mantis did not work on them. Who are you? This was the question of one of the young men, and the two changed back into the clothes of the Rocket team. Team Rocket. Yu Hai saw this outfit, and his frown was untied. Before the sneak attack, he also changed into a new outfit, a black stab-proof suit, plus Ditto's face changing, and a round silk spider standing on his shoulder, which was his spider vest. Seeing that these two people were Team Rocket, as long as he knew the identity of the opponent, there was nothing to be afraid of. What he feared most was not knowing who the opponent was. Since it was Team Rocket as he had guessed before, there was no need to hold back. He would not leave anyone alive. You coward, you dare not reveal your identity. The two men breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yu Hai, who was dressed in black and hiding under a hood. They were not surprised that he knew Team Rocket, but he still did not dare to reveal his true identity, which showed that he was also afraid of Team Rocket. Just a small character, Yu Hai did not care about the other party's provocation, but looked at the elves that the two men quickly released. There were 11 elves in total, including the two toucans that were previously disabled, a total of 13 elves. One person had toucans on his head, and Arbok, Gas, Stinger, and Magneto beside him, 5 elves. The other person had Zubat on his head, and Venomous Flower, Arbok, Gas, Stinger, and Naughty, 6 elves beside him. Seeing these 11 elves, Yu Hai looked at the other person who only had 5 elves, and thought that the other person should have another elf, which should be a water-type elf, and it was not convenient to release it here. After seeing these 11 elves and feeling their aura, he had a rough idea in his mind. The highest level among these elves was senior level, and there were only 5 senior level elves. From the aura of the elves, he should have seen it right. After all, the mosquito frogs were senior level elves. If you count the water elf that was not released, there should be 6 senior level elves. 3 senior level elves per person, these two are also senior trainers, and they can be captains in the Rocket team, but they are the weakest captains. Little characters. When the two heard this word, they looked at each other and looked at the Pokemon around Yu Hai, Orb Spinner, Butterfree, Squirrel, Crab, Scyther, Rhinoceros, and Frog, a total of 8 Pokemon. They don't look like little characters. Although they are all common Pokemon, each Pokemon should not be underestimated, otherwise they can't defeat the boss of the poaching group. That person is quite famous in the underground world, but it's a pity that he died in obscurity. Frog, do you see that Venusaur? Don't hold back, attack with all your strength. The two didn't agree on anything, and before they had a few words, the war was about to break out. The breaking point on Yu-Hai's side was still Frog. Under the waterfall burst of Frog, no Pokemon of the same level can withstand Frog's explosive hammer. If one freeze punch doesn't work, 2 freeze punches, 3 freeze punches, 4 freeze punches. Frog heard the attack, and its feet exploded instantly, heading towards the Venus flytrap. Yu-Hai shouted to the remaining Pokemons. Iron Rhino, Giant Claw Crab, the 2 Arbok, and the 2 Double Bomb Gas, it's up to you. You must hold them back and attack with ground-based moves. Spagos, prioritize attacking the Zubat. Gulper, Frog, hold back the 2 stinging jellyfish. After the tactical arrangement was completed, Yu-Hai waited for Frog to break through. The opponent's remaining 3-in-1 Magneto and Naughty Bomb didn't need to be taken care of, as the opponent didn't plan to send these 2 Pokemons. Gengar, Darkrai, Ditto, Orb Spinner, and Butterfree on his side did not move either. He also whispered to Gengar and Darkrai in the shadows under his feet, Darkrai, you and Gengar should act according to the situation and use supernatural moves to sneak attack and kill Arbok and Vasquez. Understood. Darkrai and Gengar had been hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to move, but after the 2 were sneak attacked once, the other party was also prepared and it was impossible for them to be attacked again. Darkrai, if you can kill those 2, sneak attack and kill them. The reason why Yu-Hai let the elves fight on their own instead of cooperating was because the elves had never cooperated before, so it was better to fight on their own. As long as the breakthrough of the Frog was opened, the next step would be easy. Facing the sudden attack on his side, the 2 people on the other side were not unprepared, but neither of them saw the ghost-type elves, so they did not dare to send too many elves to fight. Just as the 2 were hesitating, Frog's opponent, Venusaur, couldn't resist at all. It was frozen by just a few freezing punches. Even if Venusaur broke free from the freezing, it was still very cold and shivered on the ground. Seeing that Venusaur was about to die, the 2 wanted to pull out Arbok to help. Arbok showed a flaw when supporting, and the dark Gengar quietly emerged from Arbok's shadow and reached out to grab Arbok. Gengar, with red eyes, first controlled Arbok with telekinesis, and slowly dragged Arbok into the darkness until they disappeared into the shadows together. Arbok disappeared in the blink of an eye, and no one knew where he went. The 2 were anxious. After all, this was Gengar's unique attack method in the shadow, and he had to have the ability to crack it. When the 2 came to their senses, the Arbok that had disappeared before was thrown out from the darkness under the shade of the tree by a black and fat arm. The head and tail of Arbok had been separated long ago, and it was completely out of breath, deader than dead. Damn, it's a ghost-type Pokemon, and it's a Gengar. Arbok's trainer was heartbroken. That was a Pokemon that had been with him for a long time. It was finally cultivated to the senior level, and it was gone just like that. Now is not the time to be sad. The enemy is more difficult than we thought. We must work together to defeat him. Yu-Hai also saw the head and tail of Arbok separated. The shadow is the master of Gengar and Darkrai. No one can escape if they are pulled in 2 against 1. The pressure of the legendary beast alone can scare ordinary Pokemon away, even a senior level Arbok. You have to know that Darkrai is also a senior level of legendary beasts. Just as the 2 were angry and comforting Arbok because of his death, another Ghastly was dragged into the darkness by Gengar. When Ghastly was thrown out, it split into 2, spitting gas from the corners of its mouth, and had lost its life. Then, like a chain reaction, the frog finally knocked Venusaur unconscious. Venusaur could no longer hold on and fell into the pit and fainted. It even vomited stomach acid and was probably seriously injured. And Scyther, the target of the attack was Zubat, but Zubat itself hit the sickle and wanted to interfere with Scyther. The accelerated Scyther immediately changed the target of the attack and directly cut off Zubat's wings, killing another Pokémon. The defeat was like a domino. Han chased another Ghastly. After the pressure on the crab was relieved, it raised its claws to clamp the Arbok that was entangled with it. As the claws slowly exerted force, the body of Arbok was also tightening. Fortunately, the giant claw strengthened its shell defense, so it was not strangled by Arbok. Instead, it used its big claws to break Arbok's body, and another Arbok was separated from its head and tail again, killing another Pokémon. In just a moment, the opponent lost 5 Pokémon, a 2-piece Arbok, 2 double-bombed Gas, an unconscious Venusaur, a broken-winged Toucan, and a 2-piece Arbok. There were only 6 of the opponent's 11 Pokémon left, and Yu-Hai still had 11 Pokémon. The numerical advantage was reversed instantly. He needed to readjust the tactical arrangement of the elves. The freed frog helped the owl and the frog to deal with the 2 elite-level stinging jellyfish. The remaining Ghastly was not a concern. It was handed over to the giant claw crab's mud shooter. Ground-based moves doubled the Ghastly. Even if Ghastly had the floating characteristic, it would be doubled if it was shot down. The freed Han, Gengar, and Darkrai were all sent to the main battlefield to attack the 2 rocket teams. There were also Magneto and Squirtle over there. These 2 electric elves were already half useless when they met Han. With the assists of Gengar and Darkrai, it was only a matter of time before these 2 were defeated. The remaining Scyther was chasing Zubat and slashing at him. Because Zubat was not as fast as Scyther, Zubat could hide for a lifetime. As long as he made a mistake once, he would die. Similarly, Scyther could make countless mistakes. As long as he made a single cut, he would win. Seeing that they were about to lose, the 2 men became ruthless and shouted directly to Naughty Bull, use the most powerful explosion. He was ready to give up Naughty Bull and take advantage of the commotion caused by the explosion to escape from Tiangan Island. Kidnapping the son of the owner of Li Yulai Gym was no longer a task that the 2 of them could complete. At least a quasi-king trainer or 4 veteran trainers were needed. They had hit a wall this time. They didn't expect that this ruthless man was so strong, at least a quasi-king trainer. His strongest Pokémon, Venusaur, was beaten by the mosquito-repellent frog without any ability to fight back. They had a good idea. Yu-Hai would never let Naughty Bull explode. Iron Rhino, knock Naughty Bull away. Boom boom boom. Han had just knocked Naughty Bull away, and Naughty Bull, who was as bright as day, exploded in the air. As an explosion sounded, the fire in the sky sent a shock wave, which made everyone unable to raise their heads. The man who made the naughty bullet explode wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but before he could escape, he was dragged into the darkness by Gengar. There was no Pokémon around him. As an ordinary person, how could he resist the attack of Pokémon? He was instantly dragged into the darkness by Gengar. Another man wanted to release Megalodon to escape, but was also dragged into the darkness by Darkrai, including the Megalodon without water. Until the moment when Darkrai grabbed his legs, he knew what the real horror was. This ruthless man actually subdued Darkrai. No wonder he came to hunt them down without even giving them a chance to breathe. He finally understood why Yu-Hai killed them all. Only the dead can keep secrets. He often did this before. Big-mouthed Gull, go pick up the naughty bullet. Yu-Hai saw that both of them were controlled, so he asked Big-mouthed Gull to pick up the naughty bullet, because the Pokémon was not dead, but was dying. These Pokémon need to be dealt with together. He will not let any of them go, nor will he sell them. These elves have seen him. Once the elves who have seen him are recovered by the rocket team, they are likely to get his personal information. Don't forget that Darkrai can talk and invade dreams. His personal information can be easily obtained by elves with the same ability. The rocket team is not short of such elves. As for the previous negligence, that can't be helped. At that time, he only cared about money. He hoped that those elves would die of exhaustion as stallions in the breeding house and never come out to harm him. The owl picked up the naughty bullet, and Jengar also threw the 2 members of the rocket team out of the darkness. The 2 people have been hypnotized, and the megalodon will not wake up for the time being. Round Silk Bead, use poison. Ito, Round Silk Bead said secretly that he finally played. In this battle, Ditto and Butterfree did not play, and they have been protecting Yu-Hai. As long as Yu-Hai doesn't let them move, they will not move. Yu-Hai's tactical arrangement has the highest priority. If they mess around and disrupt the battle situation, causing the defeat of the frog and several others, their fate will not be much better. As the poison eroded, the 2 rockets woke up in pain and saw the piled-up elves' bodies, as well as the 2 of them, whose hands, feet and mouths were blocked by spider silk. Gengui, Will-o'-the-Wisp, burn them. Yu-Hai saw that there was nothing on the 2, and they should have been collected by Jengar, including the props on the elves, so all that was left was to destroy the bodies, and the battle was over. MMM. The 2 people with their mouths blocked wanted to say something, but Yu-Hai didn't want to listen at all. It was nothing more than coercion and inducement, and they also wanted to bring up the power of the rockets and threaten him with Sakeke. It was all nonsense, so he didn't bother to listen. In this way, the 14 elves of the 2 rockets and the 2 rockets were all devoured by the group. The 2 toucans were still on the 2 people, and it was unknown whether they were taken as reserve food. Before the fire burned the 2 people, the 2 had been poisoned to death, staring at him with their eyes open, and died unwillingly. These 2 members of Team Rocket should be captains or squad leaders who are about to be promoted to captains. They died here and no one knew. Looking at more than 10 lives passing away, he did not let Jengar absorb these life energies. As long as there are living creatures, they are food for Jengar. It is better to ban these things from the beginning. If they become addicted, it will be difficult to stop them. It is not that he cannot afford to support Jengar. There is no need to let Jengar absorb these messy things. However, the poison sacs of those poisonous Pokémon were taken away by Jengar. Yu-Hai acquiesced to this. After all, they are all senior Pokémon. Level 1 poison sacs are rare delicacies, which are great tonics for Jengar now. He also asked Jengar to spit out the backpacks of the 2 people, and prepared to throw all the things with the Rocket Team logo into the fire. Electronic devices are also to be burned. These things are generally equipped with positioning, which can easily locate Tiangan Island. Alas, it's not well yet. I touched cold water in the kitchen today and had a high fever again. Don't ask why I don't let others cook, I live alone. Don't ask why I don't order takeout, I live in the mountains, there is no takeout. I can only eat noodles and instant noodles first, and spend this time later. Chapter 371, Farewell. Dinglingling, dinglingling. Yu-Hai, who was looking for electronic devices in his backpack, suddenly heard the ringing of his mobile phone. He could still call at this time, which should be related to this mission. So should he answer it or not? This is a question, but he didn't have much time to think about it. Finally, he answered the phone. Actually, he could choose not to answer it, but the disappearance of these 2 people would definitely cause Team Rocket to investigate. If Team Rocket sends people to Tiangan Island again to investigate the missing 2 people, it will disturb him from conquering Magikarp. It is better to deal with this matter thoroughly, even if it can temporarily scare the other party. At least let Team Rocket know who they have offended this time. Ding, press the connect button, and a voice came from the other side of the phone. How is the situation? Have you caught the mission target? There was only silence in response to the phone. After feeling the silence, the other side of the phone also heard something wrong and knew that the plan had failed. No matter who you are? If my people die, you will be buried with them. What a big tone, when did Team Rocket become so arrogant? Where are my people? Finally, Yu-Hai spoke. The other side of the phone tried his best to suppress his anger and asked whether the members of this mission were safe. Dead, Yu-Hai replied calmly, without being able to tell who the other person was. It wasn't Lance, nor was it Viper. It should be a member of the rocket team that he had never seen before. Okay, who are you? You can't run away. Come if you have the guts. Kidnapping the son of the owner of the Liuli gym and colluding with the poaching group to poach wild Pokemons, the rocket team is so bold. As a patrolman of the Alliance, I will report this to the Alliance. Lord Kona is on Little Orange Island, and your sub-base in Big City can't run away. You. Hearing about the sub-base in Big City, he happened to be one of the insiders who transported supplies and personnel. He was a little unsure about Yu-Hai. After all, only the Alliance dared to be so arrogant in front of the rocket team. If the other party is really a patrolman of the Alliance, then the place where the other party is located must be a powder keg. Just the trainers who came to the Liugan gym to pick up people are enough for them to drink a pot. Now they are rushing into the muzzle of the gun, which is simply looking for death. No wonder the other party is so fearless. It turns out that they want to wait for themselves to fall into the trap. Boy, you are so cruel. I will remember that you are playing tricks on the Ranger, right? You can't get away. Are you provoking the Alliance? Yu-Hai retorted without any hesitation. There was a beep from the phone, and the other party had hung up the phone. At this point, Yu-Hai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and finally fooled the other party. As for the other party's last cruel words, Yu-Hai didn't take it seriously at all. He just asked the undercover in the Alliance to check the true identity of his ranger. But he is not a ranger of the Alliance at all, how can he find out his true identity? He is just a passerby, and he can't be found in the Alliance. And the other party is too arrogant. He said that he is a member of the Alliance, but the other party dared to threaten him. Does he still want to be an undercover? If he is in the Alliance, he will definitely take this opportunity to pull out the undercover. It's a pity that he is not a member of the Alliance. It won't be too late to talk about this matter when he becomes a senior member of the Alliance. After throwing his cell phone into the fire, he continued to search his backpack, throwing everything suspicious into the fire. The fire burned from the afternoon to the night, burning the entire sunset, and it didn't end. He had been guarding here, waiting for the fire to end. He was not idle either. He treated the injuries of Mosquito Frog and others, and called Luian again. Boss, I will come tomorrow. If you need anything, I will buy it now. Ian, the plan has changed. Although Yu-Hai scared the rockets on the other end of the phone, it was impossible for this matter to be prepared. The original plan was for Luian to send Koji back, but now it seems impossible. If the rockets intercepted people on the sea, Luian alone could not stop them. He didn't want his men to die in vain. This matter had nothing to do with Luian. Luian would not get any benefits. They needed to replan. Ian, I killed another member of Team Rocket. Boss? Did Team Rocket come to steal someone? Yu-Hai lit a cigarette and answered Luoyan, yes, the plan has changed. Go to the city and ask who wants a favor from the owner of the Liugan gym. Ask them to send a master to pick up Koji. Boss, it was you who saved him. Don't worry, I have my own plan. This favor is not so easy to earn. Remember to tell them that Team Rocket will interfere. Yu-Hai didn't care about this matter. What he wanted was Koji's favor, not the favor of the owner of Liuli Pavilion. He didn't want to deal with that kind of suspicious old woman. It was easier to fool young people like Xiao Shun. He had changed their values. He just needed to wait quietly for the seeds to sprout. Boss, I understand. Be careful and hide your identity. When the time comes, you have to notify Junsha to come together. When you see them set off, you can come in advance. Boss, what about Team Rocket? Don't panic, I have my own plans for Team Rocket. Yu-Hai knew what Luoyan was afraid of. After all, he had been cheated by Team Rocket once, and now he still had a psychological trauma. Okay, boss, I'll go to the club in the city and ask who wants to take this favor and get some benefits. Yu Hai thought Luo Yan was just running errands and had no benefits, but Luo Yan didn't think so. Giving favors is also a favor, and benefits are inevitable. It's up to you, be careful. Yu Hai looked at the fire that was about to burn out, and it was time to go back, so he hung up Luo Yan's phone. The fire burned out, leaving only a pool of ashes. He asked the giant crab to use the digging hole to turn the land over and wait until tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, the seeds will sprout again. This piece of land is considered fertile land. After the giant crab turned the ground over, he asked the big-mouthed gull to take the lead and let all the elves who could pray for rain to bring a heavy rain to the forest where the battle had taken place. As dark clouds appeared in the sky and covered the bright moon, he also returned to the waterfall campsite. It was almost midnight and his clothes were wet. Although the stab-proof suit was rain-proof, he still went back to the tent and changed into clean clothes before hiding under the rain tent. The 3 people of Green River were still waiting here just to wait for him to come back. Old man do you have a midnight snack? Let's have 2 glasses of wine and chat while drinking. I'm waiting for you. Is everything okay? Lu He set up a grill pan on the fire, and the midnight snack was barbecue. Who said you can't eat barbecue on a rainy night? Things are a bit complicated. Yu Hai didn't say it directly, but looked at Haji who was sitting next to him and reminded him, Haji, you will go to Jinkan Island tomorrow, and Juncha will come to pick you up and protect you to Jinkan Island. Brother Hai, is there something wrong? Koji originally wanted to play for a few more days, but after being forcibly kidnapped this time, he was a little panicked. He didn't expect that he was so popular that everyone wanted to catch him. It's Team Rocket who wants to catch you. I can save you once or twice, but it's impossible to save you 3 or 4 times. I have my own things to do and I also have times of negligence. It's better for you to go home early. Yu Hai said it very clearly. He can still deal with the kidnapper this time. If he comes next time with a stronger one, he will be powerless. He knows where his limit is. He can barely fight against the Quasi King. Facing the King Trainer, he doesn't even have a chance to escape. If he is caught, there is only one way to go. I understand, Koji nodded after thinking for a moment, and realized the seriousness of the matter. He knows Team Rocket. This underground organization is very powerful, and no one they target can escape. At this time, only by returning to Liugan Island can he get the best protection. The Rocket team dare not take action openly in Liugan Gym. Yu Hai has saved his life. He can't expect others to protect him 24 hours a day. Others are not his bodyguards. Ashun, do you want to go with me? Haji decided to leave tomorrow and looked at Xiao Shun beside him. He thought that Xiao Shun should not be in danger after he left. After all, the danger was coming for him. As long as he left, the attention of the Rocket team would be gone. Xiao Shun, go with him. I killed 2 members of the Rocket team in the forest. If the Rocket team comes, I may not be able to take care of them. Yu Hai was still telling the truth. This was the best choice for Xiao Shun. He didn't want to give up Xiao Shun, but he had to prepare for the worst. If Xiao Shun insisted on not leaving, and he couldn't defeat Team Rocket, he would have to give up Xiao Shun. Protecting himself was the first priority. I know, Xiao Shun really wanted to stay, but with such an incident, he could only end his outdoor life early. Don't worry, the boat that will pick you up will arrive tomorrow. You can still have a big meal today, and it won't be too late to pack up tomorrow. Yu Hai waved his hand to let everyone not be nervous. He also raised his glass with Lu He. Old man He, let's not get along anymore. If Team Rocket comes, your old bones won't be able to bear it. Yu Hai said the 3 truths were all to persuade the 3 to cut ties with him. Even if the Rockets on the other side of the phone sent an undercover agent to investigate him in the alliance, and found nothing in the end, and found that they were fooled, they would definitely come here to investigate him. At that time, the old man Green River would become their only breakthrough. Although the old man Green River did not know his true identity, he could still find a lot of useful information. As long as he followed this clue, he would be found sooner or later. He did not want to implicate the old man Green River, and did not want to be exposed to the sight of the rockets too early. Aha, I understand the rockets. When I was young, the rockets were active in the underground world. I am also an old man who is about to be buried. They will not do anything to me. At most, I will tell the truth. You won't mind, right? Green River is really not afraid of the rockets. Just like he said, they are old bones who are about to be buried. What can the rockets do even if they kill him? All he knows is the name Aha and Aha's elf. As for Aha's special abilities, that's it. There is no need to say it. No one will believe it anyway. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. It's up to you. What Yu Hai revealed was all information that could be said. He didn't reveal the information that couldn't be said. Lu He and the other two didn't know it. It doesn't matter if the things on the campground are told. The mosquito frogs are common elves. If others hear these, they might look down on him. Then I'm relieved. Don't worry about me. I know what to do, Lu He smiled. He is good at dealing with strangers. Anyway, he is old, so it doesn't matter. It's a pity for Magic Herb's research results. When the time comes, as long as someone takes it away and announces it, he will be satisfied. It doesn't matter who announces it. Anyway, he is old and doesn't care about fame and fortune. Whoever likes to take it can take it. I don't know when the rain will stop. Come and have a couple of drinks to warm up your body. I'll let the big-mouthed gull take you back later. Yu Hai raised his glass to Lu He. This may be the last time he drinks. Ha ha ha, you still understand me. Lu He also raised his glass and clinked it with Yu Hai's glass. The wine kept on drinking, and Xiao Shun and He wanted to taste what the wine tasted like and why they were getting more and more excited. The result was that Xiao Shun and He were driven away. What kind of wine did a child drink? They were driven back to the tent to sleep. Tonight, Lu He drank too much again. It was the big-mouthed gull that sent him back. Yu Hai also returned to the tent in a daze. Seeing that the elves were waiting for him in the tent, he was a little embarrassed. Mosquito frog, are you hurt anywhere? Tell me. Yobo, Mosquito frog helped Yu Hai sit down and took off his clothes. Facing the big Venus fly, it was not injured. Butterfree, the caring little cotton jacket, brought Yu Hai a cup of hot water. So sensible, Yu Hai rubbed Butterfree's head first, then took a sip of the hot water and put it on the hard crab shell back of the giant crab. Giant crab, your shell is getting harder and harder. Kuke, the honest kid was very happy. After raising his claws, he lay on the ground and blew bubbles. Quack, the far-fetched also called out. It was it that boiled the hot water. Okay, you've worked hard too, Yu Hai smiled. He really couldn't do anything about these guys, so he raised his hand and touched the duck's head. Hulu, the rhinoceros saw Yu Hai so happy and stretched out his long tongue to lick Yu Hai. Yu Hai's smiling face collapsed instantly. Han Han's saliva was too sticky. He couldn't stand it and quickly pushed Han Han away. Quack, the bad frog was poisonous. Seeing everyone fighting and making noises, he couldn't fit in. He was very distressed. Scyther was more aloof. Seeing everyone surrounding him, he didn't go up. He was a Pokemon born for fighting. He also liked the atmosphere of trainers and Pokemons having fun together. Cowerhe, Jengar floated above the tent, looking at the dizzy Yu Hai, just feeling amused, just like it had eaten a lot of poison sacks. Kula, it was the first time that Water Leap Fish saw so many partners, but they were all his predecessors and were very kind to him. Mang, Ditto also called twice. How could it be missing? Although it didn't play, but it also contributed a lot. EE2, Orb Spinner hung upside down on the tent, looking at everyone below. It was already very happy. Not to mention Darkrai, it has been in the shadow, observing everyone, observing Yuhai, observing this trainer. It feels that this trainer is really good, these Pokemon are really happy, it's great to have so many partners. It's great to have you, everyone go to sleep, don't press on my chest, I can't breathe. Yuhai smiled and lay down, hugging the furry Slowpoke and fell asleep, with a smile on his lips. Chapter 372, Leaving. The 36th day of the journey north, sunny. This morning, knowing they were leaving, Xiao Shun and Haji both got up very early and packed their things. However, there was nothing for the two to pack, except for a few elves, all of whom were poor. When they were caught by the poaching group, their belongings were all looted. It would take until noon to wait for Jingan Island to pick them up. I don't know if Luian has found a bodyguard or a master to protect this hot little devil. After breakfast, he helped Xiao Shun screen the wild elves caught last night and picked out a lotus leaf boy with good potential. The potential was 51, a good grass elf. The remaining wild elves had average talents. After letting Xiao Shun release them, he continued to catch fish by the river and accepted the notes that Xiao Shun returned. Xiao Shun has copied almost everything in the past few days. He has recorded all the content that needs to be copied, and he only needs to study it slowly. Next, the two little brats didn't bother him. He was alone by the river to capture Magikarp. Green River came today, not caring about the danger of Team Rocket, and came to help release Magikarp. They were busy until after 10 o'clock in the morning, and Yuhai's phone rang. It was sent by Orb Silk Spider. He saw the number and realized it was Luo Yan. A Yan. Boss, I'm here. Where do we meet? Luo Yan saw the white smoke rising from the forest, but he didn't go over. His existence couldn't be known to Koji. This was what Yuhai told him. There is an open space in the forest near the Sweet Orange River. Wait there. Yuhai heard that Luo Yan was coming, so he had to stop capturing Magikarp and took Gengar, Darkrai, Frog, Orb Silk Spider, and Ditto into the forest together. Xiao Shun, come with me. Before entering the forest, he also called Xiao Shun. It was necessary to introduce the two to each other, so that they could take care of each other in the future. When he was not around, Xiao Shun could find Luo Yan if he had any trouble, and he could also ask Luo Yan for knowledge on cultivating Pokemon. Although Luo Yan was a poor trainer, at least Luo Yan's foundation was still there. It was only a matter of time before he became a quasi-king trainer. It was enough for him to teach Xiao Shun, a little kid. Brother Hai, are you not going to board the ship? Xiao Shun ran over curiously and followed Yuhai into the forest. He did not doubt Yuhai's intention at all. If Yuhai wanted to harm him, he would have died long ago. Don't worry, it will take a while for the ship to pick you up. Yuhai was accompanied by the Devil Frog and the Orb Silk Spider and Gengar and Darkrai in the shadows. They entered the forest together and came to the place where Gyarados was captured. When they approached here, there was no one here. Luo Yan should have hidden. Ian, come out. You are not the boss. Luian came out from behind the tree opposite and saw that Yuhai looked very young, not the young man he had been with before. Ditto, Yuhai changed Ditto into the appearance of the young man before Luian, so Luian would not feel strange. Boss? You? Luian looked at Ditto's changed face and realized that the previous face was fake. Did the boss not trust him before and was only using a fake identity to get along with him? Ian, don't be so surprised, this is the most basic disguise. Yuhai saw Luian's surprise and let Ditto get off his face again. Luian had seen the young man's face before, and Xiao Shun saw the boy's face. If he wanted to introduce the two, he couldn't disguise himself. Boss, what about you before? Luian still couldn't believe that Yuhai had been using a fake identity to get along with him. It was me before, I just changed my face. Don't be so surprised. You need this too. Yuhai was very confused. Could it be that Luo Yan didn't understand this? Luo Yan had been in the underground world and even became a gang leader. Could it be that Luo Yan's previous gangster was probably a fake gangster? He was just a rogue in the underground world and didn't wear a mask at all. So that's how it is. Luo Yan was relieved when he heard this. He thought everything was fake, but it turned out that only his face was fake. By the way, let me introduce you to a child. This child is Xiao Shun. Take care of him when you have time in the future. Yu Hai looked at Xiao Shun again and introduced Luo Yan to Xiao Shun. This is Luo Yan. Call him Brother Yan from now on. You can ask him if you don't understand anything. Give him your phone number, a Yan. Boss, is he also a spider? Luo Yan thought of spiders. Isn't it said that spiders are all masters? What the hell is a child? Not yet, let's talk about it later, he is too young now. Xiao Shun didn't understand a word of the conversation between Yu Hai and Luo Yan, but he didn't intend to explain. Xiao Shun, if you have any questions, ask a Yan slowly, a Yan will tell you. I understand. Xiao Shun secretly suppressed his inner restlessness. He seemed to have come into contact with something extraordinary. He was very curious about this stranger. He felt that the spider they talked about was so mysterious, even more mysterious than the rockets. After giving Xiao Shun the phone number, Luo Yan looked at this boy. The boy who was favored by the boss should be extraordinary. Don't look at him, he is just an ordinary boy, and his starting point is not as good as others. Yu Hai threw a cigarette to Luo Yan and asked Luo Yan to stop looking at him, which made Xiao Shun blush. Haha, sorry, I will call you Xiao Shun from now on. You didn't follow the wrong person. Follow the boss well, and you will have a good life in the future. Luo Yan patted Xiao Shun, really admiring Yu Hai. In Big City, he dealt with Team Rocket, and here he dealt with Team Rocket again. Luo Yan didn't know that Yu Hai had also dealt with Team Rocket in Hasa City and killed all the undercover agents of Team Rocket in the casino. Since leaving the island, Yu Hai has been dealing with Team Rocket, either directly or indirectly. Anyway, Team Rocket is always there, and he has no choice. Team Rocket is still haunting him. Okay, don't lead the kid astray. Give him a copy of your grass-type Pokemon cultivation notes. He wants to become a grass-type Pokemon master. Yu Hai wanted to say it a long time ago. Xiao Shun actually wanted to become a grass-type Pokemon master. There is a great development prospect in the Orange Islands, and the advantages are also obvious. Grass-type Pokemon master. I have the cultivation notes of Venus Floss and Coconut Tree here. Luo Yan took out the previous cultivation notes and the Venus Floss cultivation book he got from the club and gave them to Xiao Shun. You keep the Coconut Tree first. I only have one copy of this note of the Venus Flytrap. I will make a copy when I return to Kumquat Island and send it to you. Thank you, Brother Yan. Xiao Shun did not expect that a stranger he met for the first time would give him a gift, and 2 notes on the cultivation of a quasi-king, as generous as Yu Hai. What kind of people are these? They are really too generous. Haha, it's all small things. You don't have to care about your own people. Luo Yan was so concerned about Xiao Shun for Yu Hai's sake. This is just one of the reasons. Another reason is that the children favored by Yu Hai have the potential to become kings in the future. He will not miss the opportunity to make friends with them. It is always more precious to give timely help than to add icing on the cake. Thank you. Xiao Shun thanked him and accepted the gift. Others were kind-hearted. It would be impolite to refuse. By the way, this is our first meeting, and I don't have anything to prepare. Here is some money. What do you want to buy? Luo Yan took out several bundles of money from his backpack and put them in Xiao Shun's hand, at least several million. With hundreds of millions of dollars in his pocket, giving away several million is a piece of cake. After he put down the money, he suddenly remembered what Yu Hai had told him to do, and quickly took 2 backpacks from the back of the desert dragonfly and put them in Xiao Shun's hand. This is the backpack that the boss asked me to buy for you, and there are 2 sets of clothes that are suitable for you. Take them and try them out to see if they fit. Brother Hai. Xiao Shun didn't expect that Yu Hai would buy them new clothes and backpacks. This surprise was really unexpected. 2 sets of children's clothes, 2 backpacks, take them back and divide them with Hao Er, put on new clothes to get on the ship. Yu Hai came over and patted Xiao Shun's shoulder, as if to say goodbye to Xiao Shun. Brother Hai? Xiao Shun knew this was a farewell, but he couldn't help crying. Okay, we'll talk later. Train the Pokemon well and work hard to become a powerful trainer that no one dares to bully. Yu Hai turned around and smoked a cigarette, waving Xiao Shun to leave. He had something important to do with Luo Yan. In addition to sending Xiao Shun away, he also felt a little guilty. After all, it always felt strange for a flat-footed guy to teach others to work hard, and it seemed out of place in this world. Go, I won't see you off, let Lu Yi send you off. Xiao Shun looked at Yu Hai's back and was still a little reluctant, but he still resolutely entered the forest, ready to go back to the camp to tell Haji that they didn't need to wear that loose clothes anymore, they had new clothes to wear. As for the things here, he didn't need to tell Haji, these were not Haji's unless Koji can join them, he needs to have a good chat with Koji. Being brought to see Luoyan by Yu Hai means that he has been regarded as one of his own by Yu Hai, but he is too weak now and is not qualified to join them. Before disappearing into the woods, he looked back at the 2 people in the sun and whispered, Brother Hai, I will work hard to become a strong trainer. Ian, did you bring the things? Yu Hai was talking about gems, poison gems, and ghost gems, and he was going to use these gems to complete Jengar's final sprint. The previous point 99 was so hard for him to get over. He would dream of point 99 in his nightmares at night. It was really hard to let go. I brought it, boss, a total of 250 gems, 100 ghost gems, 150 poison gems, and a total price of the total value is 100 million, 10 million, 2 million. Luoyan took a backpack from the desert dragonfly, which contained hundreds of gems that Yu Hai needed. Gengui, spit out the things. Yu Hai stepped on the shadow under his feet, and Jengar emerged from the shadow and spit out 5 backpacks. One is the backpack of the fat man, one is the red wine backpack, one is the backpack of the tool man, and there are 2 backpacks of the rocket team. He also looked at the backpack of the rocket team last night, and there was nothing valuable. It seemed that the 2 paupers had spent all their savings to break through the threshold of senior trainers and reached the strength of senior trainers. As a result, there was nothing valuable in the backpack. They were all common things, and they were all left over by him. Now they just waited for Luoyan to estimate the price. Boss, the things in the backpacks are not valuable. I estimate their value to be 500,000. Luoyan first checked the backpacks of the tool men. They were worth less than 100,000. I estimated that 500,000 was also a friendly price. There are 11 second stage evolved Pokemons and 3 third stage evolved common Pokemons. I estimate their value to be 5 million. There are also these fine wines, jewelry, gold and silver, and artworks. It is not easy to estimate their value. Only the gold and silver are more than 4 million. I estimate them to be 7 million. There are no valuable things in these 2 backpacks. I estimate their value to be 6 million. There are also these props. I estimate their value to be 18 million. These props are the props of the 2 rocket teams. They are really not worth much. The rocket team has a unique points reward mechanism, which means that the props scraped from the Pokemons are still worth some money. There are only 2 or 3 senior level props and 4 or 5 elite props. These 2 people have just been promoted to senior trainers and have no money to exchange props for Pokemons. Boss, there is actually a high-level leaf stone here? Are you sure you want to sell it? Luoyan touched the evolution stone and felt good. He immediately took out the equipment to test it and found that it was a high-level leaf stone. He couldn't help but laugh excitedly. He cultivated another egg again and needed a high-level leaf stone. The leaf stone came. If there was no high-level leaf stone, he would have to use some unconventional means to get a high-level product. These good products are monopolized by major forces. It is not so easy to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Now that he can easily get one, he doesn't need to take risks. Estimation, how much? Yu Hai didn't care about a high-level leaf stone. He could still get the wool of the alliance when he joined the alliance in the future. Boss, this high-level leaf stone, plus the other evolution stones in the backpack, as well as the miracle seeds, the curved spoon, and some other things, are also 50 million. Okay, Yu Hai nodded silently and accepted the offer. His valuation was about the same. He still had some things that he hadn't taken out, such as the books on the bookshelf, 2 mysterious water drops, soft sand, some gems of various properties, and hundreds of boxes of various fine energy cubes. He didn't take them out either, and planned to keep them for his own use. Boss, these last 5 elves, the coconut tree and the desert dragonfly are worth a bit money, counting Shanghai thorn dragon, megalodon, Gyarados, estimated value 15 million. Okay, total 100 million, 1,500,000. Yu Hai took out a calculator to calculate, and finally got so much money. Okay, you put all the things away, keep them for yourself, sell them on Jingan Island, it's up to you. Yu Hai didn't care how Luoyan dealt with these things, it was Luoyan's own business, he had already sold these things to Luoyan, Luoyan could deal with them as he pleased. More than 100 million worth of black goods is still not enough to repay Luoyan. He needs to pay cash for the gems that Yan brought. The value of the 250 gems is 100 million, 10 million, and 2 million. The value of the black goods is 100 million, 1 million, and 500,000. The remaining amount is 10 million and 500,000. Counting the millions of cash from the 2 rockets, the less than 100,000 from the tool man, and the more than 10 million from the fat man. Give Luoyan 10.5 million in cash, and he still has 4.3 million left, plus the previous balance. The remaining balance, 9,956,000, more than 9 million. In addition to these things, he also has several bank cards of the fat man, and he doesn't know how much money is in them. Bring the card machine, let me see how much money is in these bank cards. Yu Hai saw that Luoyan had almost finished counting, so he asked Luoyan for the card machine. Luoyan took back the electronic scale, which was used to weigh the weight of gold and silver. They just calculated the gold price directly. After taking back the electronic scale, Luoyan took out the card machine and could check the bank card balance. The fat man has 4 bank cards. He first recorded I inserted a card with my password, entered the password and saw the balance, which was 13 million. The same method was used, and the second bank card had more than 35 million. The third bank card had more than 28 million. The fourth bank card had 62 million. Total, 100 million, 30 million, more than 8 million. Luoyan, there are more than 138 million in the card. When you return to Jingan Island, transfer 130 million to me, and the rest is the errand fee. Boss, you just gave me more than 10 million, how can I take your money? Luoyan didn't want it, he was really helping the boss. Yan, you want to settle the bill with me? I remember you sneaked away last time, shouldn't we settle the score? Yu Hai narrowed his eyes. This guy is a bit too much. He really thinks he is easy to talk to. No, boss. Luoyan saw that the boss became serious, and Jengar in the shadow also emerged. He was not afraid of Jengar. He knew that the real horror was not Jengar, but the guy hiding in the depths of the shadow. The child named Xiao Shun didn't know the horror of the boss. He knew it well and knew what horror the boss had. Okay, do whatever you are told to do, don't be fussy. Yu Hai threw the card machine over, and then threw 4 bank cards over, and continued, keep the bank card, the password is on the back of the bank card. Don't buy gems for the time being, I still need gems, I will notify you. Okay, boss, Luoyan said carefully. Yi put away the bank card. This is more than 100 million. He can't lose it. He has to keep it close to him. Okay, let's go if you have nothing to do. Everyone is very busy. Train the elves well after returning. If you provoke a strong enemy, don't even think about revenge. Stay alive first. I'll be careful, boss. Luo Yan packed up all the things, sorted them, and got on the desert dragonfly to leave Tiangan Island. When he rose to a high altitude, he saw a ship sailing away from the coast. There was a person standing on the shore waving goodbye to the ship. He didn't know that person. In order not to be discovered by the ship, the desert dragonfly just turned over and carried him into the clouds, completely disappearing. Yu Hai returned to the waterfall camp. There were only him and Lu He left. Just like when they first met, those who should leave have left, and those who didn't leave are still here. They left? Leave, they didn't see you, they were quite disappointed. Lu He smiled, he knew that Yu Hai deliberately didn't show up, which meant that Yu Hai's identity was problematic, and it was not as he had guessed at the beginning. Yu Hai was not a trainer of the league. However, it didn't matter. After getting along for so long, he found that this young man was not bad. It's good to leave, no little brats disturb us fishing. Yu Hai sighed, picked up the afternoon tea on the table, and drank tea with old man He. Don't you feel reluctant? Lu He teased. Yu Hai's face remained expressionless, he couldn't see through this boy. This boy's mind was really hard to guess. Once a person gets used to it, it's the same everywhere. Yu Hai waved his hand, finished his tea and went to work. He had to catch a satisfactory carp. Hi boy, don't be so anxious. Lu He saw Yu Hai busy again, and didn't know what medicine this boy took, so keen on catching carp. It's been more than a week, and he's still so happy to catch fish. Come on, old man He, this fish is this year. Yu Hai smiled, put the fish on the grass and threw it to old man He. The two were busy for an afternoon, and after dinner, old man He returned to the wooden house. He still had to work overtime to catch fish by the river. Until midnight, he didn't catch the silly fish he wanted, so he went back to the tent to sleep. Chapter 373, Go Home. The 37th day of the journey north, sunny. It is already evening. After sailing last night and today, the ship arrived at Liugan Island. The owner of Liulai Pavilion who came to pick up the ship has been waiting for a long time. That's Koji, Alakazam, teleport. A beautiful woman with short red hair, wearing a blue dress and a beige coat, stood in the port. Seeing Koji waving at the side of the ship, she couldn't wait for the ship to dock, and asked Alakazam to teleport to the deck directly. Mom, Koji was shocked to see his mother coming from the port to the ship in a blink of an eye. Son, you've lost weight, let mom take a good look at you to see if you're hurt. Liulai doted on her son, looking at his head and checking his limbs, trying to see if his son was hurt by the poachers. Mom, I'm fine. Koji was embarrassed, there were so many people watching on the deck. Ha ha ha, Koji is shy. As soon as these words came out, the crowd of onlookers burst into laughter, and Koji was even more embarrassed by the laughter. It's good that you're okay. I missed you so much. It's good that you're okay. Liulai hugged her son for a while before turning to face the club trainers who escorted her son back. She had received news from her subordinates that these trainers were here to protect Koji, so she would not treat them unfairly. Everyone has worked hard. You can go to the hotel hot spring with the waiter to take a bath. The dinner is being prepared. I guarantee that everyone will be satisfied. I wish you all a good time. Of course, thanking them is not that simple. Some things can only be said in private. This is just a polite remark. She will not treat these trainers unfairly. Knowing that Team Rocket will attack, these trainers still come to protect Koji, which is worthy of courtesy. But this matter is not that simple. There are still a few things that she has not figured out. Who rescued Koji? Who invited these trainers to protect Koji? The subordinates who arrived on the ship in advance did not say it clearly, and even these trainers did not know who it was. They only knew that a masked man found them and asked them if they were willing to take on the mission. Those who were willing to take on the protection mission should gather at the port. If it was just to protect Koji back home, why didn't they notify her? Why didn't they notify Li Yugen Jim? She was Koji's mother, and there were quasi-king trainers in the family, so there was no need to invite outsiders. The mysterious trainer who saved Koji and the trainer who hired a bodyguard for Koji didn't come with them. Could it be that the other party didn't want the friendship of a gym leader, and even looked down on the friendship of the gym leader, and didn't even show his face? There must be something hidden. Mom, let me introduce you to my good friend, who is also my savior. He saved me from the poaching group. The good friend that Koji mentioned, who ate and slept with him these days, was Xiao Shun, who left Tiangan Island with him. Master Li Yulai, my name is Xiao Shun, and I challenged Li Yugen Jim before. Xiao Shun greeted with a smile on his face. Master Li Yulai might not remember him. He was not a big shot, just a passerby. Xiao Shun. Li Yulai Gym Master thought about it and really remembered that there was such a child. She still had some impression of him. The child wanted to join her gym, but the child was mediocre, had no characteristics, and was weak. Even doing odd jobs was redundant, so she did not accept him. I remember, a month ago, I went to the gym, and I brought the stinky flower with me. Yes, Li Yulai Gym Master. Xiao Shun didn't expect that Li Yulai Gym Master still remembered him, and hurriedly said, after I failed to challenge the Li Yugen Gym, I was going to the Citrus Island to watch the game, and I was caught by the poaching group halfway, and I have been living on the poaching group's boat. Later, Haji was caught, and I got to know Haji. So that's how it is, kid, you've worked hard too. You go to the hotel hot spring with the waiter to take a bath. Haji and I haven't seen each other for more than half a month. After we finish chatting, Haji will attend the dinner with you. Okay, then I'll go first, Haji. Xiao Shun said goodbye to Haji, followed the others, got off the boat together, and went to Haji's big hotel. Shun, I'll come over right away, and we'll take a hot spring bath together. Haji stood at the side of the boat and waved goodbye to Xiao Shun. A person also came quietly to Li Yulai Gym Master. President. The subordinate who came to the ship in advance had learned about Xiao Shun in the past 2 days. He had already sent Xia Shun's identity information back to the gym. The president must have investigated it clearly. It's okay. The child has a clean background. He is a new trainer from Xiangju Island. Both his parents are alive and have no bad records. He challenged the gym last month. There are also registration records on the gym's challenger list. Li Yulai had already investigated Xia Shun's identity information, but the most important part was missing, that is, who rescued Haji and who found these trainers, and it was a mysterious trainer who refused to show up and didn't want any benefits. Then, the other party must not be plotting this benefit, but a bigger plot. She suspected that the other party wanted Haji, her stupid son, who didn't even know that someone else was targeting him. President, I have never found out the identity of that person. All the trainers who protect Master Hao Er are from the Golden Orange Island Club and do not know that person. Even Junsha does not know. I have also tried to test them many times in the past 2 days, including Master Hao Er and the kid named Xiao Shun. I found that Master Hao Er and Xiao Shun should know who the mysterious person is. Every time they talk about each other, I won't say any more. That person should still be on Tiangan Island. Go check it out, don't let him find out. Li Yulai thought that what the other party was plotting might be her son. She was still a little worried about the rescue of hostages, full of doubts, especially when it was related to her son. She should check it out. Yes, President. The subordinate who received the task quietly got off the ship with others, and then they needed to go to Tiangan Island again. Koji, let's go back. Li Yulai took Koji's neck and pulled him off the boat. She pulled after she came to the gym with Koji. She asked him about his experiences during this period. Mom, I was wrong. If Koji knew that the outside world was so cruel, he would not have shaken off his bodyguards and sneaked out with Pikachu. It's good that you're back. As long as you can come back safely, Mom will be satisfied. Li Yulai believes that with this experience, Koji can grow up a lot, at least he is not so naive. Mom, I also captured a few Pokemons on Tiangan Island, Starfish, Gugu, and Magikarp. When Koji talked about Pokemons, he wanted to share his happiness with his mother. Magikarp. Li Yulai didn't think much of the first two Pokemons when she heard about Magikarp, but when she heard about Magikarp, she laughed out loud, haha, we don't have any Pokemons at home, why did you capture Magikarp? This is not an ordinary Magikarp. My good friend's Gyarados has dragon-type moves. When it evolves into Gyarados, it will be a very strong and handsome Pokemon. In fact, Koji wanted to say that this was a Magikarp with supernatural talent, but he couldn't say it to keep Yuhai secret. Did that person help you capture these Pokemon? Li Yulai asked about the mysterious trainer who refused to show up. Could it be that Koji couldn't even tell his mother? Mom, don't ask me about that person. That annoying guy has tested me several times in the past 2 days. I really can't tell him about him. I can only tell you that he has no ill will towards me and gave me a Pokemon. He didn't leave his phone number or name. I don't know if there will be a chance to see him next time. He left nothing. Ruri didn't know what to say. Even if she wanted to plot against her stupid son, she should at least leave something behind. If she didn't leave anything behind, when Koji gradually became stronger and became a powerful trainer, it would be too late for him to do anything. In fact, it's not too late at all. What Yuhai wants is a powerful Koji, preferably a top trainer Koji. He can just work for Yuhai when the time comes. He doesn't want a weak trainer. And it's not like she left nothing behind. The seed in Koji's heart will sprout sooner or later. With Xiao Shun, his good friend, under the influence of, it is only a matter of time before it grows crooked. Nothing, Koji was very sure. The other party left nothing and asked for nothing in return. He didn't know what the other party wanted. Forget it, Mom won't ask any more. Li Yulai saw that her son was so sure, she didn't ask about it anymore. As long as her son became stronger, no matter what the other party planned, it would be defeated in front of the strong strength. Mom, my good friend saved me. I want to apply for a Go 3 for him, and I also want to invite him to join the gym and train Pokemon with me. Koji said here, she finally revealed her true intentions and said what she had been thinking about all the way. No problem, what kind of Gozank does he want? Have you considered it? Apply tonight and it will be available in 2 days, Li Yulai did not hesitate to say so. According to Koji's narration, the little Shun played a crucial role during Koji's arrest. It was just a Gozank, which was not a difficult task for her. Even if the other party joined the gym and became a playmate for her son, it would be fine. These were all trivial matters. I haven't asked yet, I'll ask now, Koji thought of his mother's consent. The matter of the 3 great families, and he was also happy for his good friend. If his mother disagreed, he was ready to throw a tantrum, even if he had to beg her, he had to make her agree to this matter. Go, remember to attend the dinner tonight. Li Yulai touched Koji's hair, and Pikachu's head, with messy hair all over his body, probably suffered a lot with his son. Mom, I also awakened superpowers. Koji was so happy that he almost forgot about it. When he saw Hai Xingxing's poke ball, he remembered that he had superpowers. What? Superpowers? Li Yulai was shocked. Her son actually awakened superpowers. She couldn't awaken superpowers, but her son actually had such a talent. Yes, I awakened superpowers, Haji repeated his superpowers, and a coin floated in his hand, flying in his palm. Son, you are really a blessing in disguise. Mom is so happy. Li Yulai came back to her senses and thought that her son's position as the owner of the museum was stable. As long as he had superpowers, no one could take his position away from him. Hehe, I didn't expect to awaken superpowers. It's amazing. Haji looked at the coin flying at his fingertips, and he still felt like he was dreaming. Who else knows about this? Li Yulai quickly took the coin and looked around. No one noticed this scene, so she was relieved. Only my good friend knows, how hadn't had time to tell others. He only knew Xiao Shun on the boat these 2 days, and he didn't tell anyone about his superpowers. That's good, remember to ask your good friend to keep it a secret, don't tell anyone about it. Li Yulai had to seriously remind her son not to tell anyone about it. I understand, how saw his mother so serious, and he also put away his telekinesis. In 2 days, I will take you to see Grandpa. Grandpa is also a psychic and the previous gym leader. You can learn to control superpowers from him, Li Yulai said. Grandpa is her father. That's why she said before that Koji's position as gym leader is stable. When Koji grows up, Liugan Gym will belong to Koji and no one can take it away. Grandpa, I haven't seen you for a long time. Koji had seen Grandpa. When he was a child, he was lifted up by Grandpa's superpowers. It was fun, just like he had wings and flew in the sky. No wonder he gave you Starfish and Gugu. These 2 elves should have good superpowers, right? Li Yulai thought of the elves mentioned just now. It seems that the mysterious trainer also knows that Koji has superpowers. Of course I know. I made a lot of noise at that time. Koji smiled awkwardly. He blushed when he thought of that time. He had a nightmare at that time. His superpowers went out of control and flew Xiao Shun and the other person away. Don't use your superpowers first. Let's meet your grandpa first. Then Mom will get you a few psychic elves with good talents, such as Casey, Laruz, Slowpoke, Metagross, and Lottie. Ahem, speaking of this, Li Yulai paused. This name cannot be mentioned. Although there is one at home, it really cannot be mentioned. It is almost a clan-guarding beast. Koji is not qualified to subdue this kind of elf. You can choose any of these psychic elves. Recently, Eevee has a new form of psychic powers. Mom can also help you find out. I know, Mom, if there is nothing else, I will go first. Koji couldn't wait to share happiness with his good friend. He didn't realize that a beast passed by him. Okay, go. Li Yulai didn't finish her words, and Koji ran away. Seeing this, she shook her head and looked at her son helplessly. Now she is waiting for the subordinates who are investigating to come back, so that she can know the identity of the mysterious man. She was quite curious about the kind person who saved her life without asking for anything in return and helped her son catch elves. However, it was not important anymore. What was important was that her son had awakened his superpowers. With superpowers, she wanted to see who would dare to say that her son was stupid. The stupid son could only call himself. After saying goodbye to his mother, Haji came to the hotel hot spring and found Xiao Shun who was bathing with elves. He also released his 4 elves and jumped into the hot spring to bathe with Xiao Shun. Haji, can't you just walk down and splash water everywhere? Xiao Shun raised his hand to wipe his face, and was too lazy to complain about Haji's way of entering the water. Haha, I'm so happy, Shun. Haji hugged his good brother's neck excitedly and said to Xiao Shun, my mother agreed to apply for the 3 starter elves for you. Which grass-type 3 starter elves do you want? Really? Xiao Shun didn't expect Haji to say this. He thought Haji had forgotten and didn't mention it anymore. He was ready to skip the ball. Of course it's true. When has your good friend ever lied to you? Koji laughed heartily. How could he treat his good friend badly? Okay, I want a gecko. Xiao Shun pretended to ponder for a moment and said his choice. Bulbasaur is a grass type plus poison type, which is somewhat overlapping with the positioning of Venus Fly. Chikorita and Gecko are both single attribute grass type Pokémon. The reason why he chose Gecko is that he wanted a fast attacker, not Chikorita, a meat shield. After conquering so many Pokémon on Sweet Orange Island, he no longer lacks meat shields. Venus Fly is a meat shield, and Lily Leaf Boy is also a meat shield. He doesn't lack meat shields, he lacks a grass-type fast attacker, so Gecko is a good choice. Gecko? I'll tell my mom later. Koji heard Gecko and didn't ask why. He didn't like the 3 starter Pokemons and couldn't tell the pros and cons of these Pokemons. By the way, my mom also agreed to join the gym. That's so embarrassing, Xiao Shun touched the back of his head awkwardly. It's a Pokemon, and he got in through the back door. Is this the power of the gym owner's master? As expected of the second generation of trainers, he is so terrifying. It's all a small matter. We can fight each other in the future. Haji smiled and splashed water at Xiao Shun, and the two of them started playing in the hot spring. Until... Knock knock knock. Master Haji, the dinner has started. Lady Liulai asked me to notify you to go over. I know, I'll go over right away, Haji responded, and came out of the hot spring with Xiao Shun, put on the new clothes sent by the waiter, and went to the dinner together. Koji is a fake Chi Yet. Chi Yet always conquers the 3 great beasts, which is almost an old joke. As for Koji's character setting, I just don't like the 3 great beasts. Anyway, he is a fake Chi Yet, so I played the opposite role. It just so happens that Chi Yet has a bird guide, and Koji is a superpower. When the two meet in the future, I can also write about it. However, forget about trying to get Zai into the water. I really don't want to ruin Zai's role, especially when Zai won the Masters Championship. His youth was really over. Zai has released the silly bird for more than 20 years, and Butterfree has also returned. I am really satisfied. Chapter 374, Evolution, Super Evolution. On the 38th day of the journey north, it was drizzling. Tiangan Island, Yu Hai still didn't catch the Magikarp yesterday, so he could only continue to catch it today. Lu He was still helping to release the Magikarp. The two of them were still repeating their lives from the previous 2 days. Not long after they were busy, an accident occurred. Bila, the big-mouthed gull stood on a high place and was the first to discover the changes in the camp. He quickly flew over to inform Yu Hai. Big-mouthed gull, what happened? Yu Hai stood up quickly. He didn't understand what the big-mouthed gull was saying, but Darklei Yi quickly added the translation. It's Zubat that has evolved. Zoabat. Yu Hai quickly ran to the camp, calculating the time in his mind. It has been more than half a month since he subdued Zubat, almost 20 days. The first evolution of Zubat is level 22, and the second evolution requires intimacy and favorability, which can be cultivated slowly later. The newborn elves grow very fast. As long as the nutrition and training can keep up, it is normal to upgrade 1 level a day. When Zubat was subdued, it was already level 5 or 6. After more than half a month, it is normal for Zubat to evolve at this time. He came to the camp tent and quickly took out a flying gem with the highest purity from his backpack. It has a purity of more than 70, and Zubat only needs to eat 1. Don't consider poison gems. Zubat is already very poisonous. If you eat poison gems again, do you think you are not dying fast enough? Taking the flying gem, he quickly found the Zubat training in the woods under the guidance of the gull. At this time, the evolution light on Zubat flickered. Seeing this, he quickly stuffed the flying gem in his hand into Zubat's mouth. Zubat, you have endured for so long, eat this gem and evolve. Yu Hai fed Zubat the gem, and then asked Zubat to stop suppressing the evolution light and release it completely. Squeak, Zubat saw Yu Hai coming and fed him something, so he stopped suppressing the evolution light and released it completely. As the white light on Zubat flashed and disappeared in an instant, Zubat also disappeared, and turned into Zubat, with a bigger mouth and a bigger body, almost an enlarged version of Zubat. Zubat, congratulations on your evolution. Yu Hai saw Zubat successfully evolve, and quickly congratulated him, congratulating Zubat on its evolution and congratulating Zubat on reaching the elite level. Kuke, the giant crab also crawled over to congratulate, just like when it evolved, everyone congratulated it, and it treated everyone to shark. Kuke, Jengar also floated down from the treetops. It had eaten a lot of Zubat's toxins. Now that Zubat has evolved, the toxins will only be more and more poisonous, and no one knows what they taste like. Quack, Frog was quite envious. This little brother joined later, but evolved faster than it, and didn't know when it would evolve. There was nothing it could do. Zubat evolved at level 22, and Frog evolved at level 37. It was still too early for Frog to evolve. Beep snail, the little snail also felt this atmosphere for the first time, and didn't know when it could evolve. It heard from the trainer that it could also evolve. Man, Ditto also called twice, but unfortunately it couldn't evolve and could only transform. EE2, the orb silk spider also sent blessings. Only a few of them dared to eat the poisonous mushrooms. Bile, the gull stood on the branch and congratulated, and was the last elf to come to congratulate. The remaining elves were either in training or not here, but with everyone's blessings, Zubat was already very happy. Yu-Hai left the empty seats for the elves, and he silently opened Zubat's panel, wanting to see if Zubat's potential had broken through the king. Zuzbat. Attribute, poison plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 65%. Level, 23.13%. Characteristics, mental power /12.53%. Hidden characteristic, penetration /11.13%. Mastered moves, lightning flash /16.11%. Hypnosis /9.14%. Venomous fang /26.45%. Venom shock /25.74%. Venomous /30.82%. Black eyes /8.64%. Hold /13.88%. Airblade /15.54%. Airblade /14.32%. Sludge bomb /25.64%. Not brushing moves for the time being, wing attack /19.31%. Absorb /12.21%. Ultrasonic wave /23.12%. Screech /22.35%. Bite /18.41%. The potential of Zubat has reached 65, and the potential of the King of Heaven is no suspense, and the level has also reached 23. The dual characteristics have also increased a lot. Mental power is a characteristic to prevent flinching and preventing being intimidated, and penetration is a characteristic that can penetrate light wall substitutes and other moves. He hasn't looked at Zubat's panel for more than half a month. He didn't expect that the changes were so big. The proficiency of the moves has increased a lot. The poison-type moves are still as strong as ever, far exceeding the proficiency of other moves, especially the poisonous moves. From the poisonous moves, we can see how poisonous Zubat's toxin is. In addition to the previous moves, Zubat has also learned a lot of new moves during this period. Black eyes, this move is needless to say. Everyone who has played the game knows that it is similar to the shadow stepping characteristic of Mega Gengar. Hold, this one is needless to say, many Pokémon can hold, perhaps they learned this move when training with other Pokémon. There are also Air Blade and Air Blade, both of which are flying type moves. One is a physical attack move, and the other is a special attack move. Bite, a dark type move, a pre-move to bite. Pokémon with teeth basically know these moves. Screech, a move similar to Ultrasonic, are all moves that interfere with the enemy through sound. Sludge Bomb, poison-type moves, because of the toxicity, the proficiency is very high after learning. Some preconditioning moves are just for transition, you can practice them, but just practice them, to prepare for learning more powerful advanced moves in the future. There is no need to invest too much time in these preconditioning moves. However, according to Zubat's poison-type talent, other moves are not needed. As long as it is stained with poison, even if it is a poison-type Pokémon, if it can't withstand the poison, it will die. Zubat, you evolved today, you can have a day off. Whoever wants to play with Zubat can have a day off. Yu-Hai is not so demanding sometimes. Evolution is a very happy thing, there is no need to train anymore. Aluh! Zubat flew over and stood on Yu-Hai's shoulder. It was really a lucky thing to be chosen and subdued by Yu-Hai. Compared to staying in the depressing place of Team Rocket, following Yu-Hai is undoubtedly much better. Not only is food and accommodation provided, but there are also delicious foods, and other partners are also very nice. Guzbat, put away your fangs. It will be troublesome if you encounter me. Yu Hai touched Zubat's head, took out a box of energy cubes for flying elves, and energy cubes of other attributes, and asked Zubat to distribute them to other elves. Eat slowly, pick some fruits from the forest for dinner, I have something to do, come and tell me if you don't have enough to eat. Alu alu, Zubat was also very obedient, put away his fangs, and rubbed Yu Hai's cheek, then bit the energy cube and flew away. After saying goodbye to Zubat, Yu Hai continued to the river where Midori and Butterfree were still waiting. Ah hai, what happened? Midori saw that Yu Hai had been gone for so long and thought something big had happened. It's okay, Zubat has evolved, Yu Hai smiled and waved his hand. Zubat's evolution was a happy event, and he didn't hide it from Lu He. It's that little bat. Lu He was relieved when he heard this, and stopped questioning Yu Hai and continued to release Magikarp. Yu Hai joined in again, catching Magikarp today, and caught it again afternoon, and in the afternoon. After finishing work in the evening, Lu He went back after dinner, and Yu Hai didn't continue to capture Magikarp. He felt it was too difficult, and planned to rest for a night to adjust his mentality. If he continued to catch like this, his mentality would almost collapse, and he didn't catch Magikarp. Since he came to Tiangan Island, he has also stayed in Tiangan Island for 10 days, and Magikarp has returned for 9 days. He still has time and must not lose his composure. He didn't want to catch Magikarp tonight. While adjusting his mentality, he also wanted to finish Jengar's business. 99 was too annoying to see. Every time he closed his eyes at night, he would see 99. He almost thought he was in the three body and was cursed by Safan. It happened that Lu He went back. He was the only one in the forest. As long as he closed the tent and covered it with black cloth, no one would be able to find Jengar's evolution light. Darkrai, the outside is in your hands. Notify me if there is any abnormality. Yu Hai took out the gem in the tent and asked Darkrai to guard outside to prevent anything from entering. Understood. Darkrai knew what they were going to do, but it was a pity that he couldn't evolve and could only slowly absorb the energy in the gem. After Darkrai left, he and Jengar began to try. Jengri, how many gems are left from the last time I gave you? Kauji, Jengar heard the gems and spit out all the gems into the basin prepared by Yu Hai. Yu Hai put on gloves and picked up the gems, and found that there were 108 gems left out of the previous 110 gems. That is to say, Jengar didn't need to evolve, and only absorbed 2 gems in such a short time. This absorption efficiency is really slow. Okay, Jengar, use evolution to digest these gems. Yu Hai pushed the gems in the basin to Jengar, and took out another 250 gems, which Jengar could consume at will. The potential has reached its limit, but there are still levels, which can also be improved through this. As long as there is energy and training, it can be directly stacked up. However, he will not be so anxious about the level. It is not good for the strength to expand too quickly. He plans to gradually improve Jengar's level and cultivate the bond between them. Kaurhei, Jengar is helpless. If it licks slowly, it doesn't know how long it will take to lick the 2 large basins of gems. In the end, it can only use evolution to digest some of the gems first. If it doesn't digest, Yu Hai will let it share with Darkrai and everyone. If it eats now, all of them are its. If it eats slowly, it will have to share with other partners. It is really distressed. As Jengar's evolution degenerates, it will consume more than 100 gems soon, and the potential is still not moving at all. It just went from 0.89 to 1.99, and it has not moved, stuck at 1.99. The more than 100 gems before were more than 50 million, this time the more than 200 gems are more than 100 million, totaling more than 150 million. If these gems are not enough, he doesn't know what to say. More than 100 million is not enough to reach the limit of the 99 champions. He can only continue. He said that he would use 200 million. However, when Jengar swallowed more than 40 gems, Jengar's panel finally changed. Gangui, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential. Level. When he saw this, he was completely confused. More than 100 million was spent, and what the hell was displayed on the panel? 100 is 100, 100 and 1 is 101, what the hell is 3 question marks? Could it be that Jengar's potential has broken through the champion limit? That's it? That's it? He couldn't understand this limit. Whether it was the limit or not made him confused. So these 3 question marks, did they break through the limit? Gangui? How do you feel? Yu Hai could only ask Jengar what he felt now to judge Jengar's current situation. Cower-he, Jengar looked up and down at his body. He really didn't feel anything. Except that his body had more energy than before and he had a little indigestion, he didn't feel any other discomfort. It said it didn't feel anything. It was fuller than before. Darkrai helped translate it. So that's how it is, Jengar, try super evolution. Yu Hai touched his chin and thought about it. Let Jengar do a super evolution to see if Jengar can do it. Cower-he, Jengar's body also emitted a strong light when he heard about super evolution, and turned into a super evolved form. Sure enough, Yu Hai thought that Jengar was a Pokemon that could break through the evolutionary limit and evolve and degenerate freely, so super evolution was not difficult, and he could also degenerate into Ghastly now. But the potential has become a question mark, and it is meaningless to degenerate into Ghastly again. It is better to keep the form of Jengar and exert stronger strength. It's okay, Jengar, change back, go play by yourself, and keep the remaining gems for yourself to eat slowly. I'm going to rest. Yu Hai waved his hand, removed the black cloth, and let Super Jengar retreat. Quu, after Super Jengar retreated, he spit out a transparent gem. The super evolution just now was not without consumption. It absorbed the energy in the gem. If it is a battle, it will also consume energy, but it will not deduct the level, but consume the energy stored in the body, which can be replenished by eating energy cubes. After seeing the gem, Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that he could still bear the cost of super evolution, and fell asleep peacefully. The matter of Jengar has been solved, and now only the stupid thing is left. Chapter 375, Leaving. The 39th day of the journey to the north, cloudy. After experiencing the inexplicable question marks last night, Yu Hai still didn't figure out what those question marks meant, what they represented, and whether Jengar had broken through the limit of potential. Do those question marks represent the limit of the panel, the limit of the elves, or the panel cannot display the limit of the elves? If this is the case, the mythical beasts will probably be like this too. After all, the strength of the mythical beasts is already at the champion level. If the strength of the mythical beasts is too strong, the panel cannot display the potential and level of the mythical beasts. Before crossing in the previous life, he played a pirated elf game, and the highest level of the elves was only 100. Exceeding 100 is the limit. But this is reality. There is definitely no limit, so the panel will show question marks, which is understandable. Jengar has exceeded the limit of the panel, so it will be displayed like this. But now it has become a question mark, he has no idea where to start, and he doesn't know what to do. If the potential has not changed, he can't continue to invest. He can only look at the change in level. Just like many trainers, if they think the elves are progressing too slowly, they will abandon the elves. In fact, it takes time to accumulate elves. Trainers are not elf games. The reason why they can't see the changes in the elves is because the changes are too slow, almost subtle to be invisible. Those trainers who are eager for quick success will choose to abandon the elves. If he didn't have a panel and couldn't see the potential change of Jengar by 0.1, he would probably be like those trainers, giving up the Pokemon after being numb. After all, the change of 0.1 is too small. This matter can be put off until later. Today he has to catch Magikarp. Magikarp is the top priority, and Jengar's potential can be studied slowly, there is no rush now. After breakfast, he went to the river to catch fish, and the Pokémons went to train separately. Soon Green River also came. The two of them were already familiar with the route and knew what to do, and immediately entered the state. Today, he still looked at the Pokeballs of Magikarp numbly, like a machine to detect potential. He only looked at the potential part of Magikarp. If the first digit is 5, he will look at the single digit. If the first digit is not 5, there is no need to look at the single digits behind. As he has seen more and more potential, Magikarp with potential above 50 has appeared too many times. When he saw 5 before, he would be excited for a long time, thinking that he was getting close, getting closer and closer. But after watching for 10 days, every time it was 50, 51, 57, 58, all these potential idiots appeared, but there was no idiot 59, he was really at a loss. Just he even had 3 potentials of 58. The third one appeared yesterday. He threw it to Lu He. It was not bad to be a bodyguard for Lu He. Today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, he didn't believe that there was no stupid thing with 59. After 10 days of waiting, the miracle finally appeared. This time he saw the potential of 5 again, but he had no hope for the single digits. It was probably a number below 9. He had gotten used to it, or should I say numb to it. Until, he saw a 9, the number 9, potential 9. No, that's not right, it should be potential 59, or 59.98. The Magikarp he wanted finally appeared, ha ha ha, finally appeared. Magic Carp. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 59.98%. Level, 4.67%. Characteristics, swimming freely /2.53%. Hidden characteristic, cowardly /0.13%. Mastered moves, jumping /3.21%. Impact /2.31%. Reverse scale /1.11%. Finally, you're finally here. Yu Hai looked at the Magikarp's panel and almost cried. It was too hard for him. If this silly fish didn't come again, he would collapse. He really almost collapsed. You caught it. Lu He saw Yu Hai trying to hold back his smile and tears, wanting to laugh but not daring to. That kind of expression of hard work and success was just like when he achieved research results. He understood that kind of expression. Yes, I finally caught it, Yu Hai nodded gently. This silly fish has the potential to be infinitely close to the King of Heaven. It also inherited the Dragon-type ultimate move and the reverse scale move. The Dragon-type bloodline must be good. He finally brushed out this silly fish. Yee! Butterfree cried with joy when it heard that it was caught. It was exhausted these days. It had to use telekinesis to control tens of thousands of Pokeballs every day. It was tired and had a headache. It used too much telekinesis. Yadong, Slowpoke was relieved after hearing that it was over. More than 10 days of telekinesis training was finally over. It was also tired and had a headache. Recently, it slept very soundly at night, but it slept comfortably in Yu Hai's arms. Hey, Starfish, Hai Xing heard that it was over and flew up from the river. It hadn't used its telekinesis much in the past few days, but its surfing skills had improved a lot. Old man the Magikarp has been caught, and I'm ready to leave. Yu Hai put away the Magikarp and didn't evolve it here. He wasn't in a hurry. He needed time to cultivate feelings with this silly fish and then let the Magikarp evolve. So anxious? I thought you would leave tomorrow. Lu He was a little surprised. Wouldn't you rest for 2 days and set off again in 2 days? No, the wild is nice, but I've been camping for more than 10 days. I want to go to the human city. Yu Hai shook his head helplessly. After camping in the wild for several days, he still prefers the big bedroom in the hotel after the novelty of camping and cooking. The big bedroom is much more comfortable than a sleeping bag, and he also wants to join the gym, so he can't stay in the wild for too long. He wasn't that tired these days, but because of this silly fish, he had a nervous breakdown. He needed to go to the city to take a good nap and relieve his mental fatigue. Old man I'll go back to make lunch first. I'll leave after lunch. Let's have a good drink at noon. Yu-Hai smiled and called Batamako and the other two to return to the campsite to cook. After returning to the campsite, he saw the Magi carp in the inflatable bathtub. It was time to release the silly fish. Magi carp, your kind are all climbing the waterfall and evolving in the lake above the waterfall. I'll let you go free today. You can also try climbing the waterfall. Let's part ways in peace. Yu-Hai carried Magi carp to the river. Magi carp didn't struggle, but stared blankly at this human who had been with him for a long time. He didn't know what this human was going to do. It didn't struggle until he heard about the release. In addition to Yu-Hai, several butterfree, giant claws, and even several frogs trained in the forest came to the river to say goodbye to Magi carp. Karu, Magi carp looked at his peers in the river, all of whom were desperately climbing the waterfall, and then looked at his companions by the river. He didn't want to leave these companions who spoke so well, but he also wanted to try to climb the waterfall. In fact, it's not that there is no way to have the best of both worlds. He called his companions on the other side twice, indicating that he didn't want to leave, and then resolutely turned his head and swam towards the waterfall, learning from his peers and climbing hard above the waterfall. Looking at Magi carp leaving, Yu-Hai thought Magi carp accepted the release, but other elves understood Magikarp's words and came to the waterfall to cheer Magi carp. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai still didn't understand what the elves were going to do. Could this be a farewell between the elves? After following these elves, he returned to the camp with Farfetch'd and prepared lunch with Farfetch'd. Time soon came to noon, and Green River also came back for lunch. Aha, today's lunch is quite sumptuous. Lu-He looked at the table full of delicious food, surprised by this sumptuous farewell lunch. If you can't finish it, you can pack it up. I still have a lot of instant noodles here, you can take them back to eat. Yu-Hai prepared to leave some food for Lu-He. The return period of Magi carp is still a long time, and Lu-He should stay in Tiangan Island for a long time. Haha, then I won't be polite, Lu-He smiled. After being a drinking buddy for so many days, he still understands Yu-Hai's temper. He is a very easygoing young man who also likes to drink. Okay, sit down quickly. There are some Pokemon food and wound spray here. Take them all. Yu-Hai also prepared Pokemon food for Lu-He. With Green River can sustain for a while with these elf foods. As for what to do in the future, of course, it will be cold. Elves can hunt by themselves and eat fruits in the forest. They will not starve to death in the wild. Okay, old man will drink 2 glasses with you. Green River smiled and raised the wine glass. This time, he drank low-alcohol fruit wine. No matter how much he drank, he would not get drunk, not to mention that he was an old drunkard. Yu-Hai also raised his wine glass and drank a glass with Green River. However, when the two of them were having lunch, a Magi carp jumped out of the river. Karu, Magi carp jumped onto the grass by itself, and then jumped back to the inflatable bathtub and called to Yu-Hai. Magi carp, why are you back again? Yu-Hai saw Magi carp return to the inflatable bathtub. Only the stupid fish he released would do this. Karu, Magi carp kept calling, indicating that it didn't want to leave, it wanted to follow Yu-Hai. It said it had been to the lake, where it saw many of its kind evolving, but it didn't evolve, so it came back and wanted to follow us. Yu-Hai heard a voice in his heart, it was Darkray's translator, and he knew what Magi carp had experienced this afternoon. Okay, whatever, follow me if you want. Yu-Hai didn't care whether Magi carp stayed or left, it was just raising one more fish, he could still afford it. As for the waterfall, it was not a difficult task for this Magi carp, after all, the silly thing had followed him for so long, eating well, drinking well, and having fun, and its endurance and size were greater than other Magi carp. It was easy to swim up to the dragon gate of the stepped waterfall, and he guessed that there were probably two reasons why Magikarp didn't evolve. First, there was a 50% chance of evolution, so it was normal for this silly thing not to evolve. Second, it may be related to him. He is the trainer of Magikarp. Magikarp has accomplished the feat of leaping over the dragon gate. Unfortunately, the trainer was not present, and the fool had no desire to evolve. Otherwise, who would he show his evolution to? He has lowered the probability of Magikarp's evolution. If the fool's evolution probability was 50% before, then he is not present, and the probability is cut in half again, or even more, and Magikarp's evolution will be more difficult. After a good drink with Luhi and lunch, he began to pack up and prepare to leave Sweet Orange Island. The Magikarp has been obtained, and there is no point in staying on Sweet Orange Island. It is better to go to the Lyugan gym as soon as possible to see if he can join the gym. If the Lyugan gym does not accept him, he will need to find another way out, and then he will need to move to other gyms. When he was packing up, the elves were still training. The Magikarp he just conquered was also placed in the inflatable bathtub to get familiar with the two silly fish in it. 2 or 3 hours later, he packed up the things in the camp. Green River's food was packed in his space backpack by himself. He didn't miss anything. As for the Pokémon, he already has 20 Pokémon. The main force is Soria, Frog, Giant Claw, Rhinoceros, Scyther, and Snail. The auxiliary Pokémon are Butterfree, Slowpoke, Squidward, Starfish, Farfetch. The main force of Spider-Vest is Frog, Gengar, Darkrai, Golbat, Waterleap, Magikarp, and the silly fish with 59 potential. The auxiliary Pokémon of Spider-Vest are Ditto, Orb Spinner, and Magikarp, who doesn't want to leave. He doesn't know what to do with them, so he can only keep them. The main elves that can be used now are still the same 10, no change. The remaining elves need time to grow. The elves that can fight, especially in regular competitions, and fight for life and death in the wild are still Mosquito Frog and a few others. The other elves are not good enough, and they have not even fought in battles. After collecting all the elves, he carried his backpack and came to the river again to say goodbye to Green River. "Old man, I have left several bottles of wine for you, don't drink too much at night." Yu-Hai knew that the old man was a drunkard, otherwise he would not drink with him, and he also left several bottles of wine for the old man to taste slowly. The old man has his own sense of propriety. "I often stay in Tiangan Island. You can come to get together when you have time." Green River did not turn his head back, still concentrating on dealing with his Magikarp. "Old man, I will come when I have time." Yu-Hai sat on the big-mouthed gull, let the big-mouthed gull rise to the sky, and flew to the Citrus Island according to the previously calibrated direction. "Goodbye, aha boy." Luhi finally stood up after Yu-Hai flew away and waved to Yu-Hai. It can be seen from his eyes that he was a little reluctant. After all, drinking buddies are rare. "Big-mouthed gull, we should be able to reach Citrus Island in the afternoon, and there is no need to rush this time." Yu-Hai looked back and saw Luhi waving, so he also waved goodbye to Luhi, and the big-mouthed gull flew out of Tiangan Island quickly. The reason why he went to Citrus Island, the headquarters of the Orange Alliance, instead of Lyugan Island, was because the distance between the three islands was an unequal triangle. The distance from Tiangan Island to Citrus Island is the shortest side of this triangle, and they can arrive in the evening. The distance from Tiangan Island to Lyugan Island is the longest side of this triangle, and it is estimated that it will take until tomorrow morning to arrive, and it is a night flight. The line of sight is blocked, and there are too many variables, so he will not consider it. He plans to rest on Citrus Island for a night, and then take a boat from Citrus Island to Lyugan Gym to try and see if he can join Lyugan Gym. "My relative's sister is getting married tomorrow, so I will probably have to accompany her to drink for 2 consecutive days. If one day I suddenly stop, don't be surprised, I will make up for it." Chapter 376, Here It Comes. After Yu-Hai left, Green River didn't stay busy at the river for long. In the evening, he took Farfetch'd and Heracross and carried the food left by Yu-Hai on his back, and slowly returned to the cabin. As soon as he returned to the cabin, he saw a young man standing outside the cabin. When the young man saw him, he was overjoyed and ran over quickly. "Are you Mr. Green River, old man?" The young man was sent by the owner of Liulai Gym. After a whole day's journey, he finally arrived at Tiangan Island and saw the conspicuous wooden house by the lake in the air. "I'm Green River, who are you?" Green River thought that Team Rocket had come to find him, but the people of Team Rocket should not be so polite and would speak to him in a nice way. "I'm a trainer of Liugan Gym. This time I came here to thank the old man for saving Master Haji." The young man bowed slightly and handed over the thank you gift he brought this time. It turned out to be the Liugan Gym. "You found the wrong person. It wasn't me who saved Koji, it was Aha who saved Koji." Midorikawa opened the wooden door and entered the wooden house, turned on the solar light in the wooden house, and invited the other party in. "Mr. Midorikawa, I have heard from Master Koji that you should thank him, and that trainer Aha should also thank him, but why didn't Aha come?" The young man entered the wooden house and put down the thank you gift, and continued to test the old man Midorikawa. "He has left." Midorikawa smacked the old pipe in his mouth and poured a glass of boiled water for the young man. "Thank you, when did he leave?" "It's a pity that these thank you gifts couldn't be delivered to him." The young man had a regretful look on his face, but in fact he was still testing Midorikawa. "He left at noon." Midorikawa told the truth, there was nothing to hide, and Yu-Hai didn't let him hide it. "Mr. Lu-He, did he say where he was going?" "I want to give him these gifts as a thank you." The young man's words were true, but also false. His purpose was to ask about Yu-Hai's whereabouts. "He didn't tell the old man, and I didn't ask." Lu-He shook his head. He really didn't know about this matter. He didn't lie. It was up to the other party to believe it or not. "Thank you Mr. Lu-He for telling me. Please accept these gifts as a thank you." The young man observed Lu-He's micro-expressions and couldn't see anything. "These old foxes are old and cunning. They don't blush when they speak, and they don't have any expressions. It's really hard for him to see anything unusual. However, Lu-He can talk to him frankly about Ahai. He should really not know where the other party is going. Otherwise, there is no need to hide anything, but just say it directly as if chatting. You're polite." The old man didn't help at all, and he still wants to accept gifts. How embarrassing! Lu-He could see that the thank you gifts were all food. He just happened to be short of food, so it didn't matter if he accepted it. "Haha, thank you Mr. Lu-He for taking care of Master Hauer in those days. I can't miss the thank you gift," the young man said politely, preparing to say goodbye to Lu-He and go back to report the situation here. He couldn't do anything about not investigating that Ahai. He was also a step late. If he could arrive in the morning, he might have seen him. Now he can only go back with regret. "I haven't had dinner yet. Do you want to stay and have a drink with the old man?" Lu-He took out the quick heating food and prepared to have a drink. "Thank you Mr. Lu-He for your kindness. I have something else to do, so I won't disturb Mr. Lu-He for dinner." The young man bowed slightly again, said goodbye and left the wooden house. As soon as he left the wooden house, he was blinded by a thick fog. "Oh no, it's poisonous gas." The young man just inhaled a little, held his breath instantly, and realized that it was not fog at all, but very pungent poisonous gas. The young man quickly released his flying-type Pokemon Pidgeot and shouted to Pidgeot, "Pidgeot, use the wind to blow away the poisonous gas." Then the young man released his other 5 Pokemons in succession, alerting the sneak attackers around. After Pidgeot blew away all the poisonous gas, no sneak attackers were seen. The young man seemed to realize something and quickly pulled away and left under the wooden house. A series of poisonous needles immediately attacked and stabbed the mud in front of the wooden house. "You coward, don't you dare to come out!" Faced with the roar, the person hiding on the roof no longer hid and jumped down from the roof, followed by ABO monster and double bullet gas. "Even if you killed them? It's not that great." The rocket team leader looked at the young man. This man was quite alert and could actually avoid his sneak attack. However, it is hard to say who will win the next battle. Team Rocket? Who killed them? I don't understand what you are saying. The young man saw the black uniforms of Team Rocket with a big red R on them. He actually met Team Rocket here. How could there be Team Rocket here? Are you playing dumb? Two captains came here to kidnap Koji, but you didn't expect them to be killed by you. The coder of Team Rocket felt a little strange when he saw the confused face of the other party. He didn't hide anything and directly told the experience of the first two Team Rockets. Anyway, everyone had seen it. Everyone should take responsibility for their own actions. There was no need for the other party to deny such things. I understand. The young man finally understood what Team Rocket said and why Master Koji could go home. It turned out that the trainer named Aha rescued Master Koji from the poaching group, and then encountered the kidnapping of Team Rocket. After killing the kidnapper of Team Rocket, he asked someone to send Master Koji home. So, he met Team Rocket here. He came to investigate Aha, and Team Rocket also came to investigate the cause of death of his subordinates. They happened to meet, and he was mistaken for Aha by Team Rocket. What do you understand? Team Rocket asked in confusion. You are here to see Aha too. The young man did not want to take the blame for Aha, especially since Team Rocket was he couldn't bear the blame, so he should explain it clearly. Aha! The Rocket team leader didn't understand. Who was Aha? Aha is the trainer who rescued Master Haji from your Rocket team, the young man explained, and also revealed his identity. I am the trainer of Liugan Gym. What does Rocket team mean? Do you want to fight with me? Or do you want to decide the winner? So it's the gym trainer? I was wondering why you were so surprised to see me, so you didn't find him either. The Rocket team leader smiled. He came here to investigate the trainer who made the phone call, but he didn't expect to meet the gym trainer. No, since you are also looking for him, to thank him for rescuing Master Haji, so we are still enemies. The young man also became serious. He didn't want to have a conflict at all, and he might not win even if he fought. If the other party wants to fight, he can only fight back. He will never admit defeat. Enemy? You, a gym dog, are worthy. The Rocket team leader laughed. He didn't take the other party seriously at all. He looked down on these gym trainers and didn't know where his sense of superiority came from. Are all the Rocket team members so arrogant? Don't you know I'm a league trainer? The young man was a little angry when he heard the Rocket team's address. He was a gym trainer, and secondly a league trainer. In terms of the power in the Pokemon world, the league is definitely the largest one. The other party actually looked down on the league, which was too arrogant. So what about the league? In the future, they will still be trampled under the feet of the Rocket team. When the Rocket team leader said this, his eyes were full of confidence and even full of fanaticism. I understand. The young man knew that this person had lost the most basic thinking ability, even logical thinking, and couldn't even distinguish between big and small kings. It's no use talking to such a brainwashed fanatic. The only way is to fight to the death and completely kill the other party. What do you understand? The Rocket team leader was very confused. How did the other party understand before they said a few words? Nothing. If you want to fight, then come and fight. The young man didn't want to waste any more words. As a quasi-king trainer of the Liugan Gym, he had never been humiliated by others. He saw that the other party was only at the level of a quasi-king. This would be a tough battle, but not invincible. You don't know where that person is, why should I fight you? After the enthusiasm of the Rocket team leader, he regained his composure, shook his head and turned to leave the sweet orange island. It is true that he is a battle maniac, but he is not a fool. It is impossible for him to waste time here, especially if he can't get any useful information. He is not so stupid to fight hard and get nothing. Trainers who grew up in a place like the Rocket team are very purposeful. They must get what is beneficial to them no matter what. Unless the effort is not proportional to the benefit, or even inversely proportional. If he can't get any benefit, it is not worth it to fight with a colleague here. He has no time to waste time here. After Team Rocket left, the young man felt that Team Rocket's brain was not normal. He thought there would be a fierce battle, but he didn't expect the other party to come aggressively and leave inexplicably, which also made him feel relieved. Green River, who was hiding in the house, saw the murderous aura outside the door slowly dissipating, and then he carefully poked his head out. If the two trainers outside the door fought, Farfetch and Heracross alone could not protect him. Fortunately, they did not fight outside the door, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the wooden house to see that the young gym trainer was taking back his Pokémon. "Mr. Green River, did I disturb you?" The young man saw Green River coming out and hurriedly apologized. He almost got Green River involved. "Hey, you are not hurt." Green River is not an unreasonable old man. He can clearly see that this gym trainer is much more polite, unlike the rocket trainer who attacked them right away. "No, Mr. Green River." The young man smiled and said goodbye to Green River. "Mr. Green River, be careful, I met Team Rocket here, I need to go back immediately to report, can't stay any longer." "It's okay, you go." Green River waved his hand, smacked his old pipe twice, and turned back to the wooden house. "Mr. Green River, Team Rocket is looking for Mr. Aha. If you can contact him, you can remind him that Team Rocket is tracking him." Before leaving, the young man tried Green River again. Although it was a test, he was polite and didn't sound so disgusting. Even if it was a test, it sounded very comfortable. "Don't worry about that kid, he is very capable." A poaching group disappeared, and the two rockets disappeared. "No one can stop him." Green River's words were also a reminder to the other party that if he was upset by tracking the other party, he might have to shed blood. Although the young man was easy to talk to, he was ruthless when it came to killing people. He would be a tyrant in the future. Although he was old, he was not blind and could still judge people accurately. "Thank you for your reminder, old man." The young man knew he was exposed, but he did not feel embarrassed. Being thick-skinned was also a compulsory course for trainers, not to mention such a small matter. After saying goodbye to the old man, he boarded the Pidgeot overnight and prepared to return to Lyugan Island overnight. He had flown all day today and would fly another night tonight. Although the Pidgeot was gliding most of the time, it was hard work. After the mission was over, he added spicy noodles to Pidgeot. The young man returned to the island overnight, and Yu-Hai also came to the island. This is the headquarters of the Orange Alliance, and there is a Orange Stadium, where Zai defeated Yuji. However, he did not come to watch the game. After arriving at the Orange Island, he spent 100,000 Alliance coins to open a spacious king suite, and now he was lying on the soft white bed. He planned to have a good sleep and then make dinner for the elves. The big-mouthed gull flew for a few hours and also rested in the poke ball. Then they would have dinner together. However, he was awakened by Darkrai just after he lay down. "Is there something wrong with your backpack?" Darkrai could sense the movement in the backpack, but it was not very clear what the movement was. After all, it was in the backpack. Yu-Hai had no choice but to take out the backpack to see if there was any movement in the backpack. He didn't know what kind of living thing was in the backpack. After opening the backpack, he was blinded by the strong white light. He finally knew what this abnormal movement was. Calculating the time, the brown elf egg had been incubated for 2 months, that is, 60 days, and the elf egg finally glowed. Thinking of this, he hurried to the window, drew the curtains, and turned on the lights in the room to the maximum to cover up the white light of the elf egg hatching. After doing all this, he took out the incubator and looked at the glowing brown elf egg, and then kept looking at it until half an hour passed, and the elf egg was still glowing. This made him a little confused. What exactly did this elf egg do? It had been glowing for half an hour, and this was a recorded time. He didn't know when it started to glow. Now he didn't know what was going on, but considering that this elf egg liked to eat electricity, he simply connected the power cord to the incubator. crackling. As soon as the power was plugged in, the incubator interface flashed with sparks, probably because the power was short-circuited. As the power cord was burnt and bounced off, the lights in his room went out instantly, and the whole hotel was out of power. But the elf egg in the incubator still did not stop glowing, and it became brighter and brighter, and then slowly dimmed. He quickly took the elf egg out of the incubator and waited quietly for the elf egg to hatch. It didn't take long before the elf egg hatched in his hand and turned into a furry little thing, which should be feathers from the touch. After the hotel's main switch was pulled up, the lights in the room became flickering, and then quickly stabilized. He also looked at the elf cub in his hand to see what the elf egg hatched. A sparrow? Or a grey mixed-haired bird? When he saw this elf, Yu-Hai was numb, completely numb. After 60 days of incubation, a mixed-haired sparrow was hatched. 60 days of mixed-haired sparrows, it felt a bit strange. According to the incubation cycle of the sparrow, it doesn't take 60 days to hatch a sparrow, and the sparrow doesn't consume electricity. This mixed-haired bird took 60 days to hatch, so it shouldn't be a sparrow. Jaja, the mixed-haired bird looked at the tall Yu-Hai. Could this be her mother? It only took a glance at Yu-Hai, then curled up in Yu-Hai's arms and fell asleep. After all, she was still too young, and she was a premature baby. Her hair was very tender, all of which were tiny fluffs, without even a feather. He saw the sparrow fall asleep and sighed helplessly. A sparrow is a sparrow, and it's a premature sparrow, which is already pretty good. The reason why he guessed it was a sparrow was because the beak of this mixed-haired bird was very sharp, unlike the curved beak of Bobo, and it was not as smooth as the feathers on Bobo's neck. The feathers on the neck of this mixed-haired bird were very fluffy. Seeing this, he sighed. After all, it was a sparrow, so it should have the ability of electric attribute. He didn't expect too much. It was just that the hatching time of 60 days was too strange. He couldn't figure it out. Looking at the sleeping sparrow, he used the poke ball to collect the sparrow in his arms, wanting to see the proficiency panel of this sparrow. Zapdos, premature. Attribute, electricity plus flight. Gender, male. Potential, 58.89%. Level, 1.01%. Characteristics, pressure /0.53% hidden characteristic, static electricity /0.13%. Mastered moves, PEC /0.21%. Electromagnetic wave /0.31%. Zapdos is genderless, so it is changed to male here. This egg has finally hatched, bosses, please stop urging it's all premature, woo woo woo. Chapter 377, Liugan Island. The 40th day of the journey north, sunny. Fuck, Zapdos, Zapdos, ah. Yu-Hai was confused, completely confused. Why did a good Zapdos turn into a black-bone chicken? No wonder it only hatched for 60 days. It should take 80 days for Zapdos to hatch, but it was born 20 days prematurely. What a sin! Who let Zapdos come out so early? Now Zapdos is so weak that it doesn't even have a feather on its body. It's covered with fluff. His Zapdos. Woo woo woo. It's not his fault. This newly hatched Zapdos looks similar to the black-bone chicken chick in its previous life. It's all grey. How could he recognize Zapdos? Because Zapdos was born 20 days prematurely, its potential is not even 60, but only 58. Even silly fish has higher potential than this silly bird. That's why he said he was going crazy. Why did Zapdos hatch so early? Wasn't it better for it to stay in the Pokemon egg? This Zapdos not only has less potential than a mythical beast, but also has less moves than a mythical beast. It doesn't even have a single inherited move. It seems that Zapdos was right. This Zapdos should be the offspring of Zapdos and Toucan, or the offspring of the Zapdos on Thunder Island. If that Zapdos was philandering, Toucan would lay Pokemon eggs while flying, and the Pokemon eggs would fall into the sea. They would be picked up by Pokemon hunters, brought to the Great Sea, and then obtained by him. Fuck, it turns out that he had wronged the Pokemon hunters. They were not unlucky at all. Their luck was simply amazing. They were also the sons of luck. That guy shouldn't have stolen the Pidgeot cubs, but picked up the Pokemon eggs. Alas, I missed it after all. Who would have thought that a Zapdos could be hatched from this unprepossessing brown Pokemon egg? Not to mention the elf hunter, even he didn't expect that there was actually a Zapdos inside. He got lucky, really got lucky, ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that picking up a random elf egg could hatch a mythical beast. Although it was just a silly bird, it was also a mythical beast that belonged completely to him. If Darkrai still had the possibility of leaving, Zapdos would stay with him for the rest of his life, the kind that would never leave him. It's just the potential of this silly bird is too thin with the blood of Zapdos, otherwise it wouldn't be born prematurely, otherwise it wouldn't have any inherited moves. If Zapdos hadn't been born prematurely, perhaps its potential could have increased a little more, but it's a pity that fate played tricks on people, and that's God's will. However, no matter how many shortcomings it had, it was still Zapdos, his Zapdos, ha 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 ha, his Zapdos. He was already crazy with joy. From last night to this morning, his face was full of smiles, even in his dreams, he was smiling, and he woke up with a smile this morning. He was really too happy. That was Zapdos, the Zapdos he hatched. Quasi-gods are nothing. He has already captured 2 divine beasts. He is a little inflated now, and even quasi-gods are not good enough. He is really happy, ha 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 ha. This egg is a bigger surprise than the water jump fish. As for the premature birth of Zapdos? No inherited moves? There is still potential that has not reached the level of the king? Is it grey and ugly? There is no need to worry about it. If it is premature, just add more nutrition. The potential will be improved slowly later. He knows that there are many treasures in the animation that can improve the potential of Zapdos. There is also the problem of moves. Zapdos can also be learned later. There is no need to worry at all. Mosquito Frog can be cultivated, let alone Zapdos. Zapdos has a potential of 58, which is not low at all, but it is too low for divine beasts. It is a high-quality elf for ordinary elves. There is also the problem of appearance. Now it is the best camouflage color. When Zapdos grows up, it will naturally turn from an ugly duckling to a white swan. These are all minor problems. The reason why Zapdos can turn into a white swan is because it is Zapdos. No one can deny its identity. It can turn gorgeously, and it only needs to spread its wings and thunder. As long as this silly bird is Zapdos, all difficulties can be overcome. For Zapdos, he has to go if he has the conditions, and he has to create conditions if he doesn't have the conditions. He must cultivate this Zapdos, and this Zapdos is his future card. Once he becomes the Water King, the first thing others think of is Zapdos. This is his Water King card. He wants to see who dares to use electric elves to push the team. As the Water King, the strongest elf is Zapdos, which is reasonable. Just like Dew is the Dragon King, as the Dragon King, the strongest is the Dragon Elf, which is also reasonable. Ha ha ha, don't wake him up, he still wants to laugh for a while. He didn't laugh enough last night, even if he dreamed. He was happy, he woke up with laughter this morning, and now he is still hiding in the quilt and laughing secretly. After laughing enough, he was also thinking about the future arrangements for this Zapdos. Since it is to be the face of the Water King, it must be a Pokemon that is cultivated in public, and it cannot be exposed. Got it, you high thought of the initial misjudgment, so just call this Zapdos Spearow and cultivate it disguised as a different colored Spearow. Think carefully, Spearow and Zapdos look very similar. If you don't look at the color of the feathers, just look at the silhouette. Spearow is a smaller version of Zapdos. The two are too similar in terms of head feathers and wings. When Spearow grows up, it can also be disguised as a toucan. Anyway, the beaks are sharp and slender. As for the subtle differences on the body, Those are all trivial matters. This is a different colored Spiro, it is normal to be a little abnormal. Spiro can use electric moves, and Spiro can use electric moves. Is it strange? Both of them are different colored Pokemons, so some abnormalities are normal. Don't make a fuss, ha ha ha. This disguise is perfect, ha ha ha. This genius idea can only be thought of by him, ha ha ha. When Zapdos grows up and he grows up, as long as he becomes a top trainer, Zapdos will not have to hide, and Zapdos can also make a formal appearance and become his water-type top player. After laughing enough, Zapdos's growth direction was determined, and the Pokemons were fed breakfast. Zapdos and Waterjump were drinking Moo Moo milk. After doing these things, he packed up and went to the port to catch the earliest ship. He spent 10,000 to buy a ticket to Lyugan Island. The scrapped incubator last night was also thrown away. If it was found by the waiter, the culprit of the power outage last night could be found. However, the hotel did not check the room last night, and it was obvious that they did not care about this matter. He also boarded the ship happily. He felt that it was not important to join the gym now. This was the confidence brought by the mythical beast. As long as he cultivated Zapdos, someone would ask him to join the alliance, and he did not need to worry about these trivial matters. But since he was here, he had to try it. What if he could join the gym? Besides, being an apprentice in the gym was dispensable. Even if he was fired by the gym, it didn't matter. He just wanted to be a trainer certified by the alliance, that's all. After boarding the ship, he came to his room, released the water jump fish and Zapdos, played with the water jump fish, and slept with the Zapdos. It has been 10 days since the water jump fish was hatched. The juvenile period has long passed, and he has not arranged for the water jump fish to train. The main reason is that there is no suitable venue to train the water jump fish, so he can only delay it for now and wait until he stabilizes. It doesn't matter if the juvenile period is extended for a few days, so let the water jump fish play for a while. There was also the silly bird that was already asleep. He used a soft towel to hold it carefully in his arms. This silly bird was too fragile. The fluff on its body had not fallen off. It was estimated that it would take more than 10 days of sleep before it could walk. Even its legs were soft. When the silly bird lost its fluff, it still had to adapt to the infancy period. It was too early to start training. It was impossible for at least a month, after all, it was born 20 days prematurely. After playing with the two little guys for a while, the curious water jump fish was also tired. They lay on the bed and took a nap. When they woke up, they arrived at Lyugan Island. The distance from Citrus Island to Lyugan Island is the second longest side of this triangle. The distance is not far. The ship sailed from morning to evening and arrived at Lyugan Island. After getting off the ship, he did not go to the hotel immediately, but went to Lyugan Gym first to ask about the process of joining the gym. When he inquired about the Lyugan Gym, he found that this was not only the Lyugan Gym, but also a luxurious hotel. However, he did not meet Haji and the others along the way, and he did not know where the two little brats had gone. Even if he met the two, he would not go forward to recognize them. Once he recognized them, all the previous efforts would be in vain. When he came to the front desk of the hotel, he directly asked the front desk lady about the process of joining the gym, what tests he needed to go through, and what things he needed to check. The front desk told him that he could register at the front desk first and accept the assessment of the gym owner tomorrow. Whether he could join the gym required the gym owner's decision. After getting this news, he asked again, "Is it not possible now?" "No, the gym owner is not in the gym, so I can only wait until tomorrow." Hearing this, he could only give up and register his name at the hotel with his ID card. He would come to take the assessment tomorrow. This gym happened to be a big hotel. He directly opened a room in the hotel, spent 50,000 alliance coins, and could also take a hot spring here. If he hadn't seen the hot spring here, he would not stay here. After paying the money and getting the room card, he took the elevator to his room, checked the room casually, and released the orb silk spider. Orb silk spider, you stay here to guard the room, don't make a sound if there is anything unusual, wait until I come back, Yu Hai told the orb silk spider to keep watch, and took out an energy block for the orb silk spider. Here's something for you, orb silk spider, wait until I come back. After leaving the orb silk spider, Yu Hai went out with his backpack to the hot spring pool. These hot springs were all compartments. He chose one of the unmanned compartments and walked in with his backpack. He took off his clothes and took a shower first. After taking a shower, he soaked in the hot spring comfortably. This was his first time soaking in a hot spring. Seeing him so comfortable, Gengui also emerged from the shadow. Soaking in the steaming warm water, his body temperature rose several degrees. Before, Gengui was in the shadow alone, but he didn't feel hot. Gengui has a cooling effect and can be 5 or 6 degrees lower than the surrounding temperature. After Jengar came out, Darkrai also came out, put his hands on the edge of the hot spring, and soaked in the hot spring. Seeing this, Yu Hai released all the elves, except for the silly fish that was afraid of the water temperature. He released the mosquito frogs and several others. They all lay on the edge of the hot spring, soaking in the hot spring to enjoy the rare leisure time. The fatigue of the mosquito frog and Scyther after training for so long was also released in the hot spring. With his massage, the mosquito frog also hummed comfortably. The giant crab did not go into the water. If it went down, it would become a boiled crab. It could only watch by the hot spring. The big-mouthed gull floated directly on the surface of the hot spring, drowsy, and looked quite enjoyable. Let's not talk about the stupid iron rhino. It has thick skin and flesh, and a mere hot water is a piece of cake. The small-mouthed snail also floated on the water, and the snail shell slowly opened and closed, all enjoying it. Butterfree was completely immersed in the hot spring, and its wings were also waterproof. After the massage by Frog, it also competed for Yu Hai to massage its head. Slowpoke was lying in the shallow water, with only its head exposed, a towel on its head, steam coming out of its body, squinting its eyes and enjoying the hot spring comfortably. Fishbone was not afraid of water, and it also floated on the water and went with the flow. It went wherever the waves went. The frog did not go into the water, and Yu Hai did not even release it. The frog could not control the toxins on its body, and if it was released, it would pollute the whole pool of hot springs. There is no way, it will definitely poison a lot of elves. Golbat also soaked in the hot spring, but the fangs were retracted to prevent biting other elves. Waterleap is the most lively elf, playing and spitting water in the water. The other elves who are taking a bath are annoyed, but they can't say anything because of face. Who said this little guy is still a baby? Ditto likes to be weird. He turned into a megalodon in the hot spring and wanted to scare other elves, but no one took it seriously. However, the little guy Waterleap was scared to tears by Ditto. He came to Yu Hai crying and asked for a hug. The baby felt miserable. Except for the elves who are afraid of hot water and the elves who are not convenient to go into the water, everyone is basically soaking in the hot spring. This time, they soaked in the hot spring for a long time and had dinner here. It was just that the orb silk spider worked hard to keep watch in the room alone. After soaking in the hot spring, he took back the elves and returned to the hotel room to rest. Let the elves have a good rest because they still have to face the gym assessment tomorrow. I don't know what the owner of Liulai is doing. He is not in the gym at night. He can only wait until tomorrow. At this moment, the owner of Liulai is taking Koji home to visit the previous owner, Koji's grandfather. After resigning as the owner, Koji's grandfather lived in seclusion in the town, fishing in the lake in the backyard of the house with his slowpoke every day. Grandpa, it's hooked. Koji came here and has been fishing with his grandfather. Grandpa also said that this is the practice of telekinesis, probably imitating slowpoke fishing. Koji sat here for a day, his butt was almost covered with acne, and his superpowers did not become stronger. For a teenager of his age, fishing is so boring that he can't sit still. Bitch! It's also called hooked. Koji's grandfather picked up a bamboo stick and knocked it on Koji's head, and a big bump suddenly appeared. This little grandson is good, but he is too jumpy and not at all quiet. It was not easy for the family to produce a superpower. If it continues like this, it will be a waste. He must not let Haji grow up in the wrong direction. On the contrary, another boy, Haji's good friend, was able to endure hardships and work hard. He also followed Haji here. No wonder Yu Hai couldn't see the two of them. Xiao Shun started training elves in the morning, and was still training elves in the afternoon, learning elf knowledge, and training elves in the evening. It has been a long time since he saw such a hard-working boy. He could let the young girls in the family try to contact him. If there is a chance, he can let him marry into their family, which is also a good thing. He thinks that the wood gecko given to his grandson is good. Even if it didn't save his life, he should support such a hard-working boy, not to mention that he is his grandson's good friend. Look at him, and then look at his grandson, who is actually picking his butt there. The old man was so angry that he picked up a bamboo stick and hit Haji's head again. Is this the child of someone else's family? Chapter 378, Assessment. The 41st day of the journey to the north, sunny. The next morning, Yu Hai got up from the hotel's king-size bedroom, ate the breakfast sent by the hotel, and fed the elves breakfast. He took his backpack and took the elevator to the front desk downstairs. The front desk told him that Li Yulai gym master was in the gym, but he had to deal with the trainer who challenged the gym first. His assessment was put last and would probably have to wait until 10 o'clock. Now he could also go to watch the game in advance, and he said yes. It would be good to get familiar with Li Yulai gym master's fighting methods in advance. He had seen Li Yulai gym master's doubles battle in his previous life, but that was a plot in the animation, and Li Yulai gym master could not be defeated easily. Moreover, the assessment of joining the gym is different from that of the challenger. The challenger is helping the alliance to select contestants and is also a challenger who can participate in the Orange League Winner Cup. The requirements are naturally not necessary to be too high, and it is okay to just barely pass. Gym apprentices are different. They are recruiting disciples for themselves, so they naturally cannot be so careless. The assessment is definitely more difficult than challenging the gym. He didn't know whether the assessment for gym apprentices was a doubles match or not. After all, the two assessments were very different. He could only follow the gym owner's arrangement. He was taken to the gym and saw the battle between gym owner Li Yulai and the challenger trainer. It was indeed a doubles match. After just watching two matches, he could see that gym owner Li Yulai had let them go. According to Li Yulai's strength, if she hadn't let these challengers go, no one would be able to pass the gym challenge. Next. Until all the challengers came in, they were facing Alakazam and Garagar. The cooperation of this pair of Pokémon was simply invincible. Alakazam used telekinesis to control the challengers, and Garagar threw bone boomerangs. Alakazam's final exhaustion was also pretended. After all, these challengers were at most elite level, and at most senior level. It was too bullying for the newcomer to fight with all his strength. After all the challengers finished, gym leader Li Yulai also picked up the list and called Yu Hai's name, Trainer Yu Hai. Here, I'm here. Yu Hai heard Li Yulai calling his name, and quickly raised his hand and stood up, walked down the audience seats, and came to the battlefield. Do you want to join the gym? Gym leader Li Yulai looked at the registration form in his hand, which had Yu Hai's basic information. Yes, gym leader Li Yulai, Yu Hai nodded gently, and did not deny this. The purpose of his coming here was to join the gym. Born on Hasa Island? Not a certified trainer of the league. Gym leader Li Yulai felt that this registration information was a bit strange. The strange thing was not that he was born on Hasa Island, but that the other party was actually a wild trainer. There is no parent column, which means that the other party has no parents. It is normal that such an orphan cannot become a certified trainer of the league. Then the remaining way is to join the gym. Yes, Yu Hai did not forge his identity information when registering his information. Anyway, the other party can find it out at a glance, and his identity information in the league cannot be hidden from the other party. Release your Pokemon. My assessment is a doubles battle. Li Yulai put down Yu Hai's registration information and prepared to test Yu Hai's actual combat ability. If it is okay, she will further investigate Yu Hai's identity and consider whether to recruit him into the gym next. Yu Hai saw that the other party did not take back Alakazam and Garagara, and obviously wanted to use these two Pokemon for the assessment, but these two Pokemon have fought many games. Since the other party insisted on doing so, he had nothing to say. He threw out two Pokeballs and released Frog and Scyther. He had just thought of the tactics to deal with these two Pokemon. Frog? Scyther? Very good choice, Li Yulai nodded secretly. This trainer has some combat experience, otherwise he would not choose water and bug-type Pokemon to deal with her. In fact, the best choice to deal with her is water and dark type. The opponent should not have dark type, so he chose the bug type that restrains psychic type. Come on! You attack first! Scyther Sword Dance, Tailwind. Yu Hai got the chance to attack first, and naturally would not miss the opportunity to strengthen the Pokemon. Alakazam, Psycho. Li Yulai Gym Master saw that Yu Hai was not reckless and did not attack immediately, but strengthened the power and speed of the Pokemon, and was a little surprised. It seems that the opponent is not a rookie who likes to rush, nor is he a trainer with some combat experience, but a trainer with meticulous combat thinking, and has formed his own tactical system. Scyther, cross scissors to block it. Yu Hai saw that Scyther's dance was over and the attack was strengthened, and the opponent used Psycho, really not giving any chance. Scyther heard the attack blocked, saw Alakazam glowing red, and pointed the spoon at Frog. It immediately flashed in front of Frog, with its two sickles erected in front of its chest, and the sickles were still attached with light green insect energy. Alakazam wanted to bypass Scyther to control Frog, but the insect energy bursting from Scyther's double sickles directly bounced off Alakazam's telekinesis. Very good, Scyther speeds up with the wind to deal with Alakazam, Frog climbs the waterfall to deal with Garagara. You take turns to cover. Yu Hai let the two elves take turns to cover and rush up together after Alakazam's telekinesis failed. Only Scyther can crack Alakazam's telekinesis, so he can only deal with Li Yulai's two elves in this way, and he also speeds up both frogs with the wind. In order to prevent Frog from not being able to keep up with Scyther, he did not let Scyther use high-speed movement to speed himself up. If Frog could not keep up with Scyther, the two Pokemon would not be able to cooperate. Alakazam, Psychic Shock. Ruri saw the opponent attacking and immediately changed tactics. Alakazam was very uncomfortable when being close to him. Scyther saw that it was another superpower attack. Alakazam fired a materialized spiritual energy from his eyes to attack Frog. It blocked Frog again and used cross scissors to split the telekinetic attack. Frog hid behind Scyther, and its white fist was clenched. While Scyther broke through the psychic shock, its waterfall only jumped twice and came to Garagara, punched Garagara, but Garagara disappeared at the moment of the punch. Gara, Bone Boomerang. Alakazam, teleport with Gara. Mosquito, Scyther, its teleportation. Be careful of that bone. Yu Hai knew that the opponent would use teleportation, and he was not without a way to deal with it. Mosquito, use water gun in the air. Yobo, Mosquito knew that it had to use moisture perception, and immediately spit water in the air to make the surrounding air humid. Scyther, pay attention to their attacks, especially that bone, and help Mosquito be on guard against attacks in the dark. Scyther's perception training is still very useful. The premonition of insects helped it avoid many bone stick attacks. Now it needs to help Mosquito enter the moisture perception state. Your Pokemon is very flexible and has strong evasion ability. Li Yulai saw that Scyther dodged the attack several times and reminded Mosquito, and also resisted Alakazam's telekinetic attack, but she didn't know how the opponent would crack the teleportation and the ubiquitous bone stick attack. Spy, listen to Frog now. The frog that entered the moisture sensing state was in an active sensing state, not a passive sensing state like Spy. The frog can now control the whole game. Spy only needs to follow the command, and he has also delegated the command power. His reaction ability is not as fast as Frog's moisture perception, and random command will only cause trouble. Yobo Yobo, Frog, and Spy again took turns to cover the attack. They often practiced against each other and cooperated well. Spy blocked the superpower attack for Frog, and Frog used moisture perception to find an opportunity to attack Gala Gala. That bone that kept turning back and forth was really annoying. Seeing this scene, Liulai Pavilion Master didn't know what Frog was going to do, nor what Frog was going to do. They seemed to be full of confidence. As long as they had that frog, they could solve Alakazam's instant movement. In the following battle, Frog and Scyther pretended to attack, forcing Alakazam to use teleport again. Move, take Gala Gala away. Seeing Gala Gala disappear in an instant, Frog stood still and calmed down, and Scyther also waited quietly beside Frog. Until Gala Gala appeared in an instant, Frog also moved, and the ground under his feet exploded quickly. With a speed faster than before, and with the blessing of the tailwind, Frog appeared in front of Gala Gala again in an instant and punched Gala Gala. Seeing this scene, Alakazam quickly used teleportation and took Gala Gala away from the original place. A big pit appeared in the original place in an instant, which was the big pit punched by Frog. If Gala Gala did not leave, Gala Gala would be knocked unconscious with just this punch. When Alakazam and Gala Gala appeared again, Scyther was the closest, and quickly vibrated his wings and swung his sickle at the nearest enemy. Then Alakazam teleported with Gala Gala again. As soon as they finished moving, Frog appeared in front of Gala Gala. This time, the frog was even faster, punching Gara Gara, who was knocked unconscious in the pit. Gara Gara was unable to leave with Alakazam this time. After all, it was not his own teleportation, so there must be a delay in the effect on him. This is also the reason why Yuhai asked the frog to attack Gara Gara first. After Gara Gara was dealt with, the remaining Alakazam would be easy. As long as Alakazam did not admit defeat, Alakazam could not escape. How is it possible? The owner of the Liulai Pavilion saw Gara Gara being knocked unconscious by a punch, and she was still a little bit unbelievable. Why was the frog so fast? Why was the frog so explosive? It stands to reason that the frog should not last long with such a high-intensity burst. Unexpectedly, Gara Gara was knocked unconscious with a punch. Even if Gara Gara had fought before, it should not be so fragile. She did not let Gara Gara act. In fact, the burst speed of Frog is fast, plus the tailwind acceleration of Scyther, the speed is doubled, at least 200, which is no different from teleportation on the battlefield, and there is double restraint, so Gara Gara can't help but faint. As long as Alakazam can't teleport away from the battlefield, he will be caught sooner or later. If he makes a mistake once, he will be finished. If Frog hits Alakazam once, Alakazam will be useless. Again, Frog can make countless mistakes, but Alakazam can only make one mistake to end the battle. Alakazam, be careful, that frog has been accelerated by the tailwind, and its speed is very fast. Liulai Pavilion Master didn't know that passive defense has planted the seeds for defeat. Scyther interferes with Alakazam. Yuhai is now 2 against 1, the advantage is in his hands, and he doesn't know how to lose. When Scyther heard that Alakazam was being disturbed, he accelerated towards Alakazam. With high speed, lightning flash and tailwind, Scyther's speed should not be underestimated. It is definitely faster than Frog, but its explosive power is not as fast as Frog. Alakazam saw that Scyther was coming fiercely, so he could only use instant movement again to escape. However, as soon as Alakazam appeared, Frog used waterfall climbing to jump in front of Alakazam and prepared to hit Alakazam's head. Alakazam, strong mental power. Alakazam's super strong mental power burst out, and when Frog was about to hit him, he controlled Frog in the burst, but Frog struggled violently. This was also the way that the owner of Liulai thought of to break the situation. The threat of this frog was too great, and he had to deal with it first. However, the owner of Liulai seemed to have forgotten one thing. Scyther's speed was not slow. It only took a blink of an eye to run back and forth on the battlefield. "Be careful, Alakazam!" Luri Gym Master just reminded Alakazam that there was another group of reapers with sickles coming. It didn't care about attacking Frog, but immediately used teleport to escape. As soon as it left, Scyther flashed by. When it appeared, Frog used moisture perception to instantly lock its position, climbed the waterfall and jumped in front of it twice, and attacked it with Ice Punch. In this way, Alakazam used too many teleports, and his physical strength gradually ran out, and his speed slowed down. Frog seized the opportunity and was knocked unconscious by Ice Punch. Competing with Frog in physical strength was Alakazam's stupidest decision. Frog could run for a whole morning with waterfall climbing, and its physical strength could at least last for a whole morning. It would be no problem to fight with Alakazam for a whole morning. Could Alakazam also use teleport to run for a whole morning? Obviously it was impossible, not to mention that Frog and Scyther could attack continuously. The two Pokémons could harass Alakazam continuously and not let Alakazam rest. Mental ability is different from physical strength. Once it is overconsumed, it is the easiest to make mistakes. In the case of running away, Alakazam can only passively take the beating. After the battle, Gym Leader Liulai took back his Alakazam and applauded this wonderful battle. "Pa pa pa, wonderful! Come back, Frog, Scyther." Yu-Hai also took back Frog and Scyther. He didn't know whether Gym Leader Liulai had used his full strength. Anyway, he used his full strength, and that Alakazam at least used the strength of a Quasi-King. "Trainer Yu-Hai, you performed very well, especially the frog, you trained it very well." Luli didn't expect that such a strong trainer was not even a league trainer. Chapter 379, Rejection. This battle it was very exciting, especially the performance of the frog. Even Liulai was amazed. It was a very good Pokémon cultivated by the trainer. It could actually sense the location of Alakazam's instant appearance through the humid air. After watching it so many times, Liulai finally understood that combined with Frog's previous water gun, Frog would use the water gun to increase the humidity as long as the air humidity dropped. She realized that Frog sensed and located the location of Alakazam's instant appearance through Alakazam's disturbance of the air humidity. It must be said that this perception ability is a very good idea. I don't know how Frog trained it. It didn't have superpower perception, but it learned another perception ability in a different way. In fact, it was because of Alakazam's superpower perception that she was so familiar with perception ability and could see through Frog's perception ability and Frog's lock on Alakazam. It might not be the same for other people. Even if they saw through it, it would be useless. There was no reaction time at all. Just like her, Alakazam still lost. Alakazam's psychic perception also covered the entire battlefield, so he could escape the attacks of Frog and Scyther repeatedly and use teleportation at the last moment. If it were any other Pokémon, they would probably not even make it through one round and would be knocked out by Frog. Her Garagara was knocked out because she was a step slower. Alakazam was also knocked out by Frog because of lack of physical strength and too much telekinesis. If it was just teleportation, Alakazam would not have been defeated so quickly. It was the psychic perception that was scattered throughout the venue that consumed too much of Alakazam. Don't forget Scyther. This Pokémon's attack speed is very fast, at most it is slower than Frog's starting time. It can attack Alakazam in a blink of an eye in less than a breath, and Alakazam has to use teleportation all the time. Under the continuous attacks of the two Pokémon, Alakazam was exhausted. Being chased by these two guys, Alakazam didn't even have time to fight back. Master Liulai, what else is there to assess? Yu-Hai didn't care about the praise from Master Liulai. The excellence of the mosquito-scented frog was beyond doubt. He knew the excellence of the mosquito-scented frog better than anyone else. The praise from others was not important. I have a question. There is an elf tied to one track and an ordinary person tied to another track. You are the train driver. What would you choose? Haha, the trolley problem. Yu Hai smiled secretly in his heart. This question was ridiculous. Whether to save people or elves, it was a wrong option. So is there a third option? Of course there is. The third option is to jump out of the train, not to save anyone, and let the train drive automatically. Boring question, Yu Hai didn't choose anything and turned around and left. This was also the third option, giving up the choice. This question was meaningless. The other party's subtext was just to reject him. It was too hurtful to say it openly, so he let him choose by himself and then reject it. In fact, the question was not important. People just wanted a reason to reject. After watching Yu Hai leave, Luli narrowed her eyes. Yu Hai guessed correctly that she really didn't want to accept Yu Hai. First, Yu Hai's battle performance was too good. This kind of trainer has his own ideas and can no longer be accepted as a gym apprentice. In other words, he has his own little thoughts and can't guarantee his loyalty. Second, Yu Hai is an orphan. She needs time to investigate his true identity information. If his identity is not a problem, it's not too late to invite him to join. After Yu Hai left, Luli called the hotel manager and asked him to go to the police station and the Pokemon Center. She wanted to retrieve Yu Hai's identity and household registration. Only gyms like them could do that, and they needed a reasonable reason, otherwise it would be difficult to get it. After all, they are all citizens living in the Alliance, and privacy is still important. After Yu Hai left the hotel, he asked Darkrai to monitor Luli to see what Luli would do. If the Alakazam hadn't fainted, he wouldn't be so bold. Since Alakazam had fainted, the probability of Darkrai being discovered was also very low. If he just hides and doesn't show up, no one can find Darkrai in the shadow, even if Luli has other psychic Pokemon. Only when the gap between the two is very large, there will be a slight possibility of detecting Darkrai. It is impossible for Alakazam on the battlefield to find Darkrai. If it was Koji's grandfather in the gym, he would not be so bold. Those old guys are almost all top trainers. Although he is old, he is still old. Darkrai can't hide the Pokemon of these old guys at all, and the risk of exposure will be greater. In fact, if Darkrai is not allowed to go, there will be no risk of exposure, but he wants to know the reason. His performance is impeccable. Why does the other party embarrass him with such questions? No matter what you choose for that kind of question, it is wrong. There is no correct answer at all. Choosing humans does not conform to the values of the Alliance. Choosing Pokemon means being a cold-blooded trainer who doesn't care about his own kind. If you don't choose, you have no opinion, no responsibility, no courage to face difficulties, and you can't help the leader take the blame. No matter how you choose, others will always have a reason to reject you. To survive in this society, you must understand one thing: others have the final right to interpret, either accept it or don't play. He has no choice but to lie down. Even if you want to turn the table, you have to have the strength to do it. He prefers to exchange 1 for 1, and 1 for 2 is a profit. This is what he can do. There is no need to doubt it. Many ordinary people can do it. After leaving the Liugan dojo, he went to the restaurant for lunch first. The restaurant here, it wasn't expensive. A meal with 2 dishes only cost 1,000 Alliance coins. Then he found a place for the elves to have lunch and bought 3 cold drinks for 1,500. 1 for him, 1 for Butterfree, and 1 for Frog. He drank the cold drink, took Butterfree and Frog, and basked in the sun on the beach, thinking about what to do next, and quietly waiting for Darkrai to come back. If he couldn't join the Dugan gym because of his identity, he wouldn't have to go to the other 3 gyms. The Napuru gym was a handsome red-haired young man, and he probably wouldn't be accepted. The remaining Xiaogan Jim and Yuzu Jim were all young gym masters, and they probably couldn't make the decision. There was no need to ask the parents, because the result would be the same whether they asked or not. 3 ways to join the gym. First, 6 conditions. Second, observe somewhere for 3 years. Third, join the gym and become a gym apprentice. The first one doesn't work at all. If you can't join the gym yet, you don't have to go to the Kanto area. The second way is his final choice. He will choose to settle in Citrus Island, the headquarters of the Orange Alliance. Cultivate and train elves on Citrus Island, wait quietly for 3 years, and then make a splash. The reason why he chose Citrus Island is that it is close to Yuji and it is also the headquarters of the Orange Alliance. If the rockets come, they can also recruit people. He can also find a job at the Citrus Sports Field. If he can be noticed by Yuji, it will be much easier to become a certified trainer of the Alliance. Why can't do it? Yuji can do it. Yuji is the chief trainer of the Orange Alliance. He is neither a regional champion nor a regional king. There will be fewer people paying attention to Yuji. Compared with the title of the strongest trainer in the Orange Islands, it is more of a shield pushed by the Alliance to sit in the Orange Islands and deal with troublesome things like the Victor's Cup. It is indeed a thankless and hard work. The local forces in the Orange Islands don't take Yuji seriously at all, and the forces such as the Black Ship don't take Yuji seriously either. There are 2 kings in the Black Ship alone, so who cares about Yuji? Who would care about such a weak strongest person, or the strongest person promoted by the Alliance? He is just a tool of the Alliance. Yongkai has no roots in the Orange Islands. The hard work of the chief trainer is only suitable for a lonely person like Yongkai. If the local forces recommend him, the Alliance will not trust him. If the Alliance sends someone, the local forces of the Orange Islands will be dissatisfied. Only a trainer like Yongkai who has no roots and grew up from the bottom is suitable for this position, and both parties will be satisfied. It won't work if it's Du, because Du can't win over and can't do some shameful pie transactions. Du can just take whatever he needs from the family. As for Yongkai, there is a lot of room for operation. If there is a problem with Yongkai, the Alliance can replace him at any time and replace him with someone who is satisfactory to both parties to maintain the balance between the 2 sides. The chief trainer is both a shield and a hard job. It is also profitable, but it will leave a handle. If Yongkai is upright, does his job conscientiously, and only receives salary from the league, others will have nothing to say. At most, they will say that Yongkai is stubborn and unyielding, and is a young man who does not understand the ways of the world. In fact, he hopes that Yongkai will understand the ways of the world. He only needs to spend some money to find Yongkai to guarantee him and become a certified trainer of the league. But this matter itself has risks. If Yongkai is caught in the future, Yongkai, as a guarantor, will be investigated for all trainers who have been guaranteed by Yongkai, and he is no exception. Therefore, choosing to settle in Citrus Island is the first step, observing Yonkai's character is the second step, and finding Yongkai as a guarantor is the third step. If Yonkai's lifestyle has problems, then he will just wait for 3 years honestly. He does not want to be involved. If Yongkai is upright, it is not without benefits. Who doesn't want such a good boss? At least he will not make things difficult for himself. As long as Yonkai's lifestyle is not a problem, the guarantor will not be investigated in the future. After planning the next route, he lay on the beach chair board, waiting for Darkrai to return, and then decided whether to take this route. Darkrai came back from a distance in the evening. Hearing Darkrai's voice, he also used the Pokemon Ball to retrieve Barday, left the beach with the frog, and prepared to find a place to have dinner. For dinner this time, he bought a box of fast food, spent 500 Alliance coins, and ate and talked with Darkrai on the deserted beach. Darkrai, what did you hear? Someone is following you, don't you know? It's okay, as long as they can't hear our conversation. Yuhai had already discovered the stalker, but he didn't care. After you left, the woman sent someone to the Pokemon Center to investigate you, and got the identity information of the Bureau and the Pokemon Center. Then what? Yu Hai knew that the old woman would investigate him, anyway, he didn't lie about his identity. That woman didn't say anything. After getting your information, she just sighed and let it go. I understand, Yu Hai sighed while eating fast food. Sure enough, he was rejected because of his identity. If he was not accepted because of his orphan status, it would be the same even if he went to the Napru gym. He would probably be rejected because of his orphan status. His trainer concept was not in line with the owner of the Napru gym. The Rugen gym was at least a battle gym. The Napru gym was a gym that tested the tacit understanding between the Pokemon and the trainer. The Pokemon battle he wanted was useless in the Napru gym. So it is ruled out directly. It seems that we still have to go to Citrus Island to see if there is any chance there. If there is no chance, we can only wait silently for 3 years. I met Xiao Shun and the other two. They are both in the gym. Do you want to meet them? No, it's not the time to meet now. Yu Hai was eating, suddenly stopped, and quickly picked up the rice in the lunch box, rejecting Darkray's question. Are those two little brats under surveillance? How do you know? I can feel that the two boys have superpower fluctuations even when hiding in the shadows. Normal? That kid is now the treasure of the gym. It's too late to protect him. How can he be allowed to wander around? Yu Hai smiled helplessly. This is also the reason why they can't meet. Once they meet, they will be exposed. There are a lot of superpowers in there. I was almost discovered several times. Darkray still has some lingering fears. If it weren't for completing Yu Hai's instructions, it wouldn't want to stay in the gym at all. Forget it, let's buy a ticket to leave Tangerine Island. Yu Hai finished his lunch, threw the box into the trash can, and walked to the port with the mosquito frog, ready to take a boat to Tangerine Island. Just refuse, as long as his identity is not a problem, and his relationship with Xiao Shun is not discovered. After all, there are always more solutions than problems. And there are too many trainers named Aha. If you meet an Aha, you will suspect that it is the Aha of Tiangan Island. I'm afraid he has paranoia. After arriving at the port, he bought a boat ticket to Tangerine Island and set off for Tangerine Island overnight, ready to see what kind of trainer Yuji is. At this moment, two boys are fighting in the Tangerine gym, and many people are watching. One of the boys is Xiao Shun, who uses the Pokemon Boom, and the other boy is Koji, who uses the Pokemon Pikachu. Koji's mother sat in the audience, silently watching the battle below. She was not thinking about the battle, but was thinking about Yukai and listening to the reports from her subordinates. President, I was a step late. The trainer has left. The young man should have returned long ago, but an accident occurred halfway. He was attacked by the rocket team, the one on Tiangan Island. In fact, the rocket team did not really leave. After the young man left, the rocket team went to find Midorikawa. When they did not get any useful information, they almost killed Midorikawa. But in the end, they let it go. Midorikawa was just an old guy. He did not say anything in the face of the threat of death. He must not have known about Yukai. Then, the rocket team followed the young man and saw that he was returning to Liugan Island. The young man did not know where Ahaya was. The rocket team simply acted as the sixth and attacked the young man, which delayed the young man's return time. It's okay, don't worry about that person. I have a newcomer here who is very good. He is an orphan. There are many doubts about his identity. I have been undecided. Orphan? Frog? Scyther? Defeated the president. When the young man saw this information, he felt his scalp tingling. It is not easy for a trainer to defeat the president. Although the Pokemon used by the president are all second-tier Pokemon, basically not the king, but the trainer named Yu Hai is already very powerful to defeat the president who did not let him go, and used common Pokemon, the popular frog. This child is very good at cultivating Pokemon, especially the frog. An ordinary frog can be cultivated to this level, not just an orphan. This kind of explosion? It can also sense changes in air humidity? This idea is incredible. How did he do it? The young man was shocked when he saw the battle video. This frog is too powerful. That's why it's not as simple as an orphan. There's no such training method in the gym, let alone an orphan. Li Yulai admires Yu Hai very much, but there are too many doubts about Yu Hai's identity, so she dare not accept Yu Hai. If Yu Hai is accepted, if Yu Hai's purpose is not pure, the benefits brought to the gym will be more disadvantageous than beneficial. Even if there is a method to train mosquito frogs, how can it be so easy to get? President? Do you want me to investigate Hassa Island? The young man put down the information. He became interested in this young man. It's really strange that he has such strong strength but is not a certified trainer of the league. You can check it out. If you can't find it, forget it. Li Yulai also wants to know the secret of Yu Hai. It doesn't matter if she spends money to buy it, but she has to understand this boy first. I'll go now, the young man was about to say goodbye and leave. Suddenly, someone came in from outside the gym and whispered 2 words in Li Yulai's ear. Forget it, the boy has gone. Li Yulai waved to let the subordinates who followed Yu Hai leave, and also cancelled the mission for the young man. The boy has bought a ticket to the Orange Island, no need to investigate. Except for his orphan status, the boy has no criminal record in the police station's electronic files or the Pokémon Center's database. At least his identity is clean. Anyway, they don't accept the boy, so it's not good to investigate him again. As long as the other party's identity is not a problem, they don't need to investigate in depth. If there is a problem with the identity, it is something the Alliance needs to worry about. The Rocket team has been very active in the Orange Islands recently, and they are so crazy that they kidnapped Koji. At this time, this kind of trainer talent appears, and he wants to join her. Durianji admits not that she is suspicious, it's all too coincidental. In the battle between Team Rocket and the Alliance is at a disadvantage in the Orange Islands. It's also because these gyms don't work hard. They don't want to participate in this fight at all. They just want to wait and see, and when the time is right, they will see who wins and who loses between the Alliance and Team Rocket. If it weren't for that idiot on Hassa Island who invited Du and gave Du so much black material, they wouldn't be so passive. Even if they are dawdling now, they have to show something real. This is why she doesn't dare to accept Yu Hai. If there is a backstab at that time, and the blame is on the Liugan gym, she can't bear the accountability of the Alliance, and it's hard to say whether she can keep her position as the gym leader. Now is a time of trouble, and such a young man has appeared. After weighing the pros and cons, her choice is to wait and see. Even if there is no contribution, you can't make a mistake at this time. Chapter 380, The First Battle of the Smallmouth Snail. The 42nd day of the journey north, sunny. The next morning, Yu Hai got up early and arrived at Citrus Island, but he did not get off the ship. The reason that prompted him to change his disembarkation was that he saw half of a recruitment advertisement in the toilet on the ship. The recruitment address was Xiaogan Gym, which was very embarrassing. He had to change his itinerary this time, not going to Citrus Island, but to Xiaogan Island instead. Since Xiaogan Gym was recruiting, it would be fine to go and take a look. If it didn't work, he would go back to Citrus Island. It was a pity that there was only half of the advertisement in the toilet. He didn't see what the advertisement was recruiting people for. Anyway, it wouldn't take a few days to go and take a look. If Xiaogan Gym didn't recruit people, or didn't recruit him, he could just take the boat back to Citrus Island. After changing the voyage, he bought a ticket on the ship again, and added 20,000 Alliance coins to buy the ticket to Xiaogan Island. Xiaogan Island is next to Jingan Island, and it is also due west of the Orange Islands. The ship goes south all the way and can reach Xiaogan Island in 2 days. He still needs to stay on the ship for 2 days. He didn't lie down these 2 days. He found some fun things on the ship. Anyway, he was not in a hurry now, so he could play with them casually. After giving breakfast to the elves, he also had breakfast and came to the battle club on the ship, ready to play here and let the other elves except Frog adapt to the atmosphere of the battle. None of the Owl, Scyther, and Squirtle had played amateur elves battles, which was just right for these little guys to adapt to the atmosphere of the battle in advance. Especially Squirtle, it's time to test Scyther's accuracy. There's no need to worry about Scyther and Owl. There's no need to doubt the strength of these two elves. They have fought many field battles. There's also Frog, Jengar, and Zubat. These elves can't be used on the surface. Even if they are fighting, they can only be trained by Frog. Frog has rich combat experience and can teach them how to fight in the field. We'll talk about the bad frogs later. After watching the battle club for a while, he found that a small competition was being held here, but the competition had already started and he was late. The prize for the competition was a medium-quality water stone, sponsored by some merchants. These merchants would take out some prizes to sponsor the competition when the ship was sailing. Anyway, he didn't like this kind of evolution stone, so he didn't participate in the competition. It would be better to open a handicap himself. In fact, there was no need to open a handicap himself. Someone had already opened a handicap. The only thing missing was a challenger. The Pokemon he used was a starter Pokemon, Squirtle. He was indeed a rich man. He liked such rich people. He contributed a lot of small money on Hasa Island. No challenger? The trainers this time were really not good enough. Don't be so arrogant, little brat. If the masters hadn't gone to participate in the competition, you wouldn't be able to be so arrogant here. Tisk, Squirtle's trainer curled his lips in disdain, looking down on the defeated opponent just now. Damn brat, the young man was so angry that he hated the arrogant brat, but he couldn't beat him. No matter how much resentment he had to swallow it. Let me do it, Yu-Hai raised his hand in the crowd, and everyone stepped back. Do you have money? The boy saw Yu-Hai take the initiative to stand up, and looked at Yu-Hai curiously. He felt that Yu-Hai was ordinary, wearing ordinary black shorts, a common face, and black hair. There was nothing outstanding about his appearance. He was just a passerby. Yes, you are 100,000 per game. Yu-Hai saw that everyone stepped back, which was convenient for him to walk to the trainer platform and stand opposite the trainer of Squirtle. Yes, as long as you have money, you can send a Pokemon to challenge me. The boy retracted his gaze from Yu-Hai and did not continue to pay attention to Yu-Hai. He would be defeated later. Go, Snail, Yu-Hai released his Pokemon. He was going to let Snail go first to test the level of this boy. Snail? I haven't seen it before. What region is it from? Are you a trainer from another region? The boy saw Snail and took out his Pokemon book to scan Pokemons, but the Pokemon book didn't show it. In fact, the boy's Pokemon book had not been updated. Snail was a Pokemon from the 5th generation, that is, a Pokemon from the Unova region. I found it. It's a Pokemon from the Unova region. It's a bug-type Pokemon that can't evolve. Can't evolve? How could a trainer capture this Pokemon? It's probably another one that gives money away. Maybe it's because this snail is a different color. Ordinary snail's mouth is pink, but this one's mouth is golden, so it's also a rare Pokemon. Even if it's a different color Pokemon, it's still a loser. Thornytail, there are many different colors of bugs. Have you seen a champion in a regional competition? Listening to the whispers of the people around him, Yu-Hai smiled and was too lazy to explain. After all, the evolution of each Pokemon is a precious research result, and he will not take it out easily. However, he still explained, I am not a trainer from other regions. This Pokemon was exchanged at the Bug Pokemon Exchange Conference. So that's how it is. I'll let you attack first. The boy let Yu-Hai attack first after hearing this and accepted Yu-Hai's challenge. A Pokemon with a different appearance? This Squirtle has fought many games? Yu-Hai was a little surprised at the boy's generosity. Did he become arrogant after winning consecutive games? No need to change, hurry up. If I defeat you, I will win 3 consecutive games, the boy urged Yu-Hai. He was a little impatient with Yu-Hai's procrastination and wanted Yu-Hai to start quickly. Okay, Little Mouth Snail, shoot with mud, Yu-Hai asked Little Mouth Snail to attack while analyzing the Squirtle. Squirtle evolved at level 36, which means that Squirtle is at most elite level, elite peak, and is about to evolve, but has not yet reached senior level. Little Mouth Snail's strength is not bad either, also elite level. He has subdued Little Mouth Snail for more than a month. When he subdued Little Mouth Snail was only level 5. After more than a month, Little Mouth Snail also reached elite level. Little Mouth Snail, different color. Attributes, insect. Gender, male. Potential, 51%. Level, 26.24%. Features, moist body /12.23% hidden feature, dust proof /9.13%. Mastered moves, awakening power electricity /2.23%. Insect chirping /11.34%. Absorb /15.11%. Hold /9.14%. Dissolving liquid /18.21%. Mud shooting /22.22%. Blood sucking /11.23%. Super absorb /8.82%. Opening the panel of the smallmouth snail again, the smallmouth snail has reached level 26, which is considered to be an elite level. The moist body feature has increased by 9%, and the dust proof feature has increased by 7%. As for our moves, awakening power electricity has not changed much. Insect chirping increased by 9%. Absorption increased by 13%. I don't know what this guy absorbed, but it increased so much. Defense increased by 8%. He trained with the giant crab some time ago. Dissolving liquid increased by 16%. It is probably used to digest food. In addition to the above moves, the little mouth snail has also learned some new moves during this period. Mud shooting has the highest proficiency, which is also the result of frequent training. Blood sucking is an insect move, which has a similar effect to absorption. Super absorption is an advanced move of absorption. The little mouth snail learned it by sucking. It is really gifted. The above is the change of the little mouth snail for more than a month. He didn't pay much attention to it before. He just made a training plan for the little mouth snail and let the giant crab with these little guys. I didn't expect that the little mouth snail is so strong. Crumb Squirtle, use water gun. The boy saw that the opponent was shooting with mud, so he naturally had to counteract it with a water gun. Then the two Pokémon started shooting at each other. After the little mouth snail spit out mud, it put down the snail shell mask, rolled to the side, and avoided the water gun. Since this side attacked first, the Squirt was a step slower and was hit by 2 mud shots, which slowed down the opponent. Squirtle, keep shooting with mud. Squirtle, snail. The little mouth snail opened the snail mask and saw that there was mud on the Squirt, and quickly opened its mouth to spit mud at the Squirt. Crumb Squirtle, don't lose to it, use a water gun. After the boy's Squirt was hit, he completely confronted Yu-Hai, and he must win or lose in terms of accuracy. The boy fell into a pit. The accuracy of the little mouth snail was specially trained, and it was difficult to beat the little mouth snail in terms of accuracy. Since the opponent chose to compete with accuracy, things would be much simpler. Little mouth snail, don't run, use mud shot to shoot him back. Mud shot versus water gun. If you get hit, you'll win, because mud shot can slow down, and Squirtle's speed will only get slower and slower. When the two Pokémons were almost done shooting each other, Yu-Hai readjusted his tactics. Little mouth snail, go up and use super absorb. When little mouth snail heard Yu-Hai's words, it covered its mouth with its snail shell and rolled towards Squirtle. Squirtle, use the water gun to shoot it away. The boy still chose to attack with the water gun. Now Squirtle was slowed down and couldn't dodge, so it could only knock away the rushing little mouth snail. It's just that Squirtle's accuracy is very poor. If you haven't practiced it specifically, it's good to hit 5 out of 10 shots. It's difficult for Squirtle to hit a moving target little mouth snail. What's more, it's circling around Squirtle, using super absorb to extract light green energy from Squirtle and feed it back to its own little mouth snail. Oops, we can't go on like this, we have to get rid of the mud on our body. The boy saw that Squirtle's strength was sucked away, and he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Now Squirtle couldn't move. I got it, the boy suddenly thought of a way, and hurriedly shouted to Squirtle, Squirtle, shrink into the shell, use bubbles to shake off the mud on your body. Little mouth snail, use guard. Yu-Hai saw that the opponent was so shameless, and actually imitated Zai. He quickly let little mouth snail defend and take this large-scale AoE bubble attack. When Squirtle finished spinning, he shouted to little mouth snail again, Little mouth snail, use insect buzz on Squirtle's shell. Snail, snail. The little snail took advantage of the fact that Squirtle hadn't recovered yet, quickly rolled in front of Squirtle, opened its snail shell, and roared at Squirtle in the shell state, which made Squirtle faint. Squirtle popped out its head and staggered, its eyes had turned into mosquito-repellent eyes, and it could no longer stand steadily. After 2 steps, it fainted completely on the ground. Lost, the boy muttered to himself, and didn't expect that he would lose just like that, and even lost to a Pokémon that couldn't evolve. Give me money. Yu-Hai took back the little snail with the poke ball, said a word of encouragement to the poke ball, and stretched out his hand for the boy to give him money. I want to fight another round. The boy reluctantly took back Squirtle, took out 100,000 alliance coins and threw them over, and sent out his second Pokémon, Bulbasaur. After receiving the money, Yu-Hai also released his second Pokémon, Owl, ready to have another battle with this passionate boy. Grass type versus water type, this time there will be something interesting to watch. Did you fail the test? It's obviously the advantage of the swan. Isn't the swan a water type? The swan also has a flying type, which can restrain Bulbasaur. Boy, you can change the Pokémon. Yu-Hai didn't want to take advantage of others. The boy released the Pokémon first, and let the boy change the Pokémon, so as not to say that he was bullying. Is it okay? After the boy lost once, he was a little afraid to fight, and he was at a disadvantage in attributes. What if he lost again? Just then, an untimely mocking voice came from the young man who was just mocked by the boy. Tisk tisk, aren't you quite capable? Why do you need to change Pokémon? Yeah, you're not so bad at losing. Didn't you win 2 games just now? Coward, don't dare to fight, coward. As the crowd started to boo, the boy gritted his teeth and decided to fight this battle. Even if he lost, he would make them shut up. He shouted, shut up, I won't change. Okay, you attack first. Yu-Hai smiled helplessly. The young man just couldn't stand the provocation. If it were him, he would definitely change. Small money is the most important thing, and face is worthless. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. The boy got the chance to attack first and let Bulbasaur take the lead in attacking. Big-mouthed Gull, please get out of the way. Yu-Hai paused after saying one word. To deal with this Bulbasaur, all he needed was rain and storm. But this is the indoor battlefield of the ship. It's not good to play so big, which is easy to damage the venue. The Gull couldn't use storms, so he used his wings to attack and raise the wind. He also had a kite tactic. Gull, use high-speed movement and tailwind, and then use wings to attack. Bailai, the Gull was ready to pray for rain, but then heard it avoid it and was almost hit by the leaf blade. It thought something happened to the trainer, and was waiting for the trainer's instructions in the air. If the trainer didn't give the order, it would fight on its own. As Yu-Hai spoke, the Gull flew in the air to avoid the leaf blade, and used tailwind for itself, and high-speed movement. The speed was getting faster and faster, and the leaf blade couldn't touch it at all. Then there was a bombardment. In this battle, the Gull had the advantage in the air, and it had an absolute advantage in hitting high and low, not to mention the wind blades thrown from its wings, which hit Bulbasaur like cannonballs. The Bulbasaur standing below could only be beaten. It was stunned by the wind blade, cried, and finally fainted.